What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic striker burst rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests, along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top, or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy Zeke. We're here. We got Reese. We got Levin. And we're going to talk about Chapter 3 Season 2 preview. Let's jump into it. Guys, what are your initial expectations coming into the competition?
I'll tell you what, end games are a lot of fun with the new mechanics in terms of just seeing how things play out. Last season, everyone's always trying to get some sort of pepper, right? You know, you want to be able to move a bit faster in the end game, get to your destination that bit quicker.
Now what we've been starting to see in the duo cash cups in the start of the season is players are able to use the mantling when they've got like low materials, sneak up into players' boxes from behind, tack sprint behind them, just like pick up easy eliminations from players that wouldn't expect it. So like now you have way more options when you just have no materials, have nothing.
Let's talk about that for a second, right? We have these POIs. Last season felt really chaotic, right? We had these duos landing there, these head-to-heads that we just were like, why are you still going back there? What is the point of this? And now you put a blimp on top of that. So we've taken chaos from like a 10 to an 11.
We all know the struggles that people have in terms of trying to get surge, trying to get a good position on the map. Being able to sit up on a blimp and just sort of ping people from far away, it works wonders, you know what I mean? So that is going to probably be one of the biggest factors in how these new competitive games play out.
Think of the amount of vision you have across the whole map then when you're on top of a blimp. It's like, it makes rotating so much more difficult.
We're talking about the nerdy lines of sight. In terms of the blimps, there's just more loot on the map now.
That's true.
Right? And so we have POIs that were already very attractive POIs to land at, but even more attractive now, right? And there's sort of an extra incentive, an extra spot at a lot of these POIs for a new team to get involved at.
Is there any duos in particular you guys are kind of like looking forward to? I know right now we're kind of still in this state of shakeups, right? People are still trying to lock in who they think is the right duo for them.
I'm a simple man. I see Tayson. I like you know what I mean? And I'll be real, looking back at last season, of course they did well in terms of placement, but looking at the circumstances, they had the best POI on the map. And I think a lot of people would have expected the two best players in the region, two of the greatest Fortnite players ever, to do better.
So I'm really looking forward to Seti at the end of the day, right? Seti is just so good. He's one of the hardest workers in the scene, hands down. Now he's teamed up with Cammy. They won FNCS throughout Chapter 2 Season 8. They look super strong. They've got this incredible dynamism that they saw back then. Last season, they weren't playing together. It didn't work out that well for both teams. Now, Cammy and Seti back on it together, looking good in the cash cups. They could be that winner again.
It'd be criminal to not talk about the rise of Queasy and Hen in terms of just how great they've been, you know, last season and this season. Hen is someone who gets slept on in the GOAT conversations. And when you're talking about who's the best Fortnite player ever, Hen will be thinking, I'm only one away from catching up to Tayson in FNCSs, right? Like, I'm there, I've done it with multiple different people as well. Put some respect to my name.
Guys, I love talking with you both. The insight and unreal. But we have to, it's okay. We have to get ready. The battle bus is all warmed up, which means we're jumping in on all the action right here, right now. EU, let's get this popping. Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
I'm so hyped to be back for FNCS. I'm really excited and I can't wait to win it.
I'm so hyped to be back.
I'm pumped up, I'm ready to go. I've put in all the preparation and I got this.
I've put in a lot of hours to make sure that I'm at the top.
Well, I've got so much experience that it's just gonna make me unstoppable.
My GL is off the charts this season. They don't know what's coming.
My duo and I are both excellent fighters. We have great synergy.
I know I'm one of the best IGLs. I've got the best aim of anybody here. I planned for everything and I was coming.
I am so sick of getting second place and I finally want to win FNCS this year.
I know I got what it takes to win. Just gotta do it.
FNCS was over for everyone the moment I qualified.
I've won FNCS twice, but I like the number 3.
Watch out, we're coming.
FNCS, let's go, baby. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fans around the world, welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. If this is your first time tuning in, welcome to possibly the greatest Fortnite competition you'll ever see for the rest of your life. It's just today, but it's not just today. It'll be for the next few weeks. That's right. It's the FNCS. My name is Zeke. I'll be your host here for Europe, and it's a pleasure to have you here. If it is your first time here for real, I'm excited that you're here, and you're going to be watching some crazy Fortnite action like you've never seen before. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, Zeke, that's crazy. You're just going to run a whole show by yourself? Yes. There is no one else here with me. Don't worry about it. No, we actually have two members here that will be joining us on the analyst desk. First off, let me introduce you guys to the legend himself. It's Boop. And of course, Reese right there slided.
I didn't know he was going to do that. Yeah. No, you said that, I wasn't going to be here. You can't do it by yourself. So I just wanted to give that feeling that you weren't by yourself,
Yeah, this is what happens. So this is the European broadcast. I'm going to do a lot of laughing the whole time because I can't contain myself around these two incredible human beings. But we're here to talk about Fortnite, so let's get this poppin'. First off, Legends Landing. What's up, baby? It's great to see you. If you've never hopped by, you need to check it out. There's some cool box fighting elements. There's a Hall of Champions, and you can hang out and watch this broadcast with your friends in Fortnite. Do it. Check it out. All right, let's talk about the broadcast schedule. So what does it look like if you're like, man, Zeke, I'm really enjoying this Fortnite action. When you guys doing this next? Here it is for you right here. Today is qualifier number 1. Now, do keep in mind, we actually have 3 regions going on today. So this first one is Europe. Later on in the day, we'll have NA East, and then we'll have NA West. So come back at different times in your own time zone. You might be able to catch more Fortnite action. Qualifier 2, May 8th. Qualifier 3, May 15th. Semifinals, and then mark your calendars for the finals. Come back then. I'm telling you, you won't want to miss out on the action. But Reese, how do we make it to the finals?
I mean, there's only one way. That's a complete lie. And only one way today, and that is getting to the top 5. So we've got 50 teams. Out of those 50 teams, the teams who make it into the top 5 will advance straight through to the finals, where all of that juicy prize money is. Every other player will get series points. And then guess what? We're going to do that again on Sunday and again the Sunday after that.
Yep, but who really cares about those qualifiers? It is all about today, the actual format of this finals. And with the format, we know that this is a very heavy placement format with 32 points per placement point. There we go. 30 points for your victory royale, and your first placement points coming in at top 35. But remember, it is 3 points per elimination. So it is going to be a lot of variety, a lot of different types of gameplays, a lot of different game styles, and it should make this finals very, very exciting.
That's right, man. A lot of different ways here to kind of make it into that top 5, right? Can your duo pop off, get these eliminations? Can they place well, make it to those end games, or do both? That's what we're looking to achieve. Now, this is a list of our qualified players. So these will be the players we're actually watching compete here and now. Reese, anybody stand out to you right away?
I'm in a bunch. You got some of the biggest names in the region. Anas, Pink in the top left. Andlix, Xweez, top middle. Tayson, Uguay, which is Chapix. Juriki, iDrop. We have the who's who of FNCS champions, and Current in there as well with Henning Queasy, as we see there too. A lot of names that I'm looking forward to. Mustache Malabuka, one that didn't have an amazing season in terms of FNCS last time. But hey, this time is them to prove why they're some of the best duos in this region.
Yeah, you can name all the pro players, Reese, but I want to shout out some of the underrated players. Naku and Dan coming all the way from Spain. Jackson and Vico, the German players who had an incredible season so far. And I'm expecting them to do really, really well as well today.
Absolutely. If we move over to that next page, you'll see the other half of the players that we have here indeed. And similarly, a lot of these are the players who've just been putting in tons and tons and tons of work this season, who have popped up and have done super good. One right in the middle, who I'm looking at right now, Vortex and Janice, placed extremely well last season from the memory 4th. I don't know if that's correct. It's probably not off the top of the dome. But again, they're looking super, super good. They are contested off Spawn and Greasy Grove today. So we'll have to see how they end up actually playing that out throughout the games. But again, a team I definitely want to keep my eyes on.
I like it. I like it. Very quick there and to the point. I mean, one duo you did not mention there, Reese, was Mr. Savage and Benji Fishy, the crowd favorites.
Of course.
I know. How could you forget? Fun fact, in case you didn't see it all over social media, we just had a media day. We brought some players in, had some time with them. They played some games. We had some interviews. And check this out. Levin got to sit down with Mr. Savage and conduct an interview. So let's take a look at In the Lobby with Mr. Savage.
What's up, everyone? My name's Levin2K, and I'm in the lobby with the one and only Mr. Savage. It was always clear to people you were a bit of a prodigy, right? Did you think to yourself, I could be like the best pro player in the world? Like, what was your mentality all the way back then?
I started watching these top streamers, right? Like Ninja and Tifu at the time.
Yeah.
And then I was watching them and I was like,
I feel like I could do the same that they're doing. So I started streaming and then it kind of just took off from there.
One of my earliest sort of stories that I have of you was you said, like, we got to grind every single day. We got to keep pushing. Even if we can't compete now, eventually we'll always be able to. Like, have you always just had that mentality of like, just we got to grind no matter what?
I've always had fun playing the game, so it's been really easy, you know? I've kind of just been grinding since the start.
If you're grinding non-stop, right, do you make much time to do things outside of Fortnite?
It's been kind of hard balancing it, but I feel like I've done quite well with like social life, and when you're playing Fortnite 10 hours a day, then it's kind of hard.
Yeah, understandably it can be quite hard. Well, somebody whose career I definitely think you helped jumpstart, Benji Fishy, right? You know, you obviously started playing with him back then and you've become one of the most famous duos you've ever had in the game. When you first met Benji and you were playing with him, did you feel like you two could be the dominant duo you went on to be?
I was like, bro, I gotta do it with this guy.
Yeah.
And then we started playing, and then, you know, it just went well instantly.
Couple World Cup qualifiers later, and you know, things sort of paid off. Yeah. Obviously, you know, speaking of World Cup qualifiers, you're one of the few Fortnite players that's played on land. Do you just sort of have no nerves in that sense? Like, are you just stone cold? You can just go out there and really just dominate wherever you are?
I think there's just something with lands that makes me like more in the zone, because it's like you're there, you know? So I think it's something with the atmosphere that just makes me really like focused.
You live for the atmosphere. I can tell, man, the way you carry yourself, you live for the atmosphere. Who's the one player who you sort of look at and you go, yeah, like he's a serious player, like that guy is top.
Probably Tayson. We haven't seen him on land though, but I think Tayson's going to be good on land as well.
If you had to retire tomorrow, what would be the one thing you want to do in your career before you retire?
Of course, I'm not an FNCS champ yet. Also the World Cup. I want to give another shot at the World Cup.
Fair play, man. So we'll be rooting for you this season. This could be the season where you finally do pick up the FNCS title. Where can the people find you, man? Where can they catch you, watch some of your gameplay if they want to check you out?
It's at Mr. Savage on all platforms. TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Insta, Twitch, everything.
Got the branding everywhere.
Yeah, of course, bro.
You gotta have that, man. Honestly, bro, it's been a pleasure. It's been Levin2k and Mr. Savage in the lobby. Thank you for hanging out with me, man.
Thanks for having me.
I don't know if you guys knew this, because I actually discovered this on Media Day. Reese and Levin have bodies. There's no way you do that tweet. You just stole that. You gotta give them that credit. Give them that credit. You said it and I couldn't not.
Oh my.
Wow. Thank you, though, Levin, for hanging out with Mr. Savage. That was in the lobby. And if you like those kind of player pieces, trust me, there's a ton that will be coming out over the course of the FNCS in all the regions. So make sure you check them all out. They're super, super great. So, guys, let's talk about duels that we will be seeing compete, where they'll be landing, potential just things. Maybe if someone's never seen Fortnite, let's just give a few duels, kind of keep eyes on. Let's start things off with Pink and Anas. We know they just ended round 3, which is won yesterday, in first place with 190 points. They're landing over there at the Command Cavern, and they were 8th last FNCS. So, I mean, Reese, what do you have to say about this duo?
Yeah, these guys are really experienced now this season, right? They're very comfortable. They put in the work to practice. They understand the meta, and because of that, like, they are game winners. Look at this. Yesterday, out of the 7 matches they played, 4 victory royales with an average placement of 3. Like, I think they had a second, a fourth, and another game that was a bit of a throwaway one in comparison. Unbelievable performance from them. What I want to know is, with a lot of the, obviously, caliber in this round is a lot higher. We've got a lot of top-level teams. You know, Queasy Hen, the running champions, are also a height team, so in the end game they play up high ground, very similar to Pink and Anas. So it's like, will they be able to keep that performance today? I hope so. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's a battle for them to survive against the aggression, right? So many good teams in this lobby. But, you know, they also had a really slow start to the season, but they sort of picked it up. Obviously, now moving away from their draw spot of the Llama Split over to a Command Cavern, a lot more different situations to get aggressed upon and a lot more things to go wrong. But, you know, they're the team to be the most prepared, so I'm expecting a lot from them.
Maybe they know something we don't, right? Maybe they've done their homework. They're ready to kind of have several plans of attack if something does fall through. I'm curious to see how they kind of develop coming, especially from that last season, right? Let's give you guys another duo to talk about. You actually touched on them, Queasy and Hen, right? This other high ground team that we just, every time we look up, we feel like it's just them up there. They're landing north side of Sleepy. Talk to me about this duo.
So, you know, Queasy and Hen won last season's FNCS duos. But most importantly, they also qualified through qualifier number 1, right? So, you know, if trends are anything to go off of, today's going to be a really, really good day for these guys. Now, I've looked at the stats from them from yesterday. Obviously, similarly, 1 victory round, but they are game winners. This is not exactly very replicant of the way that they play, but what this does show is the fact that these guys can play other styles that aren't just high ground, right? Like I just said, Pink and Anas, they're game winners. They take height in endgame, and they usually win from height. But if they don't get it, their games aren't usually as good as guys like Queasy and Hen, where if they're on the mid ground, they can absolutely still frag out.
Yeah, and they went into the season with a bang. 2 back-to-back duo Cash Cup wins. However, the last Cash Cup they placed only 12th, right? And that was after the removal of cars after this last patch, sorry. And, you know, that's a little bit worrying for them. But, you know, these guys are champions, they're FNCS winners, and they have no problems adapting when it comes to the pressure.
Let's pray for North Zones for them, you know?
Hopefully. Yeah. Others will get some tweets.
We'll see. We'll see. Let's talk about this last duo. At least for this moment, it's Tayson and Chapix. They're also landing at the Command Cavern, but they're landing more on like that slurp truck side. I mean, they kind of, I'm pretty sure they're newly formed, right?
Yes. So that little area we saw there's the split of Tayson Thomas HD, if you've watched previously, from a solo Cash Cup. Amazing clip by Tayson, by the way. Just see that one out there to get it done. And right now, it's like last minute change. So Tayson Chapix, we haven't really seen them play as a duo for very long at all, but they won the Grand Royale, right? They won with Hen last season. So we know that these guys can play well together.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, the uncon on that southern side of Command Cavern, so consistency is just going to be the name of the game for them. Can they sort of get away from all of the players in there? Can they avoid players trying to go for that vault card as well? And if they can do that, I mean, these guys are 2 multi-FNCS champions. They should have no issue today just running the map.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I like this Command Cavern talk. We got to keep talking about it because there's another duo that lies in wait in the shadows, in the depths of the cavern. It's Malabuka. So really, we kind of have 3 duos sort of landing on top of each other, but it's a very vertical POI, right? So there's a lot of opportunities to kind of say like, okay, look, we just want this half. You guys stay over there. We'll do our own thing, right, Reese?
Well, here we go. Firstly, I'm going to put a little correction in there, because right now it seems like we may have 5 teams landing in Cavern, right? My boy Maxime on Twitter, he always does all these drop maps, shows where people are landing right now. And just hot off the press, we may also have Raisin and Peanut in here as well. So as you can see right now, there's 4 teams there. We're at that last minute, potentially a 5th team also landing here. So the dynamic of this drop spot is going to be nuts, right? This is obviously where the majority of the loot is overall, but having 5 teams going here, like, this is going to be questionable.
Yeah, let me drop you a little bit of history on these guys contesting each other. Start of the Cash Cup, first Cash Cup of the season, Malibu and Mustache. I have to say, dominated them, right? They had a different strategy. One of them landed at the bottom side, Pick and Anas landed towards the top side of Command Cavern, and you know, it wasn't a 50-50. Now, fast forward to the last Cash Cup that they played and contested each other. Now, Anas and Pink decided to change up the strategy, 50-50 Malibu and Mustache, and all of a sudden, it was a 6-0 for Pink and Anas. So, you know, they're very used to that 50-50 playstyle from the Llama split of last season. So, you know, if they continue that today, I'm going to see some sparks flying.
Either way, like, this is a show. This is a drop spot that's going to be a mess. You know, if the teams in here could do either amazingly, you know, if they 5-1, 6-0, or, you know, this could just go downhill for all the teams involved.
Another POI, man, another hotspot right now. We can't forget about Tilted Towers. We just saw Mr. Savage there in the interview, but Benji Fishy will be there alongside him, going up against DKS and Bad Sniper. Gentlemen, did we not just see this play out last season?
We did, and realistically, we didn't see that. I just want to see we saw DKS and Bad Sniper do well. Like, I know the community, everyone out there wants Benji and Savage to do super well, and through the qualifiers, that's what it looked like. But the second day in particular, last season's finals, like, Benji and Savage were being really run over by DKS and Bad Sniper. So DKS, Bad Sniper clearly have this drop shot practice. They have it down so far. Now with the changes just coming this season, with obviously there's less loot there, we've got 3 whole teams there. This is a whole new battlefield, a whole new way to fight, with the blimp still involved as well. So it's like, I'm not sure how this is actually going to play out today, but I'm wanting to see. Let's be real.
Yeah, you mentioned the battlefield, right? There's drop spot now has been completely altered. A lot of the loot has been taken out, and what used to be able to be split by 3 teams is probably going to be a battle at the blimp. And honestly, I don't know who's really going to be taking it. All I know is Benji and Savage, they sort of struggled in the first open qualifier, almost didn't qualify to this finals, and then also didn't qualify past the opens almost. So, you know, they're coming in with a little bit of that that chip on the shoulder. But, you know, this rivalry has been continuing on for multiple seasons in a row now, and they definitely want to prove themselves to be the better team.
To be honest, my main focus here, what I want to see is like, are these teams going to play, or they're just going to play for the drop spot, right? Are they going to win, qualify?
Yeah.
Or are they going to be like, we got 2 more qualifiers left, we can go in series points. Let's make sure we own this drop spot as much as possible. And I think it can go either way. Let's be real.
Never know. Yeah, I mean, if they don't have that confidence going into finals, right? And then it's just kind of like, well, yeah, we're just also competing for this POI, but it's your POI. We're just kind of here stopping through. That's not in the spot you want to be, you know? Guys, we watched that Mr. Savage content piece. Now let me throw a fun one at you. This is really fun, okay? We basically showed our players a picture, very small, a snippet of an area in the map, and then said, where is that? Go track it down, hop into Whiplash, see if you can find it. This is where in the world?
Right guys, let's play a game. Basically we get showed a picture and we have to drive there. Whoever gets there first gets 1 point. Whoever gets the most points wins.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Okay, move, man.
Wait, I hope it's this way. I have no idea.
It would have been smart to take the road. Nah, GG. It's wraps.
I have no fear as well.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not even sure if it's over here, because I can see the blue thing.
How are you not out of fuel?
Because I'm crazy. Okay, I'm here. I found it. This is too easy.
Bro, where is that, bro?
How do you know that? It's impossible to know.
No, it's not.
Bro, I know where that is.
No, bro, I don't know where to find this thing. There's 5 million buildings.
It's impossible.
I don't even remember what I had to find. Oh, I know.
Bro, looked at my screen and then said, I know.
No, I know.
It's impossible.
I find it.
I got it first. It's coming out.
Where is that?
Wait.
Where should go? No, it's done one.
But I know where it is. But
I know.
Don't crash, guys. Drive safe.
No, I'm full speeding.
I might be wrong.
We're in the wrong POI. No way, bro.
Yeah.
Where else could it be?
Ping, you're not really good at this.
I know where it is, but I have no fuel, bro.
No, it's not here.
There is no way. How can I see it?
It's not here.
Yep, I got it. Right there, Rocky of the Rails. Drive in Theta. Look at this. I think, let me triple check. Yep.
Oh, I know where that is.
Isn't that Holly Hedges, man? Oh, wait.
How can I know that?
Bro, it's so... That one is the easiest, the one that's been... I'm already here.
Stop looking at my screen, bro.
Bro, I'm already here. I'm here, Pink. It's fully over for you.
Yeah, bro, you don't know where it is, though.
I'm pretty much know. Like, I'm pretending here. Okay, I'm here. Bro, I'm dying to bots. But I was here.
So far.
Yeah, that is very far.
It's actually crazy how we all know this one.
Yeah, and actually the subs know this one, then we know it's easy.
Maybe I can do a little bit of this. Oh, and there's bots, yep. Grab a little jetpack.
If someone's faster than me, then they are full psychos. They suit us. How much fuel you on?
I'm gonna win.
But yeah, my car's blocking. It's over.
There's no way you guys have enough fuel, bro.
No, Dan is winning. They suit us, you're throwing.
No. Is this. I won. I was here first.
GG's, boys. Well played.
Yeah, GG.
I very much enjoy Where in the World. That was a really fun one.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you for all the players who came out to Media Day. Super, super fun time. Okay, we got to focus in now. We only have a little bit longer before we get ready to jump on that battle bus and kick off the first game of qualifier number 1. So let's do this. Let's talk about predictions. Everyone's favorite moment of the whole show. Now, Fortnite fam, I will say, make sure you guys stay on top of the casters and analysts in every region, because one of them will be receiving a crazy award depending on where they play. So the first place winner in each region will get an award. That's right. That's right. So there's that much more pressure.
I was right for a second here. We'd be like going up against any West guys. They're just going, oh, it's Epic Whale and Arkham. They're just doing and I was like, how are we going to compete? They can get it right every week.
Okay. You know what? Yeah. All right. We'll have more talks about this, but yeah, that's a good point. That's not. They have the easy road. That's okay. We'll just make sure that everyone knows that our job is more difficult because you know. We actually have to put thought and effort. Just kidding, NA we love you guys so much. Okay, let's start this off. I went with Floki and Clement. Listen, I think these guys could make it into that top 5, right? Historically, we know they are this kind of pop-off team. They can find themselves in the right spots, but, you know, sometimes, Reese, if they don't get kind of their feet under them, they may struggle, but I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, they're uncontested at Chonkers today from what it seems like, and they've had a history of being fighting against teams every single, basically, week the qualifier last time. So they're in a good position. Me and Boot, Hen and Queasy, the reigning champions. We're eye to eye with this one right now. Look, they're looking super strong. I think you made a really good point earlier, Boot, though, with no cars. Like, if they get a bunch of south zones, it could be really difficult for them.
Yeah, but obviously the no car is going to affect them a little bit. But these guys, you know, first day of the last FNCS as well, you know, they struggled a little bit, came back in the second day. So these guys, you know, the name of the game is adaptability, and that's what champions do. So Hen and Queasy, very easy. I mean, that's why they pay us the big bucks for this prediction.
Indeed. Shy Wager going with Anas and Pink, changing his prediction left, right, and center. Finally sticking with Anas and Pink. We talked about how good these guys are, but yeah, again, they're kind of going up against our predictions, the height teams battling out head to head up on the top of the high ground. So I'm very, very interested to see how these two teams go. Both could get in the top 5, and then 11 with Tayson and Chapix.
Who could have predicted that?
11. Tayson
11.
So.
Yeah. I mean, Levin's a very simple man, right? He sees Tayson. That's who he just goes head on the side with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's exactly. Well, Fortnite fam, we're getting ready here. Not that much longer. We're gonna have a lot of things to talk about over the course of these 6 games ahead of us, right? The new mechanics in the game as well, mantling, combat sprinting, and of course, tactical sprinting, and still paired up with sliding that we feel like people still haven't mastered. So we'll have to see how all of this kind of plays into today's games. But for now, we got 2 casters who are standing by. They're ready to say hello. So give a big warm welcome to Shy Wager and Levin 2K.
Let's go.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Boop, and Reese. Another season of the FNCS. The stakes are higher, the action is faster, and the casters look even better. Levin, how are you doing, my friend?
Oh, wow, thank you, man. You know, people don't compliment me that often, but no, I appreciate that, man. Look, I'm looking forward to it, right? A new season, new beginnings for a lot of these players, right? We have a lot of new teams as well. Of course, like the analyst said, I see Tayson and I'm like, yeah. But even removing the emotional aspect of it, right? You know, in a world where there are a couple of duos that we're not too sure about, Tayson and Chapix, when you pair that with the circumstances they have at Command Cavern, you would expect them to do incredibly well today, right? So, you know, of course, first days, jitters, sometimes people don't necessarily perform as best as you could, but I am very optimistic about some of our more experienced teams today.
Absolutely. Week 1 always has that switch up getting into the quals round 1 and 2. After 3, we have the mishmash, the mosh pit even at half these POIs. You mentioned Command Cavern, Tilted Towers as well. I feel like it's going to be a complete jumbo show. Synapse Station, Daily Bugle. There's so many 3 multiple team contested POIs, Levin. I don't even know where to begin.
Honestly, it's going to be hectic for us as well, right? And of course, as always, it is going to be fun because we have the first game of Qualifier 1 just around the corner.
All right, game 1 for Qual 1. Another season. Same kind of map, new POIs, but the action I just feel like is going to be so fresh already. That bus makes Command Cavern start the game earliest. It's an awesome Pink that we're in line with the highest point of drop as well. Near the blimp, they're going to have control.
And this is going to be one of the more interesting fights to watch today. You can see they're literally right on top of each other, and so in a matter of moments, you'd expect a fight to break out. Mustache and Malibu are realizing that Pink and Anas have access to the barrels, and so they're going to have that shield advantage, opting to head over to the blimp and get their loot up as well, ready to make sure that engagement is somewhat fair between them.
And don't get it confused. I know you're looking at the mini-map and even this top view right now. This is not a creative map. We're not just remaking the cavern and watching a few teams join in and play. That is pretty much, and straight up 5 teams rocking that POI in different layers completely. So we'll see what goes down already. Snazy and Podesire out. Benji Fishy and Savage, I believe, also fell and are gone. MXR getting completely totaled as well. Bad Sniper versus Savage, I feel like, Levin, has been a story we've seen season after season at almost so many different POIs. It seems like, I think on the side of Bad Sniper, they've just been leveling up, just being a little bit more composed overall, and are getting the better half of that equation.
Yeah, they obviously got the better half last season, right? Maybe that's a bit of an understatement even. Obviously, I got the chance to speak to Savage, and you know, they were hopeful about their chances this season, turning the tide a bit, but of course, with the changes that have been made to Tilted, at what point do maybe they think, actually, maybe you don't even want to land here at all anyway, right? So, plenty of changes to be adjusted to. I think we're going to actually check out how those guys went down. Mr. Savage and Benji going for that.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
It's like that. They even had such a cool drop. I was like, there's no way this goes bad. But, yeah, unfortunately, even with Benji just being a powerhouse and getting one of the knocks down, you can't really stop Vico from pushing that box. That was also, you know, Reese mentioned the wishy-washy predictions back and forth. I had a feeling in my heart that if Benji and Savage are given enough time, maybe just a game or two, they can get so many points. But having these types of players and teams around them, it's tough.
Yeah, full 50-50s are difficult. This fight here that's actually just wrapped up isn't a full 50-50, but Hardfind and ADN versus Janice and Vortex over at Greasy. This is also a really interesting fight because, again, if you know me, I'm a big fan of Janice and Vortex. They obviously very much impressed last season, but this time round, ADN and Hardfind get the best of them.
Yeah, you would think that on the side of Janice and Vortex specifically, they're a little bit more patient, and Greasy Fights favor kind of the teams that take it a bit slower and are a little bit more methodical overall, but it seems like Hardfight and ADN got the drop on them. I was seeing that fight going the other way, but clearly these guys have a plan.
Yeah, Hardfight and ADN continue to improve. I think last season, Hardfind really started to sort of get back into the swing of things, right? There were a couple seasons where maybe you weren't seeing these guys performing at the top level. I know Hardfind reached out to my guy, Coach Harry, started getting a bit of help in that regard, and now we're seeing them back into the important games, right? FNCS round 4 of the qualifiers is where you want to be. But at the end of the 6 games, there's an even more important place you want to be, right? In that top 5.
Absolutely. Some of these teams are watching. I mean, Hen and Queasy, an absolute shoo-in to rocket and get all the way up there towards that top 5. Sleepy Sound, they're just investigating for now. We just had Anolex and Squeeze on screen, Levin. Talk to me about them, because namesake-wise, fueling-wise, if you just look at the history, they should be a shoo-in for top 5, but a lot of the times, analysts, players, fans don't have them there.
Yeah, I think as a whole, they're doing that's very representative of a lot of what's happening with, you know, the French scene in Fortnite, right at the top level, where a lot of these players are very established. You expect them to do well, and they have the potential to come out and pop off. I wouldn't be surprised if Andelex finished in the top 5 today. But again, right, have they been putting in the hard yards throughout the season? I think a lot of people probably question that, and therefore question how well they can do in these more difficult lobbies. But they did well in the lead up, right? Of course, they have made it here, and so we'll give them that much credit, and they deserve to prove themselves. And this is something that will be a sight to behold. Taser and Chapik have the vault in game 1. I don't think that's going to change much over the next couple of games.
I love how you're just like walking down the street type vibe in your voice, you know, keeping it nice and nonchalant. You see Tayson on the screen. I've never seen this man smile mid-sentence, this hard, this wide, and just sound just this happy over one POV, man. They're not even doing anything. Why is that, Levin?
You want to know the truth, bro? It's because we're getting a prize for predictions. So I just want to do really well and get the prize. I could have predicted, you know, Jack and Harry. It wouldn't matter who I predicted. As long as they do well, you will see me smiling. So,
hey, and if you're watching too, you're wondering, hey, what's going on? I might have just started playing Fortnite again because of zero build, or I haven't watched competitive before. I want to predict some teams. I want to be a fan. Welcome to competitive. Basically, you watch the early game portion of Fortnite drop down, and it's pretty much just fighting for your POI. It's the same in many modes. After that, those where things get a little bit more interesting. Mid-game, it's all about trying to get some tags, trying to get some damage up. Storm Surge is the thing that's kind of exclusive to these competitive modes. I mean, it's active in a lot of places, but this is where you see it a lot of the time. And all you have to do is more damage than most other players in the lobby. There's a cutoff. I believe it's 70 players for the first kind of threshold overall. So you'll see teams basing up a little bit, going for that damage, being strategic. That's the name of the game. And then we'll see that classic end game mumbo jumbo. That's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and as a whole, right, you're almost playing your whole game with that end game in mind. Can we get to that stage of the game with the most resources, with the best possible chance of being able to win out the game? Resources will be a big part of that. You're seeing Hen farming up right now, making sure he can get himself up in that regard. And players will break out into different fights all around the map with that same goal in mind.
Control is basically the name of the game, and one of the duos I kind of want to talk about in that aspect, the one that did the best in the previous round, first place overall, Pink and Anas. And they have Cavern Mountain basically to themselves. They have a Chonker car as well to be able to move around. Those tires make you basically stick to any surface as you're driving up. And I feel like if they are allowed to play, I think that was the biggest thing, right? Being super contested off spawn, or they're going to be allowed to have a say in every single game. Them comfortable in game one is going to be a scary sight for everyone else. Even Tayson and Chapix on the right.
Yeah, well, this is actually a scary sight for the rest of the lobby, right? Because they have a vehicle, for people don't know, right? A lot of vehicles that were in the game before were taken out, except for these ones here, the IO ones, the black vehicles. And if you're a team that has one, let's just say you have a decent leg up on the rest of the lobby. A lot of people would like to share the same fortune as you, right? And so that will be a huge factor into how they're actually able to traverse the map, right? Because what we're going to see in a lot of these games is people crowded on the edge of these zones, right? You know, the storm circle, you're just going to have a whole line of teams. And if you're a team with a vehicle, you have that ability to get around. You're just that bit more mobile than the rest, and it works wonders. It's why you'll see Queasy and Hen, as much as they'll be confident about their chances qualifying, Queasy will tell you guys, look, we're good, but we ain't got a vehicle, so don't have your hopes up, right? Everybody knows how strong they can be.
Most definitely, even with that central zone a little bit. And it's going towards that south side. A lot of people will be playing that edge and have access to moving in and actually playing the game. It's nothing too crazy like the mountains up top north. Like on Astro. Seeing exactly what they can do, but it's split bases for a lot of players, and then the opposite side of that are just combined ones. Maybe a spot that has a bit more of a vantage point overall. Unena rolling in. Lolis Esti as well, second place overall from round 3. This team I feel like has been pretty 50-50 throughout history. Esti specifically, always kind of toughed out on spawn. Always kind of in the middle of the pack when it comes to placements as well. Kind of have some momentum riding in. You already mentioned Tayson and Chapix, iDrop and Jerky playing here today as well. Everyone here kind of has that potential for the big pop-off. But I think consistency is something that everyone's going to be striving for, trying to get towards that top 5.
Yeah, most definitely, right? I think, you know, coming into this game, as much as these guys have all done a great job to get here, there will be nerves rocking about. If you can sort of get a really good early start, that momentum can do wonders. That's my biggest hope for this duo here on our screens, right? Tayson and Chapix, both great players, both FNCS winners. They've actually won an FNCS playing together, but if you don't know much about these two, I'll tell you this, they argue quite a bit, right? both great minds in terms of Fortnite, right? Two of the smartest players in the game, and they can clash sometimes, right? And so if things don't go their way early on, right, that momentum not going in their favor can be huge, right? When the arguments start breaking out, can they actually keep things together and stay on the same page when it matters the most?
You got to see a bunch of these players live at Media Day recently. Talk to me about the vibes of them on site finally, you know, meeting some of their competitors for the first time. Like, was everything hunky-dory, or was it kind of like, you know, as intense as things get in-game, or maybe even in solo catch cups?
You know what? Everyone's lovely, man. That's the one thing. All these players are very lovely people. Of course, things did get quite intense right during the Cash Cup. I know Reese will talk about it a bunch, but Queasy, if you were watching Queasy in person play a Cash Cup, you wouldn't think he's doing well. He gets so angry, he gets so fired up that you just would not think he's actually doing well. But you know, you look at the leaderboard and he's way up there, right? So sometimes players allow their emotions to get in there, but for the most part, everyone's quite cool. So I'm sure as we go player to player, I'll have some more anecdotes for each one. But nah, it was a great experience. These guys, their passion for Fortnite is brilliant. They all work incredibly hard, and I'm sure that will pay off for a lot of them today.
Yeah, stakes-wise, I mean, just every game, every player's obviously looking to win. If you're talking about cash cups, you're trying to come, towards the top first overall. For this week, this qualifier, these 6 games, by the time they're over, every duo here is going to be looking towards getting towards that top 5. If so, they're going straight towards the finals, towards the end of the season. So, I mean, there are a few shoo-ins on your screen right now as well, but anything can happen, especially with the way some of these POIs are set up in terms of fights. It's just getting insane and crazy. This might be one of the slowest in terms of action games we've seen so far across both seasons. Everyone playing super slow. I feel like a little bit of that loot pool as well gives you access to take a few more passive fights, go for tags overall. The introduction of the shield keg, just having that 100 shield for free after taking a few engagements. People are looking just to base up a bit more than to go all in 50-50 these box fights.
Yeah, I think being able to actually find a team you can get tags on can be difficult. A lot of people in these lobbies will be playing just that bit safer than they usually would. And so you always have to pick your timings and your openings wisely. You can see Bad Sniper and DKS, they think they found an opening. I'm not able to connect with much just there. They will have to find something though, 222 below. You can see on the right of your screen. And so that means that desperate times are among them. They have an IO vehicle as well, and so they'll really want to stay in this game. Always have great potential to go far into the movement zones of that. But you have to do damage. If you don't do damage, the server will claim its damage from you. And this is why they're getting in.
Yeah. This is just tough. DKS Bad Sniper, 86 below. Focus on that number on the right side of the screen. It's already gone, though, as are both these players. Yikes is there with Vico. They started off the game taking out Benji and Savage, and now they're here just reigning and leading the lobby in eliminations.
Yeah, those are obviously 2 Tilted Tower teams. Not actually fighting out at Tilted, but later on in the game they meet, and it's only one that comes out on top. But that is going to be an interesting sort of theme to watch for, right? Will that team continue to struggle with Surge throughout the games? If a top team struggles for Surge in one game, you can forgive that, right? Things happen. But game to game, they ain't able to adjust. Ooh, yeah, things can get tough. You can see the tree being knocked down. Such an interesting mechanic that sort of almost goes unspoken about, but it is huge, right? Being able to knock a tree down, and you can see the effect now. Lotus isn't going to be able to pick SD up, and he's now going to have to fend for himself. The combat SMG is providing endless amounts of pressure. He tries to get up and over, but with such low HP, things are going to be so difficult. Hits a nice shot. I believe that's the crack as well. And so he's evened things up a tad bit. But can he do the finishing blow before a teammate comes to help? It doesn't seem like it. You can hear them scurrying around all over him, but you can't actually find the shot, and he's actually getting shot from a team in the distance as well. This is not looking great for Lotus whatsoever.
Completely out of heals too, so he can't really come back by any means, but these siphons right now, these are just all into this fight. But the more time is bought, the bigger the health bars get below him. This man is trapped in a reverse dungeon. This is just so tough for him. There's no way out. Oh man, on the left side as well, you can see Blue and Nano A. I mean, they're doing the opposite of fighting, trying to heal out Surge. I mean, I saw an entire shield keg get used. Blue still has so many heals available. That must be some of the things that Nano might have had in his inventory as well, but they're getting focused. Now, a little bit above as a few teams go down.
Obviously, only one player needing to go down before Surge will stop ticking for the meantime, and so he'll hope he can just weigh it out. Obviously, 163 above now works in his favor. And now that we've hit 70, Surge will be switched off. For now, at least. We're a couple zones and he'll be back, but this is not good whatsoever. Pink and then that's in a bit of trouble, and that's actually being taken out, and there ain't going to be many places to get a reboot off.
How is this even possible? 2 pads rolling in with this type of inventory. Was it Surge that kind of put them into this position? I'm not even sure. They had a few tags and had control of Cavern as well as a vehicle, so I feel like First of all, I'm worried. Second of all, this I feel like is how every single FNCS starts for this duo. It's usually Pink is the one that's going down somewhere near this time or in the next zone, and then Anas clutching up. But with 2 pads, those heals, I feel like he can still clutch maybe even a top 10.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough. But of course, like you said, the 2 pads will be huge in terms of being able to get him zone to zone. His loot was brilliant. Like, obviously, if he had a teammate, we'd be talking about them in the context of, you know, they're going to go on to have a really strong game. That's really unfortunate, I guess, but we'll see how Pink fares. Tayson, on the other hand, another team from Command. He has 2 launch pads as well, and that's going to be phenomenal. I wonder if Chapix has some himself. Yep, he does, has the 1 as well. 3 launch pads in the hands of this team. I don't want to jinx anything, but that's almost unfair, you know?
Yeah. Who are they gonna
just
be
allows them to save so many mats, right, in these moving zones, right? A lot of teams, right, if they don't have any sort of mobility item like a pad or a vehicle, they're going to have to just burn through materials to keep themselves protected and safe. These guys can just sort of glide their way into the next zone almost free of charge at times.
Over and over again, and then have those mats when they're most important. That being said, though, the zone's not really switching over to one complete side. It's kind of squishing all the way in the middle. Everyone's going to be forced to just move in. Pad or no pad, the pressure's kind of on for every single team. Hopefully they have their damage dealt as well, because it might be a bit too late to go for forced fights at this moment. Pink is still up top, acting like he owns the lobby. I mean, Tayson's right beside him somewhere. I think I just saw his name maybe a layer below. Still confident with a teammate down.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be key to sort of how he has to play the rest of this game out. You can't make yourself look vulnerable. You can't make yourself look weak. A scuff solo is the dream of many of these teams, right? That will be what they want. And so he has to move forward as strong as he possibly can be. That 1 shot, not huge, but it will at least tick him over in terms of surge, keeping 161 above in his pursuit of getting into zone.
He's sneaking around a little bit. 303 should be good in terms of damage. And yeah, one thing we didn't really get to talk about yet is the new mechanics in terms of movement, mantling, sprinting. As a duo, sometimes it's tough to keep those stamina bars in check, the movement in check overall. When you're a solo and you have these tools available to you in terms of just being that more agile when you're on the ground, you can do great things and really are able to hide away from pressure so much more so. You don't really need to focus on that teammate. That being said, half the mats available, half the pressure available. There are obviously some really big downsides, but Pink still has a chance right here. Chapix and Tayson up top getting forced off their base. There's going to be a push here, double armored wall to make sure there is no funny business. They're taking no risk, especially with 3 pads in tow. Tayson should be the power man to watch right now. He's going to be the one dictating who moves where with this team.
Yeah, you can see how awkward things got for them, right? Where Chapix overpeaks a bit, takes some damage, and so now they're on the back foot, but they'll be all right. I don't know about this duo, though. Will they be able to be all right? Oh, dear. Hype now doesn't have a teammate, and he doesn't have any HP left. Right back to the lobby in just a matter of a flash.
Was that a base or a blender? I'm not sure, because those HP bars, they went down so fast, and they're still falling.
Yeah, man, a bit of the chunks left over just dripping through. That is real tough. Swaps and Edison, though, they will not complain. They needed that damage, and they needed the loot as well. Cap, they've got a pad, and they're sitting in zone as well. This is setting up to be a real nice first game for these guys.
Swaps and Edison, let's see what they can do. ADN hard find, although winning the fight off of Spawn. Below on damage for Surge. As a result, that lightning strikes them down. Sue goes down to Mappy, unfortunately, as well. Hard find going for the last few shots, but doesn't really land them. These guys are now in the air. Can't really heal off the damage that will strike, so they have to land quick, hit some good shots, and hopefully stay alive. 4 more people need to go down. ADN, though, lands into disaster. It's just hard find with a 360 beam, but he gets deleted too.
Yeah, that was real tough. Wasn't able to stay behind ADN quick enough to back him up in the box, and they both fall because of it. Hen now, holding players in. They do this incredibly well, always set up in great positions to take out players who are wandering in the back of the zone, trying to get to safety. And that's going to be a continued theme in the rest of this lobby. You can see everything shaping up now. Everybody finally starting to get into that position, but this is where things really get hectic, Shayo, as the moving zones are upon us.
Yeah, right now, exactly where Hen and Queasy are. Above them is Tayson and Chapix. Beside them, Floki and Clement. 3 teams we're expecting to do so well, all in one of the best spots for this zone. They pull it as well, so they have advantage for now. For Sasha Malabuka, Also here, a strong duo who the further they get, the stronger they are. They'll see what they can do. XSweet's picking up Andy in the feed. Everyone quiets down. Only one burst they are. Kind of reeling a few shots in sight. Everyone's getting ready for that move. It's going to be tough here, 11 in this first game.
Yeah, but I don't know how tough it'll be for these guys, right? You saw there, Max and Materials, they've got a pad as well. I'm sure they'll look to scout high ground, see if that's an option for them. But they've got to be careful because there's a bunch of other teams in the lobby that will want to do so. Floki and Clemento, oh my goodness, Ale in the blue. They're picking up another elimination. First of the game. And Loki was so unsuspecting, just got completely caught out from behind. And that's going to be huge for these guys moving forward. That refresh is nice.
Big arc up top, everyone basically using the same launch pad to get to where they need to go. Fury landing first, and up in the sky we see Vanya still waiting to see what he can do. Chapix re-hits it with Tayson. They'll dictate exactly how height looks, it feels like, all the way up top here, but they see a few people already building up super fast. They're gonna keep it low-key for now and maybe take height later.
Yeah, you see they have their eyes on it, the double dip. He wanted to be the highest in the sky, make sure he could scout it well and see what their options were. They chose to leave it in the meantime, and we'll see how that pays off for them. Pink is still in this one in the bottom right of your screen, and you'll see how he can do. He's going to be running low on mats eventually, but a refresh in the back of the zone will be the way to solve that, and you can see him attacking the wall. Those guys caught with their pants down, they don't even know where they're getting shot from.
This is crazy. Think about it. Sometimes this man has a teammate, and he can do even more. Right now, he's doing more than half the teams we've seen already as a solo player on second high ground. No one's even focusing him just yet, and he's ahead of Surge. It's Jerky and iDrop that have control for now. Every time I see Jerky on high ground 11, he does not lose it easy.
Yeah, these guys got to be careful though. They need to reinforce height. You can see already Jerky getting chopped down to just wood. And it's going to be really hard to hold this when you have the likes of Tayson and Chapix looking up for it. They would have spotted that wood. They would have known what these guys on height doing. We're taking it for ourselves. You can see the build fight coming out. The code from Jerky isn't going to come through. And so he's forced to knock it down. But as he does that, he forces a fight. And you ain't winning a fight against these guys. Tayson and Chapix, they're up there on height. And they're up there for the win. You can see they've got it now. Dry drop. The big drop will be forced all the way down, and Tayson and Chapix, they hold height in game one, but for how long you can see they themselves are down to wood, and that could be a problem as they move forward.
Big cost to get it. Pink still alive though, somehow still surviving. 300 mats for Wood still left. Now he's finally getting focused. Tayson desperate for a pickup for anything at all. Down low, there's even more pressure. Pink now sandwiched from all sides. Has to give it all up down to low ground where it's catacombs. It's a graveyard. There's no one here. It's empty, and he finds some reprieve. One player slides in, but Pink sees it coming, denies access towards his builds. This man, a legend, a solo from the fourth zone, is still somehow alive.
Yeah, you can see going up against Jackson. Jackson will be taken out, and so Pink will be able to stay on low for just that bit longer, but he wants to fight with Edison. He needs to be careful. He wanted to try and get that loot, and he will do it, but it's not going to be enough, right? The flopper will keep in the game for just a bit longer. The chug splashes as well, but can he get over this hill? It doesn't quite look like it. One build comes out. Can he sort of dance his way around? It's going to be so difficult, but it's fine because so many players are going down at this stage. You can see Malibuka and Mustache are responsible for that as well, and now down to just bare bones. Pink will eventually fall, but a brilliant fight nonetheless, a valiant effort. But you can see Malibuka and Mustache, they want it all. They're clearing out their layer. They will not give anybody space to breathe. You can see as well, the floppers will be huge if it comes to a heal off. They're setting up real nice going out into this closing moments of the game.
Unbreakable wall down low made of wood and a strong duo. Meanwhile, Chapix up top is trying anything to have a sane elimination. Another one for Mustache and Malibuka. They're up to 7, trying to wrap this one all out. Now the Siphon mats come in, but pressure is still raining up from above. Armored wall to maybe just silence them for just a second. Look at the distance between both teams right now. It's first versus fourth overall, and one more player down below. Shizo and Krusty, 2 separate, no duos to be able to help them out in this circumstance. Med miss actually for Krusty to be able to mantle around and get straight up into the zone. Big shot over, and Shizo goes down afterwards though. Mustache and Malibuka, they have the sonar on. They hear everything. They pick him apart, and now things are getting dark. This is where they were born and molded. One player down. Mustache is just popping off for the moment. 6 for him, but there's a trade. Now a 1v1. Malibuka, floppers, and chuck splashes in play. The zone's not fully closed yet. He's going to be able to heal for just a second. But look at Tayson's HP pool. He might just be able to do this. Grabs height to start off this game. Afterwards has time to work with to maybe even make this 1v1 something special for us to witness. Final jump down. Malibuca might be running out of mats here just on the backside, but he gets 150 pod off. He's looking good for now. It's going to be an even clash on both sides. First build block. Now Tayson's going up from the right. He doesn't know exactly where Malibuca is. Look up, my friend. He's got the high ground. Malibuca has a harpoon option as well. 170 mats, no, almost 200 to use, and Tayson's forced to the ground. Has nothing for protection. He has to go for the spray. Malibuca low on HP as well. This 1v1 could dictate how the day goes completely. Tayson looking for the shot. He gets rattled up a little bit. He still has the HP advantage. Malibuca looking for it. Tayson almost finds a shot down. One more shot. It's coming down. Tayson with a big one going off to the right, but it's Malibuca who's just too good and can't be stopped with the first victory royale.
A close 1v1 in our first game between two exciting teams who will continue to battle it out on the leaderboards all day long. Malibuca and Mustache was set up so well. They cleared out everybody on the mid and low ground layers, and then they went up in the final moments as well. Some key shots, look at that, down to just a lick of HP. He couldn't even afford to take just a tiny bit, but the stone cold ice in his veins to hit the final shot. Malibuca and Mustache win game 1, and in emphatic fashion, Shayo.
That's a Mali shot. I'm calling it that right now because it was a millisecond more. He's out, and the angle was just way too good. I mean, that is how we start off the FNCS in EU. I want to see the analysts' reactions because that was just insane.
Yo, what? This is what I live for, man. It's Fortnite moments like this when it comes down to the 1v1. And for a moment, Reese, I thought it was actually going to go Tayson's way, right? He gets the trade over. He has 200 HP, but no materials, man. Oh!
I mean, that's interesting to me because it's like two of the best solo players on the region going head-to-head 1v1 at the end. Obviously, they had their teammates before that, but it all came down to that final shot. Who is it gonna be? And this is just a clip from a little bit early on from the absolute decimation. Like, Malibuca and Mustache, one of the best things about them is they're just so good at fragging out an endgame, right? It's like, if you get them next to each other, they just run at you. Look at this. Like, how are you meant to stop against that? Two of the best aimers in the region charging you with SMGs.
Yeah, unrelenting aggression is probably just the name of the game for Malibuca and Mustache, right? Those double SMGs, those pre-edits coming out, we've seen them do that even from high ground as well. And here's a little replay of the Tayson Malibuca 1v1. It gave me a little bit of flashbacks from solo All-Stars. You know, I thought Tayson was going to get there. But, you know, Malibuca, a little bit shaky there in the high ground. Maybe those first game nerves coming out. It was a little bit too close, honestly, for my heart to handle. But, wow, that makes it very exciting for game number 1.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I was trying to remember which tournament it was. I was like, oh, Tayson clutches this, no problem at all. Yep. Look, Malibuca, yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves to get him a little bit shaky, but at the end of the day, like, he's one of the best players on the region for the last 2 seasons, and now, finally, it seems to be able to be shown in an FNCS.
Yeah. Dude, so sick. I can't believe. And just think, again, we have 5 more games out ahead of us. This has very much set the tone of the 5 games that remain, right? And honestly, I feel like in a lot of ways, Reese, this may have set the tone for qualifiers to come. Let's take a look at our standings together as we see kind of how this has all transpired. Remember, this is just game 1. Don't get too crazy, all right? Just look at the points. Just think, okay, we have 5 more games. Things will continue to develop. Right now, though, with that victory royale and 9 eliminations, Reese, Mustache, Malibuca, they're sitting comfortably at the top.
I mean, here's the thing, like, 9 elims to them is huge, but like, that's not their cap by any means. Like, they're a team who can get 10, 12, 15 in a game. Maybe not today, but I hope so. I hope we'll see it. But like, that's off to a great start. It's only game number 1. Some of the other teams, obviously, we see Flois and Mappy down in 5th. We didn't get to see too much of, but have done really well throughout some of the earlier rounds. And in 7th, a team that definitely want to point out, Vico and Jikes, or Jackson as well, a player who did super good in that early game. Remember, they're going into Tilted Towers, one of the POIs we highlighted earlier. Wipe both the teams out from there.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Pink there for making it from all the way from first moving all the way to zone number 8 in that game. You know, clutching up those placement points for himself and Anas over there. Other players on this leaderboard, of course, Kefi and Melody. The only Polish team I think we've seen landing a Cami split. No Cami and Seti this week, unfortunately for them. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of these teams being a lot more consistent. But with 5 more games to go, you just never know what the leaderboard's going to look like.
Yep, and again, it's just the first game, right? Like, okay, everybody, take that deep breath. Just work those jitters out. It's okay. We have 5 more to kind of come back through and look to try to say, like, all right, whatever happened in game number 1, that's just my warm-up game. Okay, everything's fine. Guys, what are we hoping to see starting in game number 2? Was there anything you guys felt like in game number 1 was maybe like a little lacking?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Tilted Towers, always has action. I don't know about lacking, but it's a place that I want to revisit again. It always has tons of action going on. You know, we saw the 50-50 right off the spawn here when it came up into the blimp. And right now, it didn't go Mr. Savage's way alongside Benji Fishy, right? Vico, I kind of highlighted them earlier, had them on the drop. You can see exactly where it went wrong here for Mr. Savage. Of course, Benji Fishy left then as the 1v2 situation. And with barely any materials left, he's just trying to do what he can here. This is what I want to see how it plays out again in game number 2, because DKS and Bad Sniper land to the south, down in obviously Tilted down below, and this is going to be 50-50 we're going to see overall. You know, it seems like, you know, only game number 1, but Vico and Jackson are doing significantly better, but can they keep that train up, or can Benji and Savage turn it around?
Yeah, that's the battle preparation, right? Vico and Jackson, I know them. They're absolute grinders of practice. Every single day I see them in the Discord grinding out tournaments and practice. They have a coach as well. So if it comes down to a 50-50, it's all about preparation, and it's a little bit worrying for Benji and Savage then.
Yeah, and I just gotta say that landing from Mr. Savage, just hitting that right angle to just land right into the blimp, that's so sick, dude. I gotta try that. I'm not gonna achieve that, but it's something worth it. I'll miss every time.
We know what's gonna
I miss
happen
100% of the shots that I take, I'll tell you what. Guys, we are enjoying all of the action here so far. I'm sure Levin, and of course Shywager, they've got more to say. They want to get us all warmed up as we prepare for game number 2 here from qualifier number 1. So let's kick it on over to them to take us into this battle bus.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. Zeke, doesn't matter how you land in blimps, you land in my heart the right way every time. And these plays, Levin, are etched into my mind. They're perma-landing. I mean, Godibuka, basically, right off of that first game. This guy's just insane.
Yeah, so much happened in that game. We already saw one of our first intense battles for height that we're going to see. Of course, we know how many dominant high ground teams are in that. I drop, of course, wanted to get it. Jerky as well with him was trying, but they couldn't handle Tayson and Chapix in that moment. Too low on mats. I can't wait to see the rest of these end games. But even then, some of the off-spawn battles we have, right? Can Greasy Grove go the other way? What's going to happen at Tilted again? There's just so much happening right now, Shio, to be excited about.
Cavern, there's so much to explore, no pun intended. It always is. And so is game number 2. We're getting right into it.
Let's go. We got game 2 on our hands. Game 1 did not disappoint one bit. And as we head into some of these off-spawn battles, Shio, any sort of early predictions, right? Who do you think's taking it home at Tilted this game?
For Tilted, I still feel like Vico has the bag locked down, especially if their drops are just that good on game number 1. If the jitters aren't even there to begin with. Looks like Savage is slightly lower on this time as well. Doesn't even make it all the way. No, he's going for the bottom side. It's going to be him with the burst AR. Vico going straight all the way down. And Savage actually doesn't even grab the rope, but no, he does for a second. It's going back and forth. How does he not find Vico already? Too much of a distraction. DKS gets him down. Levin, it doesn't matter who wins because whatever team does nothing, it feels like they're the ones who get the reward.
What just happened on our screens, bro? Oh my goodness. That is literally how all my arena games go, by the way. I just land, I get out dropped, I lose the weapon, I jump off the blimp, the guy chases me down, and I get knocked. Oh boy, Benji has a tough task on his hand, but nothing he's not dealt with before. Jackson, you can say very much the same for him as well. Vico is obviously knocked and laying waste below. And DKS and Bad Sniper are both just licking their lips right there. They'll be very chuffed about that.
Benji getting third-partied by AI as well. And he's going to be very low, losing all his shield, man. What's going on?
That is tough. That is very, very tough. You can see now as well, Jackson trying to take the fight to Benji, and he wins it for the revive as well. Wow. Benji and Fishy wiped to spawn again.
That's tough. And like for me, honestly, it's not even what Benji and Jackson were going to do in that instance. For me, it's DKS and Bad Sniper. Knowing that you have 2 players, solos right now, choosing to play it safe and maybe just go for loot, I think might be a bit too safe of an option. Right now, Malibuka Mustache hot off the press off that first VR. They're up against Speaking and Nas, who have a lot more control on their side of the bump here in Command Cavern. Mustache already down. Once again, this is a scaling team, in my opinion, in terms of their strength in the game. In the early game, I feel like where you can stop them super fast, and right now you can see that Mustache already down.
Yeah, this is huge, right? This is a team that literally just won that first game, and we knew this fight could happen over here at Command Cavern. We've seen it happen in Cash Cups in the previous weeks leading up to FNCS. But Malibuka all on his own right now in this moment. The nature of Command Cavern, if you've not really seen things play out here, is such that he can get away, right? Come back a bit later. He's not going to actually be able to open the entrance. Just, you right there, son? You right, mate? Is he just trying to bait the sound for them to come?
He's definitely baiting it. It's just funny seeing the search thing go off again.
Oh, goodness, yeah. That's great. They're not going to take the bait, right? But look, he'll be able to get Mustache up at some point. But that is really huge in terms of them just being able to get that elimination early on. And of course, the points and the surge that comes with that is huge as well.
I mean, just look at how fast Mustache Malibuca as well got to play that first game. They were out of Command Cavern. They were on their loot path so quickly. Pink and Anas kind of had their own stuff to deal with a different duo that was landing there. I just feel like if they don't get to have the first steps taken in their game to start off with go perfect, that's where we just don't see Mustache and Malibuca ever just show up. I think that's what was happening previous seasons ago in Stingy Stacks. That's just what's been happening for them majority of the time. If they don't have that fast win, or if things just aren't even, they disappear for the game.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those games where they'll have to sort of overcome that, right, with the early setback, trying to get themselves loads out back. The bid, it sounds like I'm trying to make this way too positive, right? But in terms of just like being in this area of the map, you saw the vault that Tayson and Chapik just opened. There was like 4 teams worth of loot that they just didn't collect, right? And so if you're Malibuca Mustache, you know that at any point you can just head back into command and sort of loot up, get any spare loot from the vault and in the surrounding areas. You can get your metal up as well in this area, and there's some god brick in the area as well that you can get. So overall, right, you know, it's not doom and gloom for them at this stage, right? But like you said, sort of the mental implications of that for them are going to be massive.
Okay, let's see if the physical implications can be surpassed first.
Oh, yeah, look.
I think that was like 90 seconds of you breaking down something perfect for Tayson to just be like, 11 men, you talk too much.
Look, he got way too big for his boots, right? He went in there, and Tayson and Chapik were like, hold on a minute, big man.
We're not done yet, man.
Do you know where you are? Like, we don't mind you coming back when we're gone and we're finished, but you can't roll in here trying to sneak some loot. Who do you think you are, big man? Look, Tayson and Chapik, really nice for them. They'll be chuffed with that elimination. And what's going on here?
All right, so Vontrex and Jason, I would say the elephant in the pond or in the lake, the flopper in the room.
Okay.
These guys rolled in 0 eliminations, round number 3. Heel strat, majority.
Are you sure this ain't an arena game, bro? Did they just cut us off?
I'm not even sure, but they've got strats locked down. We'll tune in with them. That's just like just in case we're watching and we see 2 teams left and there's only one in the zone. You know where the other one is healing off, so.
Yeah, well, good luck to those guys. You know, I'm sure everybody in the lobby will be happy about them. With all this fishing Queasy's doing, you might be thinking he's about to go join them. 4 floppers, gonna be super nice. One thing that's really key this season, right? You'll see all these top teams always wanting to make sure that they can have some sort of, white HP in terms of floppers, chug splashes being the most popular one, right? Because the ability to sort of dip back into zone and the storm plays in endgame is so vital, right? And so a lot of these top teams will always make sure they have some form of flopper or chug splash. It's so huge. And it's why Chapik right now will be looking to try get 2 more chug splashes and cap up on 6.
I mean, talk about the effect of even 3 chug splashes and 1 flopper. Pink. The difference between 12th and 8th place overall was him finding just that, right? A little bit of loot, 1 or 2 chug splashes. So definitely prioritizing that in your inventory, looking for it in the end game as well. It's huge.
Yeah, I got some sneaky info, right? Anas was only not in that game due to some technical errors, right? And so hopefully this time around, they'll actually be able to play together as a duo. Because when they are up together, they are forced to be reckoned with. It'll be interesting to see how they play into the height dynamic. Of course, we know they're a high ground team, but there have been times when, we've seen them in bigger games and bigger lobbies try to go for high ground against some of the other big dogs, and it just maybe doesn't quite work out how they would like it to hope. And so maybe, they sort of cower away in that sense.
Yeah, I think like for Anas specifically, especially the trios he's been on in the past as well, I think he's been the one to give things up and play that clutch mode first, or the defensive side of when a take happens. So actually, that's one of the reasons I wanted to go with them today, is just I feel like if things do go crazy on height with Hen and Queasy in the business, with what we just saw with Tayson and Chapix, they would be the ones not to hold on.
Yeah, and Nas is one of those players, right, who, when we got to see him play in person at Media Day, he is the most chilled out guy. Like, if you saw this guy playing the Cash Cup, you'd have no idea. You'd think he's just chilling, right? Like, this guy was just, he plays like leaned back in his chair for one. So, like, he just looks ultra casual. And then, you know, if you watch Defenses last season, I call this guy a robot because he just doesn't really make mistakes. He's almost, he's almost as close to perfect as you can be a lot of the time, right? And so, very much one of the top players in the region, regardless of what people tell you. He is in that upper echelon, the tier 1, as they say sometimes.
Well, the S+ if you're Boop.
S+ as well, if you want to name it differently.
Yeah. We'll look at Grells and Shizer were just on screen a moment ago. I mean, the solo performances we've seen so far, just in terms of clutches in game 1, definitely up there, but now it's about staying consistent. I think that's the toughest part about things, is having a even better or equal game 2.
You can see it with Aiden and Hardfan, right? They don't actually have any elimination, so I wonder what happened off spawn at Greasy, if they even went there. Of course, there's always a possibility that they decided they didn't want to take that fight, or maybe they disengaged. We'll sort of try to get some update on that and see where Janice and Vortex are. They are definitely another top team to watch out for.
Siren Asvi. And if I for the moment with the third party also flying in across the lake, this is about to get really hairy. I don't even think they see it coming. Siren head off on the backside. Teammate there to help down and go for a floor chop. They're gonna maybe land a little bit of damage here. Yup, inside the box. That's one big healing, but now comes the pressure from the other side. Gravity might be down, but they have an entire new beast to fight.
Yeah, Artskill and T-Chips. Definitely not a team you want to be dealing with at this stage. They've moved over this season, right? Not sort of landing in the Northwest like they were last season. They haven't quite been the same sort of beast that they were last season in these lobbies, but still a very similar animal. And we'll see if that can be unleashed in this lobby today.
Just got to break more records. And when it comes to their records so far, it's been 50-50 off spawn on that Northwest side. That's what you're talking about. Right now, uncontested for the day. This is one of the teams I feel like that have that prowess, the talent, the potential to be one of those top teams if they get a history, a little bit, a legacy built up. But I think this might be one of their first qual rounds where they have a chance to actually, you know, have a footprint in the lobby and not have their shoes stomped out right off spawn.
Yeah, we're actually gonna get a peek into one of the many sort of Storm Surge battles we'll see in the mid game. A box fight between Alien and Hardfire, Bad Sniper and DKS.
Why does this team choose to play FNCS on Insanity difficulty? DKS and Bad Sniper. I'm so confused. Like, Lazy Lake just you know, going for some of the...
You're throwing it back.
I'm throwing it way back, man. It started there, like going for some of the hardest off-spawn contestants, never switching, right? And just roughing through it. Now just, you know, perma contested at Tilted against Benji Savage every single season. And then every time we see them dealing with their Surge 11, it's a difficult box fight against, like, you know, the most cracked 13-year-old player you can find that's landing pixel shots. Like, why?
Some people like the rush.
They go well with it too. That's the most surprising part. Like, they survive. They're sometimes top 5. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, man. Some people like the thrill. You know what I mean? So can't knock it till you try it yourself.
True.
Queasy and Hen, 449 above, playing edge. Nothing unfamiliar, right, in terms of how they like to play their Surge. They like to sort of, especially with now not having vehicles, they like to sort of cower around the outskirts, sneak up on teams. That's one of their sort of staples, right? They like to just sneak around and see if they can get a little beam on the team. And it often works quite well.
I feel like Vortex and Janice end up doing that a lot too, but now you're wondering what was happening off of Spawn and Greasy. They were taken down in 48, right? So that's definitely off Spawn with how aggressive EU is today. And then AD and Hardfire not having eliminations. Was it Vortex and Janice that might have switched? And then it go wrong.
Possibly, right? There were people talking about whether they would disengage if they lose off Spawn, and so that is always a possibility, right? Players aren't bound to the POIs if they land that, they can switch things up. This is one of the awkward parts, right? you see Queasy and Hen, they're trying to run towards zone, but you see there's players around them, right? And these are the things that are just so awkward.
Meanwhile,
right, without that. Meanwhile, Travis, he's chilling, 490 above. He's comfy, ain't no problems.
Difference in power in the lobby too. I mean, no car. That's what you and Reese were talking about specifically, right? Like no car on Queasy and Hen, and they end up having so much more of a struggle getting towards these south side zones.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. It is one of those things where it will take time for people to adjust. I think in these lobbies with these players, you'd expect adjustments to happen a bit sooner, right? If you're playing a solo cash cup anytime soon, it might take a bit longer for players to adjust. Players forget, oh wow, I actually have to rotate. Maybe I shouldn't just fight everyone I see, you know? in these lobbies, it won't be as bad, I'll tell you that.
All right, let's see exactly what the difference is between Hen and Queasy and the rest of leaders of the lobby.
It's another tough rotate for them. Look at how far they have to get to zone. It's actually really rough. Like, you can see they're watching their backs as well. They know there's players around. This is so difficult. Hey, chat, look, spam this cheesy to help Queasy. Am I right? Sorry, am I right? Am I right?
I don't know. Spam something. I mean, drop a. I don't know what they need. I'm at a loss for words. I wish that airdrops came with vehicles or something to help these guys out. Like, can chat manifest wheels and axles, gasoline and metal to I don't know what composition cars are made out of, but
chat can do anything.
True.
No doubt, chat can do anything.
Sometimes they do too much.
Yeah, that is true.
But it's nice that they can actually have the ability now, you know what I mean? It's a...
Yeah, well, actually, right, the actual secret story, right, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but the secret story behind that is that, like, Zeke just accidentally turned it on and, like, he forgot and nobody noticed. Yeah, so...
Classic Zeke, bro.
We actually have to keep it low-key, otherwise someone might notice and fix it, so...
Don't worry, every time you talk about it, I have a mute button on his headset, so he's not going to hear you. Yeah.
Perfect. We like chat. Hopefully chat likes us, hopefully. Would it bet on it?
El commentator.
Oh, goodness.
All right, Zandy and Joe, all right? You have to play the positive for this team, because for me, when I look at them, I see great potential, but a lot of the time, them stumbling, falling. Why does that happen? Is there potential actually there? Is my hater mindset correct? I would say no, but why?
I think your hater mindset is not correct. I actually think they are sort of like a dark horse team to quote today. Of course, I know they have problems off spawn in terms of being contested or whatnot, but like I actually really like them as a duo. Great fundamentals. I think, especially when it comes to firepower endgame, they definitely have the ability to go out there, get a bunch of refreshes if needed. So we'll see how they fare in these games. Yeah, I would not be surprised by them calling whatsoever.
It's top 5 though. It's gonna be so tough just looking at some of these teams. Who Zest in there too? Fury, Bubak. On the left side, definite potential. And we always know there's 2 upsets. There's always those 5 teams that are the greats that everyone expects to roll in. But yes, these dark horses, the underdogs, they do end up coming in. I'm wondering, like, if Hen and Queasy have auto regen mats on. I have no idea how they still have any materials after all these long rotates and defensive positions and pressure relieving moments. They still have time to make a metal base. Like, where did we change them to have more mats in total 11? Like, are we helping? Is the chat actually doing something?
That's the supreme, the map awareness, right? Queasy knows that one like little thing sticking out the ground that he can hit for like 1,000 brick, So like, they get the mats up. They get the mats up all nice. You can see he is down a bit, right? They have had to burn some, and I'm sure they'll look to try and get that back. You can see they've knocked down that structure there. Nobody was in it though. Well, things aren't looking too bad for them, I'd say, in this moment. They'll have an easy sort of way to get to the next zone. Oh.
Okay.
So these guys.
It's just this. I've actually never like seen this in action. You know what I mean? Like I've seen it happen and like cast it over there, especially in zero build. I think it's a big strat, but they've made a whole base. This is like save the world.
So for context, right, for people who maybe are a bit confused, these guys are gonna just out heal the zone. Shayo, they actually have like a mad heal strat where like they can like heal off for like almost 30 minutes on a good day, or like on a good game if they get lucky and whatnot.
Against Surge?
Against Surge, they're vibing, they're fine most of the time. They've been practicing. I'll give them credit. I'll give them credit. They've been practicing a bunch. Like they will grind this out for hours and hours every single day. They actually play in pro scrims and practice this in the pro games as well. So like they have been practicing and they've got to a round 4 of an FNCS qualifier with it. We'll see whether they can actually, you know, get a win or anything. I highly doubt that, but never say never. It is Fortnite at the end of the day.
We shall have to see a cross-map Helock potentially in one of these games. I'm thinking about all the eliminations I've been watching so far, Levin, in these zones. And my mind blanks because there've barely been any. I feel like this Surge is about to go crazy. 64 players. Some teams 700 damage above, others 100 below. Lowless once again caught off on the backside. And in 13 seconds, it's gonna be disaster for him as that Surge Lightning will strike already caught off on the backside of the zone. He's down, SC's gone as well. They've already been removed, eliminated. So many bases here in this barren desert. There's nowhere to hide once you start getting focused down. Your mats will bleed. And right now, it's Pink and Anas that are hitting all the cuts on these bases.
Yeah, and you can see here, for Xerix and Theko, they're down on Surge, and so they need to hit something and soon. They've got a pad, which will be nice once movements are start, but you know, they've got to get there. 10 players still need to go down before the threshold will stop, and they're getting pre-edited on. Oh, that is rough. That is so rough. Ryzen and Painter.
No!
Oh, Ryzen wasn't even able to get out of it alive. Painter now as a solo, but they pre-edited on those guys and absolutely cleaned them out. Taysom was actually the one now to pick up Painter as well, so he doesn't even stay in the game. And they went for a power play that they thought was going perfectly. And just like that, they get taken out. Tough times. Sops and Edison waiting out to see if they can hit some shots. This is really rough. Come on, guys.
No way. That was so crucial for them. 100 damage below. Unfortunately, big misses. And now you'll see the cost of it.
They need to jump back into creative, maybe hit some of the aim training maps in there. I know a couple codes, lads. I can sort you out. The pad will come through. Only a tiny bit now below, but gliding through, they've got to be careful. Oh, boy. Very lucky nobody had their eyes set on them. But now people do, even though they've landed. And that's actually going to be Hen running past. Swaps, there's just not much he can do in this moment. Odo needs to go down. He's so low, his teammates now done. They are above, but this is just going to be such a mountain to climb, Shire.
Yeah, I mean, look at what's left. You might have max mats, but utility-wise, just that harpoon, I mean, is the best option. Maybe if Riftigals were allowed right now, that could be nicer, but what's happening here? Same situation as Swaps. Hen and Queasy. There definitely is a cost to moving towards the opposite side of the map from the POI you drop at. He's going to be a solo, and so is Pink once again. Anas is down in this zone, the 5th to 6th moving. I mean, I just don't even understand. In this section, that's where Pink and Anas are the strongest, but Pink has to be able to, just like Hen, solo this one again.
And you can see Hen, he's looking up at height. I'm sure, you know, he's upset. He would have wished he could actually do something about it there. But you can see a max zone. He's going to have to try and recycle this pad at some point. He's got 4 floppers, which will allow him to stay in the zone a bit, wait for those players to use it as he goes for himself. But this is really tough. The pad is an absolute lifesaver.
Does he have time?
But even then, he'll get in, but even then, he's such low HP. Needs to get landed. And the floppers are huge. Wow, long shot, you can't just hold it as a solo here. He's going to have to try and make a play at some point. Even then, it's not enough. He goes down, and Pink as well. Another game, another solo clutch for the young one. 23rd at the moment. Or 23 teams in the game at the moment. He was able to get 8th last time. Will he be able to match that or even do a bit better? And Nas will certainly hope so.
It's all about the mantles, all about making sure that whenever you knock on a box, you're not going to be doing it on the front side of it. Big shot and goes to the piece. Unfortunately, needed the spray. Pink is down and out of the way at 22nd.
Yeah, and bad snapping DKS now have made a play for height. They're sitting up above. Tayson and Chapek's a team that went for it last game. They do still have a pad, and so maybe that'll be an option. I'm sure they'll look to scout it once they use it. But Zone is pulling up towards that northeast, and so they've got to make their move in quickly. You can see Tayson looking for an opportunity to place that pad, and he sees height, and he's scouting it, he's looking at it, he knows he can block it down. It's only on one wall. What are they doing? Why did they only use one wall to hold up high. They've knocked it down. Can he take it, or can he claim it? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't able to hit any big shots. And so now it's just going to be about being on the move, trying to stay ahead of the zone, get into that front side, building up. And now they realize that their height is truly theirs. Another game where Tayson and Chapix have just been almost seemingly allowed to have height for not much whatsoever. And you can see I dropped in the back of the zone. He's on such low HP. It doesn't really feel like he's going to have a say on whether or not they keep it. But DKS and Bad Sniper, who were on it, I don't know how they weren't able to reinforce it better, but at least they're still in the game. At least they still have a fighting chance, and that's what they have to do here now that they've dropped down to the mid-ground layers.
They're trying to on the other side. There's Axe Force, who was going for the height for a second when the zones first started moving. So these are all the residual duos who failed to achieve the trophy of the maximum spot up top that Chapix and Tayson have right now. Podesai and Snazy went down early in that first game. Finally thriving now. Podesai getting a few eliminations, way more than a few. 6 for the big man, and a big shot too, denied with a window. That was clean from him. 7 rolling, 9 for the team, 3 for Tayson and Chapix up top. They're ready to make it all the way to that last spot and get this VR.
Yeah, and zone pulling towards the north, back over towards Rocky. Means all these teams are going to have to keep on burning through their materials. It'll give Tayson and Chapix a chance to get some eliminations. Podesai, who barely snuck in, I believe they qualified through to this in 50. If they will go down, not much they can do. You can see he was running on bare bones, and Kiro in the back of the zone with a med mist that's slowly running out. Eventually he's going to have to force his way in and hit a big shot as well to match it.
He's gonna be right in the sight lines of that high ground team. A long winding road with no cover down below. As soon as you touch dirt, that's where the pressure starts to ramp up. Meanwhile, the sunny heat from up top, the beams are just going down over and over again. Chapix and Tayson are not stopping any of the pressure. As a result, everyone down low, no materials at all. Satan Dark is looking for their shot to have a little bit of low ground control, but they're not finding much at all.
But you can see how long it took all these teams to get any form of control, right? All these teams left on low ground, they are just in such difficult positions. I'm sure Tayson and Chapix are laughing up above, right? They saw nobody even trying to build out to claim it. They know it's only a matter of time until their moment. They have to just stay connected. They can't afford to fumble it now. But if they can just stay up and really capitalize on just how weak the rest of these teams are, they really have a chance of getting their revenge, getting a victory royale. Satan, Darkies, they'll have to do their best to stop it. No materials here on Satan. The reinforced walls will come through, but at what point is that going to be enough? The zone's going to continue to pull, and you guys have to leave those boxes, and swiftly. If they just leave going into the open, Tayson and Chapix ain't going to miss these shots. You know they're going to hit them. Tayson does, but he gets knocked himself. Chapix now in the zone. He gets some finishes, and that's going to be good in terms of the refreshes. But what do we have here? What do we have here? It's the heal-off team. It's the heal-off team against Chapix. He still has a flopper left. Chapix so in the zone, it doesn't seem like he's going to be in much trouble, but I believe Vontrix might have some more heals left. You can see him running towards a pile. It's not.
And he drops it all down. He understands there wasn't enough time. There was one team left, but Vontrix does exactly what he sought out to do. Got that second place. Meanwhile, Chapix, I guess the zone is the name of the game. It melts the team that he was facing, and they get the victory royale.
I was so worried there for a second that Chapix and Tayson would have been robbed of the victory royale. Right? Vontrix almost did everything he could in order to stay out, but at that point, you saw him chuck away the floppers. Chapix would have known who he was up against, and he would have been swim sailing. Tayson and Chapix, after coming second in game 1, they pick up game 2. What a start. We talked about how they needed good momentum, Shayo, and there probably isn't a better start they could have asked for than this.
Yeah, you're talking about pick up game 2. I think they grabbed both game 1 and 2 by the throat and forcefully got their placement and eliminations, because that was high ground retakes 11 are just insane.
Yeah, they are so aware. You can see Tayson had that eye. He saw, right? When he went for the high pad, he saw, hold on a minute, there's just one wall. What are these guys playing at? Knock that wall down. DKS and Bad Sniper were forced down as well, and they just claimed it for themselves, right? If the lobby's going to keep giving them height so easily, they will keep taking it and they will keep winning. I want to see what the desk have to say about that one. A very well executed win from those boys, but plenty more happened below them as well. Guys, what do you think?
Okay. I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
Reese and Boop. We'll pause on Tayson for right now. What's going on? What was that team? What was I watching? Talk to me.
Take it away, Boop.
Yeah, all right. So let me start off this way. I VOD reviewed this team. You know, Vontrix and Jason, They are basically just utilizing the game's mechanics of having all of these white heal items in the game and just making themselves a late game. So they land over towards the left side of Sleepy. They get the boat. They did the little dead side rotate all the way towards Sundown's favorite spot of the flopper places. Fish over there. They go to Camp Cuddle, pick up the med miss, buy it from there, go all the way to Command Cavern, get themselves low launcher set up so they can perfectly execute the movement, and then they use the med miss on the zip lines to move around the map, and then they go from campfire to campfire. It's a whole bunch of math. It's kind of ridiculous, but honestly, I have to praise them. It's so much work and so much thought out dedication to get into this sort of position that's honestly just impressive. You can't fault them for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of planning, a lot of preparation, but at the end of the day, we see that he knew after practicing it so much that they didn't have the time, right? They didn't have the time to win the game, so he just said, you know what, I'm chucking those extra floppers out, just end this game quicker, give us on the desk a little bit more time to talk about it because the game ends faster, and obviously then the win went to Chapix and Tayson.
I mean, I'm not surprised, right? We just saw them come in second place in that last game. And like Shywager was saying, right, this duo in particular, they're kind of one of these duos that I would put in like a class of their own. They're like, they just kind of, because their names exist in the leaderboard or within the 100 playing the game, everyone else is just going to kind of be aware of them at all times, right, Reese?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you're going to be really concerned about straight up when these guys are in your game is like they are gonna play like a duo who's been together for the longest time, right? Remember, we just said at the top of the show that these guys have been together only for like a small amount of time. Right before this qualifiers, when they started to play together as a duo. Yes, they played together as a trio in the last season, but again, that was kind of a last minute team as well. But they play like a team who has that amazing synergy, who's practiced for months and months and months and months together. Yet they haven't really, right? They've just such good individual players. Clearly the chemistry works between them, and a first and a second so far.
Yeah, it's also because of the lack of the high-grown teams in this lobby, right? We have Hen and Queasy, far zone pool this game, and obviously we're also missing Pink and Anas, who keep going down very, very long on the leaderboard, as we can take a look at the standings here. Chapix and Tayson, first place. Only 8 points of difference, actually. Ralph and Krusty coming up there, Reese.
Yeah, massively up by 4 placements on the leaderboard overall, up to 73 points. Another team that had a really good game is Kefi and Melody, right? They're capitalizing on the fact that Cami and Seti have not qualified through, so that Cami split at Puddle Pond is free for the taking for another Polish duo to land at, and now that, after a huge game, have pushed them up till 4th. So that is massive, massive for them. Snazy and Podesine, 8th. Notice that, up 23 placements. I'm just excited about this new graphic, by the way, if you can't tell. And then 10th, Kovacs and Zrox. They were last. They were 50th. The dead last just before that game there, and have moved all the way up into top 10. So huge, huge match from them.
Yeah, that's a quick math coming out.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to be able to do it in my head. 11 plus 38, that's I think they were 49th last game. Mr. Satan and Darkest also having a really good game. Funnily enough, they do land near Hen and Queasy, but had a much better game this time. So maybe a little bit of different strategy coming out of these guys. A little bit more experience with the scuffed rotation.
Absolutely, you know, 16 DKS and Bad Sniper again, moving up 32 placements, which is huge, huge for them because, again, we've seen the off-spawn mess that they've had, right? Yeah. We've seen them going up against Savage Bench. We've seen them, again, also going up against Vico's and Paxin as well. So it's like the mess that they're having in early game, that game they were able to capitalize, which was fantastic. But to get into the top 5, where all of the qualification is going to be a big ask for them still.
Man, they sell 4 games, right? It's doable. Many things in life are achievable. You just have to make sure you're playing your cards right. I mean, we've already seen the difference, sort of, like just kind of going back to what we talked about with Mr. Savage, right? Benji Fish, that initial land. It looked like this early game, and then game number 2 was going to go well for them, Reese. But it didn't quite go that way.
Yeah, it didn't. We saw basically a really nice maneuver there from Vico. Even though he didn't manage to get the weapon, Mr. Savage didn't pick it up first. You saw him kind of swoop over to the right and get in front of Mr. Savage to block him off from picking up the weapon. Now, it didn't work, but it was still cool at the same time.
I appreciate the aggression, right? Just trying to get in there and secure, like, okay, look, last time you got the 1-up, but we would like the 1-up. Let me just make sure I track this target down, full confirm them, and we keep going. But this is game 3, right? It's time to kind of change things up. But it's that time, Fortnite fam. Let's send it back over to Shywager and 11-2K for game number 3.
Welcome to the midpoint. Thank you so much, Zeke, Boop, and Reese. A lot happening in that game, definitely. The heal-off exclamation was also just awesome to kind of see that side of the game. And that's a threat now, Levin, for all the players in the lobby. That's one placement they might have to get rid of early.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of people would expect those guys to maybe be targeted almost, right? You know, if they're not going to fight us back, if they're just going to try sit there and heal, can we deal with them early on? But hasn't gone that way the first 2 games, and we'll see if it goes that way in the third.
All right, let's see exactly what changes up, because these players have a few games under their belts now. They understand what the off-spawn drop looks like. They know exactly how stressful the end game can be. Can Tayson and Chapix be stopped on height? Will Vontrex continue to heal? Find out in game number 3.
Oh, spoiler alert, Vontrex will continue to heal every single game. So, back over to Greasy. This is very interesting. You can see they've not even landed yet, and they're getting shot from the hill. That's because of the way the bus path went. It meant that the team over that side landed before them, were able to pick up a weapon, and that's made this fight so difficult there.
That was just so clean from ADN to put down the pressure that's only available this season as well. Yep, the hill combination with the duo just not being targeted on the side of ADN and Hardfind make Vortex and Genis have a very rough start to their day.
Yeah, unfortunate for Genis and Vortex, one of my favorite duos. But again, Aiden and Hardfind putting in the hard yards and winning off that fight. It'll be interesting to see whether or not an adjustment's made as we head into the next couple of games, because after going down off spawn a couple times, right, that can really affect your momentum, your morale. Makes you question certain things maybe you shouldn't question. We're getting a part 2 here at Command Cavern. This time, Luke is the one that's down, and Mustache is having to fend for himself. But for how much longer? Because he actually gets taken down as well. So, Anas in pink winning that fight off spawn without the help from Tayson and Chapix this time round. And a really nice start to what has been an unfortunate day for them with some of the issues they've had in the previous games.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about Anas making one of these end games than them really winning off spawn, personally. So, let's see if it's a possibility in this game. And then Queasy though, Sleepy Sound, some trouble here so far. Low HP totals on both. We see if they can really rock in.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like these guys have got a zone. Very unfortunately. We talked about on the desk, right? They talked about how that's actually impacted them, right? I believe it was maybe it was Reese, man. It was Reese, same guy, you know? Just same guy, just different countries,
Roop?
you know? Roop.
Beast?
Are we shipping them together now? Roop.
Isn't that also just someone in the community? I swear.
Someone called Roop?
Yeah.
I must not know the community well, mate. Don't know any Roops. So.
Oh, we keep rocking. Floki Clement on the board. Are these guys the GOATs right now? I know you hate that term.
Look, after those 2 eliminations, they may be the GOATs right now, bro.
Yeah.
It may just be, look, Chonkers, they're used to fighting more teams at Chonkers, to be fair. They're used to having like 3 or 4 guys in this area. It's not been as bad today. Only having to do with 1 there. So we'll see what they can actually do with that. Because I think that's always like, you always get that sort of leeway where it's like, oh yeah, man, you would have done so well, but you had like 7 teams contesting you, man. It's like, oh man, you ain't really got anyone there today. What can you guys do?
No, because then the excuse is now we're used to having, you know, 4 teams. There's no surge. Like, we can't do much.
The odd classic. The odd classic. We'll see though. I'm back in the French boys. Another duo that I actually got the pleasure of meeting. Floki doesn't speak great English, but he agreed to teach me French if I teach him English. And now we have a bond that can never be broken.
Sure, I was trying to find a way to break it, but that's a pretty solid bond, yeah.
Is this solid, bro?
That's a pretty solid bond.
It's foolproof,
Good
bro.
trade deal, good agreement, yeah.
So I'm going to be rocking up next time around, speaking French, as long as nobody minds. So.
Very nice. I'll learn it too then.
Nah, stop copying my flow, bro. Just be unique.
But you have such a nice flow, man. I just got it, you know.
It's alright, bro. I understand. we've just hopped around to like every French duo. Floki, Clement, and Alexis Peace. Now we're at Podesize Nazy.
I was about to say, I was like, am I watching trios? We just went for Alexis Nazy straight up. I got some nice flashbacks.
Honestly.
Let's look at their fight. They also had a very rocky day starting off so far. Put aside though that last game, I mean, we saw the eliminations he had, the big edit open as well, that window, 54 points total. They brought it back in that last end game, and now they're still rocking.
Yeah, 7th place ain't too bad, considering, you know, in round 3, they actually came 50th, right? So they were the last team to qualify through. Very easily could have not been in this lobbies, I should say. But to be here now, and to be impressing, actually does match the trend, right? Podesize this season's been really impressive. Very much surprising people in terms of, he's obviously been someone that's been around the scene for a while. His performance has started to dip for a bit, but this season, he's brought it back a bit. We'll see if that continues today.
Check out Zandy and Joe as well. Under pressure, I feel like is where these two just perform. But also, the fight for high ground, I feel like in terms of end game is where they see a majority of their points actually roll through. Against Tayson and Chapix, against some of these teams that are just there, even iDrop and Jerky, I feel like it's so hard to be able to just passively take it. Never really see Zandy and Joe fighting for it. They kind of just start with it and hold on defensively the entire time. It's just, there's too many tough teams that are so good at that high ground fight. I don't know if they can adjust their gameplay to go for any other type of gameplay, you know, strat.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those tough ones where, right, like a lot of the teams, you know, who are sort of better in that regard, sort of understand the right sort of triggers to go for it and the timings where teams will be vulnerable, especially those zone transitions, right, is where you want to be looking for high ground, or whether you can, any actual layer you're on, right, zone transitions are when you want to try to exert control, because things are sort of hectic, everyone's sort of adjusting to where the new zone pulls. For these guys, Queasy and Hen, it's obviously been tough. The nature of the way the zones have played have meant that they can't maybe exert that control the way they'd like to in these games, having to sort of traverse throughout the whole map to get there. And now in a standoff, still over towards Sleepy, not looking ideal for them.
That zone is, yeah, as you mentioned, towards that south side a little bit as well, so it's gonna be tough once again for the duo. Shizo and Grolls, one good game followed by another consistent one. Gonna be seeing if they can actually just hold on to the top 5. I feel like some of these qualifications do come off some nice game 1, game 2s into playing consistently, and that is what this team is going for. Lolos and Esti, being bullied game after game, are in that same spot right now.
Yeah, Shizo and Grolls have done a good job of getting to those end games consistently. We'll see if that trend continues. Obviously against Lolis and Etsy, they've not had the best day, and so if they're going to win a fight, it probably would be this one. But let's not speak too soon. You can see now they're in the zone. The zone is ticking. It won't be doing too much damage, so they won't be worried about how much time left they have to fight, especially considering they have a Medinist and some chug splashes, but can't afford to allow someone to run at you with a drum gun. With a drum shotgun, I should say, sorry.
I was about to say.
Yeah, it's jumping over different seasons.
It's all good though. I mean, it has kind of the same effect as that drum gun when it comes to the pressure. Shizo, Grolls, just one little second of air, one little second of shots in the body, and that fight is wrapped up.
You can see the boys, Tayson and Chapix, over towards Greasy. They've come down from command. They've opted to stay on this side.
How is it when it comes to Tayson and Chapix specifically in this round of qualifiers? They just make the height take look easy. Like identifying that one wall you just saw in that first game, or the game we just watched. And the first game height take as well was just, it was so fluid.
Honestly, you know, I don't want to underplay the nature of these lobbies, right? But it has been easy for them in the sense of, you know, the other teams that know how to secure height properly are having to travel the whole, you know, map and are spending so much, right? Like the honest, you know, with Queasy and Hen, they're traveling all the way across the map. They're so low on materials. They can't really play for high ground the way they want to. Same with iDrop and Jerky, or should I say, you know, the big drop and Jerky. He specifically wants to only be called the big drop, so, you know, I'll do him a solid there. So, you know, these guys obviously landing towards the north side. And of course, Tasty and Chapix are landing north side as well, right? But they have an IO car, right? So, you know, they don't have to spend the sort of materials that the other guys have to spend when traveling all the way south. So that's going to be the biggest thing. Of course, maybe as the zones start to favor them, the other teams, if they do in the later games, maybe that could be something you see. But look, this is just so rough for Queasy and Hen. Like, I know Queasy. Queasy will not be happy. Queasy will be complaining. Why can't we get a zone? Why can't we get a zone? That's not my greatest Queasy impression, but something along the lines of that, right? You know, you won't be happy, honestly, and it's unfortunate, but they're just going to have to sort of roll with the punches for now.
Yeah, well, the most impressive thing for them is, like, even if they do well today, they've essentially played 12 games, whereas everyone's played 6 in terms of pressure, in terms of journey. Like, that is so rough.
Honestly, if we do get like some stats, I'd love to see distance traveled, right? In terms of just a distance traveled stat would be great. I'm sure they'd be high up there in the distance traveled because they have just had to travel so far. We'll see.
Surge as well, specifically in this qualifier, has been a very patient one. A lot of the times you see some teams maybe even lose composure in that game number 2 and start going for quick rushes. But we're seeing upwards of, you know, 60 plus players surviving towards that half and half surge. And a lot of passiveness just passed off spawn for a bunch of teams. Tayson and Chapix boxed up the entire time. Similarly, about 20 other teams are doing the same thing. It's tough for any of these free walkers to find any tags on anyone else.
Yeah, we're seeing Anas and Pink.
That's one job.
Anas.
It's one job. Just no car shenanigans, no nothing. Just survive towards the game.
Fingers crossed for Anas here. Does Anas have a chant, guys? Chat, can we come up with a chant for Anas? I don't know what we can spam for Anas, but we need to give him something because...
Is there a grass emoji?
He needs... What?
Spam this grass to help Anas?
Ah, you're so American, North American.
Man, you guys don't have grass in the UK?
Well, okay, I'm British, so... I'm Southern British, so I say grass, so it doesn't really work, you know?
Anas, grass.
If I was maybe like from up north in the UK, maybe I'd say grass, so it'd work.
Yeah.
Scram this grass to help Anas, but it just from where I'm from, bro, in London, it don't really work. I'll be real.
Could steal a page from Boop's journal and just go spam this sync to help Anas and Pink.
Yeah, that's true.
That works.
That works. That works, guys. That works.
Raisin and Pain are going to be rocking in as well. I think this is one of the most fun teams to watch. Deal with Search. They always get hyperactive, go for those box fights.
Yeah, they love their free edit plays, don't they?
I'm actually going to mention something about it if they end up running off with this one while using up. Yep, there it is, the first one, because they're going to be a floor pre-edit. Doesn't even matter. Auto shotgun is rolling. Who is down? Ryzen is just chomping, stomping in. He finds both. Oh, Reina's down, or Pena's down as a result. That's gonna be tough. The last time when those pre-edits were active to get these guys into boxes, the reason that Ryzen actually went down is Pena picked up his knocked body, threw him at a wall that he needed to build, but it was his pre-edited wall. And he went right through, and then Tayson picked up the elimination. So you have to make sure to reset those pre-edits as you rock in. Queasy and Hen next to a reboot van that just sounded somewhere. Hen is down. Queasy still walking around, was at 200 HP and got beamed and has to spend all his metal to try to get in. This is so sad for our previous FNCS winners.
It's painful, man. It's honestly painful. Like, there's just not much they can do there. They just get held, right? They are so deep, they have to travel so far that they literally just get held in by the teams that are ahead of them. It's just... Yeah, it's so tough for those guys, man. I really feel for them. They're just getting unlucky with zones, you know? It happens.
Maybe leave early, leave some loot behind, but you always have that process, the embedded way to loot your POI. It's going to be so tough to even try to make a call to rotate early. I have no idea how the map even moves. There's always, you know, those chat analysts that roll in. Why didn't they just, you know, leave earlier? There's so many different things that are taken into account and are so different when you mess up with the timings. Meanwhile, though, let's look at some of the bases. Some of the people who are up at this portion of the game, Floki and Clement, have a very good spot towards center zone. And Austin Pink, both players, am I looking at this correctly? Alive?
I think they'll probably ditch the vehicle from this point onwards. No particular reason, but
no reason at all.
I think they'll just stay on foot from this point. Probably the wiser option for them at this stage. Did I just see Mr. Savage?
I was about to say the same thing.
Oh, did I just see Benji Fisher? Oh my goodness.
That go down, so they're active. I think the one main thing about Benji and Mr. Savage, especially in FNCS qualifier rounds, around 4s, they might not make 4 of the games, right? Towards endgame. The 2 they make are the most banger games from a duo you see, right? Like, and they have so many points, it feels like they've played 8. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Of course, like, you know, as anybody does, I've watched quite a bit of Benji this season, and you know, his technical levels are still just so high in terms of what he can do in game, right? Mechanically, it's almost unfair still. But can he get that grip? Can he have Savage there to really lead him the way he needs to go? Of course, if they get to end game, there's always that possibility. We know what Savage's intuition is like in those moments. And so, yeah, I think I'll be spamming my cabbages in the chat for Savage as well.
So we like to hear.
Back in the boys.
DKS going down, so they should have like a morale boost right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they're celebrating right now.
They're going to be looking good. This team, though, I feel like we're just not paying enough attention to in some of these end games. Chazo Gross, it's been consistent. Maybe that's why it's been invisible almost the way they've been playing. If this is another good game for them, it might solidify their top 5.
Yeah, that's going to be really huge. They've done brilliantly, of course. 4 eliminations already at this point in the game is huge. Don't have to worry about Surge. Just a matter of how they use their resources. I don't know if they had a pad. I can't remember. I don't think they did. And so their rotations will have to be pinpoint perfect. Same could be said for these guys in terms of the fact that, you know, contesting off spawn at Greasy means that they don't know. Technically, even though they've done really well and they've basically been bossing it there, next game they might not get to play it out, right, if they go down on spawn. So you really have to make use of your games when you get contested. They actually do have a vehicle, and so I'm sure some people will know, wait, Levin, I thought you said vehicles were taken out of the game. How do these guys have a vehicle? At Greasy, there is a Lambo that's actually just sort of like broken down, right? It looks broken down, but if you chuck some Chonkers tires on it, you can actually use it. And so that's why those guys have a vehicle, yeah.
And the Whiplash, in effect, being used.
The Whiplash.
Yeah, with the Chonkers. You like to see it. Hopefully it gets to survive and speed around. Relvis and Krusty. Gonna be in a very different type of situation as they're down on Surge. Same thing with Tayson and Chapix. Maybe staying a bit too low-key, maybe being a bit too observant for the moment, but I mean, one player's editing, the other one doing damage. They should be good to go in just a second. 125 is a lot harder to catch up on than just 48. Krusty and Relvis are basically perma box fighting to get this damage down.
Yeah, they've got to be careful about how they play the angles. They don't want to expose themselves too much to the rest of the lobby. That could be cause for third parties. Michael and Astro, though, they've got to be aware because what was that? That was very, very nice from Krusty and Relvis. Completely caught them unawares. The chug splashes are huge. You need to take those, my friend.
They're melting. They're still in the zone.
Yeah, they got to get into the safe zone. There is a pathway to be had, so they'll build in. But really nice stuff from those guys.
Now watching exactly where we are in terms of the zone as well. Very similar to last game, Barren Wasteland. It's the south side desert, and when you're on low ground, it gets really tough. You have no reprieve. You have no, you know, easy cop out of the ground falling like it's a mountain and getting a little bit of breathing room to be able to work. Everyone falling down is going to be desperate, very close to you. It's going to be tough to operate on low. Meanwhile, Vico, Jackson down. These are the remnants of the tilted teams. It seems like every time Benji and Savage survive, no one else is allowed to play from tilted. Mentioning their names, are right beside the big drop and Jerky, who've gotten an airdrop as well. This is going to be huge for them to open up possibilities of a pad. Many other goodies. The heals they desperately need right now. I think drop has a 50 pot to pop. Yep, it's right there and it's good. Everyone moving in now, though. You can hear the cars rev up. You can see the pads fly from the top side. iDrop wants an even better spot. They're not all the way in just yet, but they really build high. And they're almost into the zone.
Yeah, I think they realized that they had to ramp that team in order to actually have a stamp of control there. They weren't going to be able to go through underneath them. Ramping them was the right play. But of course, Hydrop has that pad. Obviously, they had to burn quite a bit of materials to secure that position, but it'll be worth it in the long run.
Very scary setup for the zone specifically as well. iDrop and Jerky on one side. That's a high ground team that really wants it. All the way towards the top. The bottom, Chapix and Tayson are there. You know, they're going to be going for height as well. In the middle is Andy and Joe. They have a chance too. So we just have like obelisks or totems all around the circle. All these height teams up in skyscrapers. Wherever the zone pulls is who gets control first, and that is going to be the top side. So Jerky and iDrop have reign of height first. They will be padding what seems like all the way last, and already Chapix and Tayson, they move straight there. They're in with the game plan too. They might have not been the first visitors, but they're ready to play and join the party.
Yeah, I think the big thing here, right, is that we're going to see these guys stagger their rotation, right? They're going to wait for other teams to sort of glide their way in, try and pick up some tags, maybe even some eliminations on the way, and then wait for the last possible moment to pad up, make sure that they're the highest in the sky in order to claim that high ground once they can get close to the zone.
We saw how they did it in game 2. When everyone padded, they took some extra damage and went for a repeat pad. That's how they just had that free height.
Yeah, we're seeing that come through now. All these teams moving their way, and you can see Chapix in the top of your screen, right? He's looking backwards, making sure he's pressurizing teams, and then clearing the pathway for that launch pad to come through. The team was actually running over their box, so they've got to be a bit careful, right? But the pad will come out, a high pad, and you'll see again, they'll be looking at it, they'll be figuring out whether or not they can take it. It looked relatively well enforced. It'll be interesting to see who it was up there, and it is Anas in pink. And that's why it's harder to take. They enforced it much better than we saw in the last game. It's not just on the one wall. And from this point onwards, can these guys continue to hold it out? Pink reinforcing it, making sure it's connected. But they have to make sure that they pressure the teams on second height. Don't allow any of them to actually get a chance to even look up to try and take it from you. iDrop and Jerky will pad in the back of the zone, and they're looking to land on high. They want to get it. They're landing up there. And a fight's breaking out, I'm sure. Floki all by himself on low ground. As you can see, iDrop and Jerky have taken it. The big drop has high ground in this game. And we saw them in this position before. Can they hold on to it?
Round 2.
It's a big question.
Second team all the way in. He's going for it. Screwy takes it and maybe even drops him off. T-Chips is now also going straight for height. And Us is back. Round number 3. We're going for the third instance of this fight. Making them have to give it up just slightly for the moment. Still very strong on mats entirely too. It's a break. And iDrop and Jerky still have control.
Yeah, we're seeing iDrop and Jerky. But how much longer? You can see Anas, he's trying to break it out. They're not pressuring him enough. They're allowing him to just chop it. And if they continue, they might have it for themselves. Are we going to see a bit of a Anas piece right now? Right now, Pink's the one doing the big damage, and then Anas can actually take it down to wood, but that'll be all right because iDrop and Jerky have not happened to be able to keep it. iDrop actually will go down. I don't know if Jerky will follow him, but Pink and Anas take it for themselves.
That's just huge, and while all this commotion's going up top with builds, the bullets are flying down below. Snazy, 6 eliminations. We saw Floki for the moment before as well. He had 6. These solo pop-offs are insane on the low ground. I'm looking at where Tayson and Chapix are, but I don't see a second orange light, so he might have gone down at some point. It's just Tayson, so there is no fifth high ground retake. Pick and Anas have it for now.
But we've seen Tayson have solo clutches before. One of the best solo players to ever grace this game. And so this will be his chance to show why everyone crowns him with that title.
Floki's still alive and still getting a few eliminations all the way on low ground. Shizo finally going down, but his teammate also still up. So many high point performances are still active inside this game. Grows rolling in second place overall, looking to take the lead from Tayson, who's alive right now. 2 solo players have the lead, kind of the first place spot, the podium on their hands for the midpoint of the tournament. Seeing exactly what he can do. Art skill right below Tayson as well. He's gonna have to go through a duo. He's pinched on both sides before he's allowed to play this game. He has to get rid of 1. 7 teams all in an impasse. Tayson with a big 117, but there's way too many avenues to look at. He gets caught in the crossroads.
Yeah, no potential to play in the zone and outlast teams with any heals. He just had to get right into the thick of it, but he couldn't handle it. Way too many people down there. Groves was one of them, but how long will it be till Groves actually follows Tayson back to the lobby? You can see he's trying to stay up. 52 HP. Doesn't have any potential to play in the zone, so he has to just stay in here and hope that nobody manages to find anything onto him. But right now, Anas and Pink, they've got easy pickings down below, but do they know it? They need to get involved. Water a shot from Groves. Can he hit another one? He can't. He goes down. but you can see Pink will follow him down as he drops down, trying to pick up these final eliminations. It's been such a clean game for them. Round after round, they went for height, and they have the endurance. They go the distance, they win the game. Pink and Anas, after 2 games where it didn't quite go their way, they finally roll through, the game winners of the lobby, and do it in emphatic fashion. Shayo, a brilliant display from these boys.
A walk in the park, a stroll in the sand for them. 5 different high ground retakes happening, and they're the ones to kind of hold on and start it over in round number 1, and now they're here winning that same game. It's just nuts to see. Pink with a big shot as well to wrap it all down. That was just a masterclass on how to play defense and really take back what belongs to you, the Victory Royale.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Pink and Anas picking up a 6 elimination Victory Royale. 5 more than they usually get with their Victory Royales. I'm just playing. These guys had a brilliant game. Guys on the desk, hit us up. What went down? We saw so many battles for high ground. Can this keep happening?
Dude, Levin's over here, dude. He's just kidding me, dude. I'm just kidding. Yeah, man. Game number 3 was definitely a turning point here in qualifier number 1 in the European region. Yeah. Reese, I feel like everyone's awake now. They're like, no. We're not just going to hand away high ground. If you're going to do anything in this game, you're going to work for everything. Low ground, high ground, doesn't matter. You're working for it.
Yeah, exactly. And Pink and Anas are the team who's managed to capitalize on that, right? That's the first game they've managed to get to end game as a full duo, and they're on high and they're winning. Like, this is what this team does. This is the reason they got 4 Victory Royales at the 7 in that previous round. This is why they always in set lobbies manage to pick up tons of Victory Royales, usually 2. So I'm just saying right now, this is 1 and potentially maybe a second one in the second half. But up in the leaderboard, it'll be interesting to see exactly where they are now, because they've definitely started creeping higher towards that top 5.
Yeah, and game 3 seems to be that magic number, right? That's the 3rd Victory Royale in the game 3 during the FNCS set lobbies, which is kind of a ridiculous statistic there to think about it. But like you said, it's always them winning a game in these set lobbies. And the question is, where was the other high teams? Well, this time, Taste and Chapix weren't here. And also, we're missing Hen and Queasy. These 4 zone pools are definitely struggling with the lack of the car meta. And, when Anas and Pink finally make it to the late game, guess what? They win the game. So, that's going to be the battle for who wins this game. Taste and Chapix, Anas, Pink, and Hen and Queasy. Just depending on where the zone goes, though.
Also, you said earlier to me they're going to win game 4. Now they've just won game 3, so maybe it's going to be 3 and 4.
Hopefully.
Let's take a look at the standings here as we wrap things up in game number 3. Still 3 more ahead of us, but we can kind of start to see some things develop here, right? Tayson and Chapix, that's Uguay there at the top. They're currently sitting in first place, and remember, we're looking to land in that top 5 here at the end of the 6 games. That'll auto-qualify a duo right into the next stage of the competition. I'm looking right now, and okay, first and second place, sure, they're kind of pulled far away, but Boop, it's 3rd to 10th. It's not that split.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's a game of 1 games, if that makes sense. Okay. Right? All you need is 1 decent game. As you see here, Floki and Clement moving 12 places up the leaderboard. Similarly, also, I want to mention Podosai and Snazy, right? 5 places up on the leaderboard, but they're also being contested. So if they can make those games count, that's all you need to do. Just 1 crucial game, get yourself those eliminations, and put yourself up the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's what I would have mentioned. There would be Grols and Shizo up in second. Now, obviously, they saw so far ahead. Massive 10 eliminations in the final game. 10 eliminations, only 4th place. So if they keep up that fragging potential, that should be, realistically, since they're on 122, they're so far ahead of the 2nd or the 3rd place team right now, almost 40 points. Looks like it could be an easy qualification for them.
We can't forget as well Anas and Pink after that game. Now they're online, right? They're ready to go. They do have a pretty good average placement overall. Here we can see them on your screen. Now, these are the stats from round number 3, so yesterday. But we can use this as a pretty good metric to kind of measure against today.
Yeah, exactly what we mentioned, right? The Victory Royale potential coming out of Pink and Anas. The high ground play style that they have is just so strong. And I am so interested to see, given the fact that this was the first time that they had a successful mid-game where they managed to get themselves both into in-game, and that was the Victory Royale. It's 100% success rate from 5th zone onwards so far.
I want to mention that we do meme them slightly, right, about the amount of eliminations that they get in endgame, but that just shows you how good they are. If you can make it to those final moving zones with 1 or 2 2 eliminations, it means you're the most efficient team in the lobby. You're using very little builds, using very little shield, and you're just making it there consistently. So their game plan is far above and superior to everyone else.
And on top of that, like, they've been getting better at elims. Like, usually, my note specifically from last season is this is a finals team, and this is a team that basically performs in set lobbies. But now we've seen them in kind of open lobbies, in earlier rounds of FCS and opens of Cash Cups, do really well too, pick up high elimination games. They even had a 19 elimination game in one of the earlier rounds of FNCS, which is unheard of for this team in particular. So they've got their weakness of getting eliminations, and it's clearly improving as time's going on, which I think is one of the reasons why this team's going to be unstoppable this season.
Yeah, you saw them drop down that game, right? You never see Pink ever drop down from high ground. This time, he was down there fragging. He was getting involved with that SMG while Anas was just chilling, trying to get the piece going. But yeah, they're making something happen, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, another team I want to talk about, Relvis and Krusty, right? Oh, yeah. Like, a team who us three, sorry, don't leave you, Zeke. Us
How dare
three
you?
Haven't really mentioned so far, but they are, like, fragging out so bad. There was a particular clip, let's see, look at this, look at production hooking up for me. That beautiful two-piece from Krusty here, where obviously jumps straight outside the box and goes back. Like, these guys have such a good fragging potential so far in each individual clip, right? You're seeing these clips are almost like highlights, but when you look at the average eliminations they're getting, it's like 3 per game. So it's like, you know, each individual elim they get is really nice, but they're not really getting that whole load of them. They're just being super consistent, always getting through the end game.
We'll have to see, man. 3 more games. They could really surprise us. Make it in that top 5. I'm down for that, okay? You guys make that happen. I'll be here for it. But it's time for game number 4. So we're going back on board that battle bus. We got 11-2K. We got Shy Wager. This is game number 4.
Let's go.
Calling it. This is going to be the best game we watched so far, 11. I think game number 4 is the banger game. You know, it's right after the midpoint. Some people frustrated. Everyone got their stuff sorted out. We're just ready to go.
Yeah, I think people finally sort of hit their rhythm, hit their momentum. Some teams' momentum just been completely sort of shut down, right? So it does work both ways, but I'm looking forward to it, right? We've already seen the development of some of these places off spawn that we were very excited about. Of course, now some of the big teams, the big high ground boys getting back involved in the lobby and Pink and Anas. All things considered, I'm pretty excited. I'm happy.
They are here and hopefully here for this game as well, and just seeing the difference in how a game is when Tayson and Chatpix have height versus Pink and Anas. I mean, if both of them are finally allowed to coexist, I don't even want to think about how that looks.
Can we get a North Zone though? Maybe?
For the one time?
Just the one time?
Let me talk to my people in the back. Let's just get into the game first.
All right, cool. All right, so North Zone activated. Spoiler alert. We will have a North Zone.
I'm still talking to him, man. I'm still talking to him. Hold on.
You ain't sorted it yet? All right, cool. My bad.
It depends on who goes down, and Tilted Towers is what I've been told. If it's DKS and Bat Sniper that don't make it off spawn, it'll be a North Zone. If Benji and Savage go down, it'll be South Zone. Same thing here, actually. I'm just getting word. If Aiden and Hardfind go down first, South Zone. If they win, North Zone. Simple.
Okay. Well, then it's definitely a South Zone then. Because these guys aren't going down. These guys have been bossing it over towards Greasy Grove, and we're seeing it again. Janice goes down. Oh, dear.
It's too free. There's just no way. They're making it look effortless. And Vortex as well. I mean, I understand the big, bath shop, the fishing shop in the middle. It's just so much power, so much control, a lot of loot. You have Nano landing here, too. Third team rocking in. They've kind of given up their side of the map. This is going to be tough for anyone, honestly, to find any room to play off of from Greasy Grove. Unfortunately, Vortex and Janice are the first focus, and going to be an easy find for this duo.
Yeah, it's so tough, man. I feel, I'm split between the middle here, right? Big fan of Hardfun and ADN, one of the few UK duos left still kicking it. And Janice and Vortex. Janice is quite literally my teammate, That's that's my duo partner, do you know what I mean? So to see him not doing well, it's rough, but those guys will go down again. And the British boys will be bouncing right now. They have just been rolling off spawn so far.
We got Nano and Lou to still work with. Pink taking a little bit of damage, but I see no elims. That's what I was looking for this team so far. Mustache and Malabuka looks like they have the advantage this time and will be on the offense, and they're not going to stop now. builds available for Anas to have a little bit of a prolonged fight, but this is the scariest position we've seen so far for Pink and Anas in the early game. Pink down to 1 HP as well off of a big shot. They can get out with this cannon at any moment, but I don't think Pink has the HP just yet to make that escape.
Yeah, it's down to the big Anas really to sort of put the team on his shoulders right now, because Mustache and Malabuka are no easy team to battle against, especially when they have seemingly the advantage. They just have so much control right now. And you can see Anas's build just continually being burned. And he's trying to get up, trying to force the issue a bit, understandably. Can we see a bit of an Anas piece right now? Mustache keeping his distance, not giving him a chance, hitting a 41. Just gonna force Anas back down as well. This is really awkward for the team that just won.
Hold up. Still a chance on this side. Anas with a few angles, still buying a little bit of time for Pink. Not much going down though. Maybe they're waiting for Tayson and Chapix to do something. I'm not sure what the angle is here from this duo. There's no way you're gonna be able to survive and do much down below. I was saying maybe close range is a good option because Mustache has no SMG ammo, but that's there now. Pink trading a few damage shots, and now 2 teammates on both sides are down on low HP. Pink finally knocked. Mustache super low. The Siphon coming in for Malabuka, so okay, there's the big trade. Now it's a 1v1. Anas with a quick finish too. They're going for it. Siphon materials not really picked up by Anas, but he's going for the all-in straight inside the box. Goes for a little bit of control. Tayson and Chapix are here from the back. And no, they get taken down. Anas and Pink are gone. Malabuka too. There might be no winners off of this fight when there's 3 teams in the POI.
That is so painful, man. Like Shio said, nobody wins. Tayson and Chapik just putting an end to that shenanigan. Wow, they did not even give them an inch of a chance, man. And Nash just starts taking shots in the back, and it's just wraps at, oh, wow. Well,
that's just, man, like, it's the same thing that was happening at Tilted, right? Like, DKS Bad Sniper looting up, Mr. Savage fighting over and over again. They finish their fight, DKS cleans up. Over here, this is such an isolated fight on the side of the mountain. Tayson and Chapix went out of their way to come here and go for those elims. I mean, it's just too much.
It's always painful when you see a team who does so well in the previous game go down so early. That just is what happens sometimes, man. Fortnite.
Yeah, I had some slight confusion a little bit because I saw Malabuka pick up the elimination onto Anas. But that's just because he got the last shot. As a result, though, that 2-point difference makes Grols the one effectively in the lead. And we're going to watch that early game fight. Look at the difference in skill ability and narrative for this one. They just land in these landing diff landmarks. I mean, the fight just looks so much easier compared to what some of the top pros are fighting over at Cavern.
Yeah, big props to Grols and Shizo. They have been very impressive. Not a team that's vying for height, right? And so, you know, we don't see them necessarily in that battle, but at the end of the day, they won't mind not being in that battle if they can just continue to push themselves in these standings above everybody else. And Grols trying to make his journey to his second FNCS. Made his first one last season, finishing in 6th. And maybe it's gone under the radar, but definitely part of this newer generation of top Fortnite players that are going to be cementing themselves in the region. Flixie and Kiduo will be wiped out by my guy Ziandi.
They'll rock in and rock out. Clement and Floki. A little bit of familiarity with them fighting a few people off of spawn. It looks like that's might be why, you know, they're even ramping up in the placements and the elims they see every single game. Floki with a nice cone to stop the Spare from being able to escape the fight or have his own reign. They swap out and tag team Clement in, but it might not be the best. Oh my goodness, Maxi, what was that?
What a play. Honestly, what a play. That is really something, and it's gonna be so heartbreaking if he falls so shortly after it. Some nice damage by Sky Dune. And he's looking for the piece. Maxi's not making it easy though. He is just scurrying away as much as he can. With Destru coming in. it just becomes impossible for him. Oh, dear, he did so well there, Shayo.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of fuel to be able to do that, right? In terms of personal prowess and shots. That was a nutty pre-fire onto Clement on the back, and then I don't know why they just didn't both take the fight 2v1. I mean, maybe just a little bit of overconfidence and the damage done. Maybe weapons weren't loaded completely on the side of Floki and Clement, but I mean, Maxstreet just gives us a nice little highlight reel in the early game. Also, Sanctuary fights. Thoughts on them, Levin?
You see, I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Big trouble. And I prefer not to be in trouble. So I prefer not to speak.
No, I see. It's so tough being able to actually find anything useful in terms of an advantage in this POI. It seems like it takes so long. Usually the fights we see here never go well for either player, but for Hype and JJT, they're rolling in and quickly actually find a drop. One quick pickup. This is where things can get super delayed though. The setups, the roundabouts, the mazes can be tough to decipher. Sometimes you can just brute force the password though. That's exactly what Hype does. Rolling in, they pick up their opponents really fast.
Yeah, I like that approach a bit more, you know. Just get right stuck in. It's my cup of tea. This isn't my cup of tea though. Astro, what are you doing there, buddy? You're in zone, buddy. Yeah, move back in Fury. We'll deal with him. It's a shame.
The most interesting thing I've seen from Fury and Bubak so far is that they've been in very similar positions in multiple games, like Tasty and Chapix have in terms of the half and half zone and where they are. But I think their approach to mid and low ground right now with the way the zones have been going, not actually working out the best for them. So maybe have to adjust that this game, take a few more risks. That being said, the consistency will be rocking in. NLX like Squeeze too. Getting a few eliminations before the end game really starts, but maybe it's Surge, maybe it's their overall position, the lack of pads even to have them, you know, in trouble converting their positions into placements overall.
Yeah, and NLX and Squeeze not necessarily had the best of days so far, but definitely a team that people will be expecting to rise up. Of course, one of the typical tropes that is discussed when Andalex is mentioned is his ability to come back, right? Always the back half of events, the back half of tournament days where he starts to rise. And we've reached that point, right? So hopefully now we'll see these guys have a couple better games. Speaking of better games, Tasty and Chapix ain't been too bad.
Yeah, and they've created kind of a power vacuum for NLX and Xqueeze to step into, right? Like, Mustache Malibuka, really powerful low ground team, not there this game. Pink and Anas, the tempered high ground, not going to be a possibility either. So a lot of these teams looking to have a bit more room should be able to play. Shizo should be good to go. And this might be the turn for Analex.
Well, you know, you're talking about your power vacuum, right? Clown, well, not Clown and Grows, that's the former duo, Grows and Shizo. See, I'm in autopilot, you know? He's not with Clown anymore, but Grows and Shizo, they have been very powerful playing on those mid and low layers, right?
Yeah.
You know, the key to sort of how they've been able to just get so many eliminations is just the control that they garner, right? In those zone transitions, just absolutely wiping people out, a bit of piece control. That's the kind of stuff that gets Reese excited, you know? That's his thing, you know, yeah.
Piece control, Reese control. I can't see the difference between two of those at all. Main thing too for Shizo specifically, and Podosai and Snazy, Floki Clement not being in this game. They just like soak up so many points, and the best low ground positions the fastest, I feel like, towards the end game. And they're not going to be here. So a lot of these front runners for this qualifier that we've seen so far in the first 3 games, unavailable to show up to this media day, this game 4. As a result, the gaps must be filled. And we asked for a little bit of that north zone. Didn't really happen. It's better than the complete desert, right? But it can still pull down.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I used to have all the connections back in the day, Shia, man. Shia used to say something, it used to just happen, like, on the spot, but he's lost his juice a little bit, clearly.
Hey, just wait for it, man. I've figured out the tech. You don't want to waste the juice on the qualifiers, you know?
Oh, yeah.
The zone pulling juice. For the finals, just trust. I have the Easy pulls left and right. Recent Boop also talking about Krusty and Relvis that last game. Their pinches, the dynamic duo not even being inside boxes, just rattling on walls, looked very good when, you know, things are out of control. They're very good at sorting out the chaos. When they have a little bit of peace and quiet, though, they crumble under the thought process of what to do is my question. Still seeing how loud Tayson and Chapix want to be at this point as well. I think this zone pull will dictate exactly how fast they're going to be able to play this end game. And right now, yeah, they get to just slow things down, dictate exactly who goes where. This is marketability, right? I mean, this is unfair.
Is Tayson the new Benji?
Tayson's the new Benji. I mean, Benji's in this lobby, man.
Oh, goodness. Wow. This is interesting. Because obviously, as much as they've been pretty solid and they've not had many issues, right? We did see last game when they went towards Greasy, they weren't able to get enough surge tags and they were sort of teetering along that line of being above surge. And so this time around, they may need to just get a bit more aggressive in that regard and trying to make sure that they have no concerns when it comes to surge. Of course, the zone very much favors them, and so I do expect to see them making some sort of play for height as long as the zones continue to favor them, I guess. But in the meantime, we got Zrox and Kovacs, who's sitting in 9th place. I've actually fought Zrox in an arena game this season. Wouldn't call it much of a fight though. He landed in a siege cannon and took me out instantly, basically. So, GG's. I'll get him back though. I always get him back. You know what I mean?
Don't want to mess with Levin at all.
Yeah.
No one wins. He's the human embodiment of a third party.
I'm sorry, that just... I'm trying to like imagine what that actually looks like. But I guess it's just me, right? Like,
yes.
I am the human embodiment of a third
You are
party.
the embodiment of a third party. Always have the last laugh, and right now, I'm not hearing that much joy and excitement from a lot of these players for the zone. Trees, water, low ground in the way. Can't really see much in terms of visibility too. Article T-Chips has been a while since the zone threat or the damage threshold has popped up for many players. I'm not even sure if they know how far up they are, how much work they need to do to stay ahead.
I like that position there from Article and T-Chips in terms of where they were situated. Center in the zone. Very likely to pull that next zone as well. Off that hill, they can operate at a very wide range of angles, right? 360-degree radius. They had players sort of in and around them in order to get surge tags. Really nice stuff there. And this is actually something that we see quite a bit. Because there's not many vehicles in the game, people know how valuable the vehicles are, right? And so if you see a vehicle and you don't have one, you're gonna take shots at it. You need to do everything you can to immobilize that team that has the vehicle. And in that case there, we saw Snace was actually able to blow it up, use it as a weapon against the team that was driving it. And the knock is really, really clean for them as well. So they won't be able to actually pounce on that loot. I don't believe Chrisif is still up there as well as a solo. I'm sure they'll think about if there's a pathway to get there, but it does seem like it might be a bit too risky. So we'll just have to watch from afar, but really nice stuff from these guys. Just look at the mats on Queasy, Shia.
They've invested, man. They've really invested to get to this point, and they still don't have the zone. So they'll have to move in just a second. Being beside iDrop and Jerky, though. Apologies, the big drop in Jerky, though.
Yes.
They're in the right place. Let's hope the timing is good on when they actually end up moving in. It's going to be very difficult to find a foothold. Once again, some of the late movers in these zones end up being beside the bottom of a rock cliff or maybe somewhere else. Can't really see one side or one half of your position of where you are. iDrop actually chooses to move up and across. Not being in a troubling position is very nice. Girls and Shizo. Once again, lots of these dominant low ground teams. Not here this time. In this game, they'll be able to have a lot more space, faster, much quicker than before, and have possibly the biggest pedestal to get points, or pedestal to get points at this moment. Everyone also rocking in undisturbed to Greasy right now. I'm not seeing many people fall in the feed moving into this circle, but the north side will have to be the focus. I'm guessing desperate box fights will be had in the south if there are maybe 1 or 2 teams who are in trouble. But up north, there's still a few teams who are not in. Slowway, Screwy, moving through, and he's gonna be a nuisance on the backside of some of these players who are really late and getting into the zone. A few picks, and that's Bubak down. That's one, and a lot of crucial mats for the man as well. Still below on Surge though, and this is all about getting as many points as possible before you go down. You'd have to assume for Screwy in this moment as a solo player making this much noise. He just chuck flash his opponent, okay. Talk about disrespect, he rocks it in. Could be a crucial one he needed though. This is gonna be so unfortunate for the man. 10-5 and he's gone. Did a lot to actually slow down the backside though. Let's see who's holding some of these players towards the north. It's not gonna be ZND and Joe. They're a little bit more towards the south and middle of the map so far. It is still such, you know, just a cluster, a traffic jam all the way up top for the zone so far. Now everyone's gonna have to move once again. Barely any team pulls that next zone.
Yeah, and in terms of the teams who have been able to pull it, Ryzen and Pain up pulling 50-50 will be huge for them. I'm trying to see if there's any other teams who really can make use of it, right? Obviously, last game, Pink and Anas, they pulled 50-50, and we saw how far that was able to take them in their pursuit of a win. Obviously, this time around, they're not here, but other teams will be looking to emulate that kind of a performance.
I really want to see where Tayson and Chapix are in this moment right now. They're going to be up against Shizo and Grolls. Both teams are going to be playing 2 very different games. This should be one of the most exciting dual perspectives to watch for a team. One focused on being completely the center of attention on high ground. The other focused on being as silent as possible, just racking in consistent placement and a few eliminations on the low. Besides, Snazen will also be rocking in a very specific or a very similar spot to where we just saw Shizo. They're all about just moving between the lines and going for a bit of damage and picking up as many points as possible while working off of the pressure other people create. Talking about the ones that create that pressure, Queasy active right now. He's the one to pick up Lolis in the feed, ST down. They'll have a little bit of a say on what to do, but look who are the right beside on the left side of your screen. We have Jerky and iDrop, Tayson and Chapix, kind of the high ground apartment complex, ready to go and play the game. Meanwhile, everyone else is just sitting silent. They don't want to be the focus of anything. Who are some of the challengers here right now as well, too? Nano 8 and Lou on the other side, battling for a spot, both in separate built towers, seeing exactly what the zone will say. It'll give Hen and Queasy the first chance to drop some pressure, and the last leg to actually jump.
Yeah, we talked about how earlier, in terms of materials and resources, they weren't looking in the best position, but Hen has a harpoon, right? And that's going to be so key for them to actually stay in this game, because even though they're low on resources, if he can find loot in the storm, they'll be able to keep height. And the smallest opportunity they have to get height, and they're taking it. They want to hold on to it.
All the way up top, but they built a little bit of a ramp for anyone who's daring enough to kind of come up and take it. I called it a little bit, but everyone has their own focus on making it to the front portion of the zone. Tayson and Chapix too are just making sure they're taking off anyone down below. They finally look up and see this monstrosity of a build. Tayson's like, okay. They find another pad that's even closer. How did he even think and hear or see it? This man is just, I don't know how it has 8 eyes and 17 ears. Tayson finds a perfect path all the way in. This is all impromptu. Met up with Chapix as well, who found his own way into the zone from this side. Insane the way these guys just see the way the builds move in the zone.
We talked about how Queasy and Hen would take the opportunity, but they've actually been forced down. iDrop and Jerky, the big drop, taking another shot at high ground. Can this finally be the game when they're able to hold on to it? I don't want to speak too soon, but we'll see Shizo and Grolls, the first place team at the moment. We know how dominant they've been able to be on mid and low ground, but can they continue up that pace? Grolls actually will go down. They're below on Surge, and so things are looking really difficult for these guys in their attempt to keep that hot first place spot.
Not even in a good clutch spot right now. Whenever you're a solo player, you want to take your teammates' mats. The utility they have every option you have at your disposal as a team, but unfortunately, Rolls was full piece. No chance for Shizo to get back into that box. He's going to have to work with just what he's got, which is half the power of the duo completely. So going for a little bit of rattling damage on the walls, but doesn't find any connections from this layer so far. Has to drop down soon, but as soon as he does, his mats will melt. He only has about 5 boxes to make. This is your first place positions POV on the top right of your screen. Meanwhile, Jerky and iDrop on the left side still did take everything all the way from height. Knazy and Podosai ready to ramp up down bottom. They're one of the most powerful duos we see so far. On the bottom right, they're now moving free, getting ahead of the zone, looking for their positions. Shizo stuck on the backside, has a chance for a few floppers left and right, and going for a sidewinder pump shot. That's going to be huge for him, but drops down with the improper timing. One more flopper to take his desperation, but he goes down, and now it's a chance possibly for Chapix to wrap back and take that first place spot. As I say that though, and Queasy still alive. This man is in a world of hurt. He's feeling that pain, still moving right past it and surviving so far in the zone.
Yeah, and there was a med miss down there. That's going to be huge, right? He already had one in his inventory, but if he has any hope of making some sort of crazy solo clutch, the med miss will be huge. Just seeing Snazy realizing that for himself as well. He needs that to stay in this game. The zone's actually going to pull back towards him, and that's going to be huge, right, for Snazy and Podosai. Can they claim and take control of low ground as it pulls down this little hill here as well? This is going to be a crucial moment for them in their pursuit of a win.
Chapik still alive though, getting a few picks inside that feed. iDrop and Jerky also taking apart duo after duo all the way up top. It's a duo that's also alive in that first place spot. Tayson and Chapix meeting hand in hand inside their builds. Relvis was down to Chapix before, and Krusty gets found out by Tayson galore. It's huge for this duo right now, and they pick up the mats as well. They're ready to go. Look at the space they have left. This must be their game.
Yeah, this is easy as pie for Tayson and Chapix. They run this layer, but how many more can they dominate? They want it all right now.
Easy as pie, but they're crunched like a pastry inside that mid-ground as well. It's going to be tough for them to move through the sauce. Meanwhile, Podosai and Snazy, 360 degrees of pressure, and somehow they're making sense of it. Move past on their own lair. Jerky and iDrop actually start to tighten things down from high ground. Looking down below, they have the med-miss opportunity as well as the harpoon. It's all wood builds. It big piece takes. It's on the Chapix too. He's at half HP. Tayson desperate to move inside these boxes, but Jerky's moving forward to have even more pressure. All walls controlled, but Tayson finds a little bit of reprieve, some escape. This man is just too fast. He has permanent sprint mode on, and Jerky loses him.
Yeah, Jerky had to be careful there. Needs to reload his weapons, right? You can go down to take fights, but you need to make sure you're well equipped. Tayson will go down. That's our first place team, and so the battle is not done. Snazy will go at it. Podosai now left alone. Snazy gets knocked in, so a clutch potential here for Podosai. Can he drop down in the right amount of time? Jerky is still up, right? He's playing. It looks like he's a solo, but no. iDrop, his teammate, is still there. The elimination finally comes through, and so it's a 2v2. Well, actually, no, there's more teams in this one. My bad, Ryzen down below. He has a handful to deal with. Hookah will come through. His teammate, his orgmate, running into him, and he deals with that. Jerky now not done with the battle himself. He needs to be careful because Podosai hits hard and hits heavy. iDrop now trying to clean up for what his teammate couldn't do. Can he take Podosai out in this moment? You can see how difficult it is. The zone is closing Podosai away. He's tanking that damage, and iDrop is able to just stay up and wait as the zone continues to take Zeston all the way down below. He needs to make use of his med miss. He needs to get his HP up while he can before it's too late. Podosai, well, just an inch of HP. It might be too late for him as well if he's not careful.
He's found corn and bandages as well. This man's ready to go. All iDrop has is 120 HP of that med miss to use. Someone's about to lock in. Zeston's already started to take a little bit of the damage on the backside. Does iDrop have enough heals? Can he find Zeston as well? Now he understands what's going down. If he doesn't get shot a little bit, he might take that fall damage too all the way towards the floor, but they're both gonna go for the heals. Who has it? It's iDrop. This man is too healthy. This man is too powerful. He overheats in that 8th zone, gets so many eliminations, and the victory royale.
It's the big drop with a victory royale, a heal-off. No, that's not the type of heal-off we've been accustomed to seeing today, but definitely one he will be proud of. The med miss came in clutch, and the big drop was able to close it out for iDrop and Jerky, and you can see what it means to them. Jerky ecstatic. Brilliant, brilliant stuff for that duo. Game 4 goes to them.
I really like the split they had too, sending Jerky down to do as much damage as possible, interrupt Podosai, maybe put some pressure on his Zeston down too. That was a lot of trust in iDrop, or the big drop once again by Sorry all the way up top. But let's see exactly what the analyst desk has to say about that one, because that was a very thick game.
Thank you so much, Shia Wager and Levin. My goodness, you love to see those moments we can like tune in with the players, have those player cam moments, just see them get excited. That's what this is all about, baby. Game number 4, I believe that was, if I'm not mistaken. Reese, you know me, I never learned how to count or read, so don't hold anything against me. Thank you so much for that confirmation, Reese. Wow, one for the books. A lot of chaos now in this last game, but I kind of really just want to go back and touch on like POIs there and Snazy. Their awareness on those mid-game tarps were kind of next level, man. They looked so clean for a long time, and to make it in the top 3, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, for them, that's kind of like a classic playstyle that we've seen Snazy do way back when in trios, right? A long time ago, that mid to low ground playstyles where he's always been super good. And POIs, like, is a player that, it's so funny because I don't know that much about him, right? When I was looking back, I feel like every tournament I hear about POIs. I see POIs, and when I looked him up, I was like, he's only made 1 FNCS finals back in Chapter 2, Season 6. And I just assumed that he'd made way more than that, but this could be the time for him now.
Yeah, and I want to talk about iDrop and Jerky, right? iDrop and Jerky from that high ground. They got a little bit of a lucky zone pull. Zone pulled back slightly into that 7th and 8th moving zone. But, you know, you can always rely on iDrop. You know, this guy is the absolute solo demon. The big drop. Sorry about that. He's the absolute solo god, right? Qualified multiple solo cash cups. And when you want someone in a 1v1v1 in those final situations, he's the guy with the nerves of steel and he's going to be able to do it. I like, by the way, how Jerky dropped down there, really trying to play the format, trying to get those extra eliminations, and at the end, of course, seeing his face cam there is always lovely to see.
Absolutely, and you know what? In 3 of the 4 games so far, they've been on height at some point, right? They've been always repeatedly trying to get it. This time, it finally paid off for them. They were able to hold that out because none of the other height teams were really left in the game. We saw Queasy and Hen on very early in the 5th zone. However, they took it with minimal materials. Then we saw a huge material investment in that first moving because they didn't have a launch pad. So it's like, after that, Pink and Ass weren't in the game either. So a lot of the big height teams were gone, which allowed Jerky and iDrop to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be the return of Hen and Queasy, right? You know, they're finally an end game that they made it into, but as you saw in 50-50, the mat count not looking too hard, about 50 builds per person there. And, you know, unfortunately, they're not going to be one of those teams that are going to do it today, I feel like.
Man, that's a tough pill to swallow, but again, a few more qualifiers. We're still playing for series points. Much can still happen. Let's take a look at our standings and see how we can prepare ourselves for games 5 and 6. Remember, once again, top 5 is the cutoff. That's where we're trying to make it. If we can get in that top 5, we can auto-qualify to finals and just take a deep breath. Take a look at our top 5 right now, Reese.
I mean, one of the interesting things here is that between 2nd to 3rd was like 40 points before that last game. Now that margin is definitely narrowed up a little bit with a lot of the other teams' potential. So it seems like Tayson and Champix in first. Look, they've probably qualified in the next 2 games. Snazy and POIs kind of the same. Maybe not. You know, they could go down off Simon. What I would really want to look at is Relvis, Krusty in 4th. You have Kovacs and Zrox popping off, who are now all the way up. And then from that win, the big drop, and Jerky now up in 6th alongside Satan and Dark as well. So these guys are all super close to that ability to qualify here. So I want to see, there's 2 more games left. Can any of these teams manage to keep that consistency up through the next 2 games?
I don't like the curse there that you did, Reese, on Tayson and Champix. You never know. 2 games, like you saw, 14 places above for iDrop and Jerky. Anyone can do that, and Tayson and Champix could fall out of the top 5. So I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed because the Reese curse is kind of crazy.
Definitely.
With just 2 more games to go, we're gearing up right now. This qualifier 1 is coming to a very quick conclusion. So let's find our seats on the bus. Let's find some popcorn. Let's get ready for this next game. Shy Wager 11 2K over your beautiful faces.
I don't have popcorn here, Zeke, but what I do have is an appetite for more amazing games. 11, I mean, some of the top names not in the last one. Are you liking the way it's going with these up-and-comers jumping up spots, or do we want to see that big, hot, tough action?
No, that's what it's all about, right? I think even when you look at round 4, the teams that qualified through, right? After round 3 yesterday, people were sort of saying, well, there's a lot of teams who we would have expected to call that didn't, right? And so if you sleep and you miss out on your opportunity, people will be there to take it, right? And that's what it's all about. Of course, some of these newer names have been impressing over the past couple seasons. And at some point, right, people will have to start taking over. And I think we're starting to see that today.
Yeah, and even if you aren't asleep, even if you're awake or ready to go on your POIs, there's some people who are ready to put you to bed, right? We're seeing these third-party things happen game after game. It was Tayson and Chapix in the last one, DKS and Bat Sniper sometimes. What can we expect in this one, Lev?
Look, if it's the case of Greasy Grove, that's a deep, deep sleep, right? They ain't waking up from that anytime soon, and that pains me to say, but, you know, we've seen some domination. We're going to probably see some more domination, but let me not speak too soon. We've got Game 5 coming up right now.
All right, 2 more to go. 1 more chance to kind of fix mistakes, and after that, it's a lock-in game where it's kind of the last chance to do whatever you can. This might be a slight switch up for some teams, but everyone should be in trouble right off spawn. 3 teams over here so far in Cuddle, 1 flying across. That's Lowless, doesn't want anything to do with this fight so far, and Girls is already down.
Yeah, that's real tough. You're seeing Shizo's able to get the pick-me-up there.
Oh, okay. Reverse sleep happening over at Greasy. ADN finally going down for the first time. That's Tanano, a new team that's landing there.
Well, that's what I was actually going to say, right, in terms of before we saw the fight happening there at Camp Cuddle. The nature of the bus path meant that the team that was third party in the Greasy fight would have landed first, right? And they would have been able to get a third party again. And that's what actually happened. I believe Vortex went down to Leon Flares, right? Which obviously isn't one of the teams who you'd expect it to be in the nature of those fights. Janice actually just going down there in the feed. So we didn't get to see Greasy, but a lot went down there, and the bus path played a big factor into what actually happened.
Look at Tilted right now. Savage, Benji, and Jackson all going for it. I think Benji gets knocked, but that's just a after-the-fact factor of what actually happened inside the drop, and it's going to be Benji and Savage that end up winning that off-spawn fight and are chilling. Still, this one a very important one. Dictates if one of the top 3 teams gets to keep playing. Auto shot in hand. Shizo needs to find the ceiling fast.
You can see he's hunting, he's running.
Come on, Bacon.
Oh, he's getting third
Just give
party.
it to him.
He was getting shot from Camp Cuddle, I believe, as well. But Lucy and Hydro, not seen much of these guys, but they came in clutch in that moment. For Shizo at least, but now he'll have to get away, make sure he can pick rolls up.
Oh, they're running. My man's farming chests and roofs, and Lucy and Hydro are running. Not sure about this one. We'll keep an eye on that feed to see exactly what breaks down. Electric Squeeze up against Hookah and Zestin. Condo Canyon, looks like Zestin already taken down. And someone else as well. No, it's Andolex just picking up one of the eliminations so far. They're gonna just wrap up Hookah, and that's how you finish a fight fast.
Yeah, and that's a team that was really deep into last game, right? So to go off spawn like this is rather unfortunate, but I'm sure the French sheets won't mind. And let's just squeeze. Still yet to have the sort of game that I think many people will want them to. It's Yandy and Joe in a fight again off spawn. Something we've seen a bunch. I think I actually saw Yandy complaining on Twitter about being contested and having to fight off spawn, but look, just win your fights, mate, and maybe they'll stop contesting. I wouldn't contest if I was them, if that helps, but I don't know what that does. Or would I? Is Yandy taking a couple shots here? I don't know, maybe I would actually. Just gotta be careful.
They're talking about the re-skirts on the desk. It feels like every time you say something, Levin, the opposite just straight up happens, like in an instant.
Love to see it. This is why I don't want Tayson to an FNCS, you know?
Okay, true. I like you covering your bases, man. Okay, you say that, and Tayson's down. Tyson, what are you doing? This is your fault.
Oh my goodness.
This is your fault, and Chad has seen it too.
I'm actually throwing right now. That's crazy. That is
Well, how did
crazy.
Raisin pick that one up?
I don't know.
There's just no way.
We just have to hope. Well, I'm hoping Chapix can do the little clutch. I don't know.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Now he's going to go down too.
Oh, dear. Was Yandy's done a brilliant job while we were waffling on about curses and whatnot. Picked up 2 eliminations here. And they've just been really dominant at sign-up station, so I don't know why anyone would want to contest them. This is what happened over at Command Cavern. Chapix actually was already down, so they're actually out. That's the first place team. And so This is no. I'm not letting you guys do this. This is not 11 Jinx. Who were the guys on the desk waffling about? Oh, hopefully they keep their first place. Who was it? Reese Hub, that Scottish guy. He was talking mad. I don't know what he was saying. Stop jinxing my duo. They're upset, right? That I'm on course to win the prediction prize. So they're doing everything they can. I am. They're in first.
I don't know, man. Anas is still in the lobby somewhere.
Yeah, man.
You know how it goes.
Here we go, break.
Last 2 game Anas is kind of a different warrior, but the same beast, as a wise man once said. But we'll see. We need more Reese, I guess, to make some nice calls, because yeah, it makes it interesting when that first place team goes down sometimes.
Yep, it definitely creates a power struggle, right? A battle for that first place that we've seen play out so many times. And Snazy and Podesai will be vying for it.
Could talk about, something that I feel like Boop and Reese have been keeping under the rug, which is their hot spot pick of Queasy and Hen. I mean, Levin, let's talk about it. What's going on today with them? You know what I'm saying?
It's a sensitive point, that I'm sure they don't want me to talk about. Psych! They're gonna talk about it. Queasy and Hen. It's not been great. I'll be honest, I feel bad. I feel bad because those are my guys.
I was about to say, you're about to go in. Like, what the heck?
I didn't want to go in, but I was in a call with Queasy before FNCS started, and he knew himself that if they didn't get zones, it was always going to be rough, right? And they have genuine, I don't like to be the guy to put things down to luck, because at the highest level, the whole goal is to mitigate luck, right, in your favor and go that way. But genuinely, with the changes, them not having vehicles, playing at the northernmost part of the map, when you get so many south zones, it does just become so difficult to really do anything in these lobbies, and that's been a very big hindrance in their momentum. Again, all we can do is hope that these last couple games sort of go much better for them, because they are a top duo, right? They've been top this whole season. They obviously won FNCS. They're accustomed to winning games in the qualifying stages rather early on as well, so uncharacteristic performance from them, but they'll rise soon, I believe.
I think the best thing for them too is that this is just the first qual where they're getting all these qualms out of the way as well, right? Like how it feels to rotate in the zone, how it feels to play with some of the best teams. I mean, 5 of the best ones here we're watching right now won't be here in the next qual. You have to assume that Hen and Queasy will, because it's Hen and Queasy, so guarantee they qual for finals at some point. Until then, though, they have a few weeks to figure out what to do when they don't have zone, because yes, it is very difficult. There has to be something, because you're not always going to get it. And we've seen how this season is with south zones. It feels like that desert is very much more so preferred in this chapter than any other.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how many south zones you get out here. You got to talk to your guy in the back, ask him what's going on.
I think he's on vacation somewhere in the desert right now, so it actually makes a lot of sense.
You know what? He's just making it easier for himself.
Oh man, Relvis Krusty versus Thecko and company.
Them fights where, you or either you or your opponent is using a shield keg are always hilarious, because I just stand there and my opponent's just healing me while I'm fighting it, And fair play, he's being healed as well, but he's just straight up healing me. Always weird.
It's a liquid time, you just want to get healed. I'm trying to find some type of Joker pun, but it is, you literally just said the most literal thing possible. There was no gaps in the
I didn't leave any room for interpretation, any fun or anything. No,
that's fine. Happens sometimes. You mentioned these guys slightly before we started talking about shield kegs. Snazy and Bloodasai, I think, are the most graduated team coming into this qualifier. Let me explain how that works. I'm guessing, Z Andy, Podesai, maybe even Floki Clement, you could toss him in here as well. Kind of coming in, Musashi Mabuka as well. As to will they do well? Will they find a footing? I feel like Podesai and Snazy have found the best one out of all teams so far.
Yeah, obviously Reese talked a lot about Podesai there on the desk in terms of just sort of, how he's very much an established name in competitive EU Fortnite, right? If you're in the streets for EU Fortnite, Podesai, but he's almost not accomplished as much as you'd expect for someone of his namesake. But these guys have impressed, man. And so from going to 50th in round 3, maybe a cheeky first place for them today, that would be quite the something. Something we've seen on the E before, right? Way back in the day in Some of the old competition we saw, this is actually really nice for them. I don't think we've seen much of this in terms of them taking out the South Sleepy team. So that's huge, right? Obviously, Vettel and Lotix, the team landing South Sleepy uncon. Mahen and Queasy having a bit of a word with them. An aggressive word with them.
I'm at a shout. I mean, well, it's kind of different on the other side of the map. No conversation being had, no person A talks than person B. It's silence as people are just kind of sitting up in their bases. Prototype Snazy, one of them. I guess this has to be the game for Hen and Queasy, though, to really move forward and just be able to win off this game, or maybe even get in that top 5, get some control, some essence of it. But it feels like that zone will just keep pulling down, down, and down. Astro with a quick boost up. Okay, maximum accuracy. He picks that one apart and down.
So we saw that fight last game, and it was the reverse, where they were just in Storm, but Astro lost. So congrats, Astro. That's my guy. Just shouting out all my friends today, aren't I? Pretty unprofessional by me, actually, if anything.
You were talking about, what was it? The duo tree? Explain that to me. What is
okay, so everybody, right?
Yeah.
We all have duo trees, right? And a duo tree is just like the link of your duo. So like, if you have once played with Shire Wager and Shire Wager played with Mongrel, then Mongrel is on your duo tree via Shire Wager. Do you get it?
Okay, yeah, I'm following.
And I was just making the point that my duo tree is nuts. I'm like my duo tree. I might be the greatest Fortnite player of all time when it comes down to duo tree.
Okay.
That's not a pro. That's not a pro.
Yeah. Explain to me your duo tree.
So my duo tree is we could be here for a long time, right? Obviously, I played with a big Trippen, right? Trippen's obviously playing with Thomas HD this season, so Thomas is on my duo tree. Thomas HD's played with Tayson, so Tayson's on my duo tree. You know, I got the likes of I got so many people on my duo tree at this point, man. I can't even keep track. I got Mongrel, Benji, all of them on my duo tree somehow from people I played with. So like, honestly, if we were to add up my duo tree, I think I have like every single FNCS victory plus some from like NA as well. I go cross region with my duo tree. Right?
So as a duo bridge.
It's a forest.
Duo forest, yeah. That's insane. I can't even quantify. I'm not going to pretend to even try to match that. You know, I don't have the benefit of starting with Trippern. I mean, you have a pretty big leg up, so. Yeah,
he kind of carried me, too. he's carried me a long, long way, I'll tell you that.
Oh, man. All right, now, duos taking turns carrying each other in terms of total elimination points per game. Sometimes Snazy has the edge. Today, I feel like Podosai's just been popping off, though. They're struggling a little bit on the back foot. In zones like this, Levin, where do you like to be in general? Are you a center man? Are you a line man who's trying to always be on the move? What is the 2K lifestyle?
Well, for me, before the changes were made, I'd been grinding the scrims, right? Because I'm a grinder, you know, I'm on my grind set. And I was landing Rocky, and I had an IO car there, rip my IO car. I also used to always have a launch pad, so I used to just like playing center zone, right? Center zone, ping people off, get my surge. That's the sort of guy I am, right? And so my straps not really as functional now, sadly, but Podosai, Snazy, they're not in the greatest of spots. They're being forced into taking this fight, and it doesn't actually go their way. So second place goes down. That's going to be huge as well. First and second place no longer in this game, and that just means everybody else below, again, has a leg up. Grows and tries it. My memory wrong. Okay, sorry. My memory's bugging out right now. I was going to say, are they still up? I know we saw them fight off spawn, but I completely forgot if they're still up or not. I dropped Jurikia up in 6th. Pinkin and Ash just went down, so unlucky Shio.
Yeah, we did that thing with the girls in Shizo where like the screen went full yellow sepia and then it was said to be continued. You know what I mean?
Cool,
he was farming a chest and Haijo and Belusi were rushing the hill.
Yeah, cool.
Do with that info what you will. Yeah.
Well, Groves just went down in the feed, so...
okay.
There we go. There's the update you guys were looking for, and I was looking for. That team's gone. So a lot of teams in the top 5 are basically down, is what we're getting at, if you didn't figure that out before. Yeah.
Did we see Chapix fall completely or no?
Chapix was knocked when Tayson fell. So
okay, so
it was a full wipe. Yeah. Full wipe.
They're fully gone. Anas and Pink. I hope this is not a complete Elimination. Is this from the cannon damage?
This is a complete elimination.
Okay, we also cut off. I saw a player icon, like an arrow, going straight for that build while Pink was going for the res, so I don't think they made it either.
Well, another game where we can see a shake-up. At the end of the day, we're getting closer and closer to that final game. And at the end of it, you want to be sitting in top 5. That is the ticket, the golden ticket to the FNCS finals in a couple weeks' time. You don't want to miss that one, I promise you that.
Oh wait, okay, so did you mention that Grills went down completely? Or that he was just in the feed?
So Grills just went down. Grills went down in the feed.
Well, on the bottom left, we're watching different games. Yeah.
Yeah, he got red.
Oh, okay.
Grills went down. He went down to himself. I think he either it was a storm or something, or just something. He went down to himself. Maybe 4 damage. Actually, I don't think it was 4 damage. Either way, Grills is back up in the game, so they're not completely out. If I did say that they were completely out, apologies. My bad. I'm nothing but.
It's just my understanding. It's my ears are the ones that are off.
It's probably me.
No, for sure. No, it's my apologies. It's my apologies. No. Let's not apologize for Andy and Joe's position right now. Look at this. We talked about them needing control. They finally have it. It's just in the 4th zone on the edge.
I was waiting for you to realize that zone was about to pop in, so everything you're setting up right now could just be like absolutely tragic. Hey, instead of us just waffling, they can just put updates to the top and let us know who's been eliminated. So I'm just not going to speak anymore. And you guys can see that.
Clement Floki. For how? This was the game. Man, all these runner-ups, if someone falls, they have a chance to fill the spot. It's just so, I don't know, surprising to me when they go down. I feel like they should have that one game on lock, but who knows what happened on the south side. We're locking in to the fortress for now. And this is where I think this is one of the most difficult zones to traverse in this game, no 11. It could literally be mountainous. We could go straight up, chapter 2 vibes in the ocean. There's so many opportunities.
Yeah, the fortress is an interesting area. We all do play the game. I'm sure many people share the same sentiment as me when I try to avoid the fortress. All the AI just constantly hounding you down can get tiring. But the pros can deal with it, they're fine.
You don't know why they're hounding you specifically. They're just jealous of the duo tree, man. There's not much else to say.
Okay, man. I'm gonna start getting mean for this duo tree stuff. People are gonna really think I hold that close to my heart. But,
okay, let's see what the big drops got. Hen and Queasy also in here, 2 of the biggest duos to follow right now inside this game. Shiza looking to take that lead away from Chavix and Tayson as well. A 10-point differential for him. So Chavix and Girls, or not Chavix and Girls, Shiza and Girls need to make sure they survive for at least, 5 more minutes. Past that 5th zone. And into the 6th and moving. iDrop trying to look for anything right now. This is going to be enough damage to be up and above that. Some people falling inside that feed though. X squeeze down to Mappy. Shy's on a tough spot. The 420 damage above, they are completely fine.
Yeah, you saw iDrop there. He hit that guy for white HP. Usually that's a trigger to just sort of relentlessly continue to hound them down. He was nice in the fact that he stopped to heal up, but I would expect him to start focusing them again. You can see he sort of aimed down his sight, looking at it. And this is going to be huge now. As that 5th zone pops, who will it favor? Who can use that momentum? Shiza and Grolls have done a great job of using that momentum thus far. We saw they pulled it last game, but this time they won't have that same benefit. A very tough distance for them to travel. And I don't believe Grolls has a launch pad in his inventory.
Might be a few drops towards that south side. There's a few airdrops towards where the safe zone is. Some teams possibly battling over it in just a little bit of a second. Jackson Boa.
That's tough.
Gonna be constricted right now. Barely any room to breathe. This is gonna be tough for this duo, but they're gonna make the most of it. Only white HP available for Boa, so you can't even top off with that shield. Drax also getting into his flopper pool. This is so bad. In terms of even finding a fight, you're not gonna be that strong either. Basically just operating at 50 HP at all times. Boa's gonna hopefully wait out the zone. One person needs to go down, and apparently it's just him.
Yeah, you saw Shizo and Grolls capitalize on his teammate Jax. And they got that loot and they sort of tack sprinted out. Nobody was able to sort of be in that area to recycle a pad by any means. And so They're just going to have to sprint their way, and you can see they're trying to make their way onto the pad that's actually there by default at the Fortress, but with such low HP, you'd expect Shizer to go down. Boa wasn't able to hit the shot. He can use the pad though and make his way in, but with such low HP, 1 HP. Oh my goodness. Nah. 1 HP. You've got to be kidding me. They've stayed in this game, and what a way to do it as well.
There's a reality where that spray from Boa hits, and this game goes so different. You see the mats that were put down were all from Groves beforehand as well. Shizo has the majority of them. Then the 1 HP Shizo has, the utilities all on Shizo. The elims, the momentum from this game, are riding on this man who got in with a sliver. And right now we look at who else is not allowed to play. Edison down, and I'm seeing Mappy pick up another elimination. This man is really rolling with the pressure and the momentum this game. I want to see exactly what their duo is about. Belusi and Hydro up against Malibuka and Mustache, who've made it here too. A team where, once again, I feel like they just hyperscale when they get into these games. The later it goes, the stronger they get.
Though we talked about it, right? Being able to make the most of your opportunities in the game so you have them, especially when you can just not spawn. And we'll see how they play. You can see the zone pulling back towards the Fortress to that west side, going over some elevation as well. And we'll see how these teams deal with that. Juriki and Nitro up on height, they'll be uber aware of what they have to do. And if they can sort of climb up and beat that battle. Shizo and Groves have their eyes on some pads, and you'll see they wait one out, and it finally does get to them. And so now they can make their way towards that first zone. And this is going to be a huge game for them if they want to secure that spot in the top 5. They're in second, and they can take first. iDrop and Juriki in the back of the zone, finally taking their pad. We're recycling one, making sure they're the highest up in the sky, and they can land back on high ground where they most are comfortable. And Relvis and Krusty, another team that's done very brilliantly, but on lower layers. And maybe this is why, sneaking in the back of the top, doing some damage there, Relvis. But not getting too greedy, not overextending, just staying in this game with his teammate by him.
The way they're moving on the top right now, Relvis and Krusty are on your screen. I mean, this was like a secret spy mission. Box to box, mantling over different layers, and as the pressure escalates, so does the low ground in the zone. We're kind of moving up mountains and then jumping across right and left. It is Belusi and Hydro that have height for now. Juriki is ready with iDrop to maybe go for that big jump. They have the potential on the mats to be able to do it, but the space might be running out. There's so many different types of mountains in the way, and now we're even moving even more north in this zone. Juriki down with so much damage needed to be got, and iDrop actually falls. This is going to be huge for the potential for this duo. They get fragmented in half. Juriki still has the power to take down everyone in his lair. It's his space, and you cannot invade.
Juriki hitting some big shots there. This is his time to solo clutch. He won't be able to do it from a height just yet, but if he can stay in this game, that will be huge. They are just outside of that top 5. Shizo! Oh my goodness! Hitting some huge shots in that moment. Keeping his team in the game. Groves isn't there, but he certainly is. 4 elimination. He has all of his team's eliminations up to this point, and he might not be done yet if he can keep hitting shots like that.
Everyone now fragmented. There's a huge cost in moving that zone. Height has lost their partner all the way down towards the low ground. It's just solo games. Meanwhile, Mustache Malibuka, they stay just together, unsegmented, ready to go up towards that second height layer. And Mustache, there it is. Here's the POV. They're just rattling down. It's the effects of a minigun almost, the way these guys are utilizing the pressure. They're so good, and they have so much space to work with.
Pre-edit plays in their endgame. These guys have unlimited confidence. They are reaching ultimate levels of comfortability in this lobby right now, and that's going to be a big problem for anybody that gets in their way.
Potential with the 6 chuck splashes available as well. They have so much to work with all towards the end. Oh my goodness, it's 12, 13 in Mustache's inventory. He has the loadout of gods right now for this position. The best possible place he can be in with the best loot as well. No one else really realizes it. Juriki now out of fuel, out of ammo, out of everything in terms of a position, and he's lost in the low ground too. Everything's starting to move up. Mustache and Malibuka basically on the perfect layer. Everyone else squeezed, can't breathe all the way here in low ground. Relvis and Questy have a little bit of a pocket of air to kind of work with. Darker going down, but this is where pressure really starts to ride up.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough, right? They didn't have enough mats to be able to close teams off as they went up the hill. And so they're just going to have to go back into the zone, use all those chug splashes they have. And this might be huge. They might actually be able to outplay this. Rising and Painter, though, they're suspicious. They know that there's a team in the zone. And so they need to be uber aware of anybody trying to take it. Malibuca and Mustache, they've actually low padded back into the zone. They've got a bit of mats to hold on to, but they're now trying to fight for height. They need to be careful. Is it going to be too early? Can they actually hold on? The chug splashes are dwindling, but their shots are hitting. They now have height. They forced them off, and this is their game for the taking. They want to do another one.
What a way to get that high ground. Big shots on the backside from Mustache. Malibuca's there with the wrap down. It's like watching an arm and a hand work together at the same time. They're reading each other's minds on these takes. As a result, though, Max3 pushed down towards the low. He always hits those big shots. Mustache and Malibuca are there. They want to win this game single-handedly by themselves. Malibuca now low for the moment. There'll be a cost to this fight. Krusty melts in the zone. What a way to own a VR. Mustache and Malibuca are just on fire today.
They don't get many chances to do this fighting off spawn, but the games that you give them, they take them wisely. A brilliant performance showing us what they can do. Pre-edit, but I still can't get over the fact that they were doing some pre-edits out here. The 13 splashes, these guys were set up for victory.
They took a pit stop. They literally took a timeout mid-end game, healed up, padded back in, and said, oh yeah, we gotta win. I mean, I've not seen the likes of that before from a duo. It's always a solo type of play. That might be one of the most interesting VRs we've seen so far in Europe.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. And we cannot forget about Krusty and Relvis, who did so well. Second place is huge for a team that's already in the top 5. They have etched their way potentially into the FNCS finals. Guys on the desk, you guys need to hit us up with what's going on in the standings, because that game was huge for everybody in that lobby.
But, Beloved, where did they get 13 splashes from? Where was this? They stopped by the store on the way to this game. They're like, hey, let's just stock up on splashes. Let's make sure we just eliminate a bunch of players. 13 splashes, Reese.
Yeah, with 13 splashes, I mean, you just have...
Look at me go. Nice one. Good stuff. Sorry, I totally interrupted that little technical problem on my side. I was about to say it was dropping fire, trust me. One of the best things is that they had 13 splashes, but that was only on Mustache. Malibuca himself also had more, and we saw that when they went back into the zone, you started to see them using them in the heals. They were one layer apart, and they were just splashing themselves at like different times with double wasting. And I thought, this seems a little bit off, but the retake from them was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and I was thinking after the last game, they were a little bit invisible. You know, Malibuca and Mustache not in an end game, and all of a sudden, they come out with an explosiveness. I don't even know what I just witnessed in this game. They were just jumping in, and as I mentioned at the start of this broadcast, they love their pre-edits off on the high ground. Dropping down, pre-editing, just jumping into boxes. And, you know, with that type of game, they must be somewhere in the top 5.
Yeah, and honestly, when I saw them in endgame, I saw them go for the pre-edit play. At that moment, you know, I think it was, 20 players still left alive. I was like, these guys won this game. You just from that moment, it was like you could tell they had that confidence. You could tell that they were on a roll, and that was just going to keep going uphill.
It was either them, Reese, or it was going to be whoever eliminate them, right? You just find the elimination like 13 splashes, 3 floppers. What? You'll love to see it. I cannot believe. Guys, super quick, this is the first time we've actually seen Storm Surge be prominent in qualifier number 1. All these other games, you know, you're looking at right around 70 people, and everyone's just like, nope, no Storm Surge necessary. I guess that 3 points per elimination really showing up, huh, Boop?
Yeah, I mean, we did see it in game number 1, and I believe after that we didn't see it at all. And obviously the 3 points per elimination really making a difference, but I think it just has to do a little bit with the meta as well. Lack of course, people just don't really know how to rotate, and we saw it happen to Podosai and Snazy this game. Unfortunately, you know, they were top of the leaderboard, they were second place before this game, and nobody expected it, right? You thought, oh, these games are really unstacked, we can play it out, we can sort of have different positioning, but when Storm Surge creeps up, as it always does, things can sort of explode in that way.
Yeah, I think also we're just seeing like so many fights off spawn. Like there's so many POIs that we've seen that just have like 5, well, no, not that many of 5. One of them has 5 teams on it, and there's just fights every single place around the map, left, right, and center. And it's like the numbers just drops, but after it hits like that 70, it stays, you know. And when it gets that 3rd and 4th zone, like then we're seeing Surge coming into the moving zones at that point.
Yeah, and talking about those 5-0 spawns, right? Tayson going down early. Reese, I don't know what kind of magic you have. You did mention the top level. They're so easily qualified. But there you go. First game down to Raisin. I mean, what's going to happen on the leaderboard then?
I don't know. I mean, they were first. I can't remember if anyone went higher than 157. I didn't see that. This was obviously the clip of them going down at that moment. You know what? I did curse them. So you know what I'm going to avoid doing is I'm going to avoid making any predictions on this team right now because they were in first place. Now that's what happened after I made a prediction the first time that they ended up going down. Try not cast or curse them too much more. And here we go. This is what the actual leaderboards look like right now. They are down to third. So absolutely, there is potential that if Tayson and Thomas, I was about to say Thomas HD, old habits from last season, who are now in third place with 157, if they go down off spawn again, then Snazy, Podesai, Stash, Malabuka, who will maybe be the team who would eliminate them, could overtake them and hit that qualification spot.
Yeah, and eliminations are running rampant, right? If you take a look at it, 25, 17, 18, and then 28 and 24 for Malabuka and Mustache. These guys that are fragging out, not even making it fully to endgame, they're the ones on top.
You know, what's interesting also is those Mustache and Malabuka elims are basically just from 2 games.
Yeah, How?
That's wild. How? I mean, especially to jump up from a 12 and to now be in top 5. Boop, that's where I want to be as like me and my duo.
Yeah, we all wish we could be in that position, but not everyone is Malabuka and Mustache, so.
That is absolutely fair indeed. We only have one more game left here. Remember, we're trying to get in the top 5. If you're just tuning in, you've missed 5 incredible games of Fortnite. But don't worry, stick around. This is the last one here in qualifier number 1. If you want to catch more action, NA East, NA West will be back later in the day. We also have the next qualifier 2 days from now if you want to enjoy more Fortnite action at the highest competitive level. But this is it. This is game number 6. Buckle up, everybody. We're doing this one last time in EU for the day. 11-2K Shia wager. Over to you.
Here we go.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Boop, and Reese. One more game indeed, 2 players per team, 3 to 4 decisions, 11 that kind of dictate what happens here. Top 5 make it in because it's game number 6.
Yeah, this is huge, right? Of course, we've been setting everything up all day long, and now we finally have that final opportunity for teams to get their spot in the FNCS finals. The first round of teams to get that opportunity, and definitely a worthy bunch, right? These guys have been so impressive over the course of the 5 games, but it almost doesn't matter if you can't deliver now when it matters the most, when you need to have a big game to secure your spot in that top 5.
Yeah, and it's been seesaw. It's been flip-floppy for these teams a lot of the time. Sometimes they're not in the game, they're off of spawn. Sometimes it's a solo kind of clutch that's bringing them all the way here towards the top 5. So they have to make sure it lands on their side of the court here, Levin, because if not, I mean, this is the last chance. It's the last hope.
Yeah, and with last chances, last hopes comes, you know, last opportunities for teams to have any bit of joy off spawn, and we're gonna have to see who will have the last laugh of today off spawn as we head into the final game of Qualifier 1 Round 4.
Here we go. Had a top 5 so far that's been looking pretty solid the entire day. A few people are jumping in. 12 spots jumped. Fire winning team. Last gamer Stash and Malabuka, they're in 5th place. 136 is what everyone's trying to catch up to. That point total will start to rise. One focus is that feed for now. Mustache taking down Anas. It happens almost immediately. A command cavern. Looks like this duo is here to stay.
That is huge. That is absolutely massive. The desk talks about how they've not even had many games to actually even be able to play out, and when they have had them, they've done so well. If this can be another one, that will be massive. Shizo and Grols, nothing special here. You can see they're celebrating because they have had no issues whatsoever at that Camp Cuddle area. Look, Vortex and Janice. Finally, some good news for them.
Even if they can't get towards that top 5, I mean, it could be a crazy, 30 bomb that happens. Who knows? Even then, I'm not sure if there's enough. But it's about the experience, about understanding how some of these end games even play and getting your dual dynamics down, getting a leg up on the competition, both on your POI, your rotations, and how things might look next week for your duo if you hopefully do make it in. That being said, this is exactly where I wanted to be. This is what I wanted to watch. Is Pink down? Answer is no. Just Anas taken away off the top blimp. Meanwhile, Malabuka and Mustache, they just gobble up all the loot. Jason and Chapik's also probably waiting to see who they can target next.
Yeah, look, you talked about whether or not it will be possible for those guys. Yesterday on NA East, Peterbot did drop a 24 bomb on his own. As a team, they had 30. So I was in round 3, and it was NA. But,
that's okay. That's the operating thing I was about to say.
You know, I was just joking, man. I was just playing around, man. That can't happen around the EU, man. NA, absolutely embarrassing. Letting someone get 20 bomb? Come on, man. How could they?
Peterbot is assembled alternatively, though, so there is a, you know, I feel like he's also one of the only players that can do that.
Yeah, true.
Xerox and Kovacs rolling through. Saw their names somewhere near the top beforehand. I think they were near that top 5 now. 9th overall at 118 points. Pay attention to that golden number beside the shield and health bar total. It is top 5 that rolls in. You can also pay attention to the bottom left where you can see the duo mate's name right above him. It says team number 9. It's on a random tag. That is their position on the leaderboard so far. If you see anyone with the number and letters of team number 5 or above, then they are qualifying for the finals right now. 4 places is what Kovacs and Xerox have to climb. Pump spray coming in.
Does really well there to hit that shot. I thought for a moment he was going down. Drops. Wasn't able to stay up though, so unfortunate times. Snazy and Podesai, that is tragic.
Not
It
again.
was all going so well for them in the games leading up to the final 2, but another game where they just go down way too early. That was the 4th place team, and so we'll see if their spot holds, but they won't have much of a say in whether that is the case or not. They go down over at Coney, and that could be heartbreaking for a team that's done so well today.
Yeah, when it comes to Flowis and Mappy overall today, they have just been menaces in these last 2 games, 4 and 5 so far. Taking apart so many top teams, especially towards that 4th and 5th zone. Looks like their battle actually, their hunt starts now in the early game.
Flowis and Mappy haven't had the best of days. Obviously, Flowis and Mappy did very well in some of the earlier rounds of Qualifier 1, but just haven't quite been able to piece it together. Juriki and iDrop, though, I really hope they have a good game, man. Was talking to iDrop earlier today. He talked about how he has sort of no expectations almost, right? Coming into this round, no expectations, just wanting to keep things chill. Juriki was a bit more excited than him, right? In terms of their chances, but you know, he wanted to make sure that they keep a level head, and I really do believe they've done that today, right? They've been very composed, a team that's very much impressed me in this first qualifier, and I'd love to see them call through. But of course, they have to earn it, and they are a couple points just outside of that top 5, and so we'll see whether they can deliver in this final game.
Yeah, what do iDrop and Juriki need for the moment? They obviously want some of these height teams gone. And Austin Pink might be down for the count in this one. Possibility of that revive coming in or the reboot in just a little bit on the side of Pink. Meanwhile, I think Tayson and Chapix aren't supposed to be allowed to play the game either. You know, Joe and Andy, Hen and Queasy, a lot of these teams that like to prefer high ground need to be gone for Juriki and iDrop to have a solid way in, or they just give up their height takes and play second height, but that's been tough for them so far today, Levin.
It's been very difficult in terms of how the high ground battles have gone out. To be fair, iDrop and Juriki have always had a say in them every single game, right? And so that alone, you know, deserves its own credit. But I would love to see this duo get back involved. The height takes we saw in the first 2 games were so cerebral, so clean, so well executed by them. As well as these guys have done, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been a couple arguments today, knowing these 2 guys. I mentioned it at the start of the show, but you know, they do clash heads at times, and I'm sure some of the more unfortunate games they've had of late maybe have sparked some, but in this final game, they have to be united.
Well, at least they have home turf in this game, right? I think for
finally
4 out of 5 games, yeah, we've been in the desert. We got 1 pull up near the top, which was the last one, but now we're all the way on that north side.
But to be fair, like we sort of mentioned earlier, right, of all the North teams, they're the team that probably won't mind as much, just because they have a means of transport, unlike some of the other ones, right? So
makes a lot more sense, and they don't even have to move that much either. Darkiz and Satan as well, 8th overall. I think they've kind of been our poster child for mid-game positioning and just a safe spot to tune in with the entire day, but also pretty quiet so far. Very close to being inside the top 5. Don't have like the pizzazz, some tag we can put onto them like we are on a bunch of these teams today. But maybe they can finally find that definition, the personality they need, the one big play in this final game to get top 5.
Let's take a look at some of the things that have been happening in and around the map. Kami here over at Rocky Rails, forcing his way into Zrox's box and dealing with him appropriately. Mustache now, hitting some shots of his own on Pink. Pink was looking a bit lost there, unfortunately. He goes down. Oof. Oh, wow. A clean shot from X-Force.
These are some chunky striker pumps coming in, just taking away HP pools over and over again. And this is going to be very good for Relphus and Krusty on some of the teams that we saw fall in that replay package. A lot of opponents that have been picking them apart the entire day. They get to live, breathe, and they're in second place looking really good. Right beside Grolls and Shyzone.
Do you think these guys hold on to their 5th place slot?
See, let's actually answer it from the perspective of casters and analysts. Let's do our job for once. What do they need to stay in 5th place in this game?
Well, to start off with, max materials is nice on Mustache.
Yeah.
They've obviously got decent positioning. I'm assuming they'll be fine on Surge in terms of the off-spawn fight that they had with Pink and Anas.
Yep.
Obviously a pad would help, I'm sure, but I'm not sure if there was one in the other inventory. He didn't have one when we were just watching there.
What I'm thinking from them, right, is they need to get to a point where they can start playing their game. I feel like the one big buff and the one aspect of Mustache and Malabuka that no one can touch, as soon as they hit that 6th zone, 7th zone, they're not playing on anyone else's lair anymore, right? No one's kind of coming to them in a sense. They get to dictate every fight. They get to see every rotation, make pre-edit plays. They get to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, one of the keys to why they're so successful in that particular sort of field is the fact that they are so incisive with their decisions, right? Doubt is one of the biggest, sort of problems you can have at the highest level of Fortnite, right? Doubt is huge, and they have none, right? They make all their decisions with such conviction in those moments, and so if they get there, they're always going to be a big threat. And we've seen why, and hopefully we can continue to see why as they push to keep 5th place and even higher. Floki and Clement not looking too comfortable right now.
Trying their best to make something out of this game, but you have to understand everyone that's kind of like in this position, 16th to 22nd place. They not only need this VR, they need so many more eliminations. So as a result, you can already see in this lobby, 2nd zone, only 62 players alive. All these fights breaking out, all these small bases, everyone's trying to get their games ramped up fast. Now, to go back to Mustache and Malabuka, one place where they don't have control is when the game does get very slow. When there's so many people alive and they don't get to choose where to go. Where now they're indecisive rather than decisive like Levin's saying, where some of the hesitation comes in. It's really good for them and a lot of these teams that are good for late game, like Floki and Clement that you just saw. With so many people going down, there's more room to actually play. There's more room to be passive. You don't have to actually stick your neck out and get that much surge. It's so much better for these late game, mid, low ground teams, and that's exactly the game that Mustache and Malabuka and Floki and Clement play.
Yeah, this is nice. You can see how every position they're taking, they're sort of trying to optimize to make sure that they can keep a high level of materials, refarming on the wood there as well. A metal box just for some added layer of security at this stage in the game. But all round, things are looking really nice for them.
It's really good for Krusty and Relphus as well. I think the only times they've ever gone down is when someone actually shoots at them. When it comes to defending against pressure, I feel like this is one of the teams that gets bullied and tossed around a lot. With less teams in the mix, with people not really going for surge as much, with more quiet on the map, they get to skip a bunch of these problem zones. Meanwhile, Jerky, I drop, people who like to bully, who like to play that slow form kind of game, go for the big mountainous positions, get tags without box fighting. This might be a different change of pace overall in game number 6. That being said, though, who do they have to take out? I mean, Mustache and Malabuka have to go down. Joins the Andy have to be removed from the equation as well. Snazy and Podesai are already gone, but everyone ahead of them are just so sticky in terms of duos. They don't like to go down early. Even in late game, they end up solo clutching all the way towards that top 10. I'm worried for iDrop and Jerky.
Yeah, they're going to have a really strong game, and especially with how well Tayson and Chapix are setting up, right? We've seen how they've struggled in some of the games in terms of being able to continue to fight for height, right? We've described it as the rounds after rounds. Like, do they have that endurance to go all the way in these fights?
I'm just like, it feels like, as we watch these replays, by the way, Clement and Floki just doing a really good job of waiting out the third party that was Andalex and then turning around this entire fight. Going back to iDrop and Jerky, they only have like one move, which is play for high ground. We haven't seen anything else in their deck of cards. We haven't seen much inside their arsenal other than doing that fine or surviving off of that. Can they make the last minute switch to play?
I don't think they can, and I don't think they should.
Okay.
I think they have their philosophy set, they have their game model set, they understand it well, and I think they should stick to that, right? Because it can be effective, it can work. You know, we literally just saw it work, right?
True.
But at the same time, you have to have that belief. If they don't, again, like it all goes back to what I was saying before about doubt, right? If they don't have that belief in themselves as they go into that final game, into those final moments, you know, what are you here for at the end of the day? So, some key decisions to be had and to be made. Look, Rovers and Krusty, they've had a very consistent mid and early game. Very, very consistent, very secure.
I mean, look at their placements on the day so far. Third, and second in the business. Middle of the day, 19th and 9th. Still not the worst, but yeah, these guys scream consistency. They don't get too active on the eliminations, though, but they are here to stick and play.
They've just been super efficient. They've just been super efficient. And a lot of the teams that will optimize for efficiency in these lobbies do look to try play high. They haven't necessarily done that, but it's still been just as successful as anyone else, right? So, props to them. I don't expect that to change in this game. Tayson and Chapix making use of that IO vehicle that we've been raving on about all day, and they're gonna just be able to pick their spot. Need to be careful, right? It is sort of getting towards that side of HP where you consider it low.
They only really need it for like the next zone. I think they're fine after that. But this is, I think, the hot seat. I mean, I've already talked about it so much. This is the only team in trouble, I feel like. I think everyone else's game plan works. It's them against the lobby right now.
And this isn't good. I'm going to be forced to a stop there. They are set up nice. They've got a bunch of shields.
Oh my god.
Some white HP. Of course, Jerky takes some damage there, which may be bad. And so that's going to chunk into their shield total a bit, but the big thing here is that the team that's actually holding them, it seems, is Mustache and Malabuka, right? A team that will very much be wanting them to not do well. So we'll see. Malabuka looking for an angle.
It's 4th versus 6th.
Stinger from that range isn't amazing, but it can be annoying to deal with. But you can see there, Jerky and iDrop, they just decided we're just going to invest in materials to guarantee our safety into the zone. They tunnel their way in, not taking any risks, and I think that very much will be a theme to watch out for. If somebody does try to take height from them and things get a bit too hot in the kitchen, will they just drop down and leave? Maybe that will be the play. The longer they can stay in their game.
Yeah.
The longer they can stay in the game, the better their hopes are, right, at the end of the day. And I think that will also play into their thought process, sorry.
Just don't want to overthink, that's all it is. Because in game 6, like, that's where the pressure really comes in. So you're right, just have good beliefs in your values and the philosophy you have in the game and keep rolling. Some of these philosophies are tougher, though, to execute than others. What's happening? The Dark is 2 different edits on 2 sides. And you have to assume now there's going to be some communication going back and forth. I've been in this position as Satan too. I'm definitely getting yelled at right now. That's too much.
I know what those comms sound like.
Talking about this team real quick. Up in this base, really raining shots on every single duo across the world. Their secret, Zandy and Joe so far today, has been consistency, but consistency with elims to get towards the top 5. They're kind of just sitting at top 10. They sometimes come 20th, but they're getting close to almost 10 elims in some of these games. 7, 5, 8. An elim heavy playstyle to get into top 5 is really scary to walk in with in the game 6. Because a lot of the time the lobby is smaller and the pressure is really, really high.
Yeah, and it's all about your own convictions, right? You're putting it in your own hands. Shaky and eye drop. Gotta be careful, guys. 182 above. So hopefully they'll be satisfied with that engagement and leave it be. In terms of Zandy and Joe, like you said, they're relying on just being able to hit their shots. And so going into the last game, there's more pressure on them than almost anybody else, right? Because they're not making it that deep into these games.
And then look who's sitting right behind them, like trying to take over, right? It's Jerky, it's Hydra. They want to take down Zandy and Joe. And right after them is Malibuka Mustache. In front of them, Tayson and Chapix on the bottom left. And then we have Relvis and Paradise, Grols and Shizo. 2 of the stickiest duels so far, making so many top spots, seconds and thirds places. Jerky though low, eye drop. Desperate for what is a question, some type of control, positioning, and defense. But they're going straight through so many different heals. There are people under Surge around their base trying to find a way in. And iDrop's down 2 inventory slots already. The end game hasn't even started.
Yeah, they were looking so healthy at around 3rd zone, and now it's all down. It's really tough. There is some loot here, and so I think some minis they'll be able to grab. But
that's huge.
The materials have dwindled. Their shields are also a lot lower, and so are they even going to be able to play for height in the way that they want to with what they're working with?
iDrop was at 100 metal before and low brick. He just got fully refreshed right there and swapped out the green burst for a mythic. That might be a big change.
You can see Mustache. He's waiting for someone to pad, and it's just not coming. He has his own, but he just wants to use somebody else's, eventually making that decision to drop the pad themselves.
Chapix
Not
and
wanting to
Tayson on
take any
heights.
risks. Yes, Chapix and Tayson. I said I wanted to see them back up here. And look, they might look comfy in terms of qualification, but they won't be satisfied with that. They want 1st place, and I want it for them as well.
Chapix finding a few knocks already off on that high ground. Jerky iDrop moving in, but the finish line for them is getting further and further away. Zandy, who's right ahead of them, has found 1 knock already inside the feed, so that pressurize, hit your shot playstyle already going good for the duo in 5th place on that bubble. Jerky fall from 6th to 7th. That's gonna be tough for them. A mental hit that they can't really see, but we can from our side of the feed. Look at how high Chapix and Tayson are as well. That's insane. And do they even pull the zone? That's a big question.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. Zone's pulling towards tilted, right? And so things are going to start really getting interesting in terms of traversing through some of those builds over there.
You see the blimp, Levin? I see the blimp, and I feel like it's going to be in play. Look at how high ground, or look at how high ground is. Like, I just feel like with the way pads work as well, this is going to get really, really unique.
Yeah, I'm sure Tayson, Chapix, they'll be thinking about that. Doing as much damage as they can. I'm sure they'll be looking to try to recycle that pad. They got the chug splashes to re-up on the HP when that time comes. Jerky, though, on this side of your screen, they've been forced to play low ground and try and make their rotation in. They haven't got that luxury of a launch pad or a vehicle.
Drive-by.
You can see someone's just trying to get into their box. This is really awkward now. Jerky needs your help. You need to get in there, help him out. He's such low HP. Hardfind doing so much to stop him. And iDrop's able to stay up for just a moment. Hardfind eventually goes down. iDrop will win the fight. But that's cost them so much in terms of timing and in terms of HP as well. They still do need to move on just that bit, but it's not going to be an easy path on this layer.
Shizo is down in 1st place. He's going to be taken out. Not sure if his teammate is still up and alive. But Mustache still providing that pressure. And yes, iDrop was just looking so good as a solo jerky, shaking up inside that box. Look at Mustache and Malabuka though. It just seems like they're playing in their own pocket dimension. So much space. It's peaceful. Meanwhile, Tayson and Chapix at war. Their entire home up top broken down, and they're up inside second height now. So much invested, no metal for the moment, but the beams are still there. Tayson's going for it. They're under in terms of surge, is it? No, not even. It's just the pressure from the other team. They're getting their shields completely wiped and removed. Have to find some time to back off, play on the defensive and heal.
Of all the teams, you wouldn't have expected Tayson and Chapix to get awareness checked, but that's what happened, and so now they can't play hype for the meantime. It's gonna have to stay below. The HP is so low, but we know they're comfortable regardless of the layer. We'll see how that develops. I dropped though on the bottom right of your screen. Only has himself to fight in this game, and eventually he will fall. It won't be enough. They tried so valiantly, but they fell just before the finishing line, and so now Tayson and iDrop will take their places up on low ground. And as the zone continues to move back away from Tilted, people are going to be fighting through their own builds as well as Yandy and Joe just on that 5th place slot. They need to stay in this one as much as they can. The longer they stay in, the better for their chances of going to the finals. That's Krusty and Relvis in front of them. Can they knock out some rivals?
Everyone does not want to go down. So many people still alive. 22 inside this zone, and we move way past city limits. We're going way past out to the suburbs. There's barely even any buildings to be able to hide behind all the way on low ground. Tayson and Chapix still moving in second place. I really want to see Ziandy's perspective. They're the ones in 5th. They're the ones right on the line. Malabuka in 4th are going to be in that position as well. 8th place for Max 3 and Axe Force. They've done some crazy things in terms of just individual fights, and they're looking to just wrap things up still on the top side. Krusty and Relvis have taken over that 1st place slot, come at a huge cost as well though, as they're low on materials, down on low ground. The asphalt all blown up. It's a nuclear war zone for the moment right now, and unfortunately they're gonna go down to the radiation. They are gone. Max still up top. Tayson taken out. Is he gonna have enough to stay in? It looks like it's Ziandy in 4th place currently. They're looking so good. They've survived up until this point. Ziandy taking a little bit of that mist and landing a few shots as well. Will this be enough? Will 161 hold is the question. He's still making it all the way in the zone. He finds his way in. A little bit more time to delay, but how much is left for him? Just 5 HP on that Met and Miss, 30 on the shields overall. Squeeze also being taken out. Malabuka in 3rd, 6th place for Axe Force and Max 3. They need this win. They need the elims as well. Let's see what they can do. I saw a little bit of a point total there. 140 for them. They're so far back behind right now. I don't think it's even possible, but what a ride they had up until this point.
They're going to have to try their best. These last 2 eliminations won't be easy to get. Malabuka and Mustache doing their victory lap. 12 eliminations on the game already. This has been such a performance for them, such a climb. We knew all the struggles they had, all the battles they had to face, but they've taken it on the chin and they've moved through. And now, as the final fight breaks out, Max 3 will hit a huge shot. It's not the first time we've seen him do that today, but it isn't going to be enough, like Shayo said. Now, in a 2v1, Malabuka, we've seen him win situations like this before, where Axe Force and Max 3 can hit the kind of shots we've seen them hit. It'll be easy work. They're knocking him down. They're trying to force him to fight. And you can tell he doesn't want to. Doing some love taps here, just forcing them back down. Trying his best to stay alive in this one as much as he can. Forcing a mistake, if possible. But Maxi and Axe Force, they just got to stay composed, cool, calm, and collected, and keep trying to chop him out. 2 shotguns are better than 1. And you can see they're just going to keep it going, spraying relentlessly.
Another connect from Malabuka. I mean, this duo up top has been so good at just keeping control this entire game. He is 1v2ing with this pressure. They're gonna have to fall at some point to just having no materials whatsoever. Max 3 has a chance for some type of build off. 1 player already down. No way Malabuka does this again. There's just no way he does it. 1v2 in the 6th game of Qual 1. Malabuka, the GOAT. This man is just too much to handle.
Malabuka is an absolute animal. What a player. To close it out with the victory out, 2 versus 1. Oh, dearie me. Yes, it was a heel-off, but he never wavered. The relentless pressure they applied to him in those final moments. We were highlighting it. They just kept spraying. They just wouldn't stop, and he never wilted one bit. And game 6 is theirs. We wanted to know whether or not they'd be able to handle it, competing, contesting over at Command Cavern, and they did more than just handle it. They thrived, they soared, and they are heading to the FNCS finals.
Just absolutely a blowout in terms of the way they've handled every single portion of the competition today. And as Reese and Boop said, they basically only played like half the games, Levin. I mean, if they had all 6, we'd be breaking records.
It is actually unfair what we've been able to see from these guys, and I can't wait to see them competing in the finals. But I want to know who the other teams are that will be competing in the finals, so we're going to kick it to the desk. Shire, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you today. I can't wait to see you on the next qualifier as well. To everybody in chat, thank you very much, and we'll see you very soon. Desk, hit us up. Who's going to the final?
You know, we'll get there in just a second, Levin. First off, I gotta say thank you to you both, of course, Levin and Shy Wager. Super awesome games, great next level casting abilities. Y'all brought the heat, and so did Europe. I mean, Reese, this last game, those final few moments, it just looked like a shark playing with their food, you know? Just kind of like, I feel like for Malabuka, he was never even worried, right? He's just running around like, okay, yeah, there's 2 of you. Like, I have everything and I need in my loadout. I'm just gonna hold you off, because like, you could think for a moment he could have been a good guy, right? Like, oh, well, we probably already qualified. Let's just let them get the win. You know, maybe that'll push him into 5th. He's like, nah. I'm just gonna make you, it's gonna seem like you have a chance, and then I'm just gonna rip it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think we always give Malabuka the props that he deserves, I think, on the broadcast. And let's be real. Last season, right, I put him as the best player coming into FNCS. And then, you know, overall FNCS didn't have that big a performance. I was slightly concerned about them coming into this day, because, like, they're good in cash cups. They have the potential to do so well, but in FNCS, they just haven't proved themselves. Right now, this is just a dominant sweep. They're just showing why they are probably, will I say it, the best team on the region right now?
Oh, wow. Here you go again. It's a little bit scary there. I don't know.
Do you disagree?
I mean, you're not wrong. They're definitely the most exciting team to watch, right? And, you know, like you mentioned, they came into this tournament with a little bit of a, you know, a lack of, let's say, momentum. Obviously, they got 6-0 by Pink and Nas in the last Cash Cup. Now, all of a sudden, you know, they did sort of tie with Pink and Nas. And then, you know, in 3 games, they just did this absolute masterclass of Fortnite. Who can even compete with them at this point?
This is both good and bad, right? Like, they secured themselves a spot in finals. That's the good. The bad, this means that they're now in finals, which means we won't get to see them until that point.
I was like, what's bad here?
Listen, I'm gonna get there, don't worry. This means that now other duos can look to compete at the cavern as well, right? So we'll see, but here's your top 5 that have qualified and will be going on through to finals. And I just wanna like, if you're tuning in and you're just like, what does that mean, Zeke? Like, what's happening? So we're trying to compete for top 5, and everyone else who does not make it in the top 5 are playing for series points, right? So the game's not over for any of these duos by any means. We still have 2 more qualifiers to either make it in the top 5 or make it high on the series point leaderboard. But congratulations to Joe and ZN, excuse me. They made it into that top 5, followed by Grols and oh my god, Shizo. I confused myself, Reese. Just to save me, please.
Don't worry, I got you. In 3rd, we got Relvis and Krusty, a team who popped off. And I was gonna say no games, to be honest with you, but they were just super consistent through every single one of them. A team who just had pretty low eliminations, really low, 3.17. I think the lowest in the top 10 out of any of the teams today, but just were really consistent all the way through. In 2nd, you know them, Tayson and Champix. And then, of course, in 1st, Mustache Malabuka. So that means the first top 2 teams are both Command Cavern teams. So that's them now out. So when we see the next qualifier come, Sunday? Yeah, we're going to probably see a little bit difference going on here. Different teams, you know?
And that always makes finals a little bit more spicy, because if the top teams for Command Cavern are making it through, it probably means that we're going to have a few more going into the finals as well, and that's always going to be really, really scary. I want to touch really quickly, though, on Ziani and Joe. You know, that was a duo made out of the big snaking that happened in EU. We mentioned at the start of the show, Thomas HD and Tayson, splitting up from each other. Now, 2 of them are qualified. Ziandi, who used to play with Chapix, qualified. Chapix, who used to play with Ziandi, now qualified with Tayson. And now the question is, will there be more of those Command Cavern teams coming through?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Yes. I think Tinker and Ants are going to qualify at some point. No reason. Pano may even make it through as well at some point. They've, you know, both players performed really well last season, seem to be doing well this season. So the Command Cavern teams definitely. I think, like, Ziandi picking on him right now from what we just saw, this is like a perfect solo clutch. You know, Ziandi is known as the clutcher for a good reason. And that was it right there. The solo clutch to take him up till 5th. up ahead of the 6-point team, which, you know, we'll see how many points they're on in a second when that whole graphic comes up from that point. But great qualification through, good clutch from Ziandi.
Yeah, definitely, especially in the qualifier 1, right? To kind of hit the ground running is where you want to be. Because remember, we are playing for those series points, right? So if you can't make it in the top 5, that's okay. Let's still fire as hard as we can, get as high up those standings as we can, because we're still accruing series points. Here's our look at our overall standings. How are you guys feeling about that 6th place to 10th place? Poop, I want to start with you.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the math. Like we mentioned, my math isn't my best suit, but I'm pretty sure Malibu Commercials just took away Axe Forces and Maxry's qualification. Unless I'm wrong, I think that is probably the worst way to go about it. But yeah, the top 10 here, definitely names you would expect. Polisai and Stacey, iDrop and Jerky. You know, they had their games. They weren't hyped a lot of the times, but couldn't really battle it with some of the big boys on top. So maybe come next week, we'll see them qualifying.
Just to confirm, if they won that game, they would not have managed to qual. So it would have been one more elimination point, so another 3, and then 4 for the victory. So no, but regardless, I actually want to give huge props out to Maxry, who is Yusri on Twitter. I made you look for his proper name. I think Maxry, just to make sure he's hitting the maximums, and he absolutely has been. There was a fantastic 1v2 moment that we saw earlier on against Floking Clement, which clutched them massive points. And then even in that end game, we saw maximum after maximum. So that aim looking real crisp right now. Oh, also, we didn't see the floss from Juriki. You know, it's out there. Just saying that.
It is out there
ready
somewhere.
to see it. I'm ready to see it.
Somewhere out there. Let's take a look at the next page over here to see where players placed in that 11th through 20th. And I think here it's not that far apart, right? We're talking top to bottom, right around 40 points, give or take a few points. Forgive my math. I never learned how to read, write, or add. I'm just going to keep adding to this list, by the way. But still, once again, players that I just wouldn't expect to see on this second page, right? I'm looking at Floki and Clement, my prediction. And Alex and X-Squeeze, right? Pink and Anas, just to throw 3 names out there. What can we do to prepare for next week, Reese?
I mean, firstly, you got 2 days to do it, right? So you got to start tomorrow. So
I'm sorry, next time, not
next next week. You already think some of these teams might qualify through on Sunday, right? So qualifier 2 starts tomorrow. They've got like the first 2 rounds there, so they don't have much time to start to actually prep, right? So it's like tonight, these guys don't go to bed at 10 o'clock, right? So we know that they've got a couple hours today to just figure out what were the mistakes that we made today, what actually went wrong, was our early, mid, late game, where were we making the full errors? So figure that out today, and then just stop thinking about it, move on, and start focusing on the next qualifier.
Yeah, they already made it to finals once, right? So you don't have to change it up too much, but when it comes to the finals, you know, they're going to have a little bit of a different situation, and just those micro adjustments could make the difference between making the finals this season.
I love it. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me and breaking down all the action. Reese and Boop, you incredible humans. Make sure you guys at home give them a follow and give Shy Witcher and Levin2K a follow. That wraps up the EU region. Once again, if you like what you're seeing, you're like, dude, I absolutely want to see more. Don't worry, we have any East and any West later on in the day, so come back for that. Before we say goodbye, let's take a look at our predictions. Let's see how we did. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I didn't do great. You know, classic Zeke, I don't get my predictions right. I'm so sorry. But it happens, okay? Reese, Boop, explain, please.
No comment.
Yeah.
Go next.
Let's not talk about it.
Really?
No. Let's be real. Let's
talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, so they had the first 3 zones full south. And I know, firstly, right, we know Queasy, we know Hen, mentality can be thrown off pretty substantially. So for them, if they had a kind of a rocky first couple games, it's going to be really hard for them to get the mentality back on roll. So, you know, I think either on Sunday or the next qualifier, depends how they play. If they have a good first couple games, it's like that's a qualification for them because they're going to keep that momentum up.
Yeah, and we did mention it, right? The last tournament that they played, the Duo Cash Cup, they got 12th place, so they're still going to micro-adjust to the lack of cars in their draw spot. Different kind of meta, but, you know, they'll come back stronger. They're one of those teams that are not going to give up, and they'll be here again next week. Sorry, not next week, Sunday.
I know, I did the same thing, right? So we had added an additional qualifier. That's why we're so used to saying next week, but it's really just in 2 days. So, hey, more Fortnite, more FaceTime with us. Really, it's more FaceTime with Reese and Boop, because who cares about me? Fortnite fam,
I do.
That is it. Thank you.
I don't know if Boop does, but I do, yeah.
Depends on the day.
You love to see it. Fortnite fam, that's it from us today. Remember, 2 days week from now, we come back for the next qualifier. Next week, we come back for the last one. We're here for semifinals and finals. We love you all so very dearly. Legends Landing, if you're watching from there, we love you all too. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate that. Until next time, we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep! Woo!
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the Fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the Fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the Fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic Striker Burst Rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus. Beep, beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's time once again. NA East, I've missed you, and now I get to hang out for just a little bit with SBG and Sundown. Guys, what are we kind of expecting here coming into Season 2?
The tactical sprinting, I think, is going to play a huge part in how endgame is played. We saw sliding slightly change it, but I don't think that's going to be as big of a change.
I think the biggest thing we've talked about across the other regions is the change in movement across the game, whether it is the blimps in the actual movement, how you get around the map, or the movement of your character itself.
We don't have those movement inventory items anymore. So last season we had the peppers, we had the chili chug splashes. I think the harpoon is going to come back into a strong piece.
So how can we expect to see loadout shift in this season?
We saw the change to coolers as well, so they're now dropping floppers, which is going to come back into meta because players are now going to understand the value of playing in Storm, because with all of the movement we had last season, getting ahead was so important.
NA East in particular is notorious for having these monstrously high Storm Surge numbers.
We saw the recent changes, right? You have to be able to make it to endgame. It's so much harder to actually survive there. So you're relying on impacts as well. Like, there's just so many layers to this.
I'd predict in NA East, as we normally see, a monstrous roster change, even in the week, if not sometimes in the middle of the FNCS, as players try and get their last chance to make it. I think this season, the duos who end up staying together are going to have a better run than previously at NA East. Looking at the Boog and the Miros, looking at the Fatch and the Pam Stouts, the ones who were able to put together a consistent game plan, played a ton last season, and are able to take the game plan that worked there and then add the new components. I think as you pick up a new duo, particularly this season, trying to put all the pieces together is going to be really hard.
I want to sit here and talk more, but the Battle Bus is ready. Okay, it's warming up for us. NA East, it is always a pleasure hanging out with all. Before we go, do you guys want to, where can we find you if we want to give you guys a follow?
Pretty consistent branding for me. X Sundown, O is a 0. I'm pretty much everything.
Same, I'm somebody's gun on everything as well.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Super fun to do this. NA East, let's get this started. Beep, beep.
I like full confidence this season.
We've been working hard the last few seasons.
I'm really excited. The new season, the new map changes.
I know me and my duo, Dijin, could do very well in place at the top.
I practice every day with my duos, and I really think we're gonna make it.
There's no way people can do better than us.
This season, people should be worried about my duo. 14 years old. This kid's crazy at Fortnite.
I have really, really good mechanics. There's no way we don't win this. My biggest strength in my game is probably my IGLing.
We just both are like super smart, and like no one can really like outsmart us.
My mechanics are just so good. I know you think you're winning, but I'm winning.
When you see us on high ground, the game's already over.
This is it. A new dawn has broken over the island where duos will be met with resistance as the greatest in the region battle out for supremacy. Who will be this season's champions? Chapter 3, Season 2, FNCS NAE, here we go! My name is Adam Savage. I am so excited to be your host, bringing you all the action here from the region. It is good to have you guys here. Massive shout out to chat as well. Good to see you guys. We want you guys to be interacting with us as much as possible at the course of the show. Of course, it's not just me, though. I have the ultimate trio with me here on the desk. I am joined as well by SBG and Vivid. Boys, it is great to see you here. Vivid, we're here again. It feels like yesterday we wrapped up the last season. We're starting again. We're ready to go. We're energized. How are you feeling going into this season?
Energized indeed. We've had a little bit of a break in between season. The players have had a little bit of a break as well. But as Adam mentioned, we are back. And listen, shout out to EU for kicking off this season with a bang. Awesome watching them over there. SBG, how you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome. Like you said, EU is just a little teaser. We got NA East about to come up, and man, I'm super excited for this season.
Yeah, me too. There's so much to get excited about. We're going to give you guys all the info as well, discuss a bit of intel with you as well. But as we said, get in the chat, share your themes, your thoughts on who you think is going to go all the way and win each of our qualifiers and onwards and upwards in the semi-finals and finals later as well. But first things first, let's talk about the broadcast schedule today in Qualifier 1 and what is coming your way on this show, which is going to be amazing, trust us. Of course, you can see Qualifier 1, May 6th. That is, of course, today, but we're going to have 6 games coming your way. We have 5 qualifying duos going through all the way to finals straight from today. First through 5th position will qualify today and go through to finals. Remember as well, guys, you can watch all of this from Legends Landing. It's a great place to hang out and watch things with the community. You can get the same drops there as you would do on Twitch as well, so make sure to link your Epic account and enjoy. But that's today, May 6th. Of course, we also have our schedule, what's coming your way, how our players actually got here, being part of this competition. It's all coming your way. I think, Vivid, you should give us the rundown on how you see this competition and why it is such an exciting thing for our players and our viewers as well.
Yeah, so today we find ourselves in Qualifier 1. There are going to be 3 total, each of these qualifiers having 4 rounds, and we are going to be spectating over the 4th round. 50 teams have made it here, and we're going to be paying attention to those top 5 at the end of these 6 games because they're going directly to the finals, and the other ones are competing for series points so that way they can get into the semifinals, and eventually we will have our finals in just a couple weeks.
All right, now let's talk about what these guys are playing for today, the point format. We have the Victory Royale. That's what everyone's trying to get. That's 32 points for the Victory Royale. You start getting points for placement at 35th and you accumulate them. Where you really get a lot of the points is in that top 10, and then especially that top 5 is where you want to be in order to secure a ton of placement points. Outside of that, you're getting 3 points per elimination as well. So we've seen some teams put up big games and scoring a lot of those elimination points.
Yeah, it's all about the combination, fellas. That is key in a format like this on FNCS. But let's talk about NAE, of course, as well. The 3 previous rounds. This is technically round 4 of Qualifier 1, and these 50 duos have qualified. Let's go through some of the players we're looking forward to seeing compete here. Vivid, who sticks out for you?
I mean, we see Booga and Mira making an appearance. We know that they did just come off of that FNCS win just last season, so we're going to see what they can do today. We got the likes of Day and Clicks at the top there, Degen and Iamza with a powerful performance yesterday. SBG, who sticks out for you, though?
Man, I've been seeing Aviv and Gold doing really well. They're a newly formed duo, only been playing together a couple of weeks, but Aviv is one of the more underrated IGLs, and Gold is an up-and-comer. Reminds me a lot about Cam last season playing with Bucky. I think those guys will be playing super well today.
Yeah, what's interesting for me as well, fellas, of course, is every season Qualifier 1, so many teams, because there are so many great duos in the region, haven't qualified to this part as well, so we'll see them later down the line, but the ones that have today, this is a big shot for them, Vivid, as well. As you can see at the second page here, to get into finals off the bat in Qualifier 1 is huge for these duos.
Oh yeah, it would be a big swing in momentum for any of these, right? A lot of confidence, because honestly, looking at the player list here, there are a lot of suspected teams that didn't actually make it into this 4th round. So a lot of opportunities for a lot of these new guns to kind of show up and show out in this first qualifier.
It's going to be really important for them to take advantage of that, because I highly doubt a lot of our veterans don't make it again in this next qualifier. So like you said, they have to take advantage of their opportunity here.
They absolutely do. Now, of course, you've seen some fun content pieces that we've done here this season already, but we have another one for you now. Let's talk about rituals in NAE. Here is some fun stuff from the players competing tonight for your viewing pleasure. Here you go.
Tournaments usually around 6, so I warm up for about 3 hours.
So I'll warm up with an aim trainer, and then it's loading into, Fortnite creative course, piece control maps, mechanics maps, 1v1 maps, and stuff like that. And then more importantly, just playing against top tier players. Because if you're not practicing against them before, you're not going to be ready for them in the game.
Hop in creative and free build, or like PGF run or 2. Stretch my ends a bit to not get injured on my wrist. Just listen to music, get myself in the zone. Warm up my aim and practice in creative for like 30 minutes.
Aim train for the first 30 minutes. And then for the next 30 minutes, I just play with a friend, try to just get my mechanics on.
Before big tournaments, I like getting a big breakfast.
I do like a 200 pump map for about 30 minutes to warm up.
I usually just go on my own maps, just kind of free build and aim train a little bit. Just 1v1s and PGing another player.
My best recommendation for any creative maps would probably be Raiders aim map, Raiders mechanics maps, or piece control maps. I think he probably makes the best creative maps for warming up.
I'll try to like focus more on my sleep and just make sure I'm on like a specific pattern, so it's easier to fall asleep and everything.
So I think sleep's a very important part of anyone's routine, if not the most important thing.
If you don't get enough, you'll just end up really being just tired and really bad.
I throw my phone behind me. I don't like open Twitter really. I don't tweet.
Honestly, just like walk away from my setup, go pet my dogs if I need to.
I always go take a quick walk, sometimes every day, see outside and get some sun.
It's always good to go outside and get some fresh air.
The mental preparation and the pressure, it just calms itself when you've played a lot of tournaments.
I got like super nervous, especially I was like younger. Now I'm just used to like all the pressure. It doesn't really get to me anymore.
I just like don't have pressure or anything, to be honest. I just go into it like trying to do the best I can.
I thrive in the competition side. I think I play better when there's a lot of money on the line or if we're in a finals. I want to get to that top 100 no matter what.
I love hearing from the players there as well about things like, sleep is really important, of course, but it's the pressure element as well. Being in competitions like this and experience goes a long way. Vivid, you've been in the hot seat, you've been in these situations before. How did you deal with pressure personally?
You really do just got to get as much practice in the game as you possibly can. Kind of get used to being in these situations that put your back up against the wall. And the more experience you have, the less pressure you will feel. Thus, you can be better in those type of moments.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear. You had Bizzle and Edgy were like, I don't really feel pressure. I enjoy that moment. And then there's Yamzo, who's a new player on the scene, is like, I love it. I just want to dive in. I feel no pressure. I'm the best.
It's a great balance, isn't it? Some of the veteran players who have been there, done it. They got the t-shirt. They know how to deal with the pressure. But the new players have they just feel so confident as well. And the combination is amazing. Let's talk about some of those combinations as well. Some of the duos we're going to be seeing compete tonight. There are so many to talk about. We're going to highlight a few of them for you guys at home. The first ones, of course, Degen and Yomzo. We just mentioned Yomzo there. But these guys, I mean, they I think round 3 they topped the leaderboard with 4 victory royales, over 10 games. So they are in a good place right now. Why are they so exhilarating to watch, Vivid?
That's got to be the end games. Listen, you said it. 4 victory royales in round 3 is very, very impressive. And we can see that they are actually going to be landing over at Command Cavern. And we know that there's just so much loot to gather over there, but there's also a lot of teams landing over there as well. As you can see here, their performance yesterday was astounding. They did top that leaderboard, like Adam mentioned.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to see them play yesterday. They qualified at almost the first 4 or 5 matches and then had other players coming for them. They were doing this challenge. It was so interesting and some of the best content I've seen in a while. So these guys are feeling confident. They're talking to other players that are at the top of their region. So they're understanding the game very, very well. In addition to just, playing at a super high level.
Yeah, they're from one of those teams as well we mentioned who have got a combination, 2 players there, younger, been around DJ's been there for a long time as well, and they're doing amazing things. So we'll have to wait and see what happens this evening. Let's talk about, of course, Clix and Day as well. We have to talk about this duo. There's a lot of fans in the chat, I'm sure. But the Joneses, looks like they're going to be landing at the Joneses. I mean, Vivid, again, a duo that we can say so much about here. And they're just brilliant, and the fans love them.
I mean, the one thing about this duo is for sure their mechanical prowess. You give them an inch, they will take a mile in any of these situations, which is why you can see their average eliminations 7.67. The crazy thing is, when this duo gets rolling in these endgame situations, they do not stop. So if you see a refresh come out of them in the endgame, expect a lot more.
And this team keeps getting better. We've seen Clix kind of take over that IGL role with Day continuing to frag like he does. And Clix is only getting smarter, better understanding of the game. He's always kind of been that support or fragger role in the past. Now we get the opportunity to see him lead a duo. And the more he plays, the more he understands. And this team is only beginning to see how good they could actually be.
Yeah, it's purely the origin, what it could be, something very, very special. Of course, Peterbot we know very well, and Byler as well are combining forces. They're a duo now as well. I hear there's been quite a few eliminations coming from Peterbot, Viv, in the last couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance yesterday from this duo. 4th place is where they finished. You can see they are going to be landing just southeast of where Clicks and Day are going to be landing. So a little bit of a split job. They will have to be careful because Clicks and Day do like to wander around and try to see if they can get a quick pick. But, you know, I mentioned Clicks and Day, high average eliminations for them. But no, Peterbot and Bila impressing me even more. 9.11. And that is going to be on the back of a 30 elimination 5th place game yesterday.
Ooh, that's kind of crazy from these two. And we've seen Peterbot put up some incredible games. I mean, he stole the show last FNCS with that solo clutch. That was honestly one of the best clips that I've seen in a really long time. So we know these two have it, and him playing with Bila, I think this duo is going to work out very well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, eliminations last, they count for 3 points apiece as well. They are a massive impact when it comes to overall score. We saw it last year, Booger and Mira, obviously, who won last season, and previous season before that as well. I think eliminations were such a big factor, which made such a difference. So if you're coming into this on fire like Peterbot is, I mean, this could be a big night for that duo. Let's talk about the map in general as well. In a second, we'll go through kind of some contested areas we're excited about. But POIs in general now, obviously this season, the likes of airships been introduced, so more players can kind of like start, in the same kind of POI region, but up above, rather than down below with the actual POI they used to. Vivid, how does that differ the gameplay this time around? How does it change things up for our duos, knowing that they have multiple areas in the same space they're used to dropping that they can attack from the get-go?
Yeah, it's all about adapting, and yeah, the blimps, they really do add an interesting dynamic. You have those zip lines that kind of lead down to these POIs. You can kind of use those siege cannons to instantly rotate away. So, if you are contesting a team at a POI and you want some of that loot from that blimp, it's going to be very, very hard if a team does land up there. So the blimps do add this interesting dynamic to these POIs and also rotations.
And the crazy thing about it, it's almost like a whole nother POI sitting on top of the POI. We see teams that specifically land there and take all that loot. So it adds that much more flexibility when you're trying to drop at a specific spot.
Yeah, the island has got layers. A lot of layers to it now, which is really exciting. Let's talk about some of these kind of main areas. We think that there's going to be some, contestations, if you will. One of them is indeed Command Cavern. We know that there could be up to, I think, 5 duos in the region that are going to be all competing for supremacy in that particular POI. I mean, DJ and the Omza being one of them we've talked about already and highlighted them, but so many big names. Even Muzz and Avery, a previous winner there, FNCS with Muzz. I mean, Nounty and Sprite, these are big teams. I mean, is it going to affect the way that our teams rotate? Is it going to affect the way that they kind of progress now there are so many top duos going into the same space there?
Yeah, so Command Cavern is an interesting POI because, you just mentioned how the island itself has layers, but Command Cavern in itself just has so many of its very own layers. You can go inside the cavern itself. You can kind of stay up by all of those vents, or you can go all the way up to the blimp. And we saw over actually in the EU region where a lot of these fights that took place on the outside of the cavern instantly got third party because there are just so many people landing around you. So you really do have to be careful when a POI like this is so contested and there are so many layers to it.
Going to be tough too because it has so much loot there, and I also want to see who's able to get the vault because that's a huge piece of the POI. But ultimately, I think either people are going to have to leave, or it's just going to be all these teams are struggling to get enough loot and get off spawn because of how much is going on.
I mean, it can be a bit of a blessing and a curse. We've seen this obviously in previous seasons as well, that, if you do have such a congested POI with a lot of teams in the vicinity, you get those tags early on, like some Storm Surge when it comes around. If it does come around, you've got those early tags, so it's not as much of a factor. I mean, are players think, do they want those engagements early on? Or do you think they're going to try to avoid them, that they're going to loot up and get out and start their rotation and kind of avoid players until later in the competition today, Vivid?
There are many different strategies you can go with. One for sure is going ahead and taking those early engagements so that way you don't have to worry about Storm Surge later, but even sometimes taking those early engagements, since players aren't usually full effective HP, then you don't actually get a lot of Storm Surge, right? Because if you just take somebody down that's only 100 HP, that's only 100 damage. So, or players can choose to kind of just make rotations and set up on a hill and get tags from a distance.
Yeah, I'm not sure either way. We'll have to see because, like we mentioned, there's so many players there. Those early engagements are almost a no-win scenario unless they're quick like that. And like Vivid said, then you're not really getting too much damage off of it. So I'll be interested to see how much we do see the fights off spawn at command.
Yeah, me too. I mean, game one's so close, guys. I'm so excited. Let's have a look at another POI as well that's going to be undoubtedly contested. Greasy Grove as well. Vivid, who can we expect to see there? What do we think is going to happen and unfold for the viewers at home?
You know, Greasy Grove is a scary one. We are going to see a big name duo in Kanata and Ager's Land here, and we saw plenty of fights go down last season actually here, and it's all about that main building because they do have those coolers, and in those coolers you can get so many heals. With the introduction of the floppers and stuff that you can get, though, it is less likely to get all those chug splashes, but still, it is possible. And here, we're going to put up some stats here where you can see Kanata with a way higher average elimination than Ballers duo, which could necessarily mean that they are better at fighting, which could be a scary factor for Ballers to consider when they are going to be fighting them off spawn.
Really interested to see how this plays out because, like you just mentioned, it's one team that plays aggressive, one team that seems to be more passive, and then it's also the veterans versus the newcomers off spawn. Last season we saw this, it was 50-50 every time. You're all going for like one weapon, one chest, and it's decided very quickly. This season it could honestly be split. There's a lot of loot here at Greasy, and I'm interested to see how exactly this plays off spawn. If I'm Kanata and Agers, I'm not letting these new guys try and take my loot, but also Ballers and co, they have to make their name and not get bullied off spawn if they want to continue to land here. So we'll see exactly how this plays out between these two teams.
Yeah, so I guess we are going to be going into the game here shortly, but before we do that, SBG, we do actually have a Don't Say It NA East content piece for you guys to check out.
I'm gonna say a word. I'm gonna describe something without saying words. It's gonna be describing a specific item in Fortnite without, you know, using it like that exact word.
All right.
There's 3 banned words that I cannot use.
All right.
I think we're gonna be the best, just like Fortnite. Infinite metal glitch.
Report torch.
Yep. The little emote that shows how many things you got.
Crown emote?
Greasy building in the middle.
Taco? Or, I don't know.
No, where Rise lands, where you 50-50. What's in there?
Chugs?
Yep. I'm smacking on a wall with what?
Big axe?
I'm dropping out of the what?
Battle bus?
Where OG.
Oh.
All right. Bad shotgun shouldn't be in the game. Oh, I messed it up. On height, I'm throwing down something.
Oh, wait, pad? Launch pad?
Not in the game right now. Used to be Season X.
Bouncer? Shockwave?
A Booga with the specific type of...
World Cup?
No. Recently with Marrow at that POI, what do they have? 4
Tonkers? Chugs?
4. Only 4 of them. That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
It was.
I thought it would have been a lot worse.
The band words messed me up.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I
was high key carrying him right there. Those were some good.
Yeah, that was good. I was not gonna lie.
But you know, what can you do?
I might do good if we can get past the first one.
It's about to get off.
All right, it's in pubs, and it marks people when you shoot it. That's the best I can do.
The mythic revolver.
No. You shoot it in the air.
Go next. No shot.
All right. When you break it, you get mad drip.
A llama.
Yep. You get pads when you open it.
Drops.
Mythic MK.
Mythic MK?
Where is it?
Oh, Sanctuary.
Booga 1 FNCS at that spot.
Chonkers.
The gun you hold for surge every time.
Thermal.
You put items in it. It's in pubs.
The tents.
Yeah. You get fish when you shoot it. harp. We always use it to get.
I was locked in, man. I was locked in.
I didn't do bad.
That was a lot better.
It was good. It was good. After the first one, it was good.
I love those games. We should do that ourselves on the desk at some point. They're great. They're really fun. I love these bits. It's great. Right. Of course, we are moments away from the very first game here on the very first game of the very first qualifier. This is massive. I'm so hyped for this. Before we do that, of course, predictions. This is very important to us. You may have seen the EU broadcast earlier on. There's more at stake this season for us here on the broadcast as well, for who we choose as well. Like down the line, we'll tell you more about it, but it's all to play for amongst the desk here in the broadcast talent. But I've gone for Booga and Miro. I want to know in the chat. Let me know if you agree. Okay, last season's FNCS champions. You know, one of us had to. They're an amazing team. They're both incredibly good in any situation. I had to go for Booga and Miro. I think they could do it again. The legacy could continue. Vivid, tell me who you've chosen.
Yeah, I am believing a little bit more in Day and Clicks. If we can see some Clicks fans rise in the chat. Come on. This duo is just too good not to pick them. And also, MDF picking Dubs and Mega. I also, we were talking a little bit backstage. We both kind of agree that this is a solid pick because they're going to be landing uncontested over at Shifty Saf. They have so much space there. It's a really good, solid pick for MDF.
Great picks, guys, but ultimately it's going to be Degen and Yamzo taking it home today. We know that they are playing really well. They're riding the hot hand, and Degen and Yamzo are going to win Command Cavern and just win the entire tournament. We also have Sundown going with Spade and Chimp. They finished really well in second place in last FNCS, so another duo that has been continuing to play well throughout the Cash Cups earlier this season. I would expect Sundown's pick to do well. In addition to mine, probably not as good as DJ Yamzo, though.
Yeah, right. I mean, let's go by last season SPG. I think you got 0 points last season, but that's fine. Hey, it was the first season; these things happen. But I tell you what, with the team here as well, every one of us picking a different duo makes things really exciting for you guys at home, for us as well. So let us know in the chat who you think is going to go the way. Who do you think is going to become first place here in qualifier one? We can't wait to hear all about it. But we are moments away from game one. It all starts right here. This is the beginning of what is going to be an amazing season of FNCS NAE. We of course have the ultimate duo. The ultimate duo waiting in the wings here, bringing you all the action. The almighty Sundown and Monster D-Face. Guys, take it away. Over to you. It all starts here.
Thank you so much, Adam, SPG, and Vivid, and what's up, Fortnite fam? And for the first time in a while, what's good, Twitch chat? How you guys been? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face here to call all the action. We got 6 games going down in Monster. Are you looking forward to it?
Oh man, I'm absolutely looking forward to it. Today's like a new day for Fortnite competitive. We got the chat going, we got the vibes rolling here on the desk, of course, and you saw the picks, man. It was so hard to boil you down to a top 5 picker for today. Everyone's got some great options up on the board, but of course, it's gonna come down to the players ultimately, right? Who has the confidence, who has the draw spot, who has that little bit of lady luck in their corner, Sundown, because, we all know you're gonna need everything to come together if you want a big spot.
Yeah, who's going to be able to put it all together over the course of the 6 games? We're going to find out. Match number 1 is underway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, NA East, game number 1 for the qualifier is here, and it's about to begin as the battle bus starts to take the world. Put yourself in the player's shoes now. How are you going to step up to this plate and smack this ball home and over that fence? Because getting a top 5 is not going to be easy. You saw the player list. You saw who is being contested here on the drop. Some of our favorites have big battles to overcome right now. One of them, of course, Kanata and Ager Sundown. This is a very interesting drop spot. It does seem like their reputation alone, though, has won them the Greasy Grove. Yeah, I was about to say, looks like Susscript gave just like a nice little 180, but
gave them plenty of space. So we're going to check out the utter clown fiesta that is Command Cavern. I mean, we've seen upwards of 4 or 5 different duos leave here, and none of them even have to fight off at the start. You do have the options if you do want to go down and contest one of these others, but there is so much loot and so much space available so centrally on the map, as well as great dividing lines based on just how much different verticality there are, where comfortably you can see Tragics and Cease, they're finding a little bit of room. Yamso and Degen, they have room as well, and so far not a single shot has been fired.
Now listen, I mean, I challenge you, I challenge the Twitch chat. When was the last time you seen in a final setting this many teams contesting a single draw spot? Sundown, you and I have been casting for years. I don't think we've seen upwards of 4 teams housing around one singular draw spot. And this time around, for whatever reason, Command Cavern has drawn in the bulk of the competitors. Now jumping over to, of course, Bugga and Miro, right? They have a completely uncontested draw spot and a little bit of a challenge for themselves, right? That they're facing this season, because there's some adjustments that have gone through competitive, and now they don't have those big rotations. But hold up, we have our first fight.
See, first one going to be able to catch on over here. Just trap killed and Flow trying to dive on in, using that drum shotgun to try and get wall to wall. Will swap him immediately over the Stinger, get some good tags, but Flow bites off a little bit more than can chew. He's going to get taken down. However, trap killed going to be able to bail him out a little bit there. Well done picking that one up.
And that's going to be Nasen who's going to fall there, a player who's had quite a successful track in recent times. On the other side, though, Easy2K is also going to fall to the hands of Bucky and Cam, the veterans, the kings of the Daily Bugle. I mean, you saw what they did the last time they were here on the FNCS stage. They qualified first week. They came out strong, and they brought it all the way home. It looks like they're trying to repeat that performance here today. Now, of course, it's about, of course, qualifying now and bringing that same energy to finals. That's still going to be a big ask for any player, but hey, they're off to the right start. Cam and Bucky now have a solid 2 elimination lead over the lobby.
Yeah, and don't forget, it was effectively after 4 games in the last first qualifier, they were able to go through us. We're going to take a replay of some of the other early fights that went down, specifically the one we were just taking a look at, and Bucky finding some big shots from range and safely resetting. This is what we've seen a lot of, whereas Bucky's really kind of supporting Cam, letting him run around. And I also would be remiss if I didn't call out that PSG TNA tag. Yes, that is Paris Saint-Germain and Team New Age hopping into the Fortnite scene. Nice little deal that went down between the past Fortnite season, so cool to see them getting involved. Also with a nice little transition there as we hop on board here with Cloud9's Avery and PSG TNA Muzz, the OCE transplant, who's found a lot of success over in NAE so far.
Yeah, definitely has found his hand at success. I mean, here on this stage, and then of course on the rival stage with the Creator Series, pairing up alongside Somerset and others to go ahead and just compete alongside any competitions he can get his hand on. But for Clicks and Day, I'm sure there's plenty of you all in the chat that want to see this duo succeed here today, and they're doing just that, right? They're at their draw spot. Players right now, most professional players are going to be looking to max out their loadouts, really optimize their entire kits here before they go ahead and take on a position. There shouldn't be too many teams battling it out like this, but we're of course going to have these early game rivalries. Right now, this is the first time we're looking at Druzo and Carry here take a fight, and again, they're gonna find a couple tags. They're gonna back off now comfortably because they want some Storm Surge tags, right? Looking at how many players are up right now, Sundown, I mean, I think it'd be safe to say we're going to be seeing a very big surge tick coming soon.
Yeah, and additionally too, as if a team is used to landing on that small little boat, you don't want to get stuck in a dragged out fight against them. Because if you don't have experience taking a fight on that boat, there's so many awkward little angles and ways that they can disengage, and they're used to being pinned on the coast in that circumstance, because no matter what, you're in a disadvantageous position when you're on the outside of the map. However, the boat has so much initial early loot that you can trade out forever against people, and if they get stalled on the interior, eventually you're going to be able to chip away at them and have more resources. So good decision from Carry and Co to disengage as we're going to swing on over to Chewy Pog, trying to line up a shot here with that snipe. Nope, instead just scouting it out because it looks like Monster wants to go back to the reboot card for his downed duo.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you with the whole story about, hey, you know, you stick around for too long, you can actually stall out. Like right there, you know, for instance, you saw that team's really waiting it out. You're losing time on the clock. DJ and Yams are not wasting any time to get their loot go, but also looking around for some tags here. This is the scout method that you can actually use from this high ground position of this dropship. But hold up, back on over to Chewy. He's trying to clutch up now. It looks like he's made a mad dash for the reboot card, and it might just be backfiring here. He's putting it all on the line as he's already burned through all the heavy material to try and really fortify himself here inside this base. But in a 2v1 situation, we all know it is really not looking good and the odds are stacked against you.
He has no shotgun. The only way he's able to make a play here is a close range snipe onto Acro, because even if he hits it onto Xenophobia, it's going to require an SMG swap, and immediately he gets backed down by that striker. They know he has a cracked shield. Chewy is in such a tough position, and a really good job playing this 1v2, close out, and there they are. They're going to take it away.
Nice quick elimination there, and that's going to bring 2 for Xenophobia now. Very nicely done, and just look at the loadout. Legendary SMG to work with. That's a very powerful loadout, as we all know. On over to Rhythm, though, who's looking at the team that was, of course, just challenging them on that Waters front. This is, of course, Carry and Flu Drizzo. They're going to be backing off now. Vehicle takes a lot of damage, so they're going to actually have to ditch the vehicle here, and it's going to become a standoff. Now, look, notice the positioning. They have that slight advantage, so Rhythm has to be careful here.
It has to be careful about approaching, but don't forget there's so many limited numbers of vehicles on the map now. It's just really the IO cars and a couple of the very select taxi spawns across the map, which means once that does get chunked out, players are going to pay attention. They're going to be shooting your wheels. They're going to be getting whatever tags, because if they can force you to not have that resource, it ends up becoming massive. As now Drizzo and Carry are forced to basically box up defensively with not a lot of excess resources.
Clean tags being traded back and forth. Now and over to Day and Clicks, who are also looking to do the same exact thing. Can they find tags? Unfortunately, that vehicle is going to slip right on out of their reach. These are some weak walls, and nicely done for Day. He finds a few there. These are crucial. They can start to add up. These tags are really going to be important later into the game, but before we get there, it's Peterbot and Vila. Let's take a look at the highlight here. Peterbot, man, the kid's electric. He jumps inside the box and shuts down Beef there to go ahead and wrap up that duo. That was an instant elimination, and just like that, another team is sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, and that's a position where Peterbot really thrives, just being able to know he can go into 1v2, kind of trade attrition, lead with that SMG, and even if the opponent gets off a huge striker kind of swap right there, he's not going to be under pressure. And I just realized that car's not completely broken yet, so if somebody's able to get a repair torch to it, they could get that all the way back up, wheels and all, but would end up being a risky maneuver. And at this point, you're not seeing as many repair torches really be carried.
Yeah, and it's probably not by choice, ladies and gentlemen. The repair torch is very, very powerful. It can come and play its usage in the game. Even a team like Booga and Mirror, of course, we expected them to be, you know, in a different type of situation this tournament come around. And take a look here. They did manage to find themselves an elimination that might have been a stolen elim on some of the teams rotating by. Either way, it's going to be big points to kick things off. You can see they're hovering right at that 3 mark. And of course, the minimal you want to get to is of those top 35 points or so, right? And placement, so you can start actually earning those points here in the game. This rotate's important. There's a couple of teams in front of them, so it's not going to be completely free here as they start to enter in. They will have to be just a bit cautious.
Yeah, this is the name of the game right now. You're just kind of going to get a tick over on this side. Not too many players have dropped. You can see in the top left-hand corner, there's only one player who doesn't necessarily have their duo up right now, and also just a slight correction to my earlier analysis. Repair torches aren't in when it comes to competitive playlists and tournament stuff, so ignore me in that regard. I apologize. I was looking at all the min-maxing, and sometimes I get too excited thinking, wait, somebody might be able to save that. But no, there's no saving that. That thing gets chunked in a single burst by anyone, and then it goes up in flames, and unlike the song, you're not quite going to enjoy that.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair enough, right? We see what happens when Repair Torch had its play in competitive. A lot of vehicles stay alive, and it can make for some chaos in the end game. So, of course, competitive is always going to see its checks and balances, if you will. For Peterbot and Vila, though, their rotation right now is looking beautiful here. They just skate across this water's edge. No worries in sight. On over to the other side, though, Duke and Jamfers putting some pressure on players all nearby. They've already found themselves a bit of a power position. And talk about min-maxing, farming the chest there for any little bit of extra wood. I mean, hey, you never know if it comes down to a 1 build difference.
Yeah, that's 7 extra wood, but I mean, sometimes you just got to break and you got to deal with what you got to deal with, especially when you look in the bottom right-hand corner. I was going to say there's not a ton of wood nearby, but there's plenty of trees he could have gone and swung at with no one near him. So, you know what? It is what it is, as we're going to swing on over to my prediction. Spade TB, Chimp TB, up just outside the bugle. They're posted up on that high ground. Now, this was the duo that got second in the previous FNCS. Chapter 3 is Season 1, doing it roughly right out of the same spot as well. So with the same rotations, kind of having the same pattern, a lot of faith in them. You know, I talked about in the preview piece how those duos sticking together is going to end up being more beneficial for them. And you can kind of see a little bit of the strategy coming out from Bucky and Cam, as well as Chimp and Spade. It's just like, hey, get the high ground and know that pretty much everybody on the southern part of the map has to rotate past this sight line.
You saw in the distance there, vehicles exploding and chaos ensuing on the map. For Haji and Subscript, though, this has begun now, and players are going to have to honestly decide how does they want to engage with other players. Is just safe right now. Only 60 damage above the search here is surely a dangerous spot to be in, but you can see it start to contact as other players start to get tagged up. It's going to continue to adjust.
Yeah, as you can see now, though, with 20 players in the top left-hand corner, we'll need to get down to 70 players left here when it comes to the Storm Surge turning off, and that's going to turn on in the next minute. So actually, with the reboot coming up, we don't even have a solo rider. Everybody will have a partner. There's going to be a ton of action coming down within the next minute or so as everybody tries to jockey for position around the Storm Surge. So what we're going to do is going to take a peek at some of the duos who are underneath. Now, as a viewer, the two things you're going to want to pay attention to is the number on the right-hand side above the map that shows the Storm Surge threshold, and the number on the top left-hand corner. On the right-hand side, you want to see above. That means you're not going to be taking that Storm Surge damage, which is 25 damage every 5 seconds. And the number in the top left, the players want to see 70. That's when it will turn off. Now, when will all that action go down? In the next 35 seconds. So everyone's trying to get into zone in their about face and make sure they're somewhere near the threshold, because right now, Eden and Av, they are much underneath, and they're going to need a little bit of breathing room as the feed is lighting up in the top left-hand corner. You can see Muzz picking up a knock for himself. He will end up trying to get the confirmation as players are going to be beginning to over-peak and look for a little bit of room. We'll have a split of 2 of our bigger duos here with Av on the left and Skittles on the right, looking to get the shots down as Storm Surge turns on in just 5 seconds. And immediately you can see the pressure coming through on Av and Edan. They're going to get taken down immediately. We'll swing on over to Skittles and users who have a great position, but not too many lines of sight as everyone has already invested some hard mats underneath them. Somebody else who doesn't necessarily have a great position, you can see Swirl on the right-hand side starting to get hit by that damage and separated from his duo, so not able to utilize those chug splashes to his full effectiveness until they're together and boxed up. And every second they spend shielding it up means they aren't shooting, as we see users go down on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. Things are continuing to spice up here for, of course, Swirl and the Oxy. It's not looking too hot here. They are down 200 damage below this surge. There's plenty of targets nearby, though, right? We have Jape here inside the box. Fresh Edit comes out. This is exactly what they're looking for, but no time to capitalize. Those shots were a miss. And you can see these bolts of lightning are coming down. They're out of heals. They're out of time. It's up to Aoxy now as his teammate's going to fall here. Booga finds one in the feed. That's huge, but the time is ticking, and Aoxy gets tagged. Swirl gets tagged as well, and down they go. Those elims fall into the hands of Cash and Jaith there. For Peterbot and Byla, it seems like they've managed to weather the storm quite literally here. They find themselves above this surge, sitting on tons of loot. That's the, of course, refresher now from those 2 elims that really just barreled into their box, right, looking for their Storm Surge tags.
Yeah, and that's what, if you are above Storm Surge in that first circumstance, particularly when there's so many players who really need to press, you can kind of put yourself in a position to take advantage of the fact that your opponents are going to be taking constant damage. We saw it with Jathan Cass basically getting a couple rifle shots and then just running away, knowing that their opponents were actively getting ticked. They'd run from the outside of zone, and as long as they're able to stall it out, hey, it turned into 6 free points for them. Now, Monster, we're also closing in on that first placement threshold, so everybody will get a point here once one more duo does fall, and we currently have a duo who's still getting hit by Storm Surge as we jumped back above. But just as I talk about that, Carry ends up getting the confirmation onto Muzz, and he goes down outside the top 35.
What a huge elimination there, and another falls just nearby as well to the hands of the Storm Surge. Man, you know, I was just going to bring up, that was a very long Storm Surge fight right there. It took it all the way past the next warning zone and then into that moving zone, well into about a minute or so. That's a very, very long and taxing Storm Surge right there. That's going to truly dig into the lobby. Remember, that number starts to trade back and forth, really pinging between multiple teams. So, you know, it's only a matter of time. We'll find out who is really affected this time around. But for Iamzo and DGen, it seems like they've managed to maintain their position in this lobby so far. And honestly, with the amount of heals they've had, you can tell that they didn't have too much of a problem that time around. Bucky and Cam have themselves a nice wide fortified base here, but they are on the outer edge. It doesn't look like they're going to pull this zone. And talk about an interesting zone. It's all the way up here north. It's going way deep into the Sleepy Sound.
I was just about to say, I don't think we've seen a zone quite like this. The one other time we came out north, we were a little bit farther east and much more over these vertical mountain parts. This zone is so interesting because the moving zones here, well, there's a ton of verticality around the outside. The players who have the advantage right now are the ones who are already boxed up in the center of Sleepy. The thing is, that doesn't really exist at this point, right? There's 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 duos who put themselves in there. Everyone else was banking on it pulling back in towards the interior. These moving zones are going to be utter chaos because 1, there's a ton of stuff to be reformed here, but 2, the sight lines are going to be so chaotic. Just look at these slight little changes in elevation. The grid space here is very awkward if you're not used to playing late game zones in this area.
I agree with you. It's a very awkward game. I mean, I've seen a lot of Fortnite cast over even for this.
You can see Spade actually going down in the feed there. Right now we have a 3-box with Clicks, Iamzo, and Booga. Booga in the bottom right-hand corner. Clicks and Day in your top, and then the bottom left-hand. We got Iamzo and DGen. Everybody looking good on space right now, but the next Storm Surge warning is about to pop as soon as this 4th zone closes. So we'll see who's able to get a little bit of real estate, and we can expect a decent amount of action to be occurring on the southeast side. As we're going to take a peek at DGen finding some fantastic shots there. With that burst rifle, going to be able to sneak through as Threats is going to get the confirmation onto Cam. So Cam and Bucky not repeating the Qualifier 1 take from last season. As Ellis and Jock, the G2 player, looking for a little bit of space. They found it on the southwest side of the map. No one really remotely near them. Clicks and Day also have a ton of real estate on the northern part, but their issue isn't space. Their issue is numbers and time, as you see on the right-hand side. 32 damage below. Keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, the number we're going to be looking for is 50. So right now, 7 different duos are going to be put under pressure from that 25 damage every 5 seconds. 2 of them are on your screen right now with the Roller and N-Pen on the right. As we switch back on over, Clicks and Day, they're getting into it wall to wall, and I can see why Clicks rocking that legendary drum shotgun just got a pretty significant buff when it comes to player versus player combat. A little bit of a nerf when it comes to the actual wall pressure, so it's not quite as effective when you're actually the one doing the pressure, but in duos you can see how Day is the one trying to clear space as Clicks is the one trying to find the shots, but they need to start going because that damage is going to start ticking. They're going to be forced to go in their chug splashes as we keep an eye on the top left-hand corner as well. Chimp ends up getting confirmed, and my prediction is down just outside that second round of placement points. We've had our next Grace placement point end up going through. That's why you see the +2 next to Clicks' name on the left-hand side. As Threats picks up yet another knock, and Paper is going to get the confirmation of the jamming. Take a look over at D-Roller and M-Pen, who are just 5 below Surge, as Clicks and Day are just barely able to get themselves above, thanks to the AR shots coming out from Clicks. I can see Chug Splash is going through, making sure they're topped off. 49 players left. They're going to get a little bit more room here, as we're also going to close in on those cascading placement points. Now look at where the moving zone pulled. We're going straight due north. So everyone who is in that power position I talked about has to rotate into Clicks and Day right now, and it's just such a great position to be in.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this. I mean, it's looking really difficult right now. Players are starting to house up on this northern side. It's looking very congested. But hey, at least we can think that there is some land in play here. This could have easily landed on top of the water. So let's take a look for DGen and Iamzo. They're putting this pressure on. It's Shadow's going to fall inside the box. And of course, they're going to be able to finish that elimination there. Big pickup here for DGen and Iamzo. And it just seems like they continue to find loot after loot when they need it most. And this is where, you know, most importantly, send down the points. They're going to start adding up.
Yeah, the points now with that elimination coming through, or no, it's another duo going through because they get a knock there. So OMG Me Too still on his feet somewhere, but we're into the cascading placement points now. So each duo that drops is +1 additional point until we're into the top 3. Then it's +2, and an additional +3 for that victory royale. So the points are going to go up, and oh boy, we're going straight up a hill. Old Man Mountain is calling early. The first full moving zone is going up to one of the higher points in this area of the map. And I mean, we're going to be forced to burn a lot of utility. Expect to hear a bunch of launch pads be put out on this rotation.
But for DJ and Yamza, I mean, they have a launch pad, right? They definitely have one. Booga and Miro, they have 2. I mean, that's even better. You get to use one to cut all the way across the field now, and then another to get up and over this elevation. Let's see it here, though. Booga makes sure the sky is clear. It does look like it. They're one of the last teams on the backside of the zone. Here comes the wave of launch pads. A lot, of course, of recycling happening here as players start flying across, but they're touching down. They're looking good. The surge is active. If you're Clix and Day, you need to get inside a box, and you need to do it ASAP, but Day needs to heal first before he can actually think about taking a fight. For Clix, though, he wastes no time. He finds someone there. It's a down body. It's perfect for him, too, and that's a full finish onto Nani.
Yeah, that was his knock too, which is monstrous. The points coming through. You can see Clix starting to go to work. We talked about that drum shock and the headshots doing so much additional damage, and these players don't tend to miss when given the opportunity. Clix finding great room and giving his team an opportunity to breathe, which is what you need in these end games.
Yeah, for sure. Slacks, though, by himself, playing as a solo right now. Player up above him. It's, of course, Clix and Day there. That's not a fight you want to take. Clix and Day edging their way onto high ground. They might actually be playing for the top position here, but Kanata doesn't want to give it up for free. He's also based up way up top here. He's going to take a peek outside as he realizes he's free. No, instead he gives it up. This is starting to change elevation here. Everyone gives it up. DJ and the Yams are going to be the team that ends up cranking up to the side here, and it's theirs. That is what we talk about. That's that loot and that material count threshold that we saw was so heavily favoring into their inventory, right? And remember, they're coming off the hot streak of yesterday's multi-victory royale streak as well in the previous qualifying round. So, I mean, talk about a team that's on fire right now. They might just line up their first win today.
Yeah, fantastic positioning there to be able to ramp up on the front side of the zone, but it will take them out of the relevant action for now. They'll just be raining shots down, so the eliminations will be picked up in the lower part. Viola picking up one, Dubs picking up one, Mega picking up one as well, looking for a little bit of room as NPen and D-Roller will also get full confirmed. But look at the slight change on elevation. There is no ultimate low in play because if you drop down, the mountain is right there. So Degen and Iyamzo are just going to continue to run it down. Lars in the bottom right-hand corner, he gets cleaned up just outside the top 10. We're going to hop on board. Kanado tries to hop into a little bit of space, but instead, the straight line jump gets him ripped apart. Just 2 shield and 87 HP to his name.
I see Miro find Rise in the feed, but Threats claps back and takes him out there too. Booga is left by himself, edging his way around the outside. Threats manages to pick up 9 eliminations. This is so massive. Talk about a... And of course, it does not stop here. He is still in the fight as he has the touch splash. He's working his way up to the top. Nicely done.
What a shot on the Mega there, but somebody get Pep on the line. Might as well sub in Threats because Man City could use everyone right now, and he's putting on a show. A clinic, one might say, as he also has the med miss, finding some space on the backside of the zone. He has plenty of build, so Old Man Mountain isn't going to end up being a problem here, and he finally gets a little bit of space towards the side. You can see 15 HP, still has the med miss, finds a little bit of room, but with 107 builds into the top 6. Clix and Day find another one. That's Marzo W going down. Peterbot also going down. Day finding yet another one. So NRG fans, rise and rise you will as Bila tries to find his way through the catacombs of the player-built buildings there. Looks like he's going to go down in just a second. We should have a 2v1v2 here to close out the game. No, Bila just hitting the med miss, finding some room, and then he gets caught out. So 2v1v2. Iyamzo and Degen up on the high ground. Threats, the one-man army, the 10 limbs himself, drops down, and that's into Clix and Day. He's trying to take the 1v2. Still has plenty of builds, isolates the 113 HP, but gets taken down.
Huge elimination right there. Taking the arms now.
Trying to be able to find it. They have plenty of resources. Going to top off with the Chug Splash, and they're looking for the 2v2. Day tries to find some room, but immediately gets blocked off. What great defensive building from Degen. Still looking for room here. Day trying to find an angle over on the side. 5 elims combined between the two of them. 3 on this side. You can see the additional +1 from Yamza. So 5 versus 4. The Victory Royale here will make a monstrous difference for whoever is able to run it through. And Day ends up trying to get hip to hip. They're trying to find some space, trying to knock the tree, but out of builds they are, and the high ground could end up being it. DGen going to be forced to drop down, putting the spray in. Only one build, needs to try and parkour his way down, but they're going to close it out. And game number 1 here in Qualifier 1 of Chapter 3, Season 2 goes to DGen and Yamzo, but Clix and Day putting on a show as well as Threats.
What a game indeed. We got to see Yamzo and DGen, of course, walk home with that Victory Royale up against the one and only Day and Clix there. Big game for both duos, but DGen and Yamzo, the confidence is on top.
Yeah, I mean, 4 Victory Royales in round number 3 yesterday. It looked like it translated over, and they had no problem putting on the makeup and the shoes over at Command Cavern, and they walked away completely fine, Monster.
Yeah, we saw such a great performance out of them there. What a big game, and again, contested at their drop spot. That is, of course, an uphill battle in its own, but of course, we have the desk as well, who is waiting in the wings to go ahead and break down the scoring here for us, and give us some highlights, guys.
Thank you so much, boys. What a start to proceedings there. I mean, we have to take into account the teams we mentioned in the pre-show did manage to get into the end game, but Threats there coming through with the insane double eliminations off the bat there, Vivid. Incredible stuff from the get-go.
Man, Threats showing up and showing out amazing, but not to take any credit away from DGen and Yamzo. And listen, me and SVG, man, we got the biggest smiles on our face right now. His pick getting first, mine getting second. Let's go.
Oh man,
enjoy this SPG.
Hey, they did exactly what we expected them to do. Take height in game 1. They typically play really well off the start, and I want to see them continue this because oftentimes we've seen them do well in the first game or 2 and then struggle to continue that strength. But we've seen in round 3, they're just winning games. They know what's going on right now, and we're going to continue to see them play. Beautiful high ground take to take height on the front side of zone, and it's been so nice to watch these guys all season, and I'm hoping it continues here.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about DGen and Yamzo as well is they've managed to, you know, we said yesterday, the amazing round 3. They've come into round 4, still feeling hot, they're feeling good, they're straight in them. I mean, this is a great start for these guys. Obviously, last season, it was brand new. It was duos. We had trios for a very long period of time. Now we have duos, and of course, there's some teething stuff at the very beginning, the first FNCS. But now this is like a chance. Now they've had to adapt to work together. This is looking. I'm going to say it, SPG. Your pick is looking pretty good right now. But as you mentioned, Vivid, yours are too.
Yeah, and we love to see, you know, SPG praising them for taking that high ground, but Day and Clix really showing me how good they are in that mid ground. I saw Clix at one point get a refresh. He was maximized. I was telling SPG, I was like, listen, this is it. He's going to run with it. Yeah, it was really impressive to see these guys play this mid ground and then ultimately take low here. And this is one of the things that I think is that next step for them, understanding that they can play together, how to navigate different layers in endgame. And we know they're crazy good fraggers. They'll just clean up, but it's the understanding of the layering, the tarping, that is going to push them to the next level here.
Yeah, it really is. If you can understand, it used to be high.
Yeah, so Threats and Rise all the way up at the top there. 56 points on the back of that 10 elimination game there from Threats. So really putting his team up on the board. They're in first place nonetheless. And DGen and Yamzo, no surprise, up there as well. Second place with 50 total points. But look at this, SPG. Mega and Dubs creeping in there. You know, I was expecting Clix and Day to be a little bit higher, but no, Mega and Dubs actually third place. 8 eliminations going to be doing it for them. Yeah, it's a big game. And we were watching behind the scenes. I saw them get a little 3-piece, and they're playing really well right now. It might be time for the old school duo to come back and reign supreme. We see a lot of the top teams up on that leaderboard, and man, we can't talk enough about what Threats did in that end game. 10 elims by himself, putting his team into first place. It is so incredible. But we also see Crumbler and Mars OW, 2 names that I haven't seen on the leaderboard in a little bit. They had a solid game 1, even though they're not getting the elims. They made it through, navigated that end game, and
hopefully they found the right formula here, Vivid.
Yeah, it's really great to see a lot of these names that we haven't seen in a long time, like Mega and Dubs. We know that they're always very, very consistent, but at the top, maybe not so much. So it's great to see them all the way up there. Hopefully they can continue throughout the rest of these games. But another name that we kind of see a lot, but haven't seen in a while, is Jack and Illis. So it's nice to see them in 11th place, kind of setting themselves up, to be able to push themselves into that top 5. Not a bad game. 22 points is definitely a safe number to be at. But a trio that's actually sticking out for me on this page is Bucky and Cam. We saw them dominate off spawn, but they only got 1 placement point. So if they can kind of figure out their mid-game rotation, I think that they do have the edge over at the Daily Bugle. So I think they do very, very well out of that. But the rotation is clearly a little bit troublesome for them.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And you mentioned that Bucky and Cam, that could be a good off-spawn fight for them while we were just sitting watching them. If they can continue to win that, now they just got to figure out the next half of the game. It gets really difficult to navigate these mid games, especially when they're as stacked as they are here on NA East.
Absolutely. Right, game 2 is right around the corner. It's back to Sundown MDF to bring us all the action. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And with 1 game down, we have 5 more to go, Monster. And so far, the tail of the tape seems to be the eliminations.
Yeah, it really is. And, the stage has really been set for us, right? Big eliminations, big games, and most importantly, it's coming from the vets, the players that you really expect to punch that huge ticket in and go straight to finals.
Well, it seems like, and we talked about it on kind of the intro show, how there's a little bit more room for the experienced players. There's a lot of the big name duos who, in the practice in the second round, the Cash Cups, they aren't there. They aren't in their spots. And that means the ones who are get a little bit more room to operate, a little bit more wiggle room. And you can see that translating to these high elimination plays and them being able to pick up on these opportunities.
Not only that, our picks are pretty spot on, but it does sound like that battle bus is ready. So let's go ahead and gear on up to jump into game number 2.
Two of 6. Closing in on a third of the way through. Hopefully a refresher if you're on the bottom half of the ladder. If you're on the top half of the ladder, you're looking to just keep the ball rolling. And right now, top right-hand corner, we got PSG TNA Muzz. But in the bottom right-hand corner, we got our match 1 winners. 50 points on the board, but still not quite enough to contest with Threats' 10 eliminations. It's Djinn Iamzo heading up the top of Command Cavern.
Crazy to think that a team like Threats and Rise pick up a full 10-piece and just break away with the lead there. It is definitely impressive, but not to shy away from an 8 elimination victory royale here from Muzz and Avery, though. Pressure is on. Huge tags come in, and they're sent running right now very early. It's Sprite. Sprite checks on in. Muzz has got that right camera peek, but this is not the greatest close-quarter weapon.
Yeah, so I don't know if I missed that right off of the start. I think he might have clipped something and gone down to fall damage because I didn't see him actually get knocked in the feed. I was trying to keep an eye on that top left-hand corner, but I think there might have been a little bit of shenanigans happening earlier on there to Avery. Would love to get a look back at that at some point off of the start. Saw something out of the corner of my eye, but we'll see what else happened. I mean, we talked about a Command Cavern. Might as well just cue the circus music because we got a lot of people nearby. I mean, just look at the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, we knew it was going to continue to be contested here. We knew it was going to be a difficult drop spot for anyone to play. But on over to another spot that's not looking too high. It's the Chewy team here. Of course, Chewy Pog sitting on top right now of the 2 teams down low, while his teammate is farming off in the distance. Now, he's the only player with shield currently, so he kind of does have to be that tank of the squad, if you will. He's going to have to be the guy who's on the front line here to take that initial battle. Should they get tagged first, it's not going to be looking too hot, but they're looking for any angle possible right now.
Yeah, trying to get the first drop on him. He doesn't really have a shotgun, but he's doing a whole lot of jumping and moving around for the person who's doing the ambushing. Like, Xenophobia is gonna know the players here, but it doesn't matter if you get back-to-back tags like that. 43 and 43, that's 86. I can do math and completely breaks the shield. So you talked about kind of that cumulative HP advantage, and Xenophobia is having to go straight into the utility, and he's gonna top back off. So
To me, they should be happy with that. Honestly, this mansion isn't a spot where you really want to contest. If you can get 83 damage right away and get out before your opponent can lock you down, like that's better than a worst case scenario. Now you're in a really bad spot because that damage has come through, and if they want to chase, they can make a problem out of it.
Yeah, it's like going hot for eye right there. You got for shields to return the hit with a headshot as well. It was one clean first round off the Chewy bug there. And now here see that blue gold up on the other side. It seems like the same issue for them.
And right now, hopping in, you can see Rhythm and Milk's 2 elims on the board already, so they were able to pick that up. But you can see Jamper already trying to get out of dodge as we're going to get a replay of what went down here. You can see Milk able to section him off, and a nice little piece control there. Drum Shotgun comes out, and he puts it to work. Drizzle and Carry just get sat down almost immediately. That was fantastic there, and really good aim coming out from that Drum Shotgun of Flu Milks. Now looking for a little bit of room. Going to check the western side of the map. One of my favorite areas of the map. There's actually a surprising amount of loot in that area, particularly if you want to take the time to fish, but it gets a little bit more difficult in games quite like this when you have to deal with the Storm Surge. However, picking up those early elims means you get a little bit more options and the ability to kind of adapt your gameplay. So we're going to swing on over. Currently in 4th place, second finisher in that game #1 match. NRG duo, Clicks and Day, looking for a little room over in the Joneses, and our current leaders basically in the backpack of Man City Threats on his 10 eliminations. We got Threats and Rise. They got plenty of space over in Rocky Wheels, just trying to hang out, get a little bit of loot, make sure they top off on as many materials as possible, hit up the coolers, min-max that out a little bit, and you can see them also making sure they store the floppers there. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of time here, and actually, right as I say that, Suscript going to go wall to wall. That's Inquis and Aimred on the other side of it, and they're going to actually slam down a shield keg here in the 1v2 situation. And if I'm Suscript, I don't really want to try and take a drawn-out engagement against that, but might not have a lot of opportunity. You can see there's yet another team trying to move in. He's actually heading straight towards them. Jock and Ellis, they're just lurking in the bush, playing some bushwookies, and they're going to be able to jump right on top of this.
It's looking good right now for Jack and Illis as they're initiating this fight. On in they go. This player has no shield. They're going to swing around the sides here. But of course, break it open, right? Give themselves a little bit more space. As a solo player in front of them, it should be easy pickings here, but Suscript putting up a fantastic fight here as he starts to tag back. He swings around the side there before getting fully taken out. And just like that, they get to, honestly, capitalize on the find here. For Young and Team Moon aim red there, you see they manage to just back up. They don't want to risk this game here. There seems like there's another team that does want to. It's Aoxy and Swirl.
As you can see now, too, everyone needing to head over towards this north and eastern part of the map. So we're going a little bit north again, but pulling pretty far to the east, with Day and Clicks being very firmly inside the zone, which for them, Monster, every time I've reviewed, this seems to be the times when they have the toughest job with Storm Surge, when nobody is being forced to rotate past them. They can't kind of take advantage of it, and they have to go looking for tags. Puts them in kind of an awkward position in some circumstances. So currently have DJ and Niamso now rotating way over from the western side of the map, so they got to hike as well.
I agree with you. Definitely have a ways to go here, but the zone is pretty close, and you know, again, this is a team that's battling a crazy fight at their top spot, but I like the way they were playing it, right? If you were curious as to whether or not we're taking a lot of risks, they're not. Sit up top, they take advantage of the position.
Right now you can see Tahi and Paper, the 33 duo, trying to find a little bit of room, a little bit of space here. Sleepy Sounds just outside to the eastern part here. Hide and seek over on the other side. Nets looking to try and take advantage of it, but Paper doing a good job making sure he's owning those very awkward walls over on the side. You don't want to get caught trying to throw up a wall there, being unable to. See the other side of this fight in the bottom right-hand corner, but Paper going to about face on the other team who's trying to get some tags on him, saying, hey, leave us alone. This is our fight. And you can tell they kind of want it. You can tell they're looking to get a little bit aggressive. You can tell there's some points available here, and right as I say that, Paper gets backed down immediately. Disengaging, looking for a little bit of room. As you can see, the shots are just obnoxious enough They do have a shield keg. They're willing to burn one of them. Paper's going to want to make sure he's actually getting the tags from him. And they're doing a good job of trading the tags out, but because they're central to so many different teams and there's so many different sight lines, eventually they're going to get chipped away. Fortunately, they do have plenty of excess shields that can go over the top here, but right now it's a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough. As you can see, everyone has pretty much a view on them in some way, shape, or form. With Clicks and Day trying to execute a little Nick Merckx high ground take here on this team monster.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, they're just looking up to try to get this ambush going right here. It will just come down to a matter of timing, though, right? They can go ahead and slip on in. That'd be huge, but Day's by himself. He doesn't have the backup, not just yet. He's going to go in anyways. This is it. He's committing to it. He gets up on top, and what a madman to start this fight off as a solo here.
I mean, this is pretty much how Clicks and Day usually fight. They let Day run up, and if Clicks isn't there close enough, it's basically Clicks' fault in that regard, because Day, he gets a little bit of a leash, but sometimes when he smells the opportunity to go, he is going, and he's picked up some points, but it's also gotten him in trouble occasionally.
Yeah, definitely has in the past here. For a team that's sitting on 6 points right now, 2 eliminations, this is pretty good for them, but they're deep inside the storm right now, trying to play for some deep tags. Now, if they start a fight with a team that's on the edge there, that could also backfire, so that's a big decision you have to make for Peterbot and Byla. Big fight for them here as well. So much time on the clock to really finesse this battle, but it's against veterans. It's Mars, it's Crumbler, teams that have, again, been contested since the dawn of time. We're talking way back to the Stealthy Stronghold.
That Mars is no stranger to taking fights at every stage in the game. One of the OG arena grinders, and Crumbler on the opposite side. These two have played together forever. Where on the flip side of that, Peterbot has pretty much flipped duos, flipped trios nearly every single season. Somebody who's known as just a fantastic solo player, but struggling to find consistency when it comes to teamwork aspect. Could Byla end up being that missing piece? So far, sitting in third place, it's looking pretty good.
Peterbot sitting on the box right now. Again, deciding, hey, do we take this fight? Do we jump in? Where's the angle? Where's the opener? This team sitting very passively down below. Again, controlling some of the pieces here. Nicely done there. Trying to play this real textbook. Very slow. I like the edit hold right now. You have a lot of visual awareness there, but nothing comes of it. Finds a great angle onto Crumbler, and no hesitation to find that shot there as well. These are wood builds. This is a perfect opener here and a weak wall, but no, doesn't want to fully commit, and it's just mind games. It's back and forth here. Peterbot, though, he's such a good player in the distance. A team sneaks on in. Those are some great tags for them here. It's going to break up the pace right now, so I don't see this fight progressing any further for now.
He's such a good individual player, but you see there how the initial shot on the Crumbler, I think he barely got a 30 tag. You can tell he's like, oh, I can still press my advantage. But just a little, not quite having the experience and the discipline there when it comes to the team game mode, knowing that, hey, if you're putting shots out there and you're pressing, somebody's going to be looking for the distance. So when he did get cracked and backed up in that circumstance, it didn't fully box himself up in that regard. So a little bit tough in that regard. As now we're going to swing over to a replay here. Chewy sliding right on in the box, getting in onto the Flu Duo. That was gross. Oh my God, Chewy.
Man, talk about, playing to the game's mechanics and the state of the season right there. Nicely done. He's going to just edge his way right on in there. And they make that fight very quick. They end it so quickly. I mean, that's the ideal version of taking a battle right there, but now we see why Byla and Peterbot have been fighting, why they have really been pressing the issue here. Sundown, they need surge tags, and they need them now.
Yeah, they got to go 13 below. You can see just a minute left on the timer, but with nobody else near them, what are you going to do? Rotate to center zone and hope to trade? No, you take this fight, and you're going to dog it down. But on the opposite side of this, Mars and Crumble, Mars is smart enough to know it's like, hey, are they just flying at us unnecessarily? They're probably underneath surge. Immediately, that means, hey, defense on, hip to hip, make sure we're looking at the same wall. And Peterbot is putting on a fantastic display of how to kind of micro-utilize the sprinting to just move around these box fights a little bit more efficient, but it's not generating into anything, Monster, and time is ticking.
What they are doing well, though, is pushing this team back little by little, finding tags without getting hit back very much, and this might be it. This might be the opener he's been waiting for. Bilo's going in. He's not wasting any time. Here comes the setback, though. They wait. Hey, listen, these are enemy builds. We shouldn't really do this. This is top tier play and in action right now, and I love to watch Bila and Peterbot, you know, kind of take this as a master class right now. Look at how far they've managed to push this team back into fresh builds, making them commit even more, and now they have the advantage, and they have this storm line in front of them as well. These are great tags here, but Day and Clicks are also in a fight on the other side for Storm Surge as well. It's important battle after important battle right now.
Yeah, keeping an eye right on the outside of zone there, but one thing, Peterbot and Bila, they don't have to fight. They did everything they needed to do. They got their Storm Surge, and they could just get away from this team, so I don't understand why they're spending the extra time to kind of push these guys out. They could still just gatekeep it from inside the zone, which is exactly what they're going to do now. So a little bit of extra pressure now. Now on the right-hand side, you can see Clicks and Day. They're able to get back above Surge, but Monster, the difference between Game 1 Surge and Game 2 Surge. Game 1, we had 90 duos up right now. Now, only, or not 90 duos, 90 players. Now, 76. So only 3 duos being hit instead of 10 by the Storm Surge.
And we've seen this, right? This is the type of pacing that normally does happen. You have these big game ones, the nerves are high, everyone takes their time, but then you reassess, you reevaluate your position in the tournament. But hold up, though. It's a mirror zone, too, in some sense of the way. It's going north again here, so a lot of the Western teams battling with that uphill kind of fight here. And this is why we see teams like Eomzo and DGen positioned up so greatly here already. Could the first 2 games, could we be seeing a repeat performance? As of right now, if I had to throw a dart, I think my odds are pretty high at hitting somewhere in the center because they are in such a key position right now.
Yeah, but right now on the right-hand side, somebody who's in a key position, but on the wrong side of the wall there, you can see the Bugle, while providing fantastic sight lines. Look in the bottom right-hand corner, Monster. There's one duo these guys can kind of look at. Otherwise, they're aiming across the way and just 24 damage above. They are hoping and praying that the other duos who are below stay below right now because they are out of any of their excess shields. Now only 9 above Chimp and Spade. The reigning second-place duo from the previous FNCS has struggled so far today.
So far on the bubble here, coming out of game number 1, right in the middle of the pack of the tournament, and another surge issue is just chewing away at their HP pool here, and it seems like they are starting to run out of fuel, honestly, right? This vehicle is going to come to a screeching halt here shortly. If they can't get out and find some of these tags, they'll be stuck at the light, Sundown. They won't make it to the show.
Yeah, but fortunately for them, the light, it held yellow for just an extra second, and the cop who was hanging at the crossroads was like, yeah, you're okay, you'll get through there. But I very well-timed revive coming out there from Clicks, trying to close out on the Cooper, trying to find an angle, but almost goes for the pickaxe there, a little bit greedy as Cooper's able to slip out the side, and Clicks now very much so on the back foot. What extra utility do they have? We already saw that Dag got knocked down. They're on the edge of the zone. They don't have any extra white heals. That's a 2-tick zone. They need to get back on the inside. They're 16 HP, 14 HP, ticking down on Clicks. This is not a good position to be in.
Not at all, and if it touches, it's gonna go to 5-tick and it's all over. It doesn't matter. He gets face checked by a team there. OMG, Me Too, Elite, and Aviv are the team down below there, and unfortunately, they are gonna fall just a little bit early, and that's to the hands of course, a mistimed battle there. You saw that other team just slip on in and all of a sudden put their 2 cents into it, and he gets punished for Ryzen threats, though. They have managed to safely secure themselves a position here on the zone, and it does favor them as well as it starts to edge its way down south. Things are looking to stabilize for this team right now, and again, they're placed pretty decently coming out of game 1.
What a ridiculous zone for this game. Just appreciating the fact of where like everyone is boxed up. It's going to be so difficult. This 5th zone and where the half in, half out is going to dictate so much in this regard, particularly because of where the high ground is and just the absurdity when it comes to Bugle and these moving zones and trying to navigate them when you use your launch pads and what other rotation you have available to you. Like, this is going to be a fun one.
If you could pick a difficulty before you jumped onto the battle bus, this would be like max difficulty. We're going to put you in a bugle end game. It's going to be very, very tough to navigate this. As you can see, it's some of the highest verticality you can ask for, but more importantly, yeah, webs still around the area. There's all types of things that can play against you or play for you in these matters. But for Byla and Peterbot, Surge is now starting to get active here. They are well above it pretty comfortably. They're going to be able to make their rotation free of charge for now. Of course, the biggest threats here are the teams that have already positioned themselves up on the outer edge. It doesn't seem like anyone's actually looking in their general direction, so Peterbot gets to slip all the way on in through. And honestly, they save a lot of material. For what it's worth, that could have cost so much more.
Yeah, that's a great sightline and angle from them. And because of the first one, you generally expect other teams to try and trickle in, but they're going to be able to about face and pretty much cut off that rotation. So you can see everyone kind of packing in towards the outside of this circle, because the next zone will be that half in, half out. So it will no longer be concentric to the previous circle. It will intersect it. And honestly, if I was a betting man, Monster, I'd put it on the eastern side of the zone. I don't think it's going to end up pulling back inside the bugle. And if that ends up being the case, everyone who is on that interior has such a tough pull here in 2 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you were on Sundown's side, you were not right. It goes east here. Wait, Sundown, did you
That's what I said, eastern side.
Oh, man, you are 100% correct. It pulls all the way east. It's going to be even more difficult for players that are inside the Daily Bugle here. They're going to have to climb up and over the divots or funnel their way down south into a team like Threats and Rise. Acro and Xenophobia here, though. Nice usage of that armored wall that are completely shut out Bucky and Cam. They were winning the trade there, but they felt like there's a lot of pressure coming back at us. Let's go ahead and pause down for a second. But hey, they have bigger fish to fry, bigger issues to worry about now, right? It's getting over this volcano, essentially, this crater that they found themselves stuck in.
And right now you can see Zeus and Jamie trying to find some angles. Some good shots coming up from Jamie. He's just going to get him 30 above, and he's also going to slam down an armored wall, saying, nope, no entry from there, no entry from there. And it looks like they're trying to get an angle here, maybe set up a low pad, but instead just going to high pad and go all the way. A little bit dangerous considering the sight lines across there, but everyone else is too busy rotating to bother spraying some shots over, as we're basically going to have a full reset on the high ground, the positioning, as everyone is forced to rotate through. But that Storm Surge will tick back over there. 1 of 2 duos being hit. Jamie does have plenty of choke splashes to be able to offset this initially, and because of the rotation, they will just barely be able to tick back above. So they'll relieve that pressure for now as they about face and start spraying shots away. Can see Booga, Miro looking for a little bit of room here, looking for a little bit of space, trying to find what they're able to do here. You can see Jamper and Dukes up on the high ground. Cam and Bucky, 4 eliminations to their name. Much better than what we had previously seen in game number 1. Don't forget qualifier number 1. Last season, they were able to just run away with it in the first 4 games, largely on the back of Bucky's IGLing and Cam's ability to just slay absolutely everyone who came in their path. And oh my good golly gosh, we are going right back over to where we just were. This full move is one of the hardest because everyone has already invested their pads, and we're going up and over, and it sounds like I got another guest with me. Hello, can you hear me?
How's it going, Sundown? Shio Wager here, ready to go and see exactly how this zone acts with. And you're talking about it, right? It's so tough to maneuver already, and by the state of this game, everyone's already used half their mats to get to this spot. They've got a quarter of the tank left to keep going.
And keep going, they have to, because they're going all the way up over the hill through the river, and it's not to grandmother's house, it's the 6th zone, and hopefully the FNCS finals. A ticket is what awaits them, and if you're able to chain together 2 good games like we've seen previously, you're in a pretty good spot. As Crumble is able to pick up Jathan the feed, Acro ends up getting Byla. DJ now has a great angle taking over on the side, but is going to need to cut in shortly. As Canada and Agers up on the high ground, Miro takes to the sky yet again, looking for some more space, and only 25 above the surge. Make that 19 below Shio, and it turns on.
Too many lures active for too many different duels right now, and yeah, right now Boo's gonna be rolling in. At the same time with his teammate, it's gonna be tough to see exactly what they can do from their spot because the ground is also falling. D-Roll is the one all the way down low. Meanwhile though, Sundown, no one up top is stopping Kanata and Agers on having this height.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to rain shots down. Everybody too busy worrying about rotations as we're going to pull south and west. So out from where everybody else rotated, there should be a little bit of space and some old builds to be recycled as we hop back on board. Our match 1 winners here, DJ and Ianzo, 4 victory royales yesterday in round number 3. Can they keep it rolling?
That's exactly what they'll try to do right now. Rising threats. The captain's position, still looking to see what they can find, completely out of options and out of time to clean every single alert possible. Threats kind of denied. That's all the Rise try to just pick this one up from the ground.
Threats, you put 10 eliminations down by yourself last game. Rise, it's your turn to step up to the plate. What can you do? Where will the solo clutch be? And will you be able to ride it out? Top 15 duos remaining. Been in the cascading placement points for a while. Every duo that goes down is +1. And Iamzo and Degen trying to find some more here. They'll get the knock onto 1. Great confirmation coming through. Iamzo looking for a much needed refresh. He'll only get the 15 base mats from it, and then he'll be able to about face. He gets hip to hip, but you can see Canada and Agers almost completely out of match, Shayo, and we're still pulling away. They'll have to abandon high ground.
We need to do something for one of these low ground teams if we get a refresh completely in there, but Bugha and company already down here doing as much damage as possible. This is just crazy in terms of just dominating that mid ground there. A complete refresh of mats as well for Bugha. They cost them a little bit. A lot of HP for the total team as well. Top end of this low ground there, but look at this. Oh no, complete edit open and Bugha's down.
Bugha gets blasted. Coney owner right around the corner. He takes the right-hand roller, goes down the right side, but him and Npan, another good placement game as Miro gets picked up. That's 9th place. Agers and Kanata still looking to hold onto that high ground, but absolutely no builds. They're just walking alongside the second Tarpon. I think they were able to realize that it gets ripped away. He's trying to find the shots, but instead just throws down some chug splashes. Might have caught a teammate there, but it doesn't matter because he's able to get hip to hip. Gets edited down and cleans out Bank. That's a much-needed elim as Mars finds one of his own. He's up to 3 by himself and pushes into the top 4.
Duke is the one kind of in the middle of everything, watching just the world collapse around him, somehow still surviving with just a little over HP. Finally, he goes down. Up to Mars now to maybe do that solo dream, make it possible, but it's a duo below and a duo above that he has to deal with. Kanata's got all his mats back as well, all the options available for this spectacular individual to just beam down and never miss a single spray. Owner goes away. Coney's gone, and with another shot, that's death down 2. Kanata makes it look too easy.
Kanata, Agers just riding out the high ground, barely ever shot at, and even then when they didn't have mats, they said no problem, we'll just walk on the opponents. He gets edited down, and he finds a much needed refresh, and then really good awareness over here on the side, just making sure he's spraying down, putting the pressure for his teammate, and look at the tracking, Shayo.
It's almost perfect. This is the pressure that they had. It was almost permanent pressure from the start of that 5th zone all the way to the end of the game. It's just unstoppable. Like, how do you deal with that as any player in the lobby?
I mean, being able to grab the high ground there in those moving zones, I mean, basically whoever claimed it first, it was yours. Nobody had the ability to both rotate and fight off heights. So good timing by them and good execution to close it out.
Absolutely. We'll see exactly what the desk has to say about that one because it should shake the standings up towards the top 10.
Yo, what's going on? And it's your boy, Zegmas Prime. I know I've returned, but don't worry. Adam will be back in just a little while. For now, my goodness. Kanata and Agers. I feel like now that I'm jumping back into NA East Vivid, it's almost just like, oh yeah, those guys are really good. Of course they're going to win the game, right?
Of course they are, Zeke. And yes, of course, Zeke, welcome back. Of course, you know, it's great to see you. And it's great to see Kanata and Agers taking the higher ground there. And as Sundown mentioned, kind of towards the end here, they were practicing their 0 build mechs there at the end because they did run out of mats. But Bank kind of edited them in there, gave them that quick refresh, and they went ahead and cleaned up the rest of that game with ease.
Yeah, it was a really solid game by them. We know they can play high ground, and they're going to consistently do it. Kanata picking up several elims towards the end of that game, and that should shoot them right up the leaderboard. We've only played a couple of games, so these two, I was a little worried to see how they did, especially when we thought they would be contested off spawn, but clearly Kanata Agers, you're not contesting those guys. They now have Greasy all by themselves, and they're running away.
I think the only thing I could ask more of this duo, right, guys, is maybe just like more eliminations, right? They're probably kicking themselves, thinking like, man, those 3 points per eliminations is really juicy. 5 eliminations and a victory out, super awesome, right? But now it's about making sure we can get all the points as quickly and as efficiently as possible, right? Because
We want to make that top 5. We'll take a look at our standings in just a little bit to see how things are actually going here. Remember, in case you've forgotten, in case you're tuning in for the first time, welcome to the NA East region. This is the FNCS, and at the end of 6 games, whichever duos fall in the top 5, they will automatically qualify to finals 2 or 3 weeks from now. And that's what we're fighting for right now. After that game, we got Agers, we got Kanata jumping up from 4th place, or excuse me, 4 places up now, and now in their top 3. That's okay, Vivid. That seems pretty good.
Yeah. Getting all the way up to that 3rd place is very, very good. And you mentioned that top 5 as we see our top 5 kind of shaping up a little bit here. Just after 2 games, though, the top 3 standing out from the rest of the pack. DJ and Yamzo having another great game, putting themselves at 81 points. Threats and Rise up there at 79 points. But as you can see, they only have 12 eliminations, which means they only actually got 2 eliminations that game. So a little bit of a slowdown for them. What do you think, SBG?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slowdown, but it's only 1 game. And just so you guys are aware, you see those little numbers next to the placements. That's how much they rose or fell. So we see 13 places up for Death and Coney Owner. They just shot up the leaderboard with that massive 2nd place, a ton of elims, and we see 13 places for Qua and Tabs G down there as well. A lot of movement going on, and hey, I'm gonna just keep rolling with it. 25 there by Redux and Plague as we look at 11th place, and that's just another big game. Everyone shooting and mixing up the leaderboards right here.
A lot can change, right? You know, this is the kind of beauty of the new format, the new kind of juicy number. And I actually, like, behind the scenes in EU, had this question for our analyst: is 3 points really that much crazier than 2 points? Like, it's just 1 more point. Sundown was like, no, Zeke, you're dumb and 50% is good. And I was like, oh, actually, okay. And now we see it, right? The points are just off one incredible game, Vivid. You could just be like, hey, I'm not even in contention. Just kidding. Hello, top 10. It is I and my duo.
Yeah, Zing, I think that your problem here is you're quantifying them as just 1 elimination, right? But if we take Threats as 10 elimination game from that first game, right? We do 10 times 2, that's only 20 points. But then if we do 10 times 3, that's 30 points. So that's an additional 10 points with the 3 points per elimination, right? So we know that these players do get more than 1 elimination here, Zeke. So that 1 point difference does make all of the difference when it comes down to these leaderboards.
Yeah, it's a great point there, Vivian, especially as we expand it out over the 6 games. I mean, 30 points, just talking about that one game by Threats, that's the difference between, let's say, 1st and 11th right now, and that is huge. And, you know, as we continue to roll here, DJ and Yamza looking really strong. Death and Tabne starting to move up the leaderboards.
Yep.
And then obviously Kanata and Agers making their mark with this last game. But they've been all over the place, and we see little DJ and Yamzo, unfortunately, not able to make that top 5 here, but a solid game by them, picking up enough elims to secure that 1st, at least for the time being.
I think the strong start, right? I mean, currently right around 81 points, you know, not terrible, right, Vivid? They're hanging on, and if they drop like 1 game, I think they're still fine, right? As long as they can look to make up those points in a subsequent game.
Listen, your words are very comforting to me because dropping 1 game is kind of what Clicks and Day did there. They did fall down 7 spots there. They are now hanging out at 12th place, so not ideal for my prediction, but hey, listen, I am still confident in those boys.
I think it'll work out well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, anything can still happen, right? Again, that was just game 2. Everything's fine. No one bust out pitchforks. Listen, 4 games, anything can happen, and anything will happen. This is the FNCS. It's time to jump into our next game on the day. So let's kick it over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and SBG. Sorry, I had to put my pitchfork away real quick. I said that we weren't calling for him yet. 2 games down, closing in on the halfway point. And I got Shio Wager with me to call the rest of the action.
Absolutely. I've been watching so far, and I'm just seeing that it's Elam heavy towards the top 5 of a bunch of these teams. If you're making it towards the end, Sundown, you're not only surviving, you're mega thriving.
Yeah, you're making plays, and we've seen some individual solo efforts really be able to beat the difference. And as the desk noted, that +3 per eliminations, you think, oh, wow, it's only 1 additional point. What does that really mean? But you have to look at it in the context of total overall points, right? +1, when it was only 2 points before, is a 50% increase in the value when it comes to eliminations. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole basically halfway point for some of these teams. You look at these games for some of the bottom players as well. When you look at, maybe thinking about the future in finals, they only get a few eliminations overall per game. So you have that extra little tidbit. You're boosting more than just miles up the board.
Yeah, and sometimes you're able to just take advantage, but who will take advantage of match number 3? We're about to find out.
Right. Match number 3 up on board. This is where sometimes the strats ends up changing. The people in the lead start to solidify their game styles, but there's always those underdogs ready to take that new crown.
Yeah, basically match number 3 is where we really start to get a good look at what the top 5 is. If you're able to put together 3 consistent games, it puts you in a circumstance where one more even solid kind of top 10, a couple elimination games, almost guarantees you a spot to the final. And that's a huge alleviation when it comes to stress, when it comes to thinking about the rest of the season, when it comes to prep. You can really just focus on, hey, what does the map looks like? We don't have to worry about the other qualifiers. We don't have to worry about the open rounds, as we've seen here in NA East, have been a little bit tricky for some duos, as we have Degen and Niamzo, our current leaders, sitting at 81 points. And man, Degen has that drop onto that balcony near perfected.
Almost pixels of a difference between him just not making it and falling, and that is basically perfect in terms of the landing. And having control up here is just so nice. At the same time, having inhuman reaction speeds can also suffice for it if you're not getting the best spot on drop. And Avery right there just shuts Sprite's dreams down.
There was Avery last time who was knocked almost immediately, this time getting the revenge, and you can see the cooldown of that 25 minutes there didn't impact him at all, and he's gonna feel real good about that, especially considering he had the big pot there, was almost trying to pop, and he's like, hey, 350 shield, thanks, Sprite.
And then just how Kanata and Aegis also end off that last game with the win. They start this one off with the same type of momentum, a big bang. They're just getting Greasy completely almost to themselves, virtually basically uncontested, because this fight just looks effortless from the side of Kanata.
And I mean, it's going to take a whole lot less effort when you roll a legendary burst pretty much off of the rip. I mean, we talk about just how good of a player Kanata really can be, but when you give him a weapon disparity, particularly like that at the start, that thing rips.
It's all about where you go from there as well, and we'll know he'll be good on Surge overall too. You're talking about the differences in, points overall from 2 to 3. When you have that legendary burst in station as well, you're hitting shot after shot after shot. That adds up for your damage totals as well. Not going to be the easiest for Jack and Illis to get out of Tilted Towers. Have a few teams overall to deal with, and they're making things look really sticky. Aim Red and Inkings are here, and it's going to be such a weird fight happening all around. Somehow Illis is down. Jack's landing more than 300 damage per second, it looks like, but still isn't finding all the eliminations to go with them. He's got one. Someone else just escapes in the vehicle completely. I think the number one thing is he saved Illis for now, and he's just going to be able to pick that res up and go on his merry way.
Yeah, now the people under the stairs trying to get him back up on his feet before Slacks and Clarity come crashing down, knocking on the door, saying who's in there, but it was a little bit of an awkward fight. Honestly, really well played from Jock to just deal with everything that went on there, getting knocked up in the air from the car, hopping in real quick, the player hopping out. He hit pretty much every shot he could. He's been able to get his teammate up, and Slack says, well, nobody's getting that car, and he just drives it right on into the gap.
It's fun to see, just throughout the seasons, Slacks and Jack go back and forth between different POIs, sometimes just together as well on different sides of teams. And right now at Tilted, it seems like even if you do make it off of spawn, you somehow find the duo that landed there in the mid game in those Storm Surge situations, and your destiny never really ends.
Does your destiny really ever end, Shiloh? Does it really ever end? Like, when you get to the final of it, it's like, oh, you completed your destiny, then what? Do you just like kind of hang out? Your life purpose is over with?
It's like new Destiny Plus. Imagine like if you're, like you get to continue in the same pathway, so like, if your destiny ends Sundown and they give you an option to come back as Zeke, are you taking the new Destiny Plus?
Or do I have like the option to like prestige? Is that basically what that is? Do I just like go on to the next and just do it again?
Do
I have to be Zeke? Can I be anybody else?
You have to be Zeke. In this situation, you have to be Zeke in this prime first.
Are you sure I can't be literally anything or anyone else? Could I be like a pet rock? Is that an option? I have to be Zeke?
They're coding that still. They're coding that option still. So right now it's just
I mean,
Is the other option to just kind of like hang around, just like I'm
you can chill
max
around,
level,
yeah.
I just kind of chill?
You can wait till the next patch, yeah.
You know, I might have to just hang around in that circumstance if that's the parameters of the option. Just like Iamzo and DJen right now, just kind of hang around looking for some shots on anybody who might be rotating away from command cavern. You know, I'd likely just hang around, as you can see Cam doing right now, bouncing around, using the webs to try and rotate through efficiently, using them much better than I do. I feel like anytime I touch those things, I just go in the opposite direction from what I want.
I was about to say I was trying to teach someone to use those webs a little bit and grab the zip line all the way up top.
Yeah, okay.
Let's just say we never made it out of the first zone, so that was a tough one, yeah.
It's like, okay, you just hit this one, then you hit this one. Oh, okay, no, I swear I did this just a couple seconds ago. Okay, so you hit this one at like this angle. No, you have to run and jump and sprint. Okay, well, the zone's coming. Let's just hop in the car. That's how that conversation went.
Yeah, pretty much word for word verbatim. Maybe you were listening in or I was playing with you, who knows? But yeah, that's how it really broke down. And for Clicks and Day, I think just seasons across, they find these eliminations where they just shouldn't be allowed. Like on rotation via the Sanctuary, they're picking up a body. I just never see that really happen in any region for any players.
I'm not positive that was their knock. They were able to secure an elim point going through early on there, but I think the shots came out from the side there. You do see one player over in the boat just kind of just ripping away the rockets. Now those are unlimited. It's a good little bit of harass, but didn't see the other confirmation come through. But again, better start here from Clicks and Day. We've talked about them generally struggling when it comes to consistency in these lobbies. They have those really, really high points, but they tend to struggle to kind of chain them together and sometimes get a little bit caught in the mid game. They're able to clean that up though. They're one of the scariest duos in NA East. But speaking of scariest duos in NA East, Booga and Miro still just moving around, occupying tons of space right now.
You think there should be like a, I mean, it doesn't make sense in this context, but like a salary cap for teams in
what?
In duos, like the skill cap basically, but there's no like salary equivalent, right? But to balance like duos in a sense, like Booga and Miro, does it not just seem unfair for the rest of NA East?
I mean, if that was unfair, they'd win absolutely everything, right? They don't win everything. I feel like NA East and arguably EU as well, I think they have probably like 10 or so players who are kind of in that upper echelon, but it really always feels like there's a little bit of a shakeup in NA East, you know what I mean? Out of any of the regions, I would say arguably, like you look down in Brazil and whoever has Pagazine, that's where I'm just like, okay, this is like, he wins everything, 50% of the games go to him, might as well just like give him the crown right now. We haven't really seen that in NA East in Europe. Even NA West had Arkham Rex and Epic Whale for a while, but that kind of petered out towards the end, and it always seems like NA East and EU have just had a constant changing of the guards at the top.
This is actually very true. I would always equate it to like, maybe if it's not wins, this like top 3, top 5 guarantee for some of these teams. That's just still so nice to have under the belt, right? Like the comfortability of that. Obviously, they're still working hard, right? They're still putting in the hours, and it's absolutely crazy the amount of work that goes into it, but it just seems like, you know, there's guaranteed to this top 5 every single time.
But we're also not seeing that across like all the tournaments, right? Like we're not seeing one of these duos just win absolutely everything when it comes to cash cups and third-party tournaments and FNCS, right? There's always just a little bit of disparity when it's coming through, particularly in NA East and EU, where you just have so many of these players who are able to, if they have everything going for them, really press their opponents.
This is very true. There's always chances for an opening to rise for another player to come through. And I think that's just good for the top teams as well. It means you always have to be innovating. You always have to be putting in a different style of work. It's not just about being good, but being different enough every single time to where no one can really catch up to your level 2. And right now, Chip and Spade have a chance to do that as well. A lot of these teams might be used to being overall all the way close to top 5 have a chance this season to kind of rewrite their own history and do just that. I think with this blue pool, the amount of damage that's on the board as well, and the balancing with the shields on the other side is just in general across the map with the vehicles being taken out, there's a chance for just raw gameplay to show through. And I think we saw it earlier on in the day as well. Just the way end games are playing out now is just completely insane. And with the duels format as well, solo clutches become that much more so possible and are a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, you get a little bit more room to operate. It's a little less unfeasible when you open up into a duo that you might be able to win that fight if you play a couple things well, they do a couple things wrong, and you're able to take advantage of it. It's a lot harder to do in trios when you're facing down just the one extra member. You can dedicate somebody to just perma holding a wall or slapping a pre-edit in your face when you might have the opportunity to make a play. And we've seen people take advantage of that. Hen over in Europe last season, able to basically win the FNCS on one of the more ridiculous solo clutches that we've seen. Over on the right side of your screen, you can see Lancers picking up a key elimination, much needed there, onto Suscript over in the zone, and he's going to be able to about face. It looks like he has Fusion's card as well, so he's going to be happy about that.
So might be one person needs to go right through, and yeah, that's Haji. Tracking him as well. What a perfect time to drop down on layers diagonally too. Perfect waterfalls as well to get all the way down to the ground, and it always seems like the people with the best loot are way back in the zone as well, so he's gonna have a lot of ground to cover to get back into this game.
Yeah, plenty of med miss though, as we're gonna hop on over to the first elim here from Lancers, and nice little mantle move to actually get up one extra box into the 175. He's gonna about face a 140 onto Haji, and then he puts him in the blender. That's a fantastic opportunity to work around the side. We saw the reset after the fact, but hey man, take a bow. That was great.
Clinical, and just wasn't even a pre-fire by any means. It was just well tracked, well timed, and just great. I hope we get to see that all the way to endgame and then get that reboot rolling in as well. Mega picking up Chewy in the feed. That is one big just maelstrom of a force stopped by another one as well. I mean, Mega and Dubs, I feel like at the start of this game, or the start of the tournament, game one, apologies, they just popped off as well, son. They were looking really good. 4th overall, 7 elims. That's huge to start off the day.
Yeah, and we talked about them a little bit on the pre-show and even in the green room before the show when we were looking at the drop map, looking at where players might land. We were like, wow, Dubs and Mega got a lot of room. There was no one near them at Shifty Shafts, and well, sometimes people will talk down on Shifty Shafts and kind of the sightlines advantage and the amount of available loot there. If there's no one within like a couple of grid spaces of you, right, it doesn't really matter the quality of the drop spot because you're just able to do whatever you want. And so far, they're finding the eliminations, and this is the type of Dubs and Mega I like to see play. I like to see a little bit of early and mid aggression because they do have more chemistry and just overall better skill than a lot of these other duos in the circumstance because they've been in these situations how many hundreds of times.
Absolutely, and in all those situations, the hundreds of them that you're mentioning, it's always kind of also been a little bit of a comeback story for them. I think the last 3 games are always their strongest, so to have such a good one to start off the day, to have that in the roster already, and that's a 7th with 8 elims, by the way, not a 4th. 7, my apologies. It's still really good, and it's like a buff overall to what their, total standings should be at the end.
Shia, look at the bottom left-hand corner right now. I love this. So this is actually something that is fantastic. And he got a hit. He just hit someone. Oh my God, that's so good. So boxing up on top of one of these cannons in any other type of Fortnite gameplay, even just in a cash cup that's not a round 2 in the circumstance, you will never, ever, ever be able to do this effectively because people will just move away from it. You don't know where people are boxed up. Those are very slow moving. However, in this circumstance where players are boxing up with excess materials, they're showing you exactly where they are, you can start lobbing some of the shots over there. Granted, it is much more efficient to just take out your scope burst rifle and start spraying AR shots. However, it is much more hilarious when you direct somebody with one of those rockets right as they're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unfortunate for the people who are basing up. There's not much else they can really do. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, it's just complete bullying. There's this easy damage to be able to get for Surge overall as well. And it's just a nice strategy, good control to be there first before everyone else. Champion landing more shots after the fact as well, while the cannon keeps raining. Skittles on the right side is in a very different world of her users. Not going to be the last one going down. There still needs to be one player that leaves before that Surge is gone, but they're really feeling the hurt, and he's gone.
Yeah, and unfortunate for him, another player drops almost immediately after that. And while the cannon might be hilarious from Duke, it seems like Jamper is the one who's putting in almost all of their Storm Surge work. Just finding some great angles and some great tags, particularly on these players trying to rotate around the northern side of the zone. So honestly, really good positioning and teamwork out of the 2 of them.
Split base 2 from Miro and Buga. This is just to be able to get as much mats under the belt as possible. Might cost you a few tags here and there, but that's fine. But look at all the control they have, basically stopping certain rotates, being a little bit more elusive overall, and not the focus of, you know, possible cannon fire, and at the same time, many other different random box dives as well, especially near the surge line. I like the fact that they actually split up a little bit and stay far away, a little bit more incognito and spread apart.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know how I feel about the loadout from Clickster and him being the one in the lead, because if somebody opens up on him, he's not going to be able to really effectively return fire. So now he's kind of just stuck here looking down or looking up at the supply crate without something to shoot at, but Day luckily is able to catch up. And you see here, Flo trying to find a little bit of space here towards the side. Great piece control into the harpoon, and that was fantastic by Flo and Trap.
The fact that an elimination like that can come so fast as well, it's very tough, especially people who are desperate on the backlines. Miro and Puka, though, they don't need that many strategies when it's just, hey, beam at wall. Hopefully we get one elimination. They get two.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I wondered where they picked up their elim, because it didn't seem like they were getting bogged down in any kind of fight. Well, just throwing shots towards somebody fighting for Storm Surge, and hey, sometimes the dice comes up 7 and they're able to take that one away, as Aegis has a fantastic bead onto Spade and Chimp here, looking to make their lives a little bit difficult, but might just be scouting for info.
All right, for this zone, Aegis position, Sundown, what are you doing to get in? What does the rotation look like?
Honestly, I would have about faced and started walking right now. Like, you already know there's other duos on the outside. If they turned around, they should see the fact there's only one other duo there. And as long as they're able to go before all of the other trios who are on that western side can kind of establish themselves just on the edge of the zone, they should be fine. But ignore me, they have a whiplash, so they're gonna hop in the whip, skirt, skirt, right to the edge of the zone. No problem for them. They're gonna box that thing on up as well, because that is a very full HP whiplash for this late in the game. Like a couple weeks ago, you would have seen that all the time. I don't think we've seen that at all so far today.
Yeah, I think there was one instance of one that got fully bullied. It's so tough to get it out of Greasy in specific. I mean, with certain zones, it's so easy to, first of all, hear it. You have to have chonkers to use it, so it's a little bit high profile as well. But having it in that spot specifically with old builds on the right side, any of these low ground teams are going to be unable to park right beside that base and even bully the builds that are around the cart. They're looking really good in that makeshift garage. Meanwhile, D-Gen picks up Jack on the way to his next zone move.
D-Gen, his rifling has been fantastic so far today. I don't just want to say today because his rifling is almost always fantastic. Well, Iamzo is very good close range. Not saying that either is bad at the other, right? But it's just every time you tune into D-Gen, it seems like he just has a perfect feed, has a scope, has a line on players, and it's never just one shot, right? Like, that's the difference between players at the highest level here. Everybody can sneak a rifle shot, a first shot accuracy shot in every now and then. It's about getting the angles where you're able to sneak in multiple, particularly when you have that burst. You chain all of a sudden a body shot into a headshot or 2 headshots together, and you have a window to go, or you force utility out of the other players. But right now, Plague and Redots, they're going to be forced to either go or use utility, as they're 61 below, and that Storm Surge is turning off.
Well, utility they really have to use. Striker Pump was in hand when Redux had a free shot over. Maybe a beam could have been a little bit better, but no other options available with that look. He'll put a little bit of damage on the board, but 51 below still. They're looking pretty nonchalant right now, still just kind of eyeing out what they need to do instead of actually moving and doing something. In 15 seconds, that relationship between Surge and them is not going to be so peaceful.
6 duos will all be pressured by Surge. 3 of them on the screen right now. Top of the page, Plague and Redux. 22 below, bottom left, Edan and Av. 35 below, they're immediately into a fight there. Edan loses almost the entirety of his HP, but Av is able to just barely get them back above. We can see in the bottom right-hand corner. Peterbot, Byla, 52 above. They do have a shield kick that they drop down and try and offset the initial bit of Surge. And Redux and Plague, off of that first dive, they're able to stay above. Same story for Booga and Miro. They're able to keep themselves just above with 109, as players are beginning to drop, but still 5 underneath the pressure.
10 total players kind of need to go down before this pressure ceases. I think for Peterbot, he's been sitting looking at that number 60 for a long time now. No one is falling. That's troublesome. Armored walls put out, so there's no chance for him to have any safe edits forward to be able to deal much damage. They're playing the full defensive. 4 people now gone down, 6 more need to leave, and that zone is starting to move soon too, so they have multiple dimensions of pressure on them. A launch pad to be able to use, but there's nothing to really stop them now. They do have a little bit of damage above. Some of those teams have gone down. Some room to work and breathe with, but let's see where they go from here.
Rise and Threats down, Shadow and Me Too down, room to operate at the top of the table. And so far, after the first 10 Elam game out of Threats, they've started to stall. First place after match number 1, but so far only really adding a couple of points onto their total here. But Yamzo and Degen looking to pull away, looking to maybe secure a top 5 here with still 3 games left to play. They could do it with a solid enough advantage. 40 above the surge, so they need to be wary as only 1 duo will be under pressure here. We're also closing in on our cascading placement points. 2 have been given away. In the next round start, we get to our top 25 duos, so 3 more will need to go down as we're gonna hop back on board here. Miro, Boga, looking for a little bit of room. 72 above for them. As Kanata picks up 1, somebody else picks up another. That's Agers picking up a double on the Larson and Kawanti, and that's going to turn off Surge and Shia. We're going back to the north over to the crossroads.
This is so bad for every team. They kind of just moved in and kind of left the west and east open for themselves overall. If the zone does pull north or south, that is north right now, everyone's gonna have to move through all builds. They just have to basically jump over and on top of each other. It's gonna be a stampede. Look at the way things are basically sectioned out here. So you can't go left and right. You have to just go move through all of these builds.
Move through all the builds or straight up the middle. There is a little bit of a window there, and we're seeing now if you peek towards the bottom right-hand corner, most of those triangles are going to hit that middle gap as fast as you can, because going around the outside is going to cause a lot of damage. Redux picking up the confirmation onto accept. 1 more duo needs to fall, and we're into those cascading placement points. But right now, DJ and Yamso very low on mats. They're looking for a little bit of room here.
That wall on the left could be a nice box side with a harpoon onto Tragics. That might be the angle. Yamzo patient on this shot, not really doing much damage yet, but he's going to be the one to take away 100 shield of his own HP bars. Degen also going down to the same fate. He is gone, wiped out. Yamzo, it's all up to you now to hold on to the lead.
1 build, just barely above 100 combined HP, trying to find the backside of that box. Instead, finds a little space on the grid. Just gonna take a knee right there. You know, trying to buy a little bit of time. 40 seconds on the clock. Sorry, wrong sport there. Will use his last build and then gets chewed up, ripped apart. That's the drum shotgun from above, taking advantage, and he will go down 21st there. That was Byla who's able to pick him up and close that one out as Redux in the top right corner of your feet, trying to find some room. Plague just barely holding on with a sliver of HP. Boga goes down the bottom right-hand corner as Mira finds some room. But look who's up on the high ground yet again. Agers, Kanata, just raining shots down from above in Shio. I feel like I read this book already.
I think I see D-Roller on low as well with Tabne and Deshu also just moving around. It's the same thing entirely. I think this is the biggest difference. Dubs and Mega having a little bit of control down low. That will actually make things so much harder for all these low ground teams.
And you can see Day ends up picking up rhythm, but then Mega ends up getting clicks, and Mega gets the confirmation there. DeRoller then picks up Dubs. It is just utter chaos on this mid-ground tarp, but through all of that, Miro was able to pick up Booga, and while he doesn't have a ton of HP, he's back up on his feet, and the solo World Cup champion is as dangerous as ever, looking for a little bit of room, but somebody who knows something about danger, that's Day. He's looking for a little bit of space. 17 builds, not a ton of white HP, doesn't want to take these storm ticks, but facing off against the metal wall, he takes 2 there that could end up playing a difference with only 70 effective HP. Trying to close it on top 15. He gets the line there. Will he be able to get the confirmation? He gets the knock, but it was a duo, so no extra points, and he will fall in 15th. That's Beef picking up back-to-back ones there.
And meanwhile, we watch all this low ground commotion go down. Byla's here, locking away even more pressure down. Tragics can't even move, but now he's going to be forced to actually move over top of these builds. C's going to be taken apart, needs to go for a few of these mats, possibly even, but with 500 wood, what more do you even need? There's not much even left over. This is going to cost him a lot of HP too, something that he can't really afford. Down to what, 30, 20, 1 tick almost? Yeah, 20 down from going for those builds, and it was just 50 that he picked up.
Kanata still raining shots from above. Jamper picks up a two-piece for himself. Is he trying to add more nuggets to that meal? Looks like he might get picked up right after that. Mega ends up going down. Nani goes down to the hands of Beef as DeRoller still up on his feet. Coney ends up taking out Beef, who I believe picked up 3 or 4 for himself, so good individual effort there as Flo tries to catch it back on up. He's popping flops over in the back of the zone, hoping to get another point, and yet, Shayo, I'm telling you, man, this is just a bad remake on the high ground. Aegis of Kanata not getting shot at, but no builds, and Miro alone yet again. Booga down, but he dives on in and he finds a solo. Byla gets picked up and he's into the top 5.
A spinning top that can't be stopped. Miro is just sliding into these builds and doing crazy damage. D-Roller's still just popping off, and Aegis is finally down, so Kanata might be able to get taken out, but he takes out Duke and Jamper in the matter of an instant. Now we're down to 4 teams. Miro with a humongous shot onto Kanata, and now he rules the skies, but with 11 HP, how far can he really go?
He's trying to pop the car to get the explosion, to expose somebody there, get one shot. He will have an opportunity, but he has no more builds. He has 11 HP. He could drop down onto the cone, but any damage is going to get shot out, and D-Roller will not miss the tags through there. The original FNCS Invitational Champion tries to clean it out, but Coney drops in and cleans the fight out at the end. Everyone was looking up, and instead, Midground just plows through, cleaning up 3, 4 eliminations, and the victory royale.
I mean, you give them a little bit of a chance. Let the Dabney kind of roll in and take apart everyone around them. Coney owner is just there at the very end of the game, ready to just look inside this box and pick people apart. It's just too much. Deja Vu started off Sundown, but a very different game at the end.
Very different, but I mean, when we talk about leaderboard implications, I feel like it might end up being roughly the same. They've gained 14 places in the last game, and with that victory royale, they're going to rocket their way up into the top 5 as we close in on our back half of games.
Dude, Sundown is just so intelligent. You guys ever just think, like, I could listen to Sundown tell me about, like, paint drying, what the process looks like, and I'd be like, yeah, this guy's really smart and I could do that. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, back to this last game. That is not a diss, by the way. This is 100% serious. Sundown, so don't clap back later. Wow, Cody Owner and Death Shoe, they get themselves a victory royale, boys, and I do want to celebrate this moment for them, right, for this duel. However, I have to still think about, like, Kanata and Agers, right? Still making it in that top 3 with what we saw at the time was 6 eliminations, and as well, Booga and Miro. So it's a huge win for Coney Owner and his dual mate, but there's still so much else going on around them, Vivid.
Yeah, huge game for Death, and I love the fact that you point out, you know, even though they did get the victory royale, so many other teams just put in so much work towards that end game as well. We'd love to see Agers and Kanata up on the high ground again. It looks like they had full control, but they did run out of builds. No refreshes came through, so eventually they did have the drop down. And even when he did go for a refresh, Miro was like, no, let me just stop you right there. So a lot going on, and that game was definitely chaotic in the end game.
Super chaotic, and one of the people that took advantage of that was Miro, and we know this is how they won last FNCS.
Yep.
It was Booga clutching solo, it was Miro clutching solo. Hey, they're back on their same horse, they're riding it once again. He's somehow able to pick up Booga right here, like, okay, and then now he just goes on Pikachu rocking, taking down multiple players on his way and securing a ton of placement points that honestly they should not have gotten.
Yeah, I think for me, Miro has always been that player, right? It's just like he can look at a game and be like, what micro advantage can I acquire here? And what do I need to do to achieve that? And then he just like disappears into the shadows. And then he comes back and it's just like, yes, Booga is still up. Hello, we are now jumping in your box. Good luck, everybody. Like, they're just such great players. What else excited you guys about this last game? Was there anything else that stood out to you?
Definitely Peerbot and Byla coming through. I know that they put up a large number of points, and that is because another solo clutch came through. But before we get there, you know, Peerbot and Byla have already had 2 eliminations, and this is impressive in its own right. Seeing that they are 25 below right there, and then getting a quick amount of tags in to make sure that they are good for the end game. And, you know, we've talked about it a little bit, SPG, but not too much. These launch pads playing a big part in this season, them actually opting to use it there to get to that half zone.
Oh yeah, the launch pads are so key, especially as one of the big movement items. We see Peterbot go down, and then Violet's just able to take the rest of this game into his hands, just like Miro, solidifying a ton of placement points, picking up a couple elims, and putting his team in a much better position. I'm interested to see where they find themselves on the leaderboard, because now this is, I believe, their second or third solid game that they've had, and they're a team that we talked about at the top of the show. They're going to be fighting for one of those top spots.
I like that, SPG. Let's take a look at these standings together and see how things are going. Looking at our top 5, Peterbot jumps on in, and exactly like you're saying, I love SPG. Let's go, baby. Keeping up with them storylines. Right, because of that game, now they're looking at Degen and Iamso, and they're saying, oh, hello. Are you guys in top 5? We'd like to knock you out of top 5, Vivid?
Yeah, not the best game from DJ and Yamzo. They are going to be dropping down with 92 total points there. But, you know, we mentioned Agers and Kanata. They were on the higher ground. Didn't actually end up getting a victory royale, but they got plenty of points to keep themselves in that first place position with 126. But following closely is Death and Tabney, 125 points. Only 1 point separates these top 2 teams. But look at this, SPG, Bugha and Miro showing up. They are in third.
Yeah, they were hanging out in 6th the past 2 games, and, you know, they're about a half game. Everyone's in that 90 to 70 behind Death, Agers, Kanata, and Tabney. And they're all going to be fighting for it. One team that we've seen put a couple of solid performances together is D-Roller and M-Pen. We mentioned them during, or the casters mentioned them during the last game, but that is a team that seems to be hot right now and playing very consistent. The elims aren't there like everyone else, but nonetheless, they're consistently getting themselves to the end game and putting themselves in the arena.
This is page 2. Vivid, you got Mega, you got Dubs. They're sitting in 11th place. I mean, look, because of the format, I'm not super worried, at least right now. I think with the next game, leaving only 2 left, I will be more worried. But with one big game, Vivid, any of these guys could just show up in the top 5, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we saw right there, I think it was all the way down to like the 15th position. We had 67 points, but then like in 10th, we had 71 points. So there is not a lot of points separating those duos right now. And I'd love to see Clicks and Day actually make themselves back up to that top 10 position. My prediction, of course, that first played spot looks very, very good on them.
It's that top 5 what everyone wants. It's going to be a close one as we go into the second half here, Zeke.
Ooh, SPG got me hyped up. Boy, let's get ready to jump back into more Fortnite action. We've got Monster DFace, who's back in the house, and Sundown standing right next to him. So, gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and SPG. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster DFace here to close out the back half of the game. So, Monster, I know you've been keeping a close eye on things. What are your thoughts so far?
Dude, Miro is just popping off that ridiculous clutch right there in the very end. And then, of course, D-Roller popping off as well, just really getting on his own little steam train there. Was super impressive to see how he continues to take out big names. Like, D-Roller was truly the upset of that last game.
Yeah, and with just 3 games left, particularly here in match number 4, we're going to see a lot of very much leaderboard informing matches. We're going to see kind of what it takes to place in that top 5. So far, it's averaging just above 31 points, but enough from us. Let's get into the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the qualifier 1, round 4, and game number 4 is here. This is the back half of the tournament. You guys watched game 1, game 2, game 3 unfold, but now how well have the players been doing? How well can they continue to stay in the running right now? If you're a team like Kanata and Agers, you want to upkeep that momentum that they've managed to pick up. They're currently sitting at 126 points, just a single point away from the teams trailing behind them. But it hasn't been easy, right? They've been fighting for it, and after that victory they picked up in game 2, I mean, it was looking like they might have secured the game 3 win too.
And Sprite, first the weapon here on the drop. Gets great tags on the Muzz, but not quite able to finish him. Trying to get the angle, slides in, but gets blocked off by the wall. So now he's going to need to regroup up with his duo. And we've seen just the madness that is Command Cavern, how quickly these fights can resolve. And Muzz is going to need to get with his duo ASAP.
What's crazy about this is you can see what placement the teams are currently in this general area of the command cavern for the most part. If you've been landing inside the cavern, it's been a pretty rough day for you, at least for the first 3 games, because there are players everywhere, right? They're really fighting that fight right here, and it hasn't been easy for anyone. In the feed, big names getting taken out there, though. Bucky finally does lose the Daily Bugle battle, and I saw Dubs pick up an early elimination as well, so it does seem like maybe a team might have gone in his general direction on over to the Shifty Shafts, or he picks someone up out the sky, which is also possible because of the elevation and the loot that's there. Either way, Booga's going to find some early game tags here, and it does seem like a bit of a skirmish going down for our 3rd place team.
That's a nice little feel-good moment there. You're able to pick up a beat on an opponent, just kind of on the opposite plateau, headshot, body shot with that burst rifle, and that's going to get those Storm Surge tags ticking away. As you can see, right-hand side will transition over. Current 4th place team, DGen and Iamso sitting on those 92 points. And also don't forget, when we say 4th place, we're looking kind of at the team number 4. That's where they currently sit on the leaderboard. But that number does not account for tiebreakers. So keeping that in mind, as Muzz will keep in mind his early game, as he'll get sent back to the lobby. They're going to have to clean that one up, but a brilliant job making sure they resolve that fight. That was Sprite and Nouns, we talked about Sprite putting the early damage down, but they took a little bit too long to resolve that, unfortunately, as Nounsy gets pushed back, and some huge shots from him, but not enough. But the huge shots end up basically being a nice little parting present. This is the madness, the Clown Fiesta we talked about in the cavern. Cue the circus music as just duo after duo filters in.
Yeah, for every blow given, another one of equal, if not more powerful returns right back at him, because there are so many duos here looking to continue to jump into the mess here, jump into the fight and create some noise themselves. And you can see that it has really come at the detriment of multiple duos now. The command cavern just really being the place of the home of eliminations, if you will. In other words, this is a place I don't think anyone should be trying to dip their toes into, right? The water's a little too cold on this side of the pond.
Yeah, like you can see the appeal. It's roughly centered. It's on the west side of the map, which, shout out Kinch Analytics, if you've looked at his zone breakdown, you have a higher percentage of pulling towards that side. And there is just an absolute, I mean, just metric ton. And I mean ton of resources and consumables in this area, and you can see why. Like, you can happily foster 6+ people here, but the loot pass, once you're committed to inside, it just makes it so easy for everybody to trickle into these fights, to just get chipped from different angles. You're not covering every single sidewall, and it's really difficult, on top of the fact that you're just getting scanned out constantly by somebody above.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? That information drive, that download that DGen and Iamso will be getting from up top. I mean, if you start rotating out at that moment, it's over. You're going to get picked off. And they know when it's time to come on down, because they can just see how many players are here, how much threat is lingering nearby. When there's too much, you know what? It's not worth their time. They just get on out of here, and they actually end up being the guys holding players inside the zone. So if you're in the command cavern, it just never really seems like it's going to work out. Not at a surface glance, at least. So seeing a team like CSN the bronze, you can see he is going to decide to go ahead and rotate on out the side there and continue to get his pace on here. But for Sineto, for 7W, I mean, they've already found a little bit of success here. 3 elims better than most.
3 elims, largely just being able to trickle into that fight a little bit later, but you can see Jathan Cash just on the outside trying to get some shots in immediately onto the wall. That sees it gets taken, and they're going to back up, try and find another angle, and they're going to be able to catch it. Cash gets caught, nice. But then Sineto returns fire. Jathan ends up going down, and they're now trying to push through. Cash is running like he just got stolen from a bank, and he's in a robber's bag. He wants nothing to do with that fight. Sineto, 7W pick up their 4th elimination here in the cavern, and they're putting some points on the board. I mean, before this they had 9, now they're adding 12 to the tally here, 21 total. And if you're gonna get the ball rolling, here's a good way: kick it down a hill.
Yeah, what's wild about this, Cash and Jath are doing pretty okay in the tournament, right? They're in that upper bubble, almost inside the top 15 there. So that's a big elimination, a big team to take out. It just seems like 7W and Sineto have really figured this out and started connecting the dots here. But the replays roll on, the music continues to play. Take a look at some of the other perspectives of the fights going down in the command cavern. Cash and Jath were also finding a bit of success here. This is why they wanted to stay around. But of course, you saw, like we just broadcasted over CH7W, they're doing just that as well. So it's like, you know, vehicle versus brick wall. You know, there's no tension. It's back and forth. It's a big collide there.
Right now we see some other shots being sprayed out for Bugga. It does have that legendary scope burst rifle, going to be able to just right click or left trigger, whatever your button is for that, aim down sights, pull up that nice little red dot, and when you're as good and accurate as the solo World Cup champ, he's going to be able to find those shots. But somebody who knows a little bit about being accurate, and again, we talked about how generally we don't see better games from Mega and Dubs till we're in the back half of the games. Guess what, Monster? We're on game number 4. 3 elims all in the back pocket of Dubs. 79 points in. They've all of a sudden pushed themselves up from 11th to 7th in just this early game.
Huge. That's how close the standings are as well. It really gives us an idea of what those points are looking like, right? If you wanted to see what Dubs was doing, well, take a look here. It's the shotgun coming into play here. He's going to find mentality there. We're talking about how some of these newer folk, some of these newer players making it to this final stage might just be up for grabs against the vets, and that's what Dubs is really doing right now. He's finding some of the new blood out there, right? And claiming those elimination points. And think about it. As the stages develop on, as we get later into the tournament phase, right? The points change. The format right now and the way the points work out, eliminations are weighted so much more. And that's why we're seeing teams like Dubs now, 3 elims means so much. It jumped him up 4 full placement points.
I was about to say, man, is Iamzo driving that car? Because, actually, yeah, Iamzo was driving that car because he's 14. He definitely does not have his permit. Maybe 15 now, but either way, don't want him on the road because that was a little sideways there. Make sure you do all of your driving lessons if you're out there, and if you already have your license, then be responsible and miss signal even if nobody's there. If you're making a turn, come on, we want everybody to get home safely. There are limited cars now on the island. You got to take good care of them. Nobody wants to be calling no sweat insurance and dealing with that. Right, as we hop back on board here, current leaders still holding on to their spot by just the point. Kanata and Agers, plenty of space.
Yeah, haven't really earned anything, but neither has the team right behind them, right? Because otherwise they would have been overthrown. So a single elimination separating the two big wolves, the alpha dogs in the pack here. But for Agers and Kanata, they're keeping a low profile. They're really taking their time and trying to decide how they can find their Storm Surge tags. They found themselves in, I think, a very peculiar situation. They're kind of isolated. You saw there for a brief moment the drone shot revealing there wasn't really anyone nearby them. And that's something you have to weigh in when you start picking your spots. If you're not very high up in a high position to look outwards, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's going to backfire. But looking at the zone now, it is going to just edge out all the players from that are coming just out of that Chonker Speedway, and it does seem like it's going to play into a favorable position for them. Rising threats, though, they have kind of fallen down a couple of places the last 2 games. They have a ways to go after dropping that first 10 elimination first game and having that first place spot. I mean, they've tasted success in the tournament so far. They're looking to recreate that magic.
Yeah, I mean, they had 56 points after the first game and since then stalled out to 80. So it just really goes to show one of those really solid games, you pick up a lot of eliminations, can make such a big difference. And yes, they've had some 2 really rough games since then. However, because of the performance of that one game, they're still very much so in touching distance of that top 5. So they know, hey, doesn't matter what happened in game number 2, game number 3. Buckle down here, get a couple points, let's get into that top 25, and let's have a go at it. And we've seen there in plenty of times where if you don't look at the entire qualifying process in the round as your individual game, but instead you look at it as kind of the tournament management mode. And I've talked about this into oblivion, where if you're Death and Tabney or you're Canada and Agers right now, you want to chill. You're taking no excess fights because you know you get into one more end game here and get in some solid points, you're basically guaranteed a top 5. You created a 30-point gap to the rest of the field. You don't need to stretch that out from here on out. You just need to hold on to it. And as I say that, actually, you see Kanata picking up a knock onto Byla in the feed. That is monster. Oh, not Byla, excuse me. Pick up a knock onto Av in the feed as we're watching Byla right now. That's huge for them.
Yeah, I was going to highlight that as well. Kanata with the knock there. We didn't see the finish, though. So it does seem like the exchange, the revive might be happening inside that box there in the distance.
But the surge.
Unfortunate for Canada. But yes, exactly. Very fortunate that they did find the surge. Now, when this zone ends up closing, I mean, as of right now, 6 players have to go down. We've been about around this area after the last couple games, that first one being the most staggering, of course, up at the top. Let's take a look where Aegis and Kanata are right now. If you bring your attention to that map right there, you see they're about 150 damage above the surge. It's not too much, but it's not too bad right now. It could be much worse. Obviously, there's a couple teams on the map right now that are sweating.
Yeah, but Tabnet, aka Coney owner, letting everybody know that he's the one who owns the cones, aka Coney Crossroads. Let's Baka and Trash. They're 198 below, so they need to get tagging 224 below. That basically means, hey, rifle shots aren't gonna do it. We gotta jump right in somebody's box, especially when you see that Glace is sitting on that epic drum shotgun. They're just going to try and drive right on in, but NPen is having none of that. Tries to rip that IO card to shreds. Glace immediately tries to go over the top one, but now just going to try and get an angle. 166 below isn't too ridiculous to potentially try and rifle out, but it's going to be hard.
No, but this is the way you do it. You don't wait until the final moments to go ahead and get on up. You got to go early, and that's at least what they did, so I can respect that. That's an admirable push right there. Unfortunately, they didn't find the exact tags or really get to initiate the fight the way they would have wanted, but they have put themselves in a much better position. Now, notice what's happening there. Glace is up top kind of by himself. Trashy has decided he wants to take the wall-to-wall exchange. We are watching such a good FNCS right now. High-level play, high-level mechanics in action, literally the best the region has to offer. And you're watching the players make these decisions that are honestly going to make or break their tournament run right now. This is a 5th place team on the other side of the barrel right now. This means everything, not only for them, but of course for Trashy and Glace who want to stay alive right now. It's the box they go. Beautiful exchanges happen. They have someone on that backside of the wall. Can Glace actually finish the job? It's going to be the question here on the other side. Day and crew are doing just that as well, right, Sundown? There's a lot of action on your screen right now.
Yeah, and DeRoller got picked up there, and it was actually Aegis who got the confirmation. Looks like Glace was the one who got the knock, though, as they were able to get the elim over, and it got them just barely above, 23 above, but 560 above, and still fighting is Day and Clix. So it looks like they feel they have a good enough advantage to take that, but Clix takes a ton of damage. He's desperately trying to disengage. Day tries to get over to him, and he gets ripped apart. The drum shotgun able to take him down. Cooper ends up getting picked up, but now Clix, with just 57 HP, and his teammate is knocked. Not confirmed yet, just knocked.
Yeah, it does look like there's a team in the distance sending in that incoming additional fire, that additional shot from the side there, and that's going to be why Clix's elimination actually gets finished there, but Day isn't fully finished because that extra pressure pushed that team off of them. And you can see they actually backed up. They didn't even secure it. This might be one of those stories that just end up piecing together so nicely for Day and Clix here. Very, very fortunate for them to be able to actually even play for the save, even entertain the fact that they can get the pickup right now. You don't see that very often. More often than not, this is done and wraps for a team that gets dropped in a fight like this.
I mean, Clix even left. Clix left. Like, he just straight up, he left and then realized Day is probably just screaming at him, be like, hey, no one's near me. Hey, revive. Hey, they left. Teammate, Clix, help. Help. But they're able to double back down. And I think it's super beneficial that it wasn't the people they were actively fighting who ended up getting the knock, right? I'm pretty sure it was the teammate on the side, but they didn't want to commit to it because it seemed like they weren't necessarily tracking who was going on, or because that team ended up getting knocked immediately, it could have ended up being them, right? And then they got cleaned up. So the other team didn't have the info because they weren't tracking. Luckily, due to all the other action going on, but now we're going to swing on over. Peterbot and Byla still just holding on right around that 4th and 5th line.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here, holding and maintaining position here. And they have, I mean, Trap and Flow in their sights. In the replay, though, take a look here as Nani and Cooper. This was that fight that we saw unfold, and how Day did get knocked there and then fully finished by the other team. So that's that limited little bit of information that was missing as to why Clix managed to survive and get away, and Day wasn't fully finished. So the story does end up piecing together, and you were spot on. Information is key in Fortnite. We all know it. Pros know it. I know when they review the VOD later on, they're going to see, oh, man, we could have gotten an extra one there. That could have been a difference. And we'll see how much that actually weighs in, right? How that factors in as the day goes on.
As Day will keep going on here. both in this game and in terms of the number of the matches playing. We are in match number 4 and some great lineup coming from Trashies there. Opens up, headshot, body shot. Duke picks up another confirmation there on to Mars. It looked like Crumble was able to just trade out a little bit of damage here, but we're moving pretty, I honestly, like, we've talked about these awkward zones, and this isn't one that would normally kind of come up on the list. You're like, oh, this is a pretty mild area, but there's so many little hills that have that just concave entrance. You're not able to really build on as you fall off of them, that when players really start to invest their builds ahead of time, they're able to just make it a nightmare to rotate through the area. But speaking of a nightmare rotation right now, Glace with a great bead on the nets, trying to deny him re-entry to the zone.
Yeah, you know what? That's a team that absolutely needed. I mean, you saw why Glace even found themselves in that position. They took their vehicle, they threw it all on the line. They barreled into the team that was in 5th place just to secure some Storm Surge tags. So these little exchanges you're seeing them pick up right now, that's how important it is to have a key position on the map, and more importantly, how much it means to a team like that absolutely needed it. For Coney and Elite's depth, they've managed to find their way up to 2nd place just off of their raw eliminations and consistency with placement thus far, and they are still trying to do just that there. This rotation, though, stopped very short. It's going to cost them a lot of material here. Take a look as Tahi tries to skate his way around the sides there, taking advantage of the additional battle and chaos, the distraction there, if you will. The threats and Rise, though, we know what's on the line for them, right? It's kind of coming up to that glory point that they were in game number 1. This game looking a little bit better for them. Let's take a look at this highlight, though.
Click's able to find the tag we saw in the zone with the angle going through there. Click's actually being the benefactor of the player being held. So from a position where Day was knocked, they're going to get a nice little refresh there, and that's going to put them in a good spot. If they're able to just kind of pinch around into this 4th zone, don't forget we will have our half in, half out after this. Storm Surge will also be turning on in 40 seconds. That's 25 damage every 10 seconds coming out and pressuring onto the opponent. So they're going to be able to get plenty of damage down, but with 412 above, they're not worried about it. Check the bottom left, 467 above. Check the bottom right, 186 above. So none of these duos are going to be pressured. However, 8 duos will, and that's coming in just 15 seconds.
These are some of our more important standing teams right now. You can see DJ and Niamzo still rocking that 4th place position now. Take out your notepad here and pay attention to how the rotate is going to have to work out. This lobby is very evenly dispersed across the map. There is not going to be a single location that's going to get it for free by any means. And look, tons of the lobby is going to have to move here now. Niamzo and DJ have managed to save the vehicle, but not only that, it is 100% health. It is fully in the business right now for this rotate. They're not going to have a single problem. That's honestly the most ideal position to be in. So I'm not worried about them. Who I am worried about is Peterbot. It's Byla, who are in 4th place right now. Storm Surge has already done its work. It's done its course onto them, and they are feeling the pressure of having zone land on top of them. They can't actually move to battle. They need to wait until people actually expose themselves to them.
And luckily that is happening, and Peterbot has some fantastic rifle aim. You can see them just barely right-hand peeking, just kind of jiggle peeking that corner on the left-hand side. NPen just out-healed the Storm Surge, knowing that players would have to make a tough rotate. But Monster, we talk about players having to make a tough rotate. Nobody's moved. Everybody's looking to go late, and that just means it's this awkward zone I talked about. If you go early in this zone, you're just going to be completely covered. So everybody, well, almost everybody resorting to pads on the rotation as Agers and Kanata, they find the straightaway straight down the Autobahn. They're good right into the 5th zone, and honestly, they could box up that whip if they really wanted to, but it looks like it might have taken a little bit too much damage. Instead, they're going to leave it top right-hand corner of that wide on your left-hand side. You can see Tabney and Death take to the sky right now. They're going to get their rotation off.
Yeah, Kanata and Agers riding in style there. That rusty whiplash coming in, coming into effect. It's had its years on the field, and it ends up working out for them. Byla and Peterbot are still on the move right there. You can see them in 3rd place, now starting to slide and edge their way on up to the top here. But Agers and Kanata have managed to continue to maintain their #1 spot here. With their 2 eliminations, they're really starting to break open this gap. Where are the opponents that are on their trails? You can see that Peterbot and Byla are just up above looking down. One of the only teams deciding to actually position up top and go for a vision play, go for a potential high ground. We saw, who was it in the past? Kanata and Azers trying to play for high ground, really taking it back to the old trusty style of high ground play. But you have a team like DJ and Niamzo as well, who are no strangers to playing for these dominant positions. And it does seem like they're going to go for just that, but it can cost them. They don't have that many materials, right?
I want to see how many are in DGen's loadout before I end up agreeing with that, because the Amzo's pretty healthy in that regard. However, DGen is the one who generally will do a lot of the early building. It's down to 85 builds, so not awful, but not great. More worried about that Storm Surge number. Given their position on the map, they're going to have to take to the zone and take to the sky a little bit early. They don't have the opportunity to shoot as they're rotating. Now we're going to swing on over. Agers, Kanata, looking for a little bit of space. Good job by Kanata to make sure he held that wall. Agers didn't necessarily believe it, but it came out in time, so no damage leaking through here. The real question is, who ends up on height when all is said and done? And can NPen make it any farther right now with just 56 HP, 3 builds, and not a whole lot else?
There's no shot. 400 below the surge right now. It's not looking good for him. A team that I did see leading this rotate right there was Dubs and Mega. And in the corner of my eye, I just spotted them as well. Right below to the left-hand side of NPen. NPen looking for anyone. That's a day knocked body there and fully finished too. So that means Clix is by himself now in this end game. Taking a look at the feed, AV's gonna fall. What can AV do? Nothing much for NPen. He gets fully finished there. Dubs and Mega are still alive right now. 3 eliminations. Haven't found anything since the last time we took a little temperature check with them, but they are back and they're in the business now. The shots are coming in on high ground. Peterbot and Byla managed to edge their way out, building all the way across, so you know they have invested so much material to maintain this position. It's really going to come down to whether or not they have enough in the tank, enough fuel to continue to push through here. I mean, we all know prices are high right now, so this could be the end for Peterbot and Byla's run on height, but we'll see as DGen and Niamzo are starting to size up the players in the area.
Clix has picked up a 3rd elimination so far as a solo on that low ground. We see Death back in the zone, trying to hit the Medmiss, running around in circle, trying to wait. Tabnite ends up going down, make sure he gets the recycled builds. Now he has to take a straight line. He goes through, trying to catch off Clix, knows that's a solo, but the sprint ends up going through. Currently our 2nd place duo still trying to occupy a little bit of space, but you can see Agers, Kanata just below him. Death picks up the elim on the Clix. That's the full confirm and the placement point coming through. That's a nice little +4 as Tragics also gets me too. We hop on board back here with Death with only 8 builds left.
He's managed to slide his way into 1st place by pure resilience, staying alive, finding eliminations, and now he's doing it by himself. Down to 6 builds. This is where it's make or break for a player like him, but he does have this zone favoring back up onto this little bit of elevation. Now, the lower it goes, though, the harder it's going to be for him because he does not have materials to climb back up. For a player like Booga, though, he has just a little bit to work with, and he's got a win condition, right? He can actually sit out a little bit into the storm, more so than some of the other players that we've currently touched base with, just like what Death is doing right now. Just trying to wait, bide his time as players start to fall. He's racking up points little by little. That's a solo in front of him. We saw what he did to Clix. Can he find another? That's it. He's out of material now. It's all or nothing here.
6 elims for him so far, but Death doing what he does individually. Mega picks up another one. Iamzo gets Jock on the other side, but Illis returns the favor, and he knocks DGen, and everything is coming up Death's shoe right now. 126 and a brilliant swap. That is why you run the striker in that circumstance. A huge first shot, and he got a med miss out of it. That was brilliant, but Peterbot and Byla still working down the right-hand side. Don't forget, in the backside of the zone, you still have Booga up on his feet. Lots of solos running around, but one's going to get dropped, and that's Booga actually taking out Illis. Death trying to find a little room, but he gets taken down, not before a top 7. And this is a chaotic endgame resolving here in match number 4 as Kanata picks up another pair.
And look at Iamzo here trying to play for a little bit of high ground as well, but he's pinched between all kinds of players right now. The shots are going through the builds because he wants to escape, but he cannot. He gets shut down. Peterbot and Byla managed to find themselves a little bit of a refresher to keep them in the game. And I can't believe Agers is still alive down low. Remember, they are still up. They're in 2nd place because the shots that have been exchanged. Here comes Kanata's perspective. Can he find a big one? It's against the Vets. Dubs and Mega. It's the best on NA East. And Kanata and Agers get shut down. Dubs and Mega find a little bit more, but Peterbot and Byla close out strong, and they snatch up the 2nd position.
Everyone was just fish in a barrel for Peterbot and Byla, while everyone was thinking they were the big fish in the pond, the great white shark swimming around the Cape Cod beaches. Instead, it was the Rangers from above just raining down shot after shot. Look at Peterbot dropping down, and these are just gimmies. Gimme, gimme, gimme. 2 free eliminations. Gimme the victory royale, and give me a top 5 placement spot from Byla and Peterbot. They're gonna feel good about that with just 2 games remaining.
Yeah, you just got to roll out the royal carpet, right? Give the man a crown. They come out on top. They end up doing it in clean fashion as well, from zone 6, holding a high ground. And honestly, looking the Lions dead in the eye, right? Kanata and Aegis are right across from them, and they managed to make that happen. So very impressive across the board.
Yeah, we're going to kick it back on over the desk because that leaderboard is going to look real interesting. Zeke, Vivid, SBG, or excuse me, Adam, Vivid, SBG. Break it down.
Thank you, Sundown. Yeah, so I've morphed back into myself, the prettier version of me, Zeke, though. Massive shout out to you for covering me the last couple of parts, buddy. Guys, everything's been happening in my absence. It's been amazing. Again, we talked about Peterbot and Byla at the beginning of the show here, and we saw yesterday eliminations left, right, and center, and Vivid, it's happened again. They've got the victory royale, they utilized the high ground, and just played it with aplomb. Superb work from this duo.
Yeah, and honestly, the difference here for Peterbot and Byla versus what we've kind of seen out of the previous high ground games is that they got so many eliminations because of their position, right? We saw Aegis and Kanata kind of struggle. They didn't necessarily have the builds to get those victory royales when they were on the high ground. But no, Peterbot and Byla were like, listen, we have plenty of builds. We found these refreshes, and they actually end that game with 8 eliminations. So that in its own right is impressive.
Yeah, it was perfectly played by them on the high ground. No one really even contested them. And then that last little refresh onto Iyamzo trying to scoot through on that mid ground. And we see Byla able to pick him up, get that little refresh, and enough mats from that point there on out in order to win that game. It was beautifully played, and they got to be feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, DJ and Yomza have just been, again, they're putting themselves right there. And it's 2 games to go, as Sundown MDF said as well. So they're very, very close. But you look at Kanata and Aegis as well. Now, Kanata we know, and Aegis to an extent, of course. But Kanata, one of the top players qualifying for so many FNCSs in the past. And continues, 2 games, these guys have managed to turn things around, and they are right up there at the top of the leaderboard here. What is it that makes them so special, Vivid?
I mean, it's got to be the experience, but even more so impressive, Kanata does this with so many different duos, right? Like, just the previous season, he actually got 6th with a different duo, while Aegis got 16th, and now they are teaming up here, and it's been so good, We kind of tuned in with them during that middle game, and they were just set up in such a good position. I literally told SPG, I was like, how are these guys consistently finding themselves in a good position every single game? Like, it is truly impressive.
Yeah, they're playing so well, and everything is clicking, right? We see them there on the low ground being able to take the 2nd place. We've obviously seen them on the high ground already. They're getting whatever they want and just playing through everybody. It doesn't matter. They're on a train track going straight to the finals. I would highly expect them to be at the top of the leaderboard, and oh my goodness, they are not.
Oh my God, we got tied 1st and 2nd place right now with Deaths and Aegis as duos. 167 points here with Peterbot and Byla in 148 just behind there. But the top 5 or 6 now is looking very, very, very tidy here, Vivid. With Booger and I see Pikachu, or Miro, they're in 5th place as well.
Yeah, and the gap is ever so increasing between the top here. Death and Tabney showing up and showing out, as well as Aegis and Kanata. There's actually a 44-point difference between that 1st and 2nd place and 5th place right now. So the top people here are really looking to secure themselves that top 5, but we still have a bunch of fighting chances in the likes of Mega and Dubs, who now have 130 points, only 10 points behind that 5th place position in Booga and Miro, SPG.
So 4 games in, look at the top of the leaderboard. Every team that has won a game is currently in our top 4. Yeah. I feel like we never see this. There's always one team that, wins one match and then falls. Everyone is playing so well at the top. It is going to be a fight for these last few games just to see who's able to grab that top 5. But like you mentioned, Vivid, there is some room. There's some gaps, especially that top 5, that 5th spot. There's room if someone falls or makes a mistake and stumbles. We see Threats and Rise right there in 11th, Jamper Dukes there in 12th. There's a lot of teams trying to make their way up the leaderboard, and just because you don't make top 5 doesn't mean it's not important where you place here. Those series points that you earn if you're outside of the top 5 are oh so important to find a way to advance the semifinals.
Yeah, we can see him in 11th position right now, actually. Threats and Rise. 11 eliminations, I think, Threats had in the very first game, but only 2 since. And after 3 more games, that's not that consistency you're looking for, really, in Qualifier 1. But on the previous page as well, obviously I picked Mira and Booga earlier today as a qualifying duo, but interestingly as well, seeing eliminations, they only had 12 eliminations after 4 games, which is not what you're used to seeing with this duo. And is it a case, Vivid, do you think, because of the way that, rotations might change? Obviously, they're coming out of chonkers, there's less vehicles on the map, their rotations are different. Are they now being a lot more smart with their placement positions? Because their placement points seem a lot higher than usual.
Honestly, their elims usually come from those solo clutches that they usually find just these random eliminations in the end game where they're kind of creeping around. So I feel like, we've already seen multiple times today where these solo clutches have come into play that we see so often out of Booga and Mira. And I feel like just the eliminations aren't necessarily finding themselves for them in those scenarios. And we always know that they're usually not a duo in those end games anyway, so they can never really fight for those eliminations. But I feel like the placement points that they find because of those consistent solo clutches is actually where a lot of their points usually come from.
Yeah, beautifully said. And they're not normally a team that just unbelievably frags out. The placement is where they make it, and that's where we're seeing them strong today.
Indeed, yeah. They qualified in the Qualifier 1 last season by 1 point, I think, in the very first one. So we'll see if it happens again. Let's head over to Sundown and MDF to set things up. A penultimate game. Now we're going into it. Let's hand over to the fellas. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 more games to go, and what's effectively turned into the battle of 4th and 5th will be decided in games number 5 and 6. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to close out the action here on NA East. But don't forget, we got NA West right after this.
A lot of action happening here today, and that was a ridiculous game number 4. I can't believe we're already leaning into game 5. The day is flying by, but that's what they say when you're having fun. It does sound like Battle Bus is ready to take us into the world, so let's go.
On to the island we go 2 more times, and looking at the board, the top 3, they're pretty secure. They're tucked into bed right now. All they gotta do is read the story, drink the warm glass of milk, and then we'll be seeing them in the finals, or yes, straight to the finals there. The question is, who will be joining them as we keep an eye on the feed? You already see Avery lighting it up right off the bat. Nounsy and Sprite go down.
Yeah, but after this, it's not bedtime. It's celebration for 5 because players will be punching their tickets into the finals, of course, for Bucky and Cam. I mean, what a story we've had here today, right? The Daily Bugle, a great drop spot for teams. It can definitely house up multiple players, but what we're seeing is a back and forth exchange for players that want to essentially alpha up this main drop. And Bucky and Cam, I mean, they found success, at least in game 1. Game 2, things turned around, and it just seems like it's been an equal exchange, if you will, between the teams here.
And Bucky looks to take a beat on a player there, but it almost felt like he should have had out that legendary burst rifle in that circumstance. Would have been able to chain a couple shots, trying to pick off Noxy, knowing he's already had a couple in there. Good reposition coming out from Cam to just kind of change the angle a little bit. Bucky does something I would never do, just got a little bit of vertigo there, actually. I would have just straight up missed that spider web 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, definitely. You start looking down and you think to yourself, hey, man, can I really make this? But Bucky, Cam, I mean, listen, they're professional players. We'll leave the decision-making up to them inside the Fortnite world. But look at the standoff here, right? They get a couple tags. This is honestly more so an okay position to be in. You get some trades here, and do you have to finish it? Not exactly. If you can get enough loot to go ahead and rotate out, you should do just that. But it has seemed like, you know, maybe Pride, maybe Ego has decided that they wanted to stay here round after round and finish it up. For Avery and Muzz, though, Command Cavern, you can see how the action's been unfolding here. It has been quite the day at Command Cavern. Every round, you don't really know who's going to be walking away successful there because it's been such a fast-paced game here. And look at Avery. He's got 3 eliminations. Muzz doesn't have any, but they're still working with each other.
Also, we talked about kind of that drum shotgun last season being so effective in the early game. Well, you add in that plus the additional buffs it just received, and Avery going to work there and using the siphon very effectively as well, making sure he's aiming at the right opponents here. You can see them adding on a nice little 12 points to the total, 9 points to their total. So I feel good about that coming into the match with only 33 and really just looking for some confidence building. The top 5 pretty much out of range for them unless they were able to win back-to-back games with some big eliminations, which Muzz and Avery are very capable of. But don't forget, just because you don't get top 5 doesn't mean you aren't playing for anything. Plenty of series points on the line, and some teams will still be able to go through from that semifinals route. So still plenty to play for.
That is absolutely true. There is so much to play for. You want to get as many series points as possible. I mean, you're not guaranteed to make it week to week, right? So you really do have to take advantage of these moments that you get here in the FNCS finals stages as you start to make your way through week to week. For Byla and Peterbot, they have done such an exceptional job. I mean, tying up for that top spot there is something impressive. They are just so close to the finish line. They've managed to pick up such a lead too, right? Like over like 3rd and 4th and 5th. They've really started to distance themselves from the rest of the pack. For Trap and Flow, they're trying to catch up to those players up at the top right now. You got to be around that 100-point threshold in order to get into that conversation. But they're going against the Dubs and Mega, players who have made every end game that we've tuned in with so far, only missing 1 out of the 5 games so far. So, I mean, we're talking about a team that's consistent right now. They're on it.
And Chop coming out from Dubs. They're trying to make a push towards the very top of this table. We talked about it, just chaining together good games, getting aggressive, working together. But Trap killed, honestly, I am very impressed. He's had the movement, not just the movement, tossing SH in front of it because he is making people miss. He is hitting shots. He's playing this 1v2 like he's a part of the 2, and he's chasing down a 1 right now. He's got Mega and Dubs backed into a box on top of a shield keg, even with Noxy and Easy K trying to rotate out from that bugle fight. They were the ones who were buckled down by Bucky and Cam. They're trying to get a part of this, and all of a sudden, what should have been an easy cleanup elimination for Dubs and Mega, Trapkill fights his way out of defensively fantastically, but Monster, they're still going, and so is the other team. Everyone's closing in on this. This could be a huge fight.
Yeah, players are starting to look at this fight and say, hey, how can we get a piece of this action? But one thing we know about Dubs and Mega is they will not give up. Their communication lines are very much precise. This honestly probably came down to a bit of a misplay and not necessarily connecting with the tags and the shots here. You give them this 3rd chance, and this should be enough. You know, we're talking about hitters that don't miss, and they're up within a 5th place spot right now. So they really have been consistent today. At this point, it's a matter of time, but Trap has done an exceptional job staying alive thus far. Another beautiful tag from Trap there. Dubs should know better taking that left camera peek. It's almost textbook at this moment right now.
Him and Mega need to get hip to hip. If they want to keep pushing this 2v1, they need to actually go as 2, because Trapkill has shown that, hey, 1v1, he can back off any of these players. He did it to Mega at the start. He did it to Dubs again. Now they've invested 2 shield kegs into trying to clean up this single player. This is very well played from Trapkill.
It really is a lot. 2 shield kegs are so much this late into the early game. And I say late because, guys, as this zone starts to close, I mean, we're looking at a map that's going to get looted so fast. You're really going to begin running out of opportunities to find loot. And yeah, they just decide, hey, man, you know what? Hats off to him. This is a respectful disengage. They have too much on the line for Clicks and Day, though. They are on a much different pace, and it's the same story, though. It's a 2v2 fight instead here. They're trying to find their first elimination into the box. They go Clicks with a beautiful piece control. Oh, my. He just straight boxed up Golden right there. Easily done for him. And Day looking to do the same to Aviv right now. Into his box he goes.
From a respectful disengage to a disrespectful engage, Day and Clicks are just going forward, and they got it.
Different.
Chum the water, and Clicks says, give me those, pick it up. I don't want to be on the outside looking in. I want to book that ticket right here, right now.
I mean, when you see how quickly things can change for players, it really does put it all into perspective for you, right? When you don't miss your tags, when you don't miss those shots, the momentum, you have a team like Clicks and Day that they're playing off that momentum, and they're doing a great job here. They've really rocketed their way right back into this conversation here. They're sitting currently at 6 right now in the overall standings. I mean, We've seen Clix and Day pull up on these clutch type positions here. It's always at the end of the tournaments as well, where Day will just come online, right? Well, Clix will come online, and all of a sudden they're up there and they make their way through. Trying to make this first week qualify is a huge feat for a team like Clix and Day.
As we see what I believe is the conclusion of the circus over at the command cavern, with Cease cleaning out the vault over there. Can turn off the Benny Hill music as he's able to get that one done, and it's a nice little 180 from Tabney and Death. They're like, we don't really want to go that way. That's what we're talking about. When somebody gets a line on one of your vehicles, that is a prime example. They had no way they could go where their vehicle wasn't going to take 200 plus 300 damage. So what they do, they turned around, they put a hill between them, saying this car is way too valuable to just use it for this rotation. Very well played.
And think about that. They had to weigh that, right? They had to weigh that decision. Airdrop for a launch pad or vehicle that's, right now gonna, work for us here and now. That vehicle is so much more important, and their position in the tournament. They are the #1 team here. Why take the risk? And they knew better than to do just that. For Dubs and Mega, I mean, you can ask them that same exact question, right? Why take the risk? It's the points. They need to break up away from the 6th place teams of Clix and Day, catch up to Kanata and Agers, catch up to these teams that are up here at 167 points after 4 games of Fortnite, now in the 5th. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better beginning start for a team like Kanata and Agers. At this point, I mean, they might have just done enough. It's going to be very hard for them to not qual now.
They basically need 2 less than 5-point games, right? Just keeping about average. Looking through, it's been about 31 points per game. So multiply that by 6, do some math going through, and the final number comes out to be right around 184, 185-ish, right? So if they're just able to put together one more end game, or even just 2 like 5th zone performances, sprinkle in a couple elims, they should be well above that 5th place pace. Again, don't forget, there's no money on the line directly today. The prize for 1st and the prize for 5th is the exact same thing. It is a ticket through to the finals. If you aren't in that top 5, you get some series points to potentially slot you into the semifinals, but you really want to end up in that top 5. It doesn't matter where, just in the top 5.
Yeah, it's true. You really just want to make it there. That's where the bar is set. Make it to top 5. For Agers and Kanata, though, how have they been finding their tags? Where are they finding their success? I mean, it's everywhere. It's box to box. It's in game. It's picking players off of builds just like that. Players that thought, hey, we just got 2 elims, we're okay, and they're out in the open. But no. You have players like Agers and Kanata looking in on the distance here, and this is where, again, you have to think about the state of the game. We have burst rifles in play here, red dots, 1,000% accuracy. All you have to do is put the target on the mark, or the mark on the target in this instance, and you're gonna get your tags. And that's what these guys do.
One other thing to note, you talked about the state of the game and evaluating. One thing we haven't seen yet, take a look at the top left corner of each one of these perspectives. That number says 70. Now take a look at the bottom right-hand corner. We're in the 2nd zone. That means unless there is a reboot coming out, and oh my, great tags from Agers on the top of the screen, there's no Storm Surge this game. That's going to make this next zone Storm Surge, the 5th zone Storm Surge, that much more important. Because again, unless a reboot comes out, nobody is going to get a warning on their right-hand side. Nobody knows how much damage they've done. They don't know if they're below. They don't know if they're above. There hasn't been the temperature check. All of a sudden, that 4th zone positioning means that much more. If you haven't been tagging people, you know you're going to need to get aggressive. But speaking of somebody who's used to being aggressive and immediately put on the back foot, that's Dubs and Mega, and they get caught in an awkward situation. You can't build on that half wall. So forced to build ramps inside their own box and then disengage immediately into the building. And that was a good call.
And, for them, I mean, this means a lot, right? They're in 6th place. They can't take the risk of fighting this random team that they know nothing about. And instead, Mega gets rolled up on inside the builds. Dubs is by himself. He has to fully disengage. I like that he's moving closer to this opponent team. This can actually give him a little bit of buffer, maybe some additional firepower. But if he gets outed, it's not going to be good. And he does. Chewy notices what's going on here. They see this player. Why did he come back? Why is he based up? We can take advantage of this, and they're doing just that. It's not looking for Dubs right now. It's not looking good at all. He has no launch pad to get out of here either, Sundown. I mean, ooh.
needs to find an aggressive, needs to isolate a 1v1. He's trying to do that against Chewy Pog on that side there, but we saw Chewy Pog already, somebody who has been grinding the mechanics when it comes to this season. Good job putting the disengage, sprinting away, getting back to ZZ, but Dubs creates enough room. And one thing, look at where we are, Monster. We're in the northern part of Sleepy. There's a ton of reboots around here, not necessarily just right in Sleepy, but also to the northern part of the area. It's very much free. So if Dubs is able to double back and grab that reboot card, there might be a play there, and it looks like he's just trying to disengage a little bit stealthily over to the side here, pretend like he doesn't know, but Noxy smells him. Noxy sniffed him out. He says, hey, I smell a little blood over here. Is there chum in the water? Is there a disengage coming out? Dubs tries to create a little bit of space, but boxed in is Noxy. He's trying to run away.
Dubs doing a great job putting some tags down, though. Noxy now down to 5 HP, but his teammate is here, so Dubs has got everything to fight for right now. And yes, he still does have this little bit of an advantage over both of the players. Can he actually win this 1v2? I mean, I'm starting to second guess myself at this moment. I thought it was all over, but he's making it look like it's not that just yet. Those chug splashes are going to be the sign for him, though. Okay, you've managed to heal up. I'm going to back off. Do you respect me now is the question. And this is good for Dubs. He's gonna also take away this extra information, right?
Yeah, but that's not good for Dubs as he loses basically everything. He's going to try and get on a quick right hand so he can about face, but easy 2KX. And Noxy should know exactly where he is. Dubs trying to desperately run away. Throws up one more brick wall, but that should be the final call. And Dubs and Mega don't get to order anything else. They get kicked out, and that was brilliant from Noxy and Easy 2K to take advantage of that situation. But if you're Dubs and Mega, man, you got to be a little bit frustrated right there.
Absolutely. They now have one more game in order to break home and take home the top 5 here. I mean,
it's going to need to be a good one, too.
It's going to need to be a great one. The lobby's going to continue to pick up points. Look at Booga right now, who is in 5th, right? Booga and Miro have 124 points, where Dubs and Mega just left off. They were just around that 120 mark or so. So this is really going to start to distance himself. I mean, I'm thinking they're going to need at least a top 5 with some eliminations in the last game in order to make it through.
Yeah, but as we talk about a little bit of room, we talked about the battle for 4th and 5th. 5th is dropped. 4th right now, Yamzo and Degen. Degen's down, and it's Paper and Tahi who have a line on him. They're no strangers to forcing a 2v1 if they need to. They could look to go on this. However, Yamzo, if there's somebody who could fight a defensive fight like we saw Trapkill do earlier, it's him. Instead, he says, nope, and he's just going to put on the wheels and get out of dodge.
I mean, this is actually great for players like Dubs and Mega, right? If 4th falls, if 5th falls, I mean, that's your direct competition. So it kind of jam-packs the point threshold into the other areas, allows you to stay competitive. So honestly, things are looking pretty up, even though we've seen big teams fall right now. But for Corey and Elite, oh no, Elite Death is actually down too. All of our top teams looking fragmented here. And I mean, the stage is starting to open up for a lot of the other teams like Booga and Miro, who are still a fresh duo.
Yeah, we might have a little bit of a late game shoopening. I mean, we thought we had hit that climax and we were on to the denouement, the falling action. We were only looking to see who would fill out those final spots. But Monster, the caveat, the asterisk there was that these top teams had to keep being consistent. And so far, the first little spanner has been thrown into the works. Somebody just hucked a wrench on in there and said, deal with this. And the question is, how do they deal? Who can step up and get that individual solo effort that we've seen so far? And honestly, if I'm Adris and Kanata, I'm sitting here being like, this is great.
Yeah, no, it really is great. Their competition of 2nd, I mean, they're hurt, they're down, they're not completely out just yet, and Kanata and Aegis are so up right now. They have a car. It looks pretty decently, healthy as well, as it's positioned right underneath this base here, so plenty of space to work with. They have some green pasture as well to go ahead and ride out with a little bit later as they decide to make their late game rotates here, so it is looking pretty nicely, and they have a couple elims, so Surge shouldn't be too much of an issue, right? We talked about how once we got around that 70 players alive mark, there was no warning to the lobby, so players don't necessarily know where they are currently standing in the lobby. But if you have a couple elims, I mean, that's enough to know, hey, we should be all right.
Yeah, somebody who's definitely going to be all right. Avery added another one to his total. He's on 4 elims by himself. His and Muzz are trying to make a case to ride in late. It would take a miracle, but hey, weirder things have absolutely happened. As right now, somebody who's just trying to hold on and take advantage. They were our 6th place team coming in, currently slid up into 5th. Sentinels, Booga, Dignitas, Miro, aka Fat Pikachu 20, trying to find a little bit of space. Miro, I am begging you to change your name back to a branding. You just got signed by an awesome org. Please, please, son.
Yeah. I had to DM him like, hey, is this you?
This is 100% you, right? Oh,
I was
okay.
Like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
It's like, come on, man. But like everybody knows who Miro is, but we'd love to be able to just give you the proper shout-outs, give Dignitas the love for picking up an amazing player. But right now, we got Violet, Peterbot on the left-hand side of your screen, Tabney, and Death. Death has been down. We already talked about Tabney trying to make out the individual effort. He's still 65 damage above, so he gets his nice little Storm Surge check. And as a solo, you're happy with that, but he's going to need to hold it off here as OMG Me Too gets his first confirm that I've seen in the field.
Yeah, and we're seeing the shots come in because he's building in just wood, now finally managing to fight his way to those heavy material counts. And this is going to allow him to go ahead and burn some mats here, get some more fortified structures built out. And of course, that extra little bit of help is the difference. But this team in the distance is noticing, hey, this guy is by himself. There's a reason why we were focusing him before. And now you're seeing it come all in, and the team's gotten closer. The squad in the distance is also starting to send in shots. It's not looking too hot. It's only a matter of time now. Under the ramp of the opponents, he starts to fire back and he gets taken out. Tabney falls, and just like that, another position on the leaderboard begins to open up for Iamzo. It might be the same thing too. He does trade though. Beautiful exchange there. That's onto clicks. Talk about a headliner shot there and a big takedown as well to stay in the game here. He might just find another one as well.
Iamzo doing it himself right there. The knock on today. Clicks gets picked up on the other side by Crumble. Then immediately about faces the other duo who's right there. Blop, blop. 2 shots to the face, 2 shots to the body, backs them down. You wouldn't even know it was a solo. Somebody's like, hey, watch out for that duo over there. But it's really just Iamzo running through everyone. That's the left side of your screen. 643 above as a solo on the right side of your screen. NPen and D-Roller are the only duo underneath. They're sitting on 99 points, and they're 159 below Monster. This is such a huge moment for them on the right-hand side. Rifle shots aren't going to do it. They have to take a wall-to-wall fight. And as I say that, they get obliterated. So unfortunate there. Storm Surge on one side, Drum Shotgun on the other, and that's Mars, the benefactor there. He'll pick up 2. Storm Surge turns off, but we're not quite into the cascading placement points yet. Still 26 duos up.
Yeah, definitely. There are still players up alive here. You want to break into that top 25 and then watch the team start to fall. In the meantime, Kanata and Agers, though, continue to get active here. They're now in first place here, and they find themselves a refresher, elimination, and everything that they need to start really setting themselves up for endgame. This might be the world where we see Kanata and Agers actually pick up that second victory royale. They have the mats now to play for high ground in this late game if they really wanted to, and they're starting to size up the competition, size up the terrain here. See the rotate. Kanata starts to make a move. Wants to get to the front side of the zone. This is what professional players do so well. This is what separates the pros from the new guys here in finals right now.
Yeah, but there's no way you're getting to the front side of this zone with another bugle zone, and you got that thick boy north side mountain in the way, and on top of it, Jamper and Dukes just taking stock of the lobby, saying who's going first, who's popping a launch pad, because they're pretty much right at launch height. You can see somebody trying to get a side angle, and they're actually going to let that angle go. I would have tried to chop that down as quick as possible. Instead, looking back in the zone, trying to catch the launch padders as they take a straight line. Nobody is quite able to get up to their level of height, so it's really just skeet shooting from Duke right here with the legendary outfit. But what can he find? And so far, the answer is not a whole lot as they lose priority position on the front side of the zone.
Yeah, they definitely do, but out comes the launch pads. They actually go across. Kanata does get knocked here. Armored Wall comes in for the most fortified type of defensive structure you can actually put down in the game right now, but the team finds a new angle, and all of a sudden, Agers has to leave his own teammate behind here, and what looked like a great end game now has come down to a situation where Agers will have to clutch up. He still has a little bit to work with, though. These floppers are great for playing this late zone here. He finds a launch pad, ends up hitting it just in time, and it's a battle for high ground. We don't even know who that is just yet, but judging by the feed, it could be anyone because players are fighting back and forth here. Peterbot being one of the few that actually finds some elims here, and it is still Jamper and Duke who is up top.
And Zone bounced right back over to where we just were. We saw everybody break out the launch pads. Nobody's taking to the sky now. Everybody is just sprinting and sliding, dipping, ducking, and dodging, but they're trying to make sure they don't get hunted down from the top. In the bottom right-hand corner, Yamzo still up on his feet, trying to clutch a claw in the top right-hand corner. Agers doing the same for his duo. The difference being about 50 points, and Agers has pretty much locked it up here. A couple more placement points, and we'll be seeing him and Kanata straight to the finals, but high ground still taken away.
Yeah, and they get broken down just a little bit there. Focus from behind there. It's Peterbob who ends up swinging his way all the way on up to the top here, and down he goes. But Yamzo is the man of the hour right now, finding another elimination here as a solo. Keep in mind, he has been this by himself for several zones now and has managed to survive this entire chaotic endgame, and he is doing it in great fashion right now. Still has some mats to work with here. Plenty of enemies nearby. I see Booga. That's a name that you have to continue to focus on. I see Agers still up as well, just a few layers down below. And take a look here. It's Peterbot who's by himself, just holding on, right? Holding on to what is this third place spot.
First, second, third, and fourth all have solos running around, desperately trying to just secure a couple more points. You have second in the top right. You have third in the bottom right, trying to find whatever space they possibly can right now. And that's another one, and that's Peterbot onto Agers himself. He says he'll slap that one down. Those in the top right-hand corner. Peterbot opens up into another box, and he gets it. That's Muzz. Peterbot's making a list. He's checking it twice, and he's trying to go all the way through to the finals on the back of a ridiculous solo effort here in match number 5.
He's got the inventory to work with as well, as now the refreshers end up coming through. The win condition begins to open up for him. 3 floppers, med miss, several big pots here. Time to start using that inventory and getting it all chucked down. Booga is still alive, but Iamzo is trying to do his best solo effort as well right now. He's managed to continue to stay in the game to keep this 4th place position up, and all he is doing is racking up placement points after placement points on high ground. Threats get swatted out by Duke and company. They end up putting some big hurts on him. Peterbot, though, on the other side, still in the game right now. Armored wall. That's it. That's his last one now. Here comes the peak. Can he actually overtake this high ground? Can he actually open up the game right now for others?
Right side of the screen, Iamzo. He finds another one. He puts it down. Great shot.
Still going, still finding some. That's a huge point swing there too. Here comes the pressure, and finally now Yamzo forced off the layer, and they're chasing here, and he's just gonna chop his way down. He's got this zone lead though. It does seem like it's working for him, and it's a 2-man team who's pushing. Meanwhile, Peterbot sneaking around the outside. Has he actually found high ground? He has. He's right above Duke. Duke doesn't see him. He connects to old builds, and Yamzo and Peterbot are now the 2 solos that are still in this, as players trying to maintain their positions, but Peterbot is the guy on height here.
Peterbot on height. We still have Booga up on his feet as well. Peterbot trying to find a little bit of the room.
Oh my God.
High ground take. First shot was huge, but second one put him back down. Duke and Jamper says good effort, but not quite enough. As Miro finds yet another to himself. Booga and Miro rolling through, trying to push themselves clean into the top 5.
Look at Miro might actually win this here because the Yamzo's forcing his way down, so that's going to open up that second layer. Here comes the breakthrough with the zip line. You'd love to see that. What a shot from Yamzo, so clean. 146. He says, eat that, Cease. And Cease now has to think about it. He gets jumped in by Duke and Jamper. Cease goes down. These are down bodies everywhere. Yamzo is trying to decide who's alive right now. What can I do here? The zone's starting to tick. He's down to just a couple of more ticks inside the storm here. He can't actually stay in for too much longer. It's super important that he stays in front here. It's all or nothing now.
1v1.
Here's the shots.
1v1, v2. Iamzo being one of them. On the other side, he finds one and he gets the refresh. That's me too on the other side, but he gets taken out by Shadow. Now it's just a 1v1 and Shadow trying to run back to Jamper, but high ground wins the games. The perfect medkit timing from the Luminosity Gaming player. And honestly, Monster, that was just solo efforts all over the place, and I have no clue what the top 5 looks like.
I mean, players are playing so well in that end game. You really couldn't even decide who was going to take it all the way. In the end, it was, of course, Jamper with a beautifully timed medkit and the solo efforts from Shadow. You have to take and tip your hat off to him. But in the end, Duke and Jamper secure themselves a big win, and those are vets that deserve it.
Yeah, they put themselves into the top 10, into that first page, and into the conversation for the top 5. However, we saw some brilliant, and I mean absolutely brilliant play from the solo efforts of players in the top 5. So plenty of points went over to them. I just want to know what the battle of 4th and 5th looks like.
Yeah, I mean, and we have someone there to break it down. It's Adam Savage and the team.
Thank you so much, guys. Vivstar, SBGZ. Guys, that was a total solo clutch up at the end. I think early on we lost, I think it was Mega and Dubs in 6th position there. Lost them early on, so then 1 through 5 was wide open. At least 3 of those teams, like Iomzo, Peterbot, they were there solo clutching all the way. And Iomzo getting so close to that victory royale, but Jamper and Dukes is on top, on high ground, retaining it and getting the victory in the end there. What a game that was, a game 5 there, Vivid. I mean, where to even begin? We are so... We're going to look at the leaderboard in a second for you guys at home as well, because we've got to talk about all the different storylines coming at the back of this one. But what did you take from this? I mean, it just goes to show the caliber of players in this, be they in a duo or solo as well.
Yeah, kind of the roles were reversed. We saw Booga and Mira actually as a duo dominating throughout that endgame, but Peterbot and Byla find themselves in a situation where they need another solo clutch, and Peterbot is there to do it, and he does such a good job. He had those floppers at the end there, and he actually tried his very hardest to sneak up on the high ground against Jamper and Duke, but ultimately, as we saw, it didn't end up working out. But you've really got to respect him to be in a position where he could kind of just play for a couple more placement points, but he's like, no, I'm going to go up the high ground and I'm going to take this 1v2 and I'm really going to try my hardest to actually get a victory royale. So got to respect Peterbot in these situations, but these solo clutches out of this duo today are the reason they are so high up on this leaderboard.
Man, Vivid and Adam, it's been so long, I feel like, since we've seen one of these high ground takes from Peterbot, and that pretty much should have secured him a top 5 placement unless someone does something crazy here. And if you're Dukes and Jamper, you're sitting there like, all right, yes, we finally won a game. But then you look at it, it's like everyone that was on the leaderboard in the top 5 also made it to the final few zones, and it's like, I have no place to make it up the leaderboard. You see Iomzo, Peterbot, so many players just clutching up, trying to get it, and I really want to see where this leaderboard is, because this has got to be close going into our final match.
Yeah, Jamper and you thinking, just give me a break. Why is everyone here? Everyone's still at the party. I mean, we've got to talk as well. Obviously, you mentioned Mira and Booga, who are kind of in there as well. And they were in 5th position going into this too, which is, you know, obviously we're going to see the top 5 in a second, and the top 10 even, where things are usually still quite open going into the last game here. But for me personally, like watching it all unfold, you can definitely get a feeling that our teams. I mean, you came into this like Peterbot we talked about at the beginning of the show. Iomzo and DJ came into this. They were all like riding high, and they're still doing so. And this is how things look going into the final game of Qualifier 1 with 1 to go, Game 6. Aegis and Canada, there they are riding high on top, but only by 1 point with Peterbot and Byla in 2nd position on 184. Vivid, this is incredibly close. Top 5, though, is looking like it's just starting to edge its way away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and let's put our focus on that top 5, because going into this last game, SBG, this top 5 positions are going to secure these players a direct shot in the finals that will happen in just a couple weeks, and it's got to be really, really comfortable for a lot of these top 5 duos, because look at this gap between 5th and 6th. Actually, it is 38 28 points, and that is a lot. That's almost a victory royale in its own right. So these top 5 teams got to be sitting comfortable up here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see one of these top teams fall early, or at least in the mid game, if anyone else wants to make a push for one of those top 5 spots. We saw Jamper and Duke, they pushed their way up. Clarity and Slacks are sitting right there waiting. Mega, Dubs, they're all sitting there, but they have to have an opportunity. If all of these top 5 teams make it into the end game, if they're in that 7th, 8th zone, they've almost all but secured it, unless someone does something crazy. But guys, I mean, we've seen plenty of crazy things happen during these games. We've seen a 10 Elim game by Threats himself. He's sitting right outside the top 5, so I would buckle up, because we're going to have an awesome final match.
Yeah, we are. And that's what we've come to expect with NAE as a region in general. Like, every single time we have FNCS, it's just constant entertainment, because it's so tight at the top. Obviously, as you guys mentioned, top 5 teams already kind of looking like they're edging away, but there's still plenty to play for if one team has a great game and the rest of the teams don't so much. So it's all there. Who is going to qualify? Let us know in the chat. You guys are so involved in this today. Who you think is going to go through? We'll, of course, get to our predictions at some point down the road, but you guys let us know. Over to Sundown, over to MDF. It's Game 6, Qualifier 1. The hype is real. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. One more match to go in the top 5. Looks pretty secure. The question is, Monster, will anybody upset the apple cart as we head in here to the final game?
That is really what we're starting to look at here. If you're inside the top 5, you have such a nice and comfortable lead over 6th, 7th, and 8th place that realistically, those teams, they have to decide if they want to target those squads, right? Figure out how to position up against them. The Battle Bus is here. We'll see what they decide.
Here we go, one more match, and we'll see if anybody can pull it off. And after that last game, Duke and Jamper made a huge swing, plus 9 position points. Can they do it again? Because it's really going to come down to a victory royale and some eliminations if you want to upset somebody who's not in the current top 5.
It's so true. It's so true. The top 5 teams have gotten such a consistent start to the day here, and other teams dropping a game or two have really just been the deciding factor as to why they are slipping so far behind, trailing behind. For the early game action, for these other teams, it's still a battle for series points here. Sprite and Nounsy touching down first. Look at the style coming in hot there with the nice slide. Picks up a weapon first, but there was someone behind him, and down he goes. Nounsy on the other side, though, trying to escape here, does not find anything, and all of a sudden, Lancers is the one who ends up getting his set of eliminations right there.
Yeah, Lancers up on the grassy knoll, making sure he put those shots in. Well, somebody else was covering for him. Fusions was actually the one able to get the confirmation there. A little help from Avery on the other side to close it out. So they'll split the elims, split the points going through, and actually no, close still hasn't been done on that one player, so they're going to close that one out.
There goes a quick finish onto the down player. Here comes the closeout for the teammate, but Jade in the distance here trying to escape out the side here. They have to know he doesn't have a lot of mats, but neither does Fusions. He is sitting on a little bit of the siphon mats, of course, so before they go for the push here, they can cap off. Now keep in mind, there is a lot of material and loot on the outskirts here, right? It's not just all the loot that's inside the command cavern, it's what's on this outer area as well. So plenty to play for, and that's that game knowledge really starting to kick in there. On the other side, a team that's doing a little better than some of the ones we watched earlier, it's Qua in tabs. G, he's gonna find AV out the gate. AV really having a rough day today, being on the losing end of a lot of these gunfights here.
I mean, speaking of rough day, though, I think Dr. Sloan just got a knock in the feed. So whoever that was, that's going to be even rougher in that regard. So definitely not necessarily something you always want to see. But hey, man, Sloan's got them hands. You got to be careful.
Qua here, basing up on top of the reboot card. I'm wondering if they're going to go ahead and hold that one out. It'll be a pretty interesting play. For Cam and Bucky, the fight rages on here at the Daily Bugle. See what kind of headliners they can continue to make here as stories are being written out. Easy 2K, you know, they've done a great job kind of maintaining things here. Last game, Cam and Bucky respectively made it all the way through to those final moving zones. You have to give them a little bit of a, you know, a shout there for actually making an end game, because it's been a bit of a tough day here at the Daily Bugle. It's been a somewhat of an uphill battle for them.
Uphill, get it? Because there's a hill around the Daily Bugle. Get it?
Oh, yeah.
Get it? Well, I think it's more so been because there have been very awkward zones when it's come to the Bugle. Like, the zones dropping on top of the Bugle are actually really poor, because generally you want to post up on there and you want players to have to rotate past your sight lines. But if everybody's rotating in, they can kind of box up and know that, like, hey, somebody's going to be on top of the Bugle. Let's make sure we don't give them a sight line. Keeping an eye on the feed, though, Miro picks up another confirmation for himself, and that's going to further solidify. Again, if you're watching the stakes, the teams in the top 5 go through to the finals. That's all that matters for them. First, second, third, fourth, it doesn't matter where you finish, you get a ticket to the finals. Everyone else, you're still competing for series points. So overtaking somebody else could mean the difference between a ticket to the semifinals or you sitting out in the postseason of this FNCS. So still plenty on the line here, but it's really going to come down to if any of those top 5 teams drop out early, then things get real interesting.
Yeah, exactly, and we are in the last game, so this is it, the final opportunity for players to actually go ahead and do that, right? Make that story happen, make that finals. Honestly, come to fruition here and now, so you don't have to go through those semifinal stages, because things are only going to get a little bit harder as the competition begins to continue on. But for Clix and Day, they know they need a huge game, and we have seen them do this before. When they need to step it up, they step it up, and they go for the fights, and they play fearlessly, and they have done just that right now, already finding 1 elimination. We saw this in that last game too. They found a little bit of success, but it's carrying the success into the end game. It's so much more difficult as you start to make it further. Day is going to get punished though. As you can see, CH on the other side does not give it up easily, but in the end, Kamado does fall. Clix ends up following up here, and now he's just trying to close this one out. What can Rota do? Nothing much as Riot gets shut down there. And there it is, 2 eliminations for Clix and Day here to kick things off. A big point swing in the right direction, and now they're in 9th place. But they're going to need about, I don't know, 10, 12 more of those maybe, and an end game, maybe a win, to go ahead and snatch up 5th.
And even then, they're going to need somebody else to go down as we catch up with some of the other action happening around the map here. Here's Flu Rhythm, getting some good shots around the side, making sure he's working with his partner there to close it out. Tahi on the other side of it with the drum shotgun. Good little replace and able to follow up and just really battering opponents with the shot. That's really how you want to be using that drum shotgun, is just keep throwing the pellets towards your opponent.
Keep tossing things at the wall and hope it'll stick. Maybe eventually it will for Degen and Iamzo. I mean,
you're talking about pasta, right? That's how you check if it's ready. You toss it on the wall and it sticks.
If there's ever an expert on pasta, we know it's Sundown, guys. He can tell the story at some later date if he feels like it. But for Booga and Miro, yeah, he's the spaghetti man here.
That's the story. It's not that long.
Oh, man. I mean, listen, how did Booga and Miro even find elimination, right? They have these teams basing up here, and they actually get those points, which is interesting to me because it's a long-range early game engagement there. Normally, players will have a lot of shield and whatnot.
I feel like the one thing Booga is fantastic about is he throws shots at absolutely everything. If you move on his map, he has no problem just getting a couple tags. But every now and then, and it's one of the reasons why you very rarely ever see him underneath Storm Surge pressure, and every now and then, that converts into elimination. Hey, someone else is throwing the tags. Hey, maybe one of them dinks a headshot when the player wasn't ready for it. It can happen coming through, especially without sniper rifles. Sometimes people like to hang their heads out there just a little bit longer. As we can see right now, Mars and Crumbler, they're trying to make their own push, currently 11th, just outside of that front page. And they've done all right in terms of getting eliminations, but done much more in terms of getting placement points. But they're going to need a combination of both, and there's a good one there, taking out Enkos.
Yeah, and Q's ends up falling there. Marzo, W, and Crumbler, man. Talk about, you know, the sleeper duo sliding on in, finding eliminations, and taking out some pretty big teams, right? If only they had not fallen a little bit early. Around that 4th game or so, things could have been different for them. They could have been in that striking distance for the top 5, but right now, it's a dream. It's a dreams away as they are just outside of that reach because of the point threshold, but it still comes down to whether or not 4th, 5th, 6th, right? These teams end up falling or not being as consistent as they'd like.
But even then, with the faster pace of the lobby, those placement points start to add up. One more duo going down will mean that first placement point ends up getting gifted out. And that's where the tournament management mode ends up coming in. You recognize the fact, hey, each placement point we get is a point that the opponents can't also close on us, right? Not getting knocked out, like, yes, they might get the point, but you get it too, so they don't close any of the delta. It means they have to keep pressing for eliminations, and each time you take a fight, it's a little risky. Like, yes, you might think you're better than a duo on the opposite side of you, but every single duo in this lobby, when given the opportunity, can win a fight against every other duo.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen. We've seen upsets. We've seen, honestly, expectations being met between some clashes and everything in between, honestly. For Booga and Miro, getting back on track here with the team that's making the rotate. I mean, I was so just interested in how they were going to perform out of their drop spot without those big whiplash vehicles, those upgraded Chonkers tires, and they have surprised me by far. They have managed to stay consistent. They have managed to find eliminations, and they're doing it in championship fashion. It really does just put a microscope onto why they are FNCS champions, why they've managed to do this multiple times now on the big stage, and they continue to perform now. In this 5th place spot, I mean, it's still on the line. It's still going to come down to this last game, but if history tells us anything, it's that they're going to have a strong last game, and they've managed to do that so far. They're one of the few teams that actually have an elimination right now.
And checking on our 6th place team, as Vivid so aptly noted at the start of it, there's a 28-point gap. And each one of those placement points that gets taken out, you don't get to close that gap. So Slacks and Clarity, if they want the ticket to the finals, they need to chop, hop on the horse, put the pedal to the metal, some other euphemism for going fast, insert it here, because the time is ticking and it's just past the hour right now.
Yep, and if you're Day and Clicks, the story is the same for them as well. Many eliminations separate them from that 5th place spot and that chance to the finals, that quick ride to the finals. But the game has continued to battle, right? The lobby has continued to fight here. Let's take a look at some of those fights that have gone down. Early action here at Tilted Towers. Jack and Illis, that's the 2nd time we've seen the stylish slide up, followed by the shotgun shot right there. You love to see the flashy plays come out. Talk about big plays, though. Duke in the feed, wraps up Redux and Plague. Dignitas is Duke, man. Another, again, we talk about the pickups from Team Dignitas entering into the space here. And their teams are doing so well right now.
It's Miro, Duke, and P-God, right?
P-God, yep.
Nice, yeah. I saw, unfortunately, P-God being unable to qualify today, but the other two absolutely showing up. I mean, Dukes has been around for a very long time. He's put in the effort, just won an FNCS being able to come through, and right now you can see Tabney and Death still just trying to hold on. They've been honestly one of the more consistent duos game plan wise, doing a very good job with it, making sure they're staying mostly center of all these rotations, getting up high and utilizing just high quality rifle aim to stay above the Storm Surge tags and then let them play endgame.
And I really do respect players like Death and Tabney who just keep their head down and keep their focus on the game, practice week in and week out, take advantage of all opportunities and play every tournament. It's a major. You have to appreciate players that put in that additional effort. And you know what? Dubs and Mega do the same as well. If you just look at Dubs' track history, I mean, he paired up with Rokane recently in a Cash Cup and took home that W. And that's something that's impressive across the board because you have the best of the best playing in there. Now, of course, his signature duo Mega for the finals, 4 FNCSs. They've been doing so good. That last game, I can't believe they were taken out over at the Sleepy Sound there, all because of their hunger to pick up the airdrop.
Yeah, we're trying to hawk that launch pad knowing how valuable it would be, but ultimately they got hawked in the end, picked out as prey. What could have been a fortunate situation for them, but instead turns unfortunate, and we have 5th and 6th pretty much right on top of each other. Booga and Miro with Slacks right above him to the side, so that would be the fight that needs to happen. If Slacks is able to kind of get some advantage, get a press down on him, you can see Booga and Miro not quite sitting at full HP while they do have still plenty of excess heals, so if they can get the drop on him, there is a potential. Jamper picks up Bucky, so still adding to the total.
Yeah, definitely racking up a little bit here, but again, Miro making a move right now could be potentially dangerous for them.
Duke
if
down.
The team on top, if Slacks and Clarity end up sneaking onto the side, Dookie is going to get knocked here. So back and forth exchanges here. Jamper has to play for the save. Can he save the body? No, not quick enough. Just a little late. And now it's Jamper versus Cam. It's Cam, who's just young, fresh, and so good in these kind of battle situations up against the vet Jamper, who's been here before, who can keep his composure in these final game 1v1 last game situations. Boxes up Cam, makes him look like the new player that he is, but no. Cam slips away here. Launchpad comes out. Bangs the treat. What a fight.
I was about to say, tough launch pad there, and as Jamper, he looked around saying, hey, wait, how did you actually get out of here? There's a tree above, and he didn't go too far. He should know that Cam is right on the other side of it, looking to potentially still press this fight, but he really wants to go back for the card. You can tell that he's trying to hawk the card. He wants to be able to pick it up, but based on the zones, I'm not sure he's going to have the opportunity to make that play unless he can resolve that fight quickly. On the flip side of that, Day and Click still up on their feet. 3 eliminations to their name now.
Once again, this is that last game. If you're down and out, if you're sent back to the lobby, it is wraps. Your tournament weekend is over. There's nothing you can really do about it.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say weekend. Your tournament Friday.
Right.
We'll be back Sunday.
We do have Sunday. Your weekend's not over. Just today's chance is done. You do have another shot this weekend. You're right. You're absolutely right. More action to come here. A little bit of a different pacing, though, right? More demanding because you have to play those rounds to get to that that broadcast setting once again here. And again, shout out to everyone watching along here, whether you're inside the game at the Legends Landing or, of course, following along in the Twitch chat. It has been exceptional watching you all kind of chime along and root for the players. This is a new kind of turning for the community, and we love to see it. But for Jamper, hold up. The fight is continuing here. The standoff between Jamper and Cam. Remember, Jamper's in 7th right now, Sundown. He's still fighting for this 3 eliminations. I mean, he really has done a valiant effort to try to close that gap.
Yeah, but now as a solo, I mean, there is a reboot van right out in the open on the edge of zone, so I'm not saying there's a chance, but I'm saying there's a chance. You see Clicks picks up another pair in the feed and hold the phone, don't drop it, won't break right now, but potentially the NRG duo, they've pushed from 11th up to 9th so far, and he's going for it.
Hey, we said they need about 10 of elims. If he starts this van, I'm willing to bet.
Cam is going to obliterate him if he starts it.
Or Clicks and Day are going to come on in and take this fight because they need it too. Chimp's there. What, Chimp wants it too? Oh, gosh.
Everybody is just hawking this reboot van right now, and I mean, he heard that chug splash. There's no way he didn't hear that chug splash.
He's looking, sees the build come out, sees the trees rustling as well. Player on the side too. There's a lot going on here. It'd be so risky.
If he gets both of these, it's huge, and we do have Clicks and Day on the opposite side of him. We're going to take a look at the elimination they did just pick up.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, what?
My gosh.
Honestly, it feels like they're playing a different game than Fortnite when I play Fortnite, because that was just gross.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why they are a different
They need to
breed
push
when
this.
it comes. When they want it, they want it so bad. Watch how fast they end up just committing. They commit, they go all in, they go for these box fights, they both get the shots, they shut that player down. That's 6 eliminations now. We know they need to get to 10, maybe 11, maybe 12 in an end game, and they're doing it right now. They are halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. If you're rooting for them, I mean, they are putting on the show for us.
You can see there's still 2 more solos there. They're not aware of that fact. Everywhere. They got 1. They could push through to that. There are still plenty of people up on their feet without a partner. 2 of the 3 solos are over on that side of the map. They're going to rotate behind, but honestly, that could have been an opportunity for them to pick up even more points. And right now, over to our current 4th place team, Iamzo, Degen, 169 in terms of points. Jaith picks up Larson. Cash gets Quanti, and then Larson turns it back around onto Cash. You see Iamzo trying to get a line onto jamming his duo as Degen, just ripping shots away. And look at this angle.
Yeah, no eliminations yet for Degen and Iamzo. They're just living off the placement points, chipping away at the big iceberg, trying to reveal that top 5 at the end of the day here. But it's going to continue to take more and more work. 44 players left in the lobby. That's a lot of points to continue to be dispersed out. For teams like Clicks and Day, for teams like Slacks and Clarity G, I mean, the points are being eaten up right now.
Don't forget, we're into the cascading placement points as well. 22 duos up. We're just into the 4th zone. There's no 5th zone Storm Surge, so Storm Surge might not play a factor at all here in game number 6, but those placement points are a ticking, and each one is a point that you're not able to make up. That means the timer is moving that much faster. The sand in the hourglass got a little wet, and gravity is doing its thing, pulling it down. I actually don't know if that's how it worked. It might clog the bottom. I don't know. That was a shy wager analogy, metaphor, whatever. Just pretend it made sense, and it was really cool. As we hop back on board here with the NRG duo, and honestly, Monster, zone dropped right on top of their head, but they don't want to. They don't want to wait. They want to take this fight immediately, and that's Tabney on the other side of that. Him in death. If they could pick that up, that could be huge.
And you can see they double back. They want to say, hey, are there other teams behind us? Can we choose anyone else to key right now? And the answer is no. So the options here are Tabney and Death. That's who they want to battle. That's who they want to just honestly finish off if they can get anything. Click says, hey, let's go back here. The zone's starting to, swing this way. We can get a front of this.
Yeah, but Monster, they're still 41 points behind Booga and Miro right now. Like, yes, they're doing well. Yes, the 6 eliminations, the 18 points, that's monstrous. But they need to do that basically again. They need to double their eliminations.
I'm telling you, they can. They absolutely can. We've seen it before. And with the way all the other teams that are in the safety position right now, a 4th, 5th, and 6th are playing, I mean, the opportunity to do it is actually here because everyone is playing slow. Here it is. That's one player. Here's another. Will they start from underneath? Yes, because the box is... Ooh, he tries to cone off. Devi almost catches him, but instead, Day's going to go in. He's fully committing. 3rd place might just be on the line here. That's a tag there. Tries to grab the wall. Clicks doesn't quite get it. Swings around to make sure this is his teammate, and it is. Unfortunately, could not get enough damage to go ahead and finish this one off, but miscommunication between the two. Day still wants to continue it here. They're starting to re-engage, re-initiate here. Decide once again, and there it is. Into the box they go. It's going to come down to this. Day's down. Can Clicks get the finish here? He does not, and just like that, all hope might just be lost. Clicks is by himself here.
Oh man, it looked like they were gonna have the open up and the opportunity to press, but the team fire was just better from Death and Tabney, able to defensively take that fight, saying, hey, they're knocking pretty aggressively. Let's drop the defense. Let's pour the boiling water out the front, kick him in the moat, get him with the crocodiles, whatever other defensive measure you need to take. They had it there and were able to shut that down, but and Bugha still up on his feet. He picks up an elimination. The placement points are ticking away, tick-tock on the clock, and if you're not in that top 5, you gotta be sweating. However, I do like the way Clarity and Slacks are going about this. They're saying, hey, one of those teams goes down and we play for the win, knowing that if they get the elims, they'll come, but they need the win and whatever else.
That's right, Slow and Steady can win the race here. Dubs and Mega are still also in this game here. A small glimmer of hope for those teams too, but Bugha and Mero have not found any eliminations. They are just barely above the surge here. Of course, looking to just wait it out, buy their time. The longer it takes though, the less likely it will be for everyone else here. Clarity G finds one as well. That's another pickup for them, a 3-point swing, and now to the front zone they go. Someone new, though, is starting to build up for height. They're going to land right on top of them. They are truly playing for the win, and that's that new mechanic right there. Clarity actually climbs on up to the build off of the slight mishap and the miss there, and they are the kings of high ground. Now at 2 eliminations, can they find a little bit more?
Dubs and Mega taking down Clarity. Good striker pump shot towards the side. They're able to pick that up. Zone going to bounce and pull its way south, away from any old builds, and Death and Tabney got about 6 builds between the two of them, so their time might be up if they can't find a refresh. It's Clarity and Slacks, they have the high ground, and they're playing for the dub. Peterbach goes straight up, he's looking for a window, but speaking of a window, Mero opens one up, and he gets it immediately slammed on his fingers. He says, ouch, that hurts. He's gonna pop his shield back up, and it's a battle for height, Monster. It's a battle for height, and this could be it.
This is Peterbot trying to go for height. They want to win this game and win the first place. They want to take it all home in fashion. They're doing just that. They have nothing to lose. And for Clarity and Slacks, everything is on the line. That's the different pressure between the two. Decision now. They have to give it up here if they want to stay in the run right now. And down they go. And honestly, this might actually work a little bit better for them because they need the points. They have to get into this activity right now.
Yeah, they need the points. You see Degen going down, but again, he was so far up. Eons are still doing well. We still have pretty much everyone in our top 5. They go up on their feet, but Slacks finds Degen on the opposite side of it. That's the 4th place team on the other side, trying to get everything they can.
That's a huge elimination right there. 4th place is now down and out. That's one of the pieces of the puzzle there completely finished. And this is going to start to open things up a little bit, but there is still so much more that needs to be done here. Slacks now, 142 points. Can they find these double eliminations down low? They need to commit here for Bugha and Mero. They've only gotten a single elim. They're starting to run out of material here. No more armored walls either. And that's it. Defenses are down. Slacks and Clarity G starting to pop off here. 4 eliminations, 17 players in the lobby. 15 can be theirs if they get active here. And now, can they? Oh no, the pressure from behind, the flick shot there. It was good, but doesn't quite finish. Mero is down. Bugha is down. Clarity G is up. Couple of points here. And if they fall now, it's over. And it is done there. The only place that's available is 7th, and that's Rise here. He's going to need to do everything and more if he wants to secure it. There goes an elimination. But we might just have seen the full solidification of our top 5 there, Sundown.
Yeah, I mean, we still saw pretty much everyone in the top 5 make it to the top 10. We'll be seeing that same top 5 in the finals. And honestly, there's a reason there was a gap heading into this game. They just played better on the day. And Peterbot and Byla, they're going to flex on that #1 spot, saying we don't just want to finish first. We don't just want the momentum. We want everything that goes with it. But honestly, Shadow and Me2, these last 2 games have earned themselves a bunch of series points. Second place at least in back-to-back games, and some good pressure on the Byla, trying to slap him down here and deny the victory royale.
This is still a great fight, though, for the flashy win, and Peterbot finds a great side angle, gets exchanged back. Peter, Byla tries to get the pickaxe, but no, the disrespect was not enough. Shadow holds his own and manages to save his reputation. He doesn't get pickaxe, not today.
Hey, and honestly, if you're Me2 and Shadow, you'll take that. A VR and a second place really late on, but honestly, you gotta respect. You have to respect Byla and Peterbot. You know the comms at the end. He's knocked. Pickaxe, pickaxe only, pickaxe only. He was going for it. He had about 1 HP. It was there. But the siphon ended up coming out, and OMG, Me2, Matrix Shadow will win the final game. But no surprises, no dramatics when it comes to the top 5. The top 5 from last game, Monster, they're the top 5 this game, and for good reason.
Absolutely. Everyone played incredible coming into the end. Of course, we try to root those other parties up, but at the end of the day, the ultimate consistency comes through for our top 5 teams there, and you love to see it there. In the end, though, OMG, Shadow, and Me2 can celebrate with the victory royale. That is still no easy feats here on the FNCS qualifier stage, especially looking at the last round when finals is on the line. So every team that did get a win today can still keep their heads up.
Oh yeah, you have to keep your head up. And again, it's not just the top 5. Everybody else is still competing for series points, still competing for a slot in the semifinals. And don't forget, we got a little bit more time. We'll be back again tomorrow with rounds 1 and 2, and then we'll have 3 and 4 going through on the Sunday. So make sure you're paying attention, playing those games out. But we got our top 5, and again, no real surprises. Peterbot, Byla, second place in the last game, thanks to a couple of near-miss pickaxe swings. G2 Agers, Kangarna, Kanata, Elite Death, and then Koni Owner, aka Tabne, Degen, and Iyamzo, and then Dignitas, Miro, and Sen Buga rounding out the top 5.
And a great showing from all of them there. Again, just gapping the competition from 6th and company by about 20 or 30 points or so. So these teams absolutely played phenomenal. That's where you go ahead, you hit the reviews, you see what worked for them, because clearly they were on top.
Yeah, they were able to run it out. Let's take a look at what the top 10 leaderboard was and how that gap ended up forming, because again, the top 5, a really good push from Slacks and Clarity G. If they've been able to put it together, get that victory royale, get the extra points, they might have been able to sneak it away. But like I said, they had to play for the win. See Threats and Rise, Illis and Jock, Day and Clicks, and then Shadow and Me2 rounding out our top 10.
Man, how crazy would that have been if Slacks and Clarity G did it? They took out Miro and Buga. Had there not been that little bit of resistance on the storm line there, it would have been the complete difference there, Sundown, at the very end. But that was NAEs for us. What a 6-game series we had.
Yep, that was it. 6 regions down, but we still have 1 more. And we're going to throw it right on over to them. NA West starts right now. Kelly, Panda, Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Monster D, Face, and everyone from the NA East crew. If we have even a sliver of the action that we just got to see from that action, then you guys are in for a treat. Welcome, everyone, to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 Qualifier Day 1. We don't have time for hype pieces or for trailers. We're hopping right into the action. And to do that, I have Panda and Clay joining me right now. Panda, how's it going, man?
Super excited to dive into these games, because if it's anything like East and EU today, it's going to be hype. What are you thinking, Clay?
I am feeling the exact same way. It's going to come down to that last match for the top 5 to qualify through.
All right. Well, we have to take a quick look at our broadcast schedule, because maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and you don't know what exactly we're here for. Well, this is Qualifier 1, everyone. This is the 50 teams' chance to jump into the finals. Those top 5 teams going to be able to do that. But they're going to have another chance in 2 days on Sunday. That's May 8th. And then one more chance, everyone. We're adding another qualifier to this season, and that's going to be next week. But of course, all of that leads into the semifinals, where our teams are going to have one more shot over 3 days to take their ticket into the finals. And of course, as you can see, May 28th, May 29th is going to be a 2-day super final affair. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you put that down into your calendar. But of course, to even make it into the finals, Panda, they're going to have to compete in our competition.
They absolutely are, and this is how the format's going to look, right? Obviously, we'll dive into the semifinals and the finals when that comes, right? But we got to talk about the qualifiers because that's where we're at right now. Now, there are 3 different chances to advance. We have qualifier 1, 2, and 3. This is qualifier number 1, and in each qualifier, we have 4 individual rounds. The round that we are watching today is actually round number 4. So they have competed up until this point to get into this lobby here for round 4. Now, the top 5 from this round will advance to the finals, but that's not all for these teams, right? So these teams are also going to be focusing on being consistent throughout not only this qualifier, but the other 2 as well for an opportunity to make it through series points, Kelly.
It's going to be a hard journey for a lot of these teams right now, but another change that's been added to the FNCS is that eliminations are now 3 points each. So I definitely think that we're going to be seeing some W key games right here. And possibly a team that's going to be bringing some W keying is Quinn and Defiable, the first duo that we're going to be focusing on right now. And we're taking a look at them because they came out of round 3 in first place, Panda.
They definitely did, and with Daily Bugle contested, it's going to be a tough drop for them. But if there's any brain in the NA West side of Fortnite that can handle it, it's Quinn. This man knows how to handle these high-pressure situations. And then adding Defiable to the team, again, just an all-star player throughout NA West. This is what you love to see. There in round 3, they got a total points of 141. They got 2 VRs out of their games, and they average 6.56 eliminations. That is no easy task, to say the least, and they were able to accomplish it.
And look, it's just so good compared to some of the stats that we have seen. And Panda's completely right. Quinn is notably the one around NA West that everyone goes to for that IGL brain-like plays. And so I'm excited to see how they adapt this, because 21 average placement is not what we would expect out of them. We'd expect them to be a little bit higher up. And we know when they get into those set lobbies, when it's less unpredictable, like Panda was saying, they can definitely pop off.
Definitely. During round 3, obviously they had a great performance because they got first place, but it kind of seemed like they were either really hot or really cold. I think they had 5 games where they placed above 6th place, and then they had 4 games where they placed below 40th. So going to be interesting to see how they're going to be competing today. But of course, when we talk about NA West, we'd have to talk about some of the best players that this region has to offer. And chat, I think you guys know who I'm going to be talking about. It's Arkram and Epic Whale. Clay, FNCS champions 7 times over, but last season, not the best performance we've seen out of them.
You know, they didn't get off to the best foot, and that's okay. They're coming back with a vengeance. They're landing right here in the middle of the map where they landed last season at Coney Crossroads. It is looking so much better, though, for them because of the extra loot there, just everything. They're going to be fine. And as you look at their total average eliminations, it's looking great. This is where we expect to see them. I think they got 10th overall, maybe 4th overall in round 3 coming through. And so I'm excited to see how they play this out.
You know, I'm excited too, right? I had the chance to talk to Epic Whale through Media Day, and he was very confident going into this FNCS in comparison to last season, right? He talked about how he was contested off spawn, how that caused a lot of issues for him and Arkram early on. And so now they're looking forward to not being contested any longer. But obviously, being contested is only kind of a shield that you can hold on to for so long, right? Now that you're uncontested, we have to see a dramatically different performance here from them to reinstate the confidence from the West Coast that these are these champion players. But you know what? Listen, if anybody's going to be able to do it, of course, it's Arkram and Epic Whale.
And just looking at their stats that they had from round 3, we saw them grab a first place finish with 15 eliminations, obviously doing a great job in the end game. But also they had a 20th place finish with 14 elims. So even when they're not placing that well, which we know you kind of need a little bit of both eliminations and placement, they are still able to grab those much needed elimination points, which again are 3 points per elimination. So much more important now. But a team that we obviously have to look towards again, the reigning champs, it's Favs and Snacky.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are the boys. I obviously, didn't have necessarily the same confidence I had in them in seasons past last season, and they showed up and they said, you know what, Panda, don't even sweat it. We're still going to win it anyway, right? It was all about the Batman Booga and Wheels for me last season, but then Snacky and Favs, they came up, showed out, and came out as champions. Now, back-to-back champions, mind you, and here's why. They're able to not only do very well in high-pressure lobby situations like we're about to go and experience, they're also very good at getting eliminations and really decent average placement. Now, this isn't necessarily the average placement we're used to from Snacky and Favs here that we saw in round 3. However, with an average elim of 5.3 and them still being able to get a VR, Clay, I can definitely see them coming out on top today.
You know, I doubted you last season, Panda. I'll admit I did, but you know, this season, this was my second choice of teams to go with is Snacky and Favs, because you're right. They are really good at getting eliminations, and if they can do that in a set lobby, they're qualifying.
And they got a victory royale with 20 eliminations. I don't even know if any other team was able to do that in round 3. Obviously, round 4 is a different beast. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a 20 bomb, but I'm asking for it right now. Favs, Snacky, if you want to provide a show for the audience, give us another 20 elimination VR. You are going to be set going into the finals with that. And obviously, they have all the momentum going into it right now. Everyone, I know you want to get into it right now as well, but we have just a moment before we hop into game number 1 for NA West, and I actually want to compare two of the best teams that we have in NA West right now. Of course, that's going to be Arkham and Epic Whale and Rex and Reet. Now, Rex and Reet, an incredible team right here. Reet being one of the most volatile players in the entire game, pretty much winning every single cash cup from every region ever, joined by Rex, who used to be a trio of Epic Whale and Arkham. Now, Clay, real quick, talk to me about this matchup that we're seeing right here.
It's definitely elim heavy versus victory royale heavy. Just look, you see a little bit more average elims there. We know Rex and Reet can put those elims up on the board, while Arkham and Epic Whale are really going to be focusing on that placement. You can see in the highest point game going 40 to Epic Whale over the 33 from Rex. So it's kind of the dichotomy of those two is one of them is going to be very focused on those placements, while one of them is going to be trying to elim their way to those placements.
Yeah, and one thing I really got to mention, right? You look at average placement and average elims, right? Both are better on Reet and Rex's side. However, Epic Whale and Arkham have that comeback ability, and it's crazy to watch. We've seen it time and time again, whether it's the finals, qualifiers, etc. They always have this breakout moment, whether it's they've fallen behind or it's in a separate game, whatever the case may be. They know how to come back and have big point games, which is why the average placement and the average elims didn't matter. They still had more points than Rex and Reet. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all unfolds, but it's getting ready to unfold, Kelly.
It is indeed. Everything will unfold in just a moment, but of course, it's the best part of the day, everyone. Predictions, and let us know in chat right now who you predict to be in first place for NA West. And as you can see, a lot of us kind of have the same opinion of Epic Whale and Arkham, but Panda, you seem to disagree.
Okay, look, guys. This happens every season with Epic Whale and Arkham. I don't know what it is, right? But I will say this. I had a really good conversation with Reet earlier today. Very, very confident. He had really good strategy going into today with Rex. That's why I'm confidently picking them to qualify on. That doesn't mean Epic Whale and Arkham won't qualify. I just feel like with it being 3 points per elimination, Reet and Rex know how to get those elims, and clearly based on the round 3 results that we saw there, they know how to stay alive as well. That average placement was surprisingly better than Arkham and Epic Whale, but let's see if they can combo that here in this lobby, because this NA West action is about to be underway.
I mean, we all know, though, Panda, that victory royales are where it's at. And who got 2 of them in their run? It's going to be Epic Whale and Arkham. We know that, like you said, they have that comeback potential. And what's better to show it off than the season after you got dethroned?
That is, I mean, pretty much this opportunity right now is their time to claim their spot back on top because they won pretty much every single FNCS of Chapter 2 from Season 3 on. Of course, they were with Rex, though, so it's kind of hard to pick between Rex Reet and Arkham Whale and Epic, or Arkham and Epic Whale. But, you know, there's so much to talk about. There's so much to look into. But, Chad, I know what you guys want. You want the game. You want the action. You're ready for game number 1. Everyone, if you're just joining us right now, this is Chapter 3, Season 2, Day 1 of the qualifiers. 5 teams are going to be finding their spot in the finals in a few weeks right now. But before we can even get into that, we have to get into the game, everyone. So we're going to be seeing you after game number 1 is done. But for now, we're going to be tossing it to our 2 commentators. And guys, who better to bring it than Jacob PR and Takada?
Thank you oh so much, Kelly, Clay, Panda, breaking it down from the schedule, the format, the duos, the drop spots. They're doing everything necessary to get me excited for game number 1. But Takada, our resident pro player, you got to let me know, how are you feeling? And how are some of these players feeling heading into game number 1?
I mean, look, game 1 can be a bit nerve-wracking, especially for the players who don't have as much experience, right, in these 50 duo lobbies, right? So this is an important one. If you start off with a strong game 1, you're going to be going forwards with that confidence, with that momentum, and you'll be able to power through. But if you don't have too good of a game 1, you're going to have to showcase that mentality, right? Can you keep it strong, keep it moving forwards, and then pop off in the next games?
Yeah, I like that. You're the resident pro player. You know, I trust you. I trust your judgment, carrying me out of Tilted Towers alive, and that's what a lot of these duos are going to hopefully see. Big games, big eliminations, and if things go wrong, like Takada said, that they have that duo. They built enough chemistry and a game plan to survive everything that's thrown at them. But luckily for you guys, the battle bus is ready, and so is game number 1.
First match of the day, the battle bus is just getting its engine started here. 6 total matches today. We have the veterans of Fortnite competitive. We also have some of the new faces here in the NA West region. Let me know your favorite duos in the chat. I want to see who is being rooted for today, but we're going to be getting right into the action here in the Daily Bugle. We've got Defiable, we've got Loadouts. We have so many duos that are just getting into this action, Jacob. I mean, I'm feeling hyped up.
And we got a full-on elimination already. Pars wasting no time, sending Solution back. Rex taking a piece of that pie, as well as Defiable and Quinn, the duo that ended up in first place throughout round number 3 of the qualifiers. And they're looking to kind of mimic that here in our finals. But one of the biggest things that our analysts did break down to perfection is there's a play style differential. You have to change up not only how you play, but your thought process, because this is a finals set lobby. Everybody here knows exactly what to do in this situation.
I mean, yeah, if you're contested here in the Daily Bugle game 1, you're most likely going to be contested again in game 2. So you have to adapt to your opponents, note down what their strategy is, how they're playing, and then just overcome it, right, as the games go on. So this could be an engagement here that they decide taking, or maybe if they feel like they have enough loot, they can disengage. But I know a location here, which is very contested in the Covert Cavern. I mean, you can see how many duos are on the mini-map at the bottom right. This is going to have some engagement in this early game.
Yeah, this has the power of at least 2-3 suns. That's how hot this drop is, and you can see it. Batman Booga and Wheels with, honestly, a little bit of struggling performances coming into this one. I don't think that is going to affect them too much because they've already seen the worst of the worst that can happen. They've already had that practice, and a huge game plan switch in this finals lobby is going to be needed. And I think, honestly, Takada, I think they're going to have what it takes. Wheels is one of the best IGLs when it comes to the West region, taking such a young gun underneath his belt, and is not only helping him perform, but he's helping develop this kid and making him one of the best not only players in the region, but streamers as well.
And speaking of the best players in the region, we have our previous champions here, Favs and Snacky, who are going straight into the Tilted Towers. This is a drop spot which can be pretty dangerous. It's pretty heavily contested, so you know that if a duo's dropping here, especially in a round 4, they've got the confidence and they've got the mechanical skill to come out on top.
Yeah, luckily for them, you know, it's a little bit of changes coming with Tilted Tower, so it's not going to be as contested as it was in the past. So it's going to allow a team like Snacky and Fabs the early game that they're looking for. Loot up, mat up, get exactly everything that they need, and then they could be on the hunt for Surge thereafter.
Taking a look here, though, at Panda's pick for today. We've got Rex and Reet, who are dropping uncontested in Greasy. You can even take a look here. Rex, look at that aim. You know he practices it as he gets a knockdown right off the start of the match onto Edso, playing for Fusion Esports, but also Pars, who's contested here in the Command Cavern. I mean, you can see all these engagements happening so quickly into the match, Jacob.
Yeah, and you kind of heard my doubts during that NA East game while we were watching in the green room. That's such a real 50-50 drop, more than I've ever seen, going for the slurp truck to try to get your shields back up. And if you find that combat, the shot's going to be that much easier. Parson Rays, a duo. Honestly, they took Fabs and Snacky to the wire last season, going down in the very final game, which gave up their run. They still placed in the top, but I know that's not what they want. They want that pickaxe of champions. They want to call themselves the best team, just like this team in front of us, Arkham and Epic Bell. For multiple years, multiple FNCSs in a row, they have been known as the best team in the region, hands down.
Oh, and you can see getting to the game one, they do have their drop spot uncontested, so they're feeling pretty good. But taking a look here at Evol, who's going to get into an engagement in the first zone, trying to actually secure the high ground here as he's going into a third party. There's already a duo in this engagement, so if they pick the timing right, this could be huge for them.
Yep, team so good when it comes to playing the end game as individuals. It's when they find themselves in this exact spot towards Synapse Station at the edge of the entirety of the map, not just the zone. It might even look like they added in a far pull, but this is where they're trying to get that surge, get their early elimination, so that way for the rest of the game, it's all about finding their location in the center of the circle. It's where they no longer have to worry about the surge, but they still have to go through this. And the longer they take for this one is the harder it's going to be, because then they have to travel so far north.
The riskier it gets. You can see on the minimap at the bottom right that the zone did pull further away, so they're not safe currently. If they lengthen this engagement out too long, they could end up getting in Storm. They could end up losing a lot of heals here just to rotate into the first zone. So you kind of got to think, is it worth it? Do we try and do a quick engagement here and get these eliminations, or do we back off, keep rotating, keep farming up, and set ourselves up for the end game?
Tag from above. High ground playing the role, but when you go and you find that miss, that's going to make fighting in the storm a little bit easier. I wouldn't say it's going to be exponentially less difficult by any means, but knowing that you can take some HP, not have to peek, and hoping that your opponent's low, but that separation is there. Baka and Delta not together, and that's going to cost him some HP, but Delta quick to react, immediately going on the offensive, putting some shots down to try to alleviate that pressure.
Trying to see if he can find an angle here, connect any shots with that striker pump, but Delta gonna be getting cracked here, down to 9 effective HP, has to build up, has to cover himself, as Baka as well is gonna be down to 16 HP. They need to make something happen here if they want to do a comeback on this engagement against On and Evol.
Yeah, this is something we talked about all last season, from qualifiers to semifinals and finals. All it takes is 1 second of being separated, just like that, as Evil forced to drop down low. 22 HP. He has just enough to get about 125 effective shielded HP. Big pots being tossed around, so that's going to make it even better. But the damage has definitely been done. You can see the team in the minimap. They're not backing down from this fight because they know they have that much of an advantage. And even if they want to, Takata, they can go ahead, they can move forward ahead of zone and set themselves up to continue putting the shots on this team.
Ooh, but the question is, I mean, look at the material count. Baka only has 7 builds. His duo Delta, I'm sure, is not too healthy on the materials either. So if they just keep staying here, trying to get these 2 eliminations, they might end up getting to zone with not enough materials, and they won't be able to farm since there'll already be duos there. So this is a very risky play, but you can tell they want these eliminations, and Delta is going to be getting exactly that as he knocks down 1, goes for the second, and that's both players eliminated. Delta and Baka come out on top in game 1.
Yeah, my biggest fear was that if that one continued to go on, not only everything that you said is added on, but then they're not going to have the resources, the heals, the shields to get themselves back up once they get in towards the center of the zone. But luckily for them, they finished it rather quick. On board Reet and Rex, who are just going for that surge damage. They already got 1 elimination underneath their belt. That comes with surge, and now they're setting themselves up in zone to collect even more, so that way they don't have to worry towards the mid game, the late game, when they're forced to make nothing but rotations.
Taking a look here at Rex, gonna pop some mini shields. Now closer to the logjam area on the map. A very important thing to do in these round 4s or these matches where there's only 50 duos is that you want to set yourself up for Storm Surge. That minimum damage threshold you need to reach depending on the zone. So you need to get as much damage done as possible. If you're able to position yourself on a high elevated location such as Batman Booger here on wheels, who can see a majority of the map, you're gonna have a lot more opportunity to get tags just like Batman Booga is doing, and that is crucial to these matches.
Yeah, and this is something that this duo has practiced time and time again. Whether this spot right here on the blimp where you see Wale and Vanillas, that's just their game plan because it's so contested over towards Command Cavern. They know they don't have to go in and risk it all, even if they do sometimes try to test their luck down there. But they just sit in the high ground, collect the damage that you're talking about. And because they're so far in the zone already, they have really nothing to worry about. But Arkham and Epic, they're trying to do a very, very similar thing. Everybody in the game, as this one is slowing down the action, game number 1, playing their lives very, very carefully. You're not going to see any big moves up until Storm Surge becomes activated. That's when you're going to see those teams that are below the threshold become a little bit more aggressive, trying to get the damage they need.
Zone you can see closed a little northwest from Shifty Shaft, so they are gonna have to make a rotation, but they don't want to do it until they have that damage done from the Storm Surge. They know other duos are gonna be further out in the zone rotating in, and they'll have that chance to get some tags done. We can see Snacky Favs though that have made a good rotation here over to the logjam, but be careful, there's already a duo position there, so you might not want to get too close.
Yeah, trying to save the car as much as possible. Vehicle is going to be very, very important because of that update. Most of the vehicles, but the IOs are out of the game, so a lot of duos made it so a part of their game strat during this qualifier. They're going to have to think of something new, and for Fabs and Snacky, that's just going to be an extra boost because it's going to allow them to go from zone to zone, movement to movement, rotation after rotation, while minimizing the amount of damage they're going to take. It's not going to be something that they're not worried about at all because damage onto the car, you're going to see so many players begin to make them a target.
Taking a look here at Quinn and Defiable again, our first place team from the 3rd round of this first week of qualifiers, looking to just do the same thing as we've seen Epic Whale doing, as we've seen Snacky Favs doing, is just getting those tags. Now, there are more ways to get these tags from the Storm Surge. You could force an engagement off spawn if you're contested, or you could even just force an engagement while rotating. If you're very confident mechanically and feel like you have a huge advantage in that engagement, I mean, you can just take it, and that's a good way to get Storm Surge. But the safest, most consistent way is to do it from afar, like we're seeing these duos do it right now.
Yeah, and this is a prime example of Quinn and Indefiable. I wouldn't say necessarily switching up everything that they've done, but we talked about when it comes to these set lobbies, you cannot play exactly one for one the same as you would in an open lobby. And I think Quinn has perfected that. I think he knows when to get aggressive in these open, a little bit easier lobbies. And when it comes to these final lobbies, I think he just uses his brain power. He plays to win every single one of these games, whether if it's placement points, only going for eliminations when he has to, or he sees a clear opening to do so. But Wale and Vanillas, man, I've seen them shoot up leaderboards, qualify for Cash Cup finals, and progressively get better each and every competition they play in. I'm just excited to see how they're going to finish in this first qualifier.
I mean, that's what you'd love to see, right, Jacob? These teams consistently making it to the 4th round, to the semis, to the finals, and just improving every time, right? Learning from the mistakes, adapting to the changes, and just keep getting better. And that's exactly what we see from these top teams. But now taking a look here at Bacon alongside his duo, they seem to be on not so high of an elevated location, but it did seem like they got into engagement. So they're already 305 above the Storm Surge, goes down a bit, but they're still feeling safe here. When they have that security, they can just focus on the rotate, get to mid zone, even play corner zone if that's what they want. It's just all up to them, and they can make whatever decision they want.
Yeah, and I like this trust right here. Bacon and Zook separating just a little bit. He's just trying to get him a good spot in towards zone, even though his teammate is taking some damage. He knows it's not a focus of the lobby, so he doesn't have to go back just yet to go for him as Danny Fishy. Bonzer trying to go ahead and spot the information, go for the shots. 248 below the threshold. They have to start being proactive, but the biggest thing here is that shield keg in their inventory. They could throw that one down and peek as long as possible, but the biggest thing is they have to start peeking for these shots.
I mean, that's what I love about the shield keg. It's a great way to trade damage for Storm Surge, you know, to peek out. And even if you risk losing some shield, you're just going to recuperate that right back up with the shield keg. But taking a look down at Jakey Rayleigh here, wants to get into an engagement. Seems like he is 135 below the Storm Surge, so has to make something happen here. Trying to find a wall replace, trying to find an angle, some sort of damage onto this opposing duo.
Yeah. I like this decision to get aggressive instead of just simply trying to out-heal it, because once the floppers and the splashes are gone, you're going to have to get aggressive anyway. So outside of zone, still having to think of something. Not throwing all their game into this one play, though. Trying to spread it out, but you see Storm Surge beginning to activate. They're trying to spread out those resources, but like I said, there's a very finite amount. In fact, they're already running out of splashes.
Oof. You can see it's getting ticked second by second here. The players are losing shield, maybe even losing HP if they can't recuperate it. But also Jakey there is going to end up going down. They were playing aggressive, but was it worth it? Now his duo left alone, and Two-Tone is going to go down as well. They got the damage they needed, but in the meantime, they got eliminated, and they will be coming back for game 2.
Yeah, for Sari and Photo, that's a blessing in disguise. That's 348 above the damage threshold, something they're not going to have to worry about in the immediate future. Maybe something later on. You see 71 players still alive. Even Nate picking up a big double in the elimination feed, going to work, trying to get those elimination points, because remember, it's 3 points per elimination. If you're able to score 10 eliminations and a win, that's a 60-point game. That's definitely going to allow you that cushion for the remainder of day 1.
But to get those eliminations, you have to get past that Storm Surge threshold, right? And we're seeing Danny Fishy here and Bonzer. They're not having a good time. They've already used the shield keg. They've already used their big shields. All they're left with are minis now, and they're still 145 below Storm Surge. Third zone is closing. They have to make something happen here. Getting nice little bit of tags on the opponents who are rotating in, but it's not enough. An opponent actually got straight into the box and takes them both out, Jacob.
Bro, he was so sneaky. I didn't even come. He must have been barefoot. That's what it is. He took off his shoes, entered the box barefoot to minimize the sounds. Because Frappi and Monkey, these guys, there's no other way possible that they could have seen it coming. But maybe their audio was just a little bit too loud, going for those shots. Because you know, when you're focused on going for that Storm Surge damage, sometimes that's a tunnel vision. You get lost in the sauce on the way.
Oh, and then look at this. I mean, are you seeing what Fabs and Snacky have done here, Jacob? They've got a tunnel. Seems to be the length of all of Logjam here, and they still have spare materials. You see that Snacky has 2 eliminations, meaning that they took kind of the more aggressive approach to get that Storm Surge. We know they're 2 of the most mechanical players on the West region, so they're feeling confident. But do you see the feed there, Jacob?
I didn't see the feed. I was looking at the max mats that he has just laying around on the ground there for a moment. That makes me believe those 2 eliminations were en route. We saw him very, very early on make his way towards Logjam, Lumberjam. He didn't have this many mats when we saw him. So those 2 eliminations were more recent, if anything, which is going to allow them this very long tunnel that you spoke about. And we've seen tunnels like this play a big role once we get towards those moving zones, as long as it stays towards that side of the map. But nope, it's going to get a pull, forcing everybody just a little bit more northwest.
Slam gonna be getting eliminated in the feed. And speaking about the feed, Arkham and Epic have went down here in the 4th zone. So one of the favorites here from the desk going down early. But remember, there's just game 1. There's 6 total games. So even if you don't have a great first game, you can always make that comeback, even if it's in the last match. But we're gonna take a look at Sweat here as 3 eliminations. I mean, they're looking good, but let's check that replay out, Jacob.
Checking out indeed how Arkham and Epic did go down. They abandoned the car early, and you can see the shots just continuously raining down onto Arkham, unable to really shield himself out. You see Epic trying to go ahead and build and allow themselves that extra cover, but sometimes Takata, when the whole lobby begins to make you a focus, there's very little you can do to get out of it.
It's all about positioning beforehand, right? Staying one step ahead of the game and avoiding those, I mean, occasions where the whole lobby will be looking at you and focusing you down, like what's happening to these players that Rex and Reet are taking some shots at. We can see Blast and his partner actually going to be taking down Landjock Punisher, a veteran duo of the West region that's been here for a very long time. So I always love seeing them back here in today's FNCS. But taking a look at Batman Booga as well. Wheels, you talked about Wheels, incredible IGM. Batman Booga, incredible fragger. I mean, you've got the dynamic duo here, and I feel like they might even be able to take it home today, Jacob.
You can already see, though, as well, the adaptations as the game has already progressed. It was Batman Booga early on with the Striker Burst AR going for those surge shots, but as the circle closes, forcing everybody closer together, you see that CQC, the close quarters combat loadout between the Combat SMG and the Striker Pump Shotgun, and we know how deadly Batman Booga can be in a box at the wrong time, so I'm interested to see as it goes on. But Quinn, Defiable, they were the ones who got first place in our round number 3, and you could see only 1 point so far. Not faring well when it comes to eliminations, and definitely not faring well when it comes to the damage.
They're trying to get this damage done. They're forced to play it a little more aggressive of the 100 below the Storm Surge here. But actually, Defiable is going to get some nice little tags onto his opponent, but it's not enough. They're still 22 below, 5 below. They just need one more shot, and they'll be above the Storm Surge. But right as I say that, they get tagged. They're even more below. They're getting focused by the lobby. This is not a position you want to be in this first match.
Yeah, it's just going to get exponentially worse once the Storm Surge actually activates, and it does. I think my curse is just reigning supreme, far beyond the predictions. Defiable and Quinn now have to get aggressive, be proactive. Now they fall above the damage threshold, and they get the elimination with the Siphon. That was a perfect blessing that they absolutely needed to keep themselves going, bumping themselves up to 5 points in this game.
That is a huge refresh for Quinn and Defiable here. They're now going to be a little more healthy on that Storm Surge damage, but this is just the beginning. They're going to have to keep it going as Kika here and Kika are going to be looking for some tags. They are 112 below. It seems like so many players in this lobby have not done enough damage. You can see Defiable in the feed also picked up another elimination. So Quinn and his duo are feeling pretty happy. I see Frappi close by. I mean, the rotations have to come in. This is the 5th zone. This is where the action begins.
Yeah, everybody's going to get jam-packed together. Touch a close circle. Favs and Snacky still putting out those shots. 3 eliminations now. Favs picking up 1 along the way, making their journey that much easier because, you know, they have the damage. They don't have to peek unless they absolutely want to, because they don't have to, as they go in box for box, zone for zone, trying to close out the options of every player that's next to them.
3 total eliminations here for Snacky and Favs, but they're just getting started. They are one of the duos that got a 20 elim game in the qualifiers here for the 4th round, and they're looking to do it here as well. You can see the confidence, looking for some drop downs, looking for tags, looking for anything that can get them that nice 3-point elimination. I mean, it's very good if you're able to pick up a good amount of eliminations before the end game, because just with that 3 points per elim, you can boost yourself so high up on the leaderboards.
Takes one moment. That's why I always try to preach to the young West players that, you know, get aggressive at every single moment. You could have the mechanics and the confidence to take every single fight under the sun, but you need to have the brain to back it up, knowing which ones a fight you should take, which ones you shouldn't, which ones you should run from, so on and so forth. And that's what Reet and Rex are looking to do here. Figure out which fights they can take on their way towards the center of the circle, which jump pads they can recycle, what their preferred route is going to be, because you want to see all that information before the zone begins to pull.
Taking a look though, Rex here as he's getting into a little bit of a sticky situation as he's getting tagged down to 22 shield. Does have a good amount of Storm Surge, but has to make the rotate. Is able to recycle a launch pad here now, but he's gonna have to group up with Reet. They're gonna have to play together, and Rex has to heal up.
Yep, looking like a sitting duck with the amount of HP and shields he has, but a perfect pad. Rex gets right in, using the floppers, immediately using the minis to try to get himself back up to tip-top shape or as close to it as possible. And look at them going from defensive straight to the offensive, trying to shoot through a box. Defiable and Quinn still on 6 points, but they are playing towards the end game. They know any eliminations from this point forward are naturally going to come as long as they continue to play how they practice.
44 players alive, 24 duos. We need 14 players to get eliminated for the Storm Surge to get deactivated, and Defiable is 300 below. Now that Quinn has gone down, he's gonna have to make a play happen here, popping a big pot, trying to get the rotate into Storm, trying to find an angle onto an opponent, and this could be it. Gets into the box, 100 damage tag, gonna knock down 1. If he can get this finished, that's gonna be huge.
Oh, the refresh. Defiable is going to be able to get it, but immediately is going to get shut down. You see Nate towards the backside, trying to jump pad towards the zone and give himself a little bit of a better time, but LeBron gets to the box at the perfect moment. Shots down one player, looking for the next, but that's Batman Booga. Booga is down. Now Wheels has to do this one as a solo.
LeBron and Nate, they're feeling confident now. They got the refresh, they got the elims, but take a look at that high ground. We have Favs and Snacky. They're feeling good. They're feeling confident now with this high ground, trying to get some tags from above, laying down the rain, seeing if they can pick up some of these extra eliminations. You can see Snacky takes down Wheels, who was playing as a solo. We can see all these duos down below. Rex actually going to be taken down now, leaving Reet as a solo.
Yeah, Favs and Snacky, the previous FNCS duo champions, playing it to perfection, biding their time, waiting for the 7th zone, and that's where they're going to take it. But Reet doing it by himself, losing Rex early, still 3 eliminations, trying to make his way towards the end game, and he's going to be one of the most dangerous solo players that we have in the game right now. But no heals, not a lot of resources, and a player trying to get into his box. All he needs is one moment with that drum and the combat, and he can end one player's run. But Favs, Snacky still holding on to the high ground, putting the pressure on so many players, including Reet, who just gets taken down.
Very close there from Reet. Managed to pick up a bit of those placement points before getting knocked down, but taking a look at Nate now, another player who's playing it out as a solo here. 6 total eliminations for his duo, 36 points, trying to get that number up. Favs and Snacky still on the high ground. We have Pars and Rays on second height here, getting a little bit of close to the high ground duo, but Lime, Chip, they're picking up some elims, and it is looking great for them.
Yep, this is another duo I've seen perform so well during last season, but Lime's run might come to an end with 25 HP. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's finding a way to get towards the center of the zone, and his teammates so close behind him, hot on his heels. But Favs and Snacky, they're ready to drop down, get aggressive, and get their hands dirty, and pick up those eliminations. You talked about a 20 bomb with a win, where they're looking to try to get as close to that as possible.
5 eliminations for Favs and Snacky, gets bumped up to 6, and they're just racking elim after elim. Chip getting knocked down here. Favs is still hungry though. He wants more of these eliminations, trying to find an angle here onto Pars, but Pars has 6 elims just by himself. He is clutching out so much here as a solo.
Yeah, this is almost number 1 and number 2 of last season, as Pars is trying to drop down low, separate the 2 players, but no matter what, only a sliver of HP, boxed in, forced out towards the zone, and that's gonna be Favs and Snacky continuing their domination from last season, taking game number 1.
That confidence is just gonna keep getting built up here as they take home that first match. I mean, I can't wait to see what's gonna be coming here, Jacob, from Favs and Snacky. When they get into their game, when they're feeling confident as some of the most mechanical players on the West region, I mean, this could be a domination.
Yeah, when you know how to play, you know how to play, and you saw almost every facet of their game being tested throughout that last one. A contested drop over towards Tilted, quick rotations up towards Logjam, Lumberjam, and then finding a crucial elimination, because that set themselves up not only for max mats on Favs and Snacky, but for max mats on the ground as well, which made their trajectory into the center of the zone that much easier.
But not only Favs, Snacky, I mean, we saw Pars and Rays there racked up a good amount of eliminations and a 2nd place. So there's a lot of these duos that, you know, they're getting a good first game. They're feeling confident, but even if you didn't have the best first match, I know Arc and Epic got knocked out early, you still have 5 more games. I mean, you can make a comeback. You have so much opportunity here to get back up on that leaderboard.
Yep, and wondering what that leaderboard is looking like, we have a good-looking Des, Panda, Clay, Kelly. Please break down the action and let us know who's in first place after game number 1.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takata. And I don't think it's going to be too much of a surprise of Favs and Snacky being on top right there with 9 eliminations. Great VR. But I do have to talk about what Jacob was saying, Panda. Pars having an incredible run.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Pars and Rays, I believe, is one of those teams that almost didn't qualify, if I'm not mistaken, out of round 3. So to see them being so successful here in game number 1 is going to be huge. But what else is huge? Snacky, Favs, high ground domination from start to finish here in this end game. And it's just, honestly, it's a masterclass on how to handle these games here in NA West, Clay.
And look, they had no struggle with Surge at all once they were on the high ground. We've seen teams that do struggle with it, but it didn't matter for them. They were finding elims. You see Snacky just going down, getting elims as players are trying to come up. They had a really great zone favor them, as everyone had to kind of funnel into them, so they were able to find eliminations like this, when normally your high ground team's got to stay all the way up there. Snacky even throwing in that W emote as well. And just at the end of it, look at the edit course that Favs does right here. It's just so amazing, and you know, I'm excited for them, right? You want that defending champ to go through and make it to the next season. That way they have that chance to say, hey, it wasn't a fluke.
Oh, no, without a doubt, definitely not a fluke, especially now being the two-time FNCS champions, the reigning champs, of course. And you know, it's funny, when we were starting at the top of the show, we were talking about our predictions, and every single caster and analyst said, well, Snacky and Fabs is my second pick, but... So to see them doing so well, we're all kind of eating our words right now, but we have to talk about another team, and of course, Reet running as a solo for quite a while, though Reet and Rex had a decent middle game and obviously dropped off a little towards the end game there.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we were expecting from them, right? Reet, Rex, just honestly, we knew that they were going to go for some eliminations, but also in round 4s, they do typically play a little bit more passive than they do in the other rounds. So that's why we see them play a little bit differently. However, Rex going down here, definitely not part of the plan, but you know what? It's game number 1, and Reet still showed that as a solo player, he can make some things happen, Clay.
I mean, that's something we've known for a while, right? Reet is a solo clutch performer, but unfortunately, you see right there, 2 players with almost full HP is really, really hard when you're trying to clutch it up. So great performance, though, from him.
Yeah, let's see how that performance did in our top 10 leaderboard right now. Again, I think we know who is going to be in first place. And yes, indeed, it is Fabs and Snacky with 59 points. So actually, not the lead that I thought they were going to have, although still 7 points away from second place, which is Pars and Raze. A great performance right there from Pars and Raze. And you were right, actually. They placed 49th out of round 3. So barely being able to make it into round 4. And to do this well, Clay, that's a great start.
It really isn't. Only a 7-point difference from first to second. That just shows that how on point they were. They had 8 elims, so 1 behind first place. Great to see, but looking down again, top 5 is where we're looking. Lime and Chip up there, LeBron and Nate, Notch and Salty as well. Everyone's looking really good.
Yeah, they definitely are. Notch being one of those names that we always see here in a top 10 situation on the leaderboard here on NA West. So it's nice to see him here come in and have a great game number 1. But we got to talk about the people that are shortly behind the top 10. And there it is. To my boys, Rex and Reet there, just outside of the top 10 in 12th place. But that's a good game. You know what? I'll give it to them. Warm-up game for them and Arkham and Epic Whale, right? It's what they need, right? Let's get them warmed up and good to go. But for some of these teams, they're feeling confident. Slick Nick, Convict, another team that we definitely expect to do pretty well here on the day. Will they get a top 5? We'll see here shortly. But Kelly, this is just incredible.
I mean, this is just game number 1, everyone. We have 5 more games to go. And remember, when we look at the leaderboard, the number that you want to look towards, chat, is the 5th place spot, because the top 5 teams are going to automatically make their way into the finals. So that's where they want to be right now. But real quick, another team that we got to watch, of course, we have to look. There we have it. Fabs and Snacky up on top right now. So that 5th place spot, 35 points. It's still game number 1, so the separation between 5th and 6th is going to be very small. But we've seen it come down to a single elimination in the past that will make their way into the finals right now. So Vanillas and Wale, an incredible team, grabbing 4 eliminations as well as a few placement points. Going to be hopefully having a same situation in this next game, but just a little better. Everyone, we only have a few seconds left before we toss it into game number 2. Panda, anything that you want to see?
Listen, I just want to see Arkham Epic Whale make it to the end game, right? That's where they shine most, and seeing them go down early was definitely unexpected. But also for some of these other players that are showcasing some talents here, making their way to the top 5, keep it up, stay consistent, because that's what's going to be key for these players that aren't normally at the top of the leaderboard.
And Clay, I know what you want to see. You want to see a Harpoon play, and it might be possible, everyone. But guys, for right now, that is it for us. We're going to be tossing it back to Jacob and Takata for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Clay. Great breakdown from the desk. But I mean, Jacob, from the edit course Fabs did on that last opponent to Raze and Pars doing a great job racking up those eliminations in the second place. I mean, we've just seen 1 match and we still have 5 to go.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm loving it from top to bottom. Everything is fulfilling that excitement I knew was going to come through. And honestly, I'm seeing the chat even take part. You see it kind of Quinn for win. You're seeing fans of Arkham and Epic. So many different fans in the chat. And I just love how they're showing up and really giving their energy to their favorite players, their favorite duos and teams. I want to see that continue throughout all 6 games. And that's going to be a sign for their favorite competitors. If they look at this chat in between games and they see their team getting voted for, that's going to be a huge boost of confidence going into this next game number 2, in which the battle bus is ready.
One game down, 5 to go. The engine's already hot from that first match, but we're just getting started. Drop the names of your favorite duos in the chat. I want to see who you're rooting for. I mean, personally, we've seen some crazy action from Fabs and Snacky, but there's still some top tier veterans in this match that still have a lot of time to show what they're capable of.
Yep, you heard the analyst desk from 49th place in round number 3, barely getting in. That door was just creaked open and they slammed it wide open to 2nd place. 8 eliminations as well, so you can see they're already heated up. And I'm talking about Pars and Rays, who were that close, just inches away from being the FNCS champions of last season.
And they're going to be feeling good. We can actually see them going straight into this match here. They're dropping in a spot which is very contested. You can see how many players are flying around them, how many duos they have to go up against here. But Pars seems to know what he's doing. You can tell that he's studied. He's prepared his path, knows what to loot, knows what he has to do. But take a look here. He might even start up with an elimination as he takes down Nate. But his duo partner is watching closely, taking some shots onto Pars. Pars have to make a decision here, decides to stay. Gonna maybe refarm, but oof, that's a great way to start, Jacob.
Yeah, probably didn't want to get shot out of the sky, but you can see in the minimap somebody's hot on his heels trying to finish off that elimination. You can see the cannon already being used as well. Raze is there to try to save the day with the IO card, immediately trying to splash and get them both to tip-top shape. That play right there is how you start off a game number 2 after finishing 2nd in game 1.
But we're getting right into some more action here as we have Monkey and Clone taking an engagement and seems to be kind of more of a split drop on the corner of the map here as Clone takes down one. Now looks like they might have actually secured, I mean, they've secured one elimination here, but I'm not sure where his duo partner is. It could be that player that is making an escape route right now on the side of this island in a boat. So I mean, I don't know what his game plan is now. Maybe play a bit of safe, go back for the reboot card later and hopefully get a reboot, but that's a difficult way to start your match.
Yeah, that's a big hope and a big prayer there. But depending on where the zone is, that could be a little bit of a help. But judging off this mini map, it is going to pull south, so may not have to move. But Flux, Biz trying to do what they can. Jake's going to go down, but a trade teammate for teammate. But Flux, full HP, not a worry. He's saying it's fine, nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about here. I was getting a little scared there when the shots were coming in, but Vlux, he was feeling calm, feeling confident, managed to secure both of those eliminations and even pick up his partner. So now we're going to switch over here to Zor and his duo, who seem to be in not an engagement, but they do have opponents close by. Maybe they just want to get some tags for Storm Surge, or maybe they want to secure those eliminations. It really depends on what their game plan is.
Russo, you know me and him. You know me and him. We go way back to those zone wars where I always just end up getting taken down. No matter if he's the high ground, the low ground, he never lets me escape as Nitrix and C's are over towards Rocky Rails. It is going to be a contested drop, but just judging off of what I see in the minimap so far, it's going to be a slow drop. They're not going to want to get aggressive, and I like that because these teams and players, they know, like I said, you can have all the confidence to fight any fight, but you need to know that you cannot throw it away in the early portions of the game, because if you don't get those elims, you're not going to get placement points either. You get absolutely nothing for your efforts.
Right, I mean, if you get eliminated early, that's not a way you want to start off your day here for a round 4 of the Fortnite FNCS on the NA West region. But I mean, you can always jump back, right? Make that comeback, and that's what I'm looking to see Epic Whale and Arkham do today. You can see they're still feeling good. They've got the route down, farming up, getting those shields, getting those materials, and now it's all about just adapting to what happened in their last match. You know, how can we overcome that and not let it happen again?
Be a big one for them, and I don't think we're gonna see that right now. That's the thing. They got an uncontested drop. They know they have that championship caliber mindset. It's just about getting the materials, getting the resources, the weaponry, every single piece of loot out of that drop before you make your way forward. And then from there, they're gonna be looking for position and surge, as Fabs and Snacky doing something very, very similar. But I'm about to say right now, just already doing something out of the blue. What are we doing, Fabs? Oh my God. I mean, that right there, that's skill.
You love to see it, right? Fabs and Snacky didn't have enough with just the Victory Royale. They wanted to play some games with the vehicles, right? Make them bounce, kind of mimic a trampoline there. But you know, they're feeling happy. They're laughing. They're enjoying themselves, and they're just getting started.
I bet you he had the same reaction I did. Like, what is going what is going on? I didn't know that was an interaction. Maybe he's just trying something new. Because you know how flashy he can get after putting a player in the blender last game with that edit course. This game, maybe he's just trying to throw a car at somebody, end them that way. But Reet and Rex, uncontested. This time around, though, Takata, the biggest difference is they didn't get that elimination off with a drop. So they are going to be having to look for Surge.
That is absolutely correct, Jacob. They might have to change up their plan, but I mean, you know, Reet and Rex, they have so much experience in Fortnite competitive. I'm sure they are more than able to adapt depending on the drop, the duos which are close by, the rotates that they have to do. I mean, they're ready for anything that gets put in their path. But looking at Clone here, this is the duo that got into that early game engagement, but you can see instead of 1 elims, Clone now has 2, so it looks like he picked up that solo that kind of escaped in the early game. And now with 6 points from elims and the storm surge they need for these first zones, they can just focus on their rotate.
Yeah, and that's where the games switch up, no matter if it's game 1, game 6, anything in between. Where you're at in your current surge loop path, that matters so much about where you have to position yourself in zone. And that was one of the biggest questions that we were kind of talking last season. You've seen a bunch of content pieces at it, and there's no more asking that question because you had the full season, you had years to figure it out. So this one, it's going to be all or nothing when you're positioning yourself as Wheels and Batman Booga. Once again, the very, very similar game plan. Loot up, get as many mats and resources as possible. You see them with 2 eliminations each. So the Storm Surge very, very early on, so that way the rest of the game they can do exactly what they want when they want.
Taking a look here, though, just like Jacob was saying, is one of the most powerful IGLs, also known as in-game leaders in the West region. Wheels alongside Batman Booga. I mean, I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing today, landing in a very congested, very contested drop spot, but they have a game plan. They know how to play it. You can even see them farming up full metal here before leaving. You have the option for the rotates. You have the option for the Storm Surge tags. I mean, you know they've studied, and they're going to make anything happen here if they want to get to that late game. But Epic Whale and Arkham, they are looking for some tags here. 0 eliminations. They have the materials. They have the loot. They have the mobility, but I don't think they have those tags, Jacob.
Yep. Once again, though, you can kind of see it. Everything that is going down. Not too many early game skirmishes. 92 total players still left alive, so we're gonna have a massive hunt when it comes to that Storm Surge. So positioning yourself now is so important and impactful for the rest of your game, because you put yourself in a bad spot, using those resources early. And talk about a bad spot. Rex over peeking, taking a couple burst shots to the face. He's gonna have to rethink that one and figure out, does he want to peek again? But at least that gives him another position, information of where more players are located.
I mean, the good thing about Rex and Reet here is they do have Greasy uncontested, so they have a lot of loot, right? You can see the chug splashes, the mini shields. They can recuperate this damage, which is being put back to them. But, I mean, it's how much, right? How much damage do you want to take for it to be worth it versus how many of those tags you can get without losing some HP like they're looking for here with a team that's trying to rotate in a vehicle here, but they're wasting a lot of materials because Rex and Reet, they want that damage.
Yeah, luckily for them, though, it is going to be wood. Something they can farm up pretty easily, but over on that side, I'm just trying to think how much wood is actually over there. Tons of brick, tons of metal. But when it comes to the actual wood, it might be a little thin, but I might be overstaying my welcome when it comes to that part of the game, as Reet and Rex sitting comfortably. I got to imagine Arkham and Epic are doing the same thing over on the other side of the map in Coney, as you see a lot of teams in your mini-map just boxed up, looking for those shots to make the rest of their game easier. As you see, they're already sitting pretty in towards the zone, and judging by, you know, last time we saw Camp Cuddle, this one did pull on this side of the map.
We can see that the second zone pulled, but it seems that Rex and Reet, they're still in it. But just like you said, the edge is at that northwest side. So for third zone, they might have to make a move. But the good thing is now they're in zone. They can kind of wait it out and let the other duos, which have to rotate into the zone, get in and then get those tags onto them. But Pars Rays, second place right now. You can even see it at the bottom left. They are feeling happy. 55 points, 2 shield kegs if they need to use one. But they already have an elimination, so I'm sure they're feeling good on damage. They're feeling good at loot, max materials. They just have to get into zone and get positioned in a place where they can still use their vehicle. Hopefully it doesn't get exploded or get shot at. You know, that's kind of the most dangerous thing that could happen to them here.
I like it. Just finding extra loot and weapons around. I wouldn't say it's a risky play by any means, but you definitely know as well as I do, timing is of the essence in certain situations. Getting to your spot, making sure it's not taken just yet. It's going to be so important. You see them marking exactly where they want to go. Landjock and Punisher not too far off, and taking those shots is going to make Pars and Raze take another route. Try to find another entry towards the zone or another spot to kind of box up at as you see them getting shot, becoming a focus of the lobby in that IO car, and that's where they're going to stop dead in their tracks, box it up, and be safe for now.
Switching up to Quinn and Defiable, though. Looks like they were in a box fight here, but they're not getting too risky, right? They're taking shots, looking for edits, but they're not going all in into their opponent's boxes. They just want to do the damage. They don't need the eliminations. They need the damage. So they're boxed up close to Slick here and CZR, a Spanish-speaking duo. Slick playing for PSG TNA. So, I mean, they're feeling pretty good here, but you don't want to get into an engagement here and get eliminated, right? We're in second zone, still 44 duos alive, 88 players. So as long as you get damage and keep rotating, you should be good. But if you get into a very risky situation and end up getting eliminated, that is just not what you want to happen.
Quinn, Defiable. I would think they have a consistent game plan when it comes to playing. They don't go for those early game skirmishes. Quinn knows, and he has it kind of down packed, that they're going to naturally present themselves as the game progresses. But 58 above the damage threshold. Arkham and Epic from the top Coney Crossroads. They haven't had too many people cross their paths, and now they're forced to move in. They're going to get themselves a spot, and that's when they are going to be on the hunt for that damage. As long as they don't position themselves, I want to say on the side of this mountain, because there's possibly a couple teams, or at least one right above them.
Yeah, you got to be careful, but what they're trying to do here is just make sure that their vehicle doesn't get shot at, doesn't get destroyed, because that's what they're going to use to rotate. But the scary thing about this mountain is, I mean, you've got vision, but not as much vision of the map if you were in a higher elevated area, right? Like on top of that hill, or maybe even another hill a little bit more south. So they're going to look for tags and, I mean, hopefully get some, because they're only 21 above, but this might be a little risky.
Yeah, that's the only reason why. Obviously, you can position yourself there. Like you said, you see a lot. When it comes to getting the actual shots for the people that you're seeing, that's where they're going to find that difficulty. And already a half of the map is not going to be seen because of the mountain that is right on Arkham's right. But another team facing that damage threshold, the worry sitting 12 below, is going to be Coatsy and Notorious. As you see him getting shot with a shield keg, and wondering where his teammate is at right now. I was going to say he needs to take use of that shield keg because it's their only one.
The only one, and they're making good use of it, though. A lot of shield needs to be recuperated here, but my concern is the 85 below. The good thing is they have the shield popping, so if they want to take some trades now, take some peeks, look for some damage, I mean, it's the time to do so while that shield keg is supplying them, refreshing that shield, and that's exactly what Notorious is looking for here. Some damage, some tags, but he's just not able to find it.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive when it comes to looking for those shots while the keg is actually active, but it is going to be dying down. So that means that they're going to be a little bit more risky when it goes for going for those shots, but you got to risk it for the biscuit. 2 more, maybe 3 shots going to be landed. 75 plus damage already. That's going to bring up above the damage threshold, but they know the players in zone taking that HP damage. The shots are also lining up with other players in the lobby. Even if they don't get the actual elimination, it's getting them one step closer to first. That matters.
But Vanilla's and his duo here, they're 81 below. The other duo we saw managed to get that damage, but now 117 below, goes down to 81 below. They've got to make something happen using those chug splashes, recuperating the shield, but they're getting shots taken on their box. They're getting shots taken at them. They have to be very careful here, but also do damage quickly.
Yeah, and something we learned so many seasons ago when Storm Surge was actually first introduced. When it starts to activate and damage players, you can see the lobby begin to focus. They want to make sure that they cannot get aggressive, forced to play on the defensive. But Wale is going to go down, unable to continue living as Creep's going to clean that one up. Vanilla's now hopes and prayers is all he's left with as he's getting dropped down. One player needs to go down. You see the elimination feed, multiple players dropping left and right, but it's still not going to be enough.
Oh, I also saw there at the right side of the screen, Snacky actually got knocked down. Favs was able to pick him up, and he recuperated his shield, but I'm wondering what happened there. I think they're kind of fighting the surge right now. They're above, but not by too much. So if they don't have any heals now, Snacky might be stuck at low HP for some time, but if they're able to get a siphon, get a refresh, I mean, we saw from last game how confident they are mechanically in box fights, and even just getting refreshes in that late game that I'm sure they'll be able to get a bit of health back back. But for now, we see teams going down. Slick gonna get knocked. Buzo gonna get elimination. And now all these duos, they're gonna have to be rotating into this third zone, but there's still just so much more to come.
Yeah, and you can see the game plan. Favs and Snacky, much similar like last game. They didn't have very many eliminations early on. A lot of their eliminations came throughout the course of the mid, course of the late game, towards those moving zones, to where I always say it's just naturally going to come to you as long as you play your game. And you can see him already what he's thinking, getting that car ready for this next rotation, but it's going to sacrifice some damage from the storm. So I'm hoping Raze has something up his sleeve, but immediately the car is going to become a target. Pars and Raze have to abandon that play and think of a plan B.
They abandoned the car, but they made it into the zone just barely, as you can see. They're on the edge there. Gonna recuperate the shield they lost, but my concern is the next zone, Jacob. If that fourth zone pulls far and they have to make a rotate, they no longer have their vehicle. They have duos looking at them now, and that is just gonna be a difficult one to rotate. But Nate and LeBron here, they're feeling pretty happy, feeling pretty confident, actually trying to kind of find an angle onto Pars and Raze, but so far it's kind of waiting game until the next zone appears.
Yeah, right now they're at the edge, and they have the IO car for rotation as well. They know they just can't get greedy here. That's going to be the biggest thing. And with zone not too far off, this is where I ask you, what would be the play here? You have a car, you're Nate and LeBron, you're set up. What would Takata do?
The problem here is if you have a car, it's a little risky, right? If you end up getting focused and go too early and then your car gets exploded, you're going to get focused, right? So if you're going with a car rotate, you have to go a little later, depending on how the situation is, right? Here, you could go in the corner zone, maybe try and get on the left side here. It really just depends on what your shields are, how much mats you have. If there's a duo in front of you, you can follow, maybe recycle some materials. In Raze and Par's case, we saw that Nate and his duo partner were close. So if they end up rotating early, they could go behind them, reuse their materials, and not have to waste as much on this rotation. So it just really depends on what the players and their surroundings do.
How beneficial was Vanilla's right there? Just a chest left wide open, and it's a med kit that's going to get him back on up. But Arkham and Epic, they were able to survive the low numbers when it came to watching them early on in the storm surge damage, and that's exactly why I picked them. When it comes to consistency, these guys got what it takes, and if anybody believes they're going to have a very similar day number one like they did in last season's grand finals, you guys are crazy. These guys are built like Ford Tough.
Oh, even with that position that we were talking about, Arkham and Epic, they're looking healthy, Jacob. I mean, they were under that mountain, but they're full right now on effective HP. But, oof, I don't want to speak too soon. They are 145 below the Storm Surge, but quickly refreshing up to 90. They were able to get some quick tags here, but it's not going to be enough. They have to keep looking for damage, keep looking for tags, but luckily enough, we have some duos trying to rotate into Storm here, so this could be very good for not only Epic and Arkham, but also Favs and Snacky, who are only 68 above.
Everybody's gonna have to be forced in. You see another shot's gonna be landed. That's gonna boost it on the Storm Surge, but nothing to call home about as Vanilla is sitting 297 below, quickly trying to get in a box and capture some players off guard. That's Wheels trying to get out. He's gonna land one shot, but it's not gonna be enough to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge, so Vanilla has to reload and go again, find another target here, but he has to be smart about it, not putting himself in the open and take shots from everybody else. He's going box to box, cover to cover, trying to chase down Wheels, and he's hot on his heels, trying to make the elimination happen, but Wheels is doing a good job of just staying alive.
That's what he has to do. He has to overcome the aggression from this opposing duo, but Vanilla's hitting an incredible sniper shot, 180 damage right onto his opponent, and that is incredibly helpful for Storm Surge. Now they don't have to get as much damage, but Raze and Pars, they're pretty close to the threshold as well. They're gonna have to look for something, but Vanilla's getting straight into a box here, going right into that engagement. Unfortunately, though, is gonna go down here. We have Wheels, though, close to LeBron and Nate, and I'm not sure if they know that he's a solo.
No, I don't think they do, because I feel like if they did know he was a solo, they would go right after him, try to get in the box, make quick work before everybody on the northern portion of the maps begins to move south. You see about maybe 4 duo teams currently in the circle. 23 still have some traveling to do before they can say they are 2 in the circle. LeBron and Nate's going to be one of them. B-Dog's going to have to do it as a solo while sitting 14 below the damage threshold. So not only does he have to find his way to the circle, he has to find some damage along the way.
B-Dog has a difficult rotate here, seeing that he also has to do damage, just like you were mentioning. But a duo that's feeling pretty good right now is Nate and LeBron. They are pretty close to the circle here, have the damage, but let's focus on B-Dog here, see what he's able to do. I mean, he's popping the med mist, he's getting everything done, but LeBron, Nate actually getting cracked here now with half HP. LeBron is feeling healthy, but he's gonna have to be the one that tarps here if they want to make it into this zone. The problem is there's so many duos close by. You have to pick the right path here. If you end up getting into a box of an opponent, that could just be it, as LeBron gets dropped down almost into a box, but manages to escape now with 61 effective HP. But be careful, there's more duos, there's more players raining down shots onto both of these players. They have to make something happen soon.
Yeah, and I like that. That quick move right there. They got in different boxes, and immediately LeBron reunites with Nate because they know all it takes is a second of separation to cost you your entire game up until this point. But sitting at 46 point, 4th place, right on that bubble. And here, currently in game number 2, which could be important to hold on to your position. And Pars is going to have to hold on to 2nd place by himself. But that's something Pars and Rays are good at doing. We've seen it last season. We've seen a taste of it this season already. And we're seeing it again here in this game.
Zone actually going to be closing. The 6th zone, the first moving zone, is going to be closing on Nate and LeBron's side here. So you can see all the opposing duos, Snacky, Favs, and the players around them are going to have to make a further rotate. So it's going to be a bit difficult, but you can see the launch pads coming through, the rotation, the mobility happening. And meanwhile, the duos, which are already on the side of the moving zone, they're going to be taking shots. They're going to be looking to see if they can knock down or maybe even get an elimination on these players that are rotating. But Landjock and Punisher, they have the high ground.
Yep, high ground here in 6th zone, and this is where we've seen so many players take it a little too early, not kind of hold on to as many resources as possible and single layer build, and it cost them it all. 157 below the threshold. Arkham and Epic still have to look for shots and put the pressure on a couple players. It even looks like they might be trying to chop down that high ground and make it theirs later on in the game, but for now, it's all about the damage, making sure that they can alleviate the pressure of what's in front of them, and that's that Storm Surge, and they did just enough. They're living on a prayer, but no, they're teeter-tottering back and forth like a game of ping pong when it comes to the threshold.
Just a small taste of that damage is all they need. Landjock gonna go down to Snacky, but Landjock also gonna knock down a player here as Favs has been knocked down. Snacky left as a solo, but we have Epic Whale and Arkham battling against Rex and Reet, 2 of the most veteran Titan duos of the NA West region, going head-to-head, battling it out for this high ground. Jacob, this is just the 7th zone, and these engagements are already crazy.
It's like you look up, you see, is that a bird? Is that a plane? No, it's 4 FNCS champions battling it out for the high ground, and Epic Well is trying to claim that top spot. Hot on Snacky's heels, not wanting to let him escape, but he turns. He still gets the burn, though. Epic Well will survive, getting the siphon, still has the flopper, but Snacky drops down low for a moment. Even Reet there for a second. I thought his loot was going to go to shambles, and it does. It falls down low. Epic Well's not going to be able to make that his, but the high ground is still theirs to hold on to.
Be careful though, Lime hitting launchpad, trying to see if he can get an angle onto that high ground, but Arkham did an amazing job of going ahead early, claiming that high ground for the opposing duos that might have been looking for it, but now Rex left alone as a solo. We saw what happened to Reed. Rex is gonna have to clutch this up here, already has 2 eliminations, looking to make it 3 as he gets the shots, but it's not enough to get that elimination, and luckily enough, the Storm takes him down. Now 3 eliminations, and Rex is just getting started.
I was thinking there somebody might have snatched it away, but Rex is able to hold on, get the siphon, using the med mist, trying to get to zone before he continues using it to try to maximize as much as he's going to get out of it. Even has the splashes to get himself up to 200. But once again, former FNCS champions are back on top on the high ground with Rex almost getting taken out. 9 HP in a dream. He has the heals to kind of get himself back up, but does he have the time and the space?
Rex might play zone here with the med mist. He can sit inside of it for a little bit of time, but not too long, as all these players, they're getting eliminated. They're looking for these solos that don't have too much HP to work with, but look at this. Rex gets a great angle onto Zeo, takes down 1, but isn't able to get the finish or another elimination. Epic Whale and Arkham still on the high ground. Now they want to get some elims. They're hungry. They have 4, but they want to rack that number up.
And you can see them just pressuring on to multiple players. They're not just thirsting for a single elimination. They know the game is theirs in the bag. As long as they continue to force players low. Slicknick now under siege. Epic Well is going to take him out. Another elimination under their belt, and that's going to bring them to a total of 5. And they might even be one of the only duos left alive, as Flux is trying to out-heal the Storm. He has the med mist to get his HP up, combined with a chug splash. That's going to get him to tip-top shape.
7 players alive, 5 duos. There's a lot of solos here. Vlux getting an elimination. Epic Whale trying to find the angles, trying to find the shots to rack up those elims. 3 points per elimination. They're so important, but just as they're looking for that, Boyo retakes the high ground now as a solo. So Epic Whale and Arkham, they got to make the choice. Do we go for the high ground? Do we keep eliminating the low? What is the game plan here?
Yeah, they were separated for just a second. Arkham took so much damage, dropping down to a sliver, and you can see Epic heard the call, tries to reunite with him, but Belthy, Zeno, their full HP or as close to it as possible towards the low ground, trying to find those extra resources, maybe some extra mats and heals to use for the rest of this game here, as it does look like it's going to come down to the wire. The 2 duo teams are smashed together with Poyo trying to recycle the high ground builds and hold on to the position.
Epic Whale and Arkham got to make a decision. Do they take the 2v1 on the high ground or do they take the 2v2 on the low? I think the 2v1's a better decision, and they feel like that too, as Epic Whale's going to actually get knocked down by Boyo. Now Arkham, it's all up to him. Boyo gets eliminated. It's a 1 versus 2. Arkham versus Zeno and his duo here on the low ground.
Yep, it's going to be a tall task for Arkham if he wants to come out on top, depending on what is all around. You can see Zeno, Belthy just making their way in towards the zone. 85 on the Medmis when it comes to Arkham, so he could play around, dodging in and out of Storm. Jump pad in front of him, trying to formulate a plan here, as he doesn't have very many builds. He's getting chopped little by little. HP's going along with it, and he is fresh out of builds now. Medmis coming out, trying to hop around. He's going to get taken down. Zeno and Belthy take game number 2.
Great play there from Zeno and Belthy, claiming the low ground, letting all the action happen above, and just by playing it safe, they were able to have that man advantage, that 2 versus 1, and take home the victory royale of game 2.
Yeah, Belthy and Zeno. I didn't even know for most of that end game that they were a fresh duo, looking good, holding on to the low ground. And you know as well as I do, if nobody knows you're down there, you're recycling mats, you're just traveling through, everybody getting eliminated above you, loot is just raining on you from above. That is a recipe for success. But Arkham and Epic, they got to take that one in stride. Even though they got second, they got a good amount of eliminations, good amount of placement points to jump them up towards the leaderboard.
I mean, I want to give props to them from having a first game, which wasn't too great, to now making the comeback, getting a second place with a good amount of eliminations. I mean, they're feeling good now. We've still got games to go. This was just the second match, so all of these duos, they've got to adapt now. What's the change they're going to make? What are they doing correctly? What are they doing wrong? And how can they improve to, I mean, get a better placement, right? Get up on that leaderboard and qualify to the finals.
Yep, and with 2 games down, there's 4 games to go. You got to imagine the blueprint and the strategy has been laid down for a lot of these duos. What that blueprint is, well, there's too many duos for me to call it all out, but there's 3 people on the desk that can lay down all the action we saw in game number 2. Panda, Clay, Kelly, please make some sense of this.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takata. And I really want to speak on what Takata was talking about right now, that after game number 2, this is when the teams are really going to be looking towards what they can do to change up their play style to have a better performance. And we just saw that from Arkham and Epic Whale. What, they placed in the 30th, 40th place last game, and now getting second place, Panda.
Yeah, you know what? Look, the Jacob curse couldn't hold them back there from the second place spot, surprisingly enough. So they're going to be able to hold on here in this game. But look, this is the normal Epic Will and Arkham we're used to seeing. And Arkham being left as a solo player, it was not concerning to me whatsoever. I had confidence that he was going to be able to clutch it up. Unfortunately, they did end in second place, but that was still enough clutch potential there to last, get those extra placement points, and get some eliminations like you see Epic Will get under Reet there, Clay.
I mean, it was just such a, I don't want to say textbook, but textbook performance from them. They waited till 7th, 8th zone. They took high ground. They dominated with it. Unfortunately, they did end up losing Epic Whale there. But still, overall, I mean, this is a phenomenal game for them. This is where we expect to see them, and this is where they want to be. As you see, Arkham almost is the one that ends up going down there. But Poyo made an amazing play to essentially deny them the victory royale right here, as he takes down Epic Whale with that. But still, 6 eliminations in a second place. We know that's going to be a lot of points, which is something they needed coming out of that first game.
Oh, without a doubt, an incredible performance from them. And then, of course, a great performance from Zeno and Belthy there, sticking to the low ground, grabbing eliminations when players drop down, which seemed to be happening a lot. And one of those teams that we saw kind of have a rough endgame there was Snacky and Favs, although they were still able to make it to the endgame after grabbing the first VR of the day. Let's talk a little bit about that, Clay.
Yeah, as you see, they go for the 50-50 on the high ground, but then lose Favs early, they just end up getting boxed up. And Snacky is there to try to make something happen, but just as quickly as they got that elimination, Snacky goes down. And when you're going for high ground, you really have to make sure that you can secure it, if not at least secure the build battle for it. But going to land on a player is always just that much more risky.
Well, let's talk a little bit about securing the end game there, because we saw Reet try to steal height as a solo player when there was 7 players left, Panda?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was definitely a risky play there on Reed's part, but Rex kind of playing a little bit differently, right? Went straight to the low ground as a solo player and just went for every elimination that he could get, which ended up leading to him walking away with some crucial elimination points, which is so important. But here is where the mistake was made, right? He had to use all of his heals to get back in the game, and he spent a little bit too much time in the zone hoping to pick up an elimination here, but it just wasn't enough. The Siphon was not able to come through quickly, and sure enough, that's why they were held back just a little bit. But man, what a change up here on the leaderboard, because now Zio and Polo are up top there with 73 points.
Well, they started it off in the low ground, and, you know, obviously it was Zeno and Belfi that were able to grab that VR, but to see them, Zio and Pollo, able to grab 8 eliminations after that, incredible. 73 points now, but Favs and Snacky still on top, Clay, or still in second place.
They are, but I want to shout out 10th place there, Zeno and Belfi, who went from the literal last place on the leaderboard into 10th place with that game. That is a statement right there, right? You say, hey, we have not that but good of a first game. Let's go out and let's just win.
Wow, I honestly quite surprised to see Zio and Pollo able to jump up from around 8th place all the way up to 1st place right now, showing that placement and consistency is important, everyone. But how is that all going to play out in game number 3? Well, who better to talk about it than Jacob and Takada? So gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you so much. Game number 3, Takada. And the key words I heard on that analyst desk is honestly coming from Kelly: consistency and placement. Snacky and Favs, a big game number 1 victory, 9 eliminations, no longer in first place. That goes over to Pollo because he simply survived last game.
I mean, that's how it works, right? If you're able to stay consistent for all 6 matches, it's the best thing that could happen. But it's not just about those placement points. It's about staying consistent, but also racking up those elims. 3 points per elimination, that really counts up over time.
Now, it definitely does count up over time, but we don't have to count up the time it takes to start the game. Game number 3 starts right now.
Third match of the day. I mean, the battle bus is already getting weighed down as these matches go down one by one. 4 more to go. We've had Arkham and Epic making the comeback. Snacky Favs in the first game dominating, and then Pollo and his duo just playing for that consistency. There's so many storylines, so many players, and so much that can still happen. I mean, it's anybody's game.
Sanctuary, another contested drop over here. You see Danny Fishy and Bonzer landing over here trying to loot up the instant floor loot, get as much as possible, start to get the resources, because they know with not only the teams that are landing actually at Sanctuary, but so many more of those teams that go around Sanctuary and travel through it. That's why they're just trying to get themselves up before they take any early exchanges. You mix that with the Mythic Boss Test is right here with the Mythic Striker Burst AR, that is something that is definitely going to pack a punch, and we've seen so many players and teams use that to get to the end game.
Taking a look here, though, at Caleb and Solution in one of the most contested areas on the map. We saw some early game engagements here from Raze and Tars, and I mean, it gets messy around this drop. You can see all the duos scattering around at the bottom right of the mini-map, and it's all up to what their game plan is, right? Are they playing this for a contestation where they have to get some eliminations in the early game, or are they playing it just to loot up, get your materials, and keep rotating? It really depends what you're trying to get, what you're trying to loot, and what you want to do in the late game.
Yeah, especially after 2 games, you know, depending on what actually happened off their initial drop, they got to account for that as well and make those proper adjustments, make sure they don't get, you know, the shot out of the sky very early on, which is what they were looking to try to do on a player if they even saw him in that moment. As Caleb and Solution are just trying to bypass a lot of this early action. You see the zone is immediately on their right side, so they're just going to be looking for those Storm Surge tags on their way to the circle as they're just going to continue on with their loop path.
Taking a look, though, at Epic Whale and Arkham, seems like they're still pretty secure here in the Coney Crossroads. Doesn't seem to be contested. So now that's 3 games down where they have not had to get into an early game engagement. But correct me if I'm wrong, Jacob, they've been kind of having a bit of trouble with the Storm Surge. Later in the mid game, we've been seeing them kind of struggling just on the borderline. Do they have enough damage? Do they not? So I wonder if they're going to take that into account and maybe loot up quicker, not loot as much as of their drop spot and start looking for tags sooner. If they're just going to keep playing like how they're playing, because last game, it went very well.
Yep, not salty. Landing over here towards Rocky Rails as well, doing that exact thing that you're talking about, going for those early surge tags as Nitrix and C's are going to have to, I think they're going to try to rotate out. I wouldn't see them being crazy enough to take this early Rocky Rails fight. Just grab the resources on your side of the POI, keep it moving, and get yourself a good spot in zone. And the spot you want to get in zone isn't going to be your final spot towards the end game. You're getting yourself a spot that you know a lot of players are going to be getting to rotate around, because that's where you're going to get your tags at.
Nitrix and his duo here, and that's exactly what they want to do. They've got their loot, they've got what they need, and they're moving out, getting into a better position in zone. And I mean, that's a great strategy. You don't have to take these engagements off spawn. But speaking of engagements, we have Slam here alongside Let's and Ton here, the duo, 23 points. They've got a bit of builds, they've got shield, but they're also in an engagement. But they might be trying to disengage here as Ton is trying to get out, not getting tagged, but down to 58 shield. This looks like it's going to end up in a battle.
No, it definitely is, especially when you get that early damage. You want to make sure it doesn't go to waste and try to finish and execute it as soon as possible. And this is going to be the 2 duos that are here. There's another one slowly towards the outside. That might be Josh and Wukong just trying to get themselves a good spot in zone and not take part in any of this action. But there's a 4th team also in that same direction. So everybody here has to play their lives very carefully. Otherwise, they could be sent back to the lobby before you know it.
Oh, I mean, if this engagement takes too long, like you're saying, there's a lot of duos close by. A 3rd party could come through. So Baka and Delta, they've got to make a decision. Do we end this fast? Do we start wall repressing just like they're doing now and trying to get into that action? Or do we just decide to disengage, keep rotating and farm up? But I mean, we know these players, they like playing aggressive. Great 150 pump. Another one taking his opponent down, and now it's just a 1 versus 1. Delta has to clean it up. Baka did a huge amount of damage. Now actually gives Delta the HP advantage here at almost 200 effective HP against his opponent who's down to 30 or 40 HP. Delta just has to clean it up, and that's exactly what he does.
You know, like a dog, though, that hears the car running by. You see that duo slowly but surely hearing the shots, and they're wanting to take part and get the information. Is it something that we can just fully try to attack and get the elimination points? Do we need to stay on the outskirts, try to 3rd party? And it does look like they want to at least get a piece of that pie. Russo and his duo are going to try to bypass it and get themselves safe entry towards the zone to see shots flying their way. They know players are on the hunt, so for them, it's just about sticking to the plan, not stray far from it, because that could be disastrous.
That could be dangerous as Clone here trying to make an attack onto his opponents here. Doing a interesting strategy with the zip line here, but it actually works out as they take down Delta. And now it's a 2 versus 1. They have the player advantage, but there's another duo coming in for the 3rd party. I mean, speak about 3rd parties, 4th parties, even 5th parties, Jacob. This is a dangerous place to be in.
Yeah, I know for sure. One of those duos is Josh and Wukong that are landing on the southern eastern portion of the map. Almost uncontested by itself if it was a POI, but it's not. So they're just gonna be fighting for this loot. But it does look like Josh might have gone down early, biting off more than he can chew. A siphon going on the back of Baka, and that's going to give him the confidence to keep this one going.
Baka feeling good now with those 3 eliminations, but the problem is going to be that reboot, right? If he can get out of this situation, there's still players close by. Baka trying to make an escape, but it's not going to happen. He's going to have to take this 1 versus 2, and he's going to have to come in on top as Yisuk gets straight into the box here, cracks down Baka, and now not only with the player advantage, now also the HP advantage. They're just looking to clean this up quickly.
Quickly indeed. I don't even know if they just got that elimination or not, because Clone gets back down, chopped. Only 10 HP and a dream, but Baka still keeping them hot on their heels, basically making a 1v2 possible, or at least potentially so, as he commanded enough damage on these 2 players to create some separation and get his shields back on up. But he knows the show's not over yet. A 3rd party towards the side is definitely going to hurt, and that's Russo and his duo slowly but surely moving in. They realize this fight has taken longer than anybody has hoped, and this is now theirs for the taking.
I mean, I don't know if to call. I don't know if I should call this a third party or a sixth or seventh party. I mean, we've seen so many duos just coming into this engagement one after another. I don't even know what number we're on at this point, but what I know is this is a very dangerous location to be in, and it's not a place where you want to extend a fight.
At this point, it just looks like they're crashing the party because they didn't get an invite, but FNCS champions Favs and Snacky, another early game exchange, and honestly this has been their key to success, or at least in game number 1 they had the early game skirmishes which gives them a bunch of surge to kind of pick and choose which spot they wanted, because like I said early on, if you don't have the surge you can't go to the center of the zone right away as they're chasing them down. They want to make sure it's not only the elimination points but the siphon and the resources that they're going to garner from this.
Snacky and Favs, I mean, we know them. They're so confident mechanically. They're going to want to take these engagements, especially if they have an advantage in them. Currently in the second place spot. You can see it here on the screen, but the question is, are they just going to farm up or are they going to go for those elims, go for that engagement? There's 86 players alive, 46 duos. I mean, not too many people have been knocked down. So this match, Storm Surge is going to be just as strong as it's been the past 2 games.
And the duo that they're fighting right now, Favs and Snacky, Bocrows and his duo, 50th place. Barely edging in to this qualifier 1, getting this opportunity. The series points are going to be massive for their game as well. You see Snacky just trying to get his HP on back up because he knows right below him is that threat. But since they're in circle and they're so far in circle, they don't have to tunnel vision. They know that they can go ahead and drop down low, take the skirmish if they want in the blink of an eye, but they know just getting that high ground, the information, getting ready for next circle is so much more important.
They have so many options, right? And you can even see that the zone has just appeared. I believe it's second zone now, and they're not in it, so they are going to have to move. But look at this positioning from Rex and Reet. They are on the corner of the zone here, but they have so much vision around the map that they're going to be able to get an incredible amount of tags here. And for that third zone, they're going to be so healthy they can focus on just going straight to the mid. Or, I mean, depending on how many duos are already boxed up, but they'll basically have a lot of time to choose the best rotate they can make.
Yeah, I think right now they're doing exactly that. They're trying to get the information of where all these other duos are rotating in, so when they finally make their move, they're ready. But they're simultaneously looking for surge because they see they're on the edge zone, like you said. They know multiple players have the potential of passing on by, but Kika and his teammate here are now under siege, forced to the low ground. Oh, looking like it was going to be offensive, but things in the blink of an eye turn to the worst. That's Remy and React that take him out, sitting in 29th place, and that's a boost of confidence that you need here in Game 3.
That's the pace you want to finish these engagements, Jacob. You want to end them quickly so there's not even a chance for a team to get that third party. Remy did that so perfectly. We can even see a replay of this on how it was done. Just instantly full piecing their opponents. 150 bump shot onto one of the players with that striker pump, and then rapidly switching to that SMG, annihilating the other one. I mean, that's how it's got to be done, Jacob.
Yep, Theo and Poyo showing us how it's done as well. The shots are just landing from miles away, and with damage like that, and they have to go forward anyway, they're not going to get too greedy. They're going to take what they can get, realizing, hey, we did wonders last game as solos. Imagine what we can do with Storm Surge in our pockets and a full duo team, and possibilities are definitely going to be endless, but they still have to travel through Sanctuary, through all these hot POIs. We're seeing so many skirmishes go down just moments ago.
And you could even see on the minimap there when it was up, I mean, you can't even see the zone, so they're quite a ways away. They're gonna have to make that rotate, but Favs and Snacky, we'll see here when the zone or Storm Surge refreshes. They're 18 above, so they have to do some damage here. Luckily enough, there is some duos trying to rotate. They've managed to get 102 damage above, but I wouldn't feel safe there. I'd want to do a bit more.
I don't feel safe as well, but I gotta imagine these guys have definitely seen it all, waiting towards that edge of zone, forcing everybody up, but they know with the high ground that they possess, and you gotta imagine they still possibly know that team is directly below them, the one that we're fighting early on, so they know that it's just a matter of time. So close to zone, they're just gonna wait to the very last possible second before they move in, and that's where they're gonna start to try to rotate even further after that next zone. But for now, it's just looking for those shots.
Looking for those shots, looking for those connections, looking for that damage done. Speaking about damage done, Lime and Chip here, 554 above. They are feeling good here. Don't even have eliminations, and they have so much damage. That's all of their positioning, or maybe even their early game engagements, right? Making the right choices. But Flux here and his duo partner, 66 below, they're feeling a little bit more stressed out. They want to get those tags, want to get those shots onto these duos that are rotating into zone maybe a little late.
Yeah, 66 below. And I know you feel that pressure to kind of just shoot at everybody under the sun, but 66, that's 2 well-placed shots. 2 headshots with either one of these weapons. You're going to be sitting above the damage threshold, so you cannot tunnel vision. You cannot get antsy, too greedy to go for those shots. There you go. There's at least 52 right there, sitting only 14 below, so it's calm, cool, collected. That's going to be the strategy. You see on your right side, Reet and Rex, 10 above. They, too, are going to sit calm, cool, collected. And let's see how they continue to stay that calm, cool, collected I'm talking about as they fall below the threshold.
Calm, cool, collected, but for how long, Jacob? As they've fallen below, but luckily enough, looks like they got some trades there, but it's still 1 below. Even just blowing on their opponents here would be enough damage to get above the threshold, but they need to do a bit more than that. Storm Surge is now active. Players will start losing HP soon, and then Rex and Reet, they're looking for tags, they're looking for damage, but they might have to switch up their position here. I mean, they just need a few tags.
Yep, just a few, and they're just looking at the same 2 spots, hoping somebody over peaks, but now they're going to become a target here. People know they're taking that damage, and I would hope at least if this was me, I wouldn't peek in that direction and not give them the shots that they need to get above the threshold. They may not know it's Reet and Rex, but you want to make sure this duo goes out of the game. Oh no.
Reet and Rex now, they don't have shield anymore. They're using everything they have, but they're just not able to get this damage. Maybe build up, do anything they can to get a bit more angles onto these opponents now. Well, you can see they got 3 bigs, 4 minis, so it's not too bad. 7 players need to get eliminated for the Storm Surge threshold to get canceled out here, but 27 below again. I mean, they're just on constant rain from this Storm Surge, Jacob, and they need to do damage now.
And you can see just the lack of peeking coming out from everybody else in the lobby. They don't know who exactly that is, but they know exactly not to peek, especially if you got a couple of hundred above that damage threshold, but they're not going to slow down. They're not going to stop. They don't have a choice but to continue to put down those shots unless 2 other players fall. And you see the elimination feed begin to light up. Players are getting taken down, but 2 more are not out just yet.
Grongle here, 200, or is that even 351 below? Now, might even be playing as a solo too, getting ticked, no more shields left. I mean, they're gonna need a miracle to come out on top, but you can see Reet has gone down, leaving Rex as a solo. They weren't able to get enough damage in time. I mean, you can see now Rex was above the Storm Surge threshold, but he lost Reet, so now he has to play it out alone. I mean, there's that chance to make a good comeback, but with a duo close by, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, interesting to see that he did not give over the big pots to try to keep Reet alive. That means they're conserving their resources. He's trusting Rex to do this one alone, and that possibility for a reboot, I'm definitely for it, but I do think that it's going to be a hard one to kind of get through regardless if you find that open ground, because you're going to have him floating through the sky. Reet would definitely go down again, but Rex is doing such a good job finding that fire pit, getting the HP up. He does have a big pot if he wants to match the shields along with it, but they're Salty and Notch. They know he's a solo, and I want to see them get aggressive to try to get this elimination, but great shots firing back from Rex. Back-to-back shots going to be fired. Salty's going to go down, and that's a delicious siphon if he can get it.
Takes down 1, changing that 2 versus 1 into a 1 versus 1 from not having the advantage to having the HP advantage. He's going to be playing aggressive now. He's going to be the one pushing this duo here as Teed is down to 0 shield, only has 100 HP. Rex going to pop that big pot, and I'm going to get right back into that action.
Yeah, you know as well as I do. He smells this one like blood in the water. He's going to go try to attack and being proactive. Notch trying to go for the revive instead of shielding up, but great backfire, keeping Rex on his heels and even trying to get offensive to clean it up. 84 HP, forcing that big pot out, but it's Salty who is still down, trying to go ahead and reposition himself to make the revive easier for Notch, and it is going to be started. Can he finish is the big question. You see his covers getting taken 1 by 1. Reet getting on the offensive, and he goes through and gets that one, but both of those kills to get him 6 points more.
6 more points for Rex, 2 more eliminations. And not only that, that's going to help with the damage. That's going to help with the Storm Surge and give that possibility as a solo clutch. But Snacky is already down, playing as a solo. Favs has been knocked. Snacky is still up and going, seeing if he can survive. But no, is going to get knocked down, eliminated. And now taking a look at Arkham and Epic, I mean, this is a good chance for them to jump up on that leaderboard as Favs and Snacky have been eliminated.
Yeah, you can kind of see that first game was a little bit of a warm-up game. Going out a little early. You see, I think it was Arkham, or it might have been Epic Well trying to box up, but he became the target of the lobby. Nobody wanted to let somebody that dangerous try to survive, and you see exactly why. Peeking through, joining with the rest of the lobby, trying to take down a team that is towards the edge, and look at them sitting almost towards the center, but what I like about them is they're not directly towards the center. If that zone pools either at the bottom, the right, or at the top half of the map, they're going to be good to travel. The only spot they don't want it to go is the northwest portion of the map.
Got Slick Nick here and his duo Convict, 202 above the Storm Surge threshold. But look at Zio, who has to make a dangerous rotate here. Not only that, 25 below, no spare shields to work with. But I mean, if you want to talk about something that they got, they do have a launch pad for mobility, but they're really not going to get the chance to use it if they don't get a refresh here. We've got Duo on the right taking some shots, trying to get that damage, trying to take out that solo, and that caused Duos from the front to also take shots. And now Zio is just in the worst situation you could be in here. But will he be able to get out? That is the question. Manages to avoid some of the shots here. Still has a good amount of materials, but will he be able to base up?
Yeah, that was the biggest thing. He knew he couldn't stay in that spot because he's just wasting materials, holding on to his covers and staying alive. But he does have 2 med kits there, so he's going to get his HP up if he just has a moment to stabilize and breathe here. But it doesn't look like multiple duos want to let that be a possibility. That's not only a big elimination point, but one less person to worry about in the lobby if they can make it come to fruition, as his builds are dwindling down, only down to wood. 300 at that, taking a big chunk towards the side. 32 HP and a dream. He needs a miracle to try to stay alive. He's even getting pushed back into the zone. Zio, you got to do something here. Poyo did it last game to bring you guys into first place, but you're just getting chunked out little by little. But honestly, Takada, there's very little options in a moment. Once he runs out of builds, that's going to be it. He gets taken down. Honestly, that's the most unfortunate thing we've seen today.
I mean, what more could he do, right? He used all his materials, but hold on a second here as we have Kidney on his duo. B-Dog actually going to be securing some eliminations. And now you take a look at the bottom right, that 5th zone, that half and half, it's closing in a POI, and it's closing far away from these duos that are on the edge.
Yeah, it's going to be a risky revive as the zone continues to kind of move in and force those players. As Rex by himself. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Can he stay alive? You've seen him do a 1v2 before. Tries to go back-to-back. Reed, back-to-back 2v1s. If they don't get a top spot, Reed is going to be mad.
Reed already picked up 4 eliminations as a solo. 130 builds, 2 splashes, 3 minis, med mist. I mean, all I'm seeing right now, Jacob, is the opportunity to clutch it up and rack up an incredible amount of points solo. He's already got 4 elims. That's 12 points. If he can rack up some placement and even a bit more, this is going to be one of the best solo clutches we've seen today.
Yeah, before this game started, they were in 8th place, and it almost comes down to that big battle last game against Arkham and Epic Whale for that high ground that really costed him all. But now Rex has to do it alone here, and I don't see him contesting for any high ground. He's going to stay as low as possible, conserve the mats, and try to take any eliminations that present himself. But you know he's not going to be aggressive for any eliminations unless he has to.
You can see the zone is pulled northeast, so it's actually the opposite side of where he's currently sat at. So either he recycles a launch pad, maybe has his own launch pad, or this is the first moving. So all these players, they're going to be using launch pads, a majority of them. So if you go on the low ground a little late, you might not get looked at. Really just depends on how Rex wants to play this out. But currently Lime in a great position here, has 170 above the Storm Surge threshold. This could be another solo that can make it count.
Yeah, uncontested when it comes to kind of matting up and regaining those resources. Players using and recycling jump pads. Ray's kind of taking a chunk of Storm Surge to make that one be a possibility, as Buzzo is going to have to do the same. A couple of ticks, but it's not going to be too much for him to worry about as he's trying to get as far into the zone as possible and even claim some high ground along the way. And that's where it's going to be big, but you already see first place being taken away already.
Oh, great rotate from Rex. Chose that low ground option, not recycling a lot launch pad, and it worked out so well. You can see how confident he is, not messing up a single edit to build with metal right into the zone. And now Rex is going to look back, see if he can maybe get some tags, get an elimination. But so far, it is looking great. Punisher also taking down POIs, but Arkham took down Landjuk. So I already see 3 solos in this match.
Got tied for second place here. Lime and Rex, both of them kind of doing it as a solo. It's like mirrored images, shots being fired down. Lime just trying to chunk out players and make their box harder, but he gets kind of aggressed on, but turns, burns, taking out Photo. Siphon is necessary, has only 1 splash and mini, so he can get himself back up to at least 50 shields, 100 HP, and if he wants that big pop, that'll get him up to 200, but he's taking a lot of time in the zone. He's gonna have to use those floppers, so no more white HP other than the med mist.
Ooh, will Lime make it back, as Rex also is having a little bit of trouble there into the zone. It looks like these 2 solos just keep racking up more and more points. There's now only 14 duos in the match, 21 players, and Lime gonna look for a little rotate here. Has 130 builds still, so many materials. Meanwhile, Remy and his duo partner try to get the high ground, but it is not looking too good as Remy gets knocked down right now with 5 eliminations, dropping down, seeing if he can make a comeback from this high ground retake.
Yeah, after losing his duo, he's trying to make something happen here. Splash is going to be forced out to try to gain the HP, but high ground was taken away. He's getting shot from above, forced in low, layer by layer. With splashes running out, he only can top 1, but no, 8 HP. That's not enough to take the tick as high ground goes over. Rex trying to survive in the same spot. He almost goes down. 1 tick, it's all it's going to take. Players towards his backside, trying to fight it off and get the siphon. This one is going to be big. Can Rex survive as he's jumping back on up? A couple more placements to go to reclaim that second place spot.
Already at 85 points, about to get that 10th place placement. Rex has done such a good job already, but it looks like he's not done. Looking for that elimination, and Etso gets the crack, gets into the box, and might even secure their elimination, but no, so close. Still a great play from Rex. They're great clutch, but Lime, he's still going now in the 7th place spot here. Has 1 elimination, but trying to get another one. Has the med mist, has the minis, but the pressure being applied from the high ground might just be too much.
Yep. He can get the shield back up to 50, but not enough to get the HP there. Nitrix takes out Raze, backside of zone. Lime trying to survive, get himself in so he doesn't take the storm damage, because that will be an elimination. Gets into the box, gets the siphon. That was big. 3 more points for Lime. Second elimination. Double med mist as well with some minis. He is definitely doing just enough to get those points, keeping a hold of first place, because that's going to be their first time at the top. It's Arkham and Epicwell still alive. One of the duos left as they spot a player in front of them. They're trying to make quick work. They want this game victory to boost themselves to the top of the leaderboard.
2 duos alive, 2 players alive. Looks like it's turned into a 2 versus 2 over here. Rexy and his duo partner on the high ground. We have Arkham and Epic Whale on the low ground. Will they be able to make that comeback from the last match and change that 2nd place into a 1st place?
Very, very similar situation as last game. The duo is alive. They had a choice. Do you go top or bottom? Now the choice is simple. It's only up as the shots are being fired. No more resources to build. There goes a 2v1 as Arkham and Epic are looking like they're going to take game number 3 here. But it's all up to Rexy how he plays this, trying to create some separation. Epic Whale goes down. 1v1 with Arkham in the storm, but he does have the men miss, trying to drop down low. Rexy needs to get towards the storm, but Arkham knows he's there. Hot on his heels. The shots are going to fire off. Arkham and Epic bouncing around, and Arkham comes out on top to take game number 3.
From 2nd place in game 2 to now 1st place in game 3 with not 9, not 10, but 11 eliminations. That is going to boost them up on the leaderboard, and not only on the leaderboard, now their confidence is just going to be at a whole other level.
Like you said, 2nd place, 1st place, progressively getting better after each and every game. And for every competitor still in the lobby, you guys better be worried and be scared, because I don't know what can stop this freight train that is Arkham and Epic, but so many other duos also doing a fantastic job. Back-to-back 2v1s by Rex. That is just insane. And if I don't see that in his next montage, I don't know what to say.
We also had Lime there. Rex and Lime are really just playing it out as solos. Lime, I believe, even got into the top 5 there, securing so much placement from his duo. But for the solo clutches from the Arkham and Epic Whale Victory Royale comeback, I want to see what the desk has to say. So Kelly, Panda, and Clay, take it away.
Whew, you know, we have to talk about the whale in the room right now. Arkram and Epic Whale coming back. I love to see it getting second place in game number 2 and now grabbing that coveted VR with 11 eliminations, Panda.
No, absolutely. But I got to let Clay take it away. This man is so hyped right now. We were talking about it before, but Clay, tell the people what's going on with Arkram and Epic Whale now.
I mean, everyone doubted them after the last 2 seasons. Everyone was like, is it over? Can they not come back from it? But just look, even in 5th zone, finding eliminations, just when you think, oh, they're not going to be able to do it. They had high ground for so long, picking up 4. Arkram picking up 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eliminations throughout this game, just putting them on his back and said, you know what? I may be 14 HP right here. I'm still going in. I'm still getting eliminations, still popping off. And these are the champions that we know, right, Panda?
You're absolutely correct. I mean, watching the soul of these players just leave their outfits, it was just wild as elimination after elimination came through for Arkram and Epic Whale. And what a way to finish out the game. You saw there they had close to, if not 10 eliminations on top of that victory royale. I mean, look, I can sit here and doubt them on the prediction board, but man, what a game.
Well, you doubting them doesn't mean that you don't think they're going to do well. You just don't think that they're going to get first place. And, you know, game 1, it kind of looked like maybe we're going to see a similar situation to the last season. But these last 2 games, Arkram and Epic Whale are back. And for the fact that it went down to a 1v2, incredible. And I think it really speaks on their ability to know game sense, where they took height at zone 6. And we were even talking about it in the green room, saying like, oh, it seems maybe like a little bit early. Height steals typically happen around zone 7, zone 8. And someone even stole height from them. But Arkram and Epic Whale are such pros that they knew exactly what to do. They didn't try and fight for height. They dropped down, grabbed all of the eliminations that were on the low ground there. So not only did they get placement points from the VR, but they also grabbed a bunch of eliminations that were the teams in the low ground. So excited to see how they're going to be doing in our top 10 leaderboard right now. But do have to talk a little bit obviously about Rexy and Dynamic, the team that was able to steal height away from Arkram and Epic Whale. And they had an okay performance earlier on, but right now obviously showcasing, Panda, how they're doing.
I mean, look, this is the performance they needed, right? These are 2 players that infamously do well on NA West, and they needed this to be in a top 5 situation, which is why they came out on top, or almost came out on top, I should say, against Arkram Epic Whale. It came down to the battle, the last 1v1 situation in this moment, and it was huge, right? Rexy potentially could have played it a little bit differently, but with Arkram down there doing the most, it would have been tough regardless. And that's why now we see Arkram Epic Whale up at the top with 111 points. But listen, Rex and Reen aren't far behind. They're in a top 5 situation as well because of that huge clutch up from Rex. So listen, it was just an incredible game to watch.
Yeah, look at the numbers there. Jumping up from 24th place all the way to 3rd. Big shout outs to Rexy and Ranky right there. But obviously Arkram and Epic Whale with 111 points, 1 VR, 17 eliminations. They're pretty much beating out the rest of the teams from everything that we can see, except for Lime and Chip. 70 points for placement points right there. Yes, elims are great, but if you're able to make it to the end game like this team is right here, that is going to solidify your spot into the finals. And remember, everyone, you can see the line between 5th and 6th place. That's what we're looking for. The top 5 teams get to go all the way to the finals automatically. But Clay, look how close 6th and 7th are.
It's 1 point. That line is gonna move, right? It'll stay in 5th, but those points, they're gonna shift a lot. As you can see, it's all well within a victory royale still for a lot of these players. Again, it gives 32 points for that victory royale, but right now it's still a lot of players' games. But we got to talk about momentum, right? We see momentum coming out of Arkram and Epic Whale, who we know once they get a victory royale, it's very, very hard to stop them. So yes, they only have an 11-point lead, it seems, on the leaderboard, but I expect them to just take that lead and run with it. I am looking for Caleb and Solution, though. They've had some pretty decent games. I mean, 38 placement points, 11 eliminations, right? Like, they're there. I just want to see them more in the end game.
You know, I was looking for Defiable and Quinn's name, and maybe I'm mistaken or couldn't see them, but they were in first place after game number 2, and now to not even see them in the top 10, that is just showcasing how volatile these games are, everyone. And we are reaching the halfway point right now, which means game number 4 is ready to go. So Jacob and Takata, take it away.
Great breakdown from Kelly, Panda, and Clay. I always love what they come up with on the desk, but Jacob, I mean, I don't even know what to say. From Lime's solo clutch getting to the top 5, from Rex having 2 1v2s, also securing a good amount of placement points, to Epic Whale and Arkham. From first game getting eliminated early, to second game getting second place, the third game winning the match, getting the victory royale with 11 eliminations. I mean, we've just had 3 games played out. There's 3 more to go, and I'm losing my mind.
No, I'm definitely losing my mind as well. There's not much for me to say, and thankfully the bus is ready. I don't have to say much at all. Let's get right into game number 4 because I'm itching for the action.
3 games down, 3 more to go. These players are feeling warmed up now. They're feeling ready for the last half of this tournament. Will the drop spots stay the same? What are players going to change up? How are they going to adapt from the previous mistakes on these 3 matches that we've already seen? I mean, it's all up to them, all up to what they want to do, but this is just getting started.
Yep, one of those teams, Pars and Rays here. They were sharing first place at one point as well. So many teams had a taste of that first place, second place, and third place after that last game. But this is that drop. Pars and Rays versus Caleb and Solution. Pars goes down early. Rays trying to survive. He gets the striker. 1v2 is going to be in the books, but it's actually 2 different players. No, he only gets down on Caleb. Solution saves the day.
Solution gonna save Caleb, his duo partner here, which was kind of in a sticky situation, but Caleb did a great job standing up for himself there, taking down 1 and almost taking down 2 actually, but that's what it's all about, the teamwork, right? Solution and Caleb doing a great job here, but this is just the beginning. You can see how many duos are still up and running in this cavern, so I'm kind of curious to see how they make this comeback, right? They have to loot up, they got to get their shield up, health up, even mats up, and there's still so many duos close by. It's scary.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be dangerous as you see our previous game winners doing exactly what they do best right here. Landing at Coney Crossroads, uncontested. It even looks like Arkham is taking a detour towards the southern portion of Coney Crossroads, not even looting up the actual POI. It even looks like he's just going for what I think might be the little mushrooms to get the shield on up, so that way he doesn't have to waste minis. He doesn't have to waste big pods. He doesn't have to waste anything, and it's for use later on in the game.
Epic Whale here does already have the Med Mist, has the 3 bigs, and I just want to talk a bit about how powerful the Med Mist has been this season, right? You can use it to stay in Storm longer in these last moving zones and kind of pick and choose how your path is going to be, maybe even find some eliminations from people who are already in the Storm. I mean, having a Med Mist is crucial in these late games.
It definitely is. You've seen so many players kind of utilize that to perfection, but Baka learning from his mistakes of the past. You have to finish these fights rather quickly if you're on this side of the map, because there's so many threats. You may not see them in your minimap, but you know as well as I do, they are really close by. They're going to hear the shots. They're going to try to move in quickly if they don't see those eliminations in the feed get picked up.
Baka here though, and Delta, I mean, you remember what happened in the last game from the 3rd party, 4th, 5th, and even like 7th party. This duo was not having a fun time here in Jonesy's, so good thing is they picked up those 2 eliminations quickly, and hopefully they don't have to run into that again. But Buzo here and his duo partner are not in the best situation. They have a good amount of points with 86, but now left as a solo, this is going to be a tough one to come back from.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough one, and the thing that makes it just a little bit more tough is they're right there in the zone. They don't have to move. They can camp the card if they want, and that's why you see Saul Goodman just trying to get out, just trying to make his position unknown, so that way he can hopefully go back later in the game and collect that card. Batman Booga on wheels, though. having a good start to this game. Wheels already having 2 eliminations. You see great resources on both Batman, Booga, and Wheels. They just need to be able to survive. We know what they can do once they reach that end game. They're some of the most mechanically gifted players that we have. It's just today, it's getting to that end game seems to be the problem, but I have a feeling. Let me cross my fingers. I have a feeling game number 4 is going to be the one.
We'll both be crossing our fingers here, seeing what they can do, but we got Diego, 3 eliminations, but Wheels and Batman, Booga, I mean, they're hunting for their prey here, trying to see if they can find him. And oh my gosh, Jacob, he's not going to take a shot. He might have just done it. He might have just hit it in the perfect location here to make a comeback in this match.
Just want to see him kind of hunt for the card. It does look like he's going to try to get out for now. He may already have it. You see Wheels and Booga. That's the same position we saw him in game number 1. They try to claim as much of the high ground as possible, get as much surge as possible, so that way when it comes to mid and end game, it's all rotations. They can pick and choose because they're not forced with the backup against the wall, Storm Surge being active, to have to go for these shots. And this is a great game plan. Like I said, it's just making it towards the end game seems to be the struggle for them today. But like I said, let's just keep our fingers crossed throughout this one.
Keep our fingers crossed, keep our high hopes up, because there's still 3 games to go. We're just halfway there. We saw the comeback that Epic and Arkham made. So Wheels and Batman Booga, I mean, they can do just that in these next 3 games if they play it correctly. And starting off with 2 eliminations already, not having to worry about Storm Surge too much and just worrying on that rotate, I mean, I have high hopes for them.
High hopes indeed. And for another duo that so many fans have high hopes of, Snacky and Fabs. Playing a very, very solid game up until this point, but after that great start, it's kind of hard to match that win with so many talented teams in the lobby, currently sitting in 10th place, but that's been the thing about this squad. They won the championship, but during their qualification process, it was everything but easy. It took them a full 5 games, and it took them a victory royale just to make it to that finals.
We got Kitten here and B-Dog trying to hunt down a squid here. Not in the ocean, though, on some grass. And let's see if they can do it. They have the player advantage. They have the effective HP advantage. And they're going to do just that as Squid gets taken down here. 51 points for B-Dog and his duo. And now, just like Wheels and Batman Booga, they have the elims. They have the damage for the Storm Surge in these first few zones. And they can just focus on the rotate.
Say focusing on that rotate indeed. A team that cannot focus on that rotate. Over towards the Sanctuary, not too far off from the Joneses, the fight that we saw early on. And this time it's just more deadly though. 2 teams directly in this altercation. 1 team towards the north moving in, another team towards the south. They're here in the party and they're ready to dance.
Ready to get some dancing going. Slick and CZR, some of my favorite Spanish-speaking players here on the West Coast, might be getting into another engagement here as they already have 2 eliminations. So if they take this engagement, it's just for the points as they've already done a good amount of damage. But take a look, there's some more players here. It's Fabs, it's Snacky, and they wanted a piece of the pie here as Fabs taking down one of his opponents there. Now in a 2 versus 1, but Slick is gonna get annihilated there, getting knocked down. I mean, this is a 3-duo engagement, Jacob.
This looks like an over-the-top battle royal with nobody but 1 team able to survive as Caesar doing what he can. He's trying to get in the box, but he knows he needs the heals as well, as this one is looking like it's going to be a prolonged fight. Hopefully he has Slick's card because there's so many teams moving in. His only option here is to run away, keep things going, and get those placement points because it cannot all end here. You see so many teams really trying to take a piece of it and so many trying to get out, but I don't know if Fabs and Snacky are going to let that be a possibility because you see them hot on the heels of the only solo player in the bunch.
I mean, I'm wondering why I'm not getting invited to these parties, right? And last game in Jonesy's, we had the same thing happening where duo after duo just kept showing up to this party that I, for some reason, wasn't invited to. And now it's happening in Sanctuary as well. I mean, something's going on here, Jacob.
Yeah, the only thing I see going on is we need to make better friends with these people. That's all we need to do right now because I need to get invited to these parties because it's usually me. I'm usually that first duo team that starts the party and I'm stuck in the lobby watching the rest of it. I want to get invited at the end of the day, but This is a duo right here. I'm interested to see the rest of their tournament performance. I was doing the math. I was kind of chatting it up with chat during the analyst segment. I know for a fact Rex got at least 12 elimination points in those 1v2s he was able to clutch up. You add that with placement points, he possibly got 20 plus points as a solo to boost Reet and himself up into 4th place.
And I just know if Rex ends up going down early or mid for any reason, I know Reet, he's gonna feel something, right? Rex just made that clutch as a solo, and Reet's gonna be like, it's my turn, it's my time to shine, right? But let's hope that doesn't happen, and they can play it out as a duo, just like Favs and Snacky are doing here, already with 1 elimination from that previous engagement close to Slick that we saw. Still wandering around here in the Sanctuary, kind of seeing what they want to do, right? 132 builds, almost at max materials, has a shield keg, 2 big pots. I mean, looks like the ammunition is good. I think it's really just on the rotate now.
Yeah, and you can see they're going a little bit towards the right to make it their spot that much better towards the end. But replay back into this whole chaotic fight that we saw. Favs dropping into the box, taking short work of Psy-Razor, and immediately helping Snacky as well. As you see, he's under siege. SMG in the box takes out Slick, and that's something that you saw. He didn't even see that one coming because there were so many players in that one fight.
What a shot from that striker pump onto Slick. I mean, he was kind of lost there. I'm not going to lie. Got annihilated, but the good thing is that his duo partner is still up and going, and you can get a reboot onto Slick, and they can make a comeback. I mean, we saw in the last game, they made it into top 3 or top 4, so they're feeling good. They're doing a good job right now, and just has to maintain that consistency as Remy here and his duo partner might get into a surprise engagement. No, they know that the opposing duo is inside the building, and they want to make that action happen.
Goodman, Buzzo making some adjustments as well. Everybody in this game, this is game number 4. Depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you have different adjustments to be made from everybody else in the lobby. If you're at the bottom, you need to get more aggressive, match those elimination points with the placements. If you're at the top, you got to tread lightly. Going down early could be the end of your run, but Goodman and Buzzo doing a good job of at least holding off this altercation. Not taking damage just yet, but with only 2 builds, there's only so much they can do.
Only so much they can do, so much they can conquer here, as I believe on the mini-map there's a duo there driving by. Might not get into the third party, but Buzo gonna get knocked down here. Now 2 versus 1. Remy has the player advantage here. All they have to do is play this right, play this like a 2 versus 1, and not take 2 1v1 engagements, says Remy, trying to find an angle, trying to get a shot onto his opponent here. They've already done so much, 702 damage above, 2 eliminations, looking to make it 4.
Yeah, and I like this. They know they don't have to go after this one because of the damage threshold, and they're so far above. But they know so many teams are nowhere to be found. Maybe 1, 2 on the outskirts. So they have a moment, and the moment is now if they want to keen up this elimination and get those extra 3 points for their game. But Saul Goodman is doing a good job here, staying alive. But Wall is out no more. The pre-edit is in, and back to the lobby you go.
Great way. Played it slow, right? They know they have, well, they knew they had that player advantage. Might have even had the HP advantage. So they just kind of waited for the right moment to strike, right? When it was a 2 versus 1, both going at the same time, and it would have been very difficult to pull off what Rex did last game, getting 2 1 versus 2s. But we'll see what they can do now in game 4. We still have a few games to be played out as Ranky here and Rexy. They have a vehicle. They have Storm Surge damage, that loot. Epic assault rifle, epic striker pump. I mean, they're feeling good.
Yeah, they can go and peek for shots if they want, but they also know that they don't have to. They have 600, like you said, above the threshold. They have a car. Right now, I actually think it would be a negative play to start peeking for these shots, because not only can they take shots on you, they can start to destroy your vehicle, which is a huge key to success in terms of rotating towards the late game. But Zio and Pollo, they know exactly what needs to be done, but working together right now is not necessarily their strong suit in terms of how it's been going. But I do believe this is going to be the chance as they shield back up with the shield keg. They're in zone. They spot one duo just not too far on the outside, and as soon as they land the shots and the damage, they're going to go. But for now, it's just all about the rotation.
That's the problem I'm seeing, though. 200 below and only one duo close by. Like, do you make the choice to get some damage on that duo, or you're going to rotate like you were saying, and then later on go for the damage? Because I mean, Storm Surge is going to be ticking soon, and it's going to be ticking heavy here. As you can see, it's already activated. Zio and Pollo might even have to take this engagement close by, as we have Cripe Pass also only 6 above the threshold here. So these duos, they got to make something happen.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to try to out-heal it with the shield keg and a couple of minis. That's a great combination to keep yourself with maximum amount of shields while taking the Storm Surge damage. You also need to match that with going for these shots is simply how healing it is not going to be enough, as 5 players still need to go down, and they spent their eyes on a duo that's on the outskirts. They're hoping they're by themselves because they're ready to get aggressive and get the damage they need.
They're looking for that angle, looking for that early shot, right? Crack their opponent, give them the advantage on the feed. We see Arkham and Epic also just got 2 eliminations, so they're feeling pretty happy. But now Zeo and Boyo, they want to get those 2 eliminations. Zeo doing a nice little flank here as Boyo's going directly into the engagement. So hopefully they make something happen soon, because Zeo's already down to 2 big pots. Once he pops that one, I'm not sure how much shield Boyo has, but they've got to take this engagement quickly, Jacob.
Yep, another shot's going to be landed, but it's not going to be enough. Storm Surge continuing to do a thing, plus fall damage. This is not looking good for Zeo. A Surge continues to tick and take him down. 34, they need a couple of shots here. 89 HP, and it's only just living on a prayer here. And honestly, the time it takes to pop the big pot, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive, but that's neither here nor there. Shots right now in the distance. He's going to get dropped down low as Poyo goes down as well. They're both out and back to the lobby, having to rethink their strategy for game 5.
That's why you got to make those decisions quickly, right, Jacob? Do you go to zone, or do you take that engagement, right? And you just got to go straight to it. You don't have a lot of time when Storm Surge is ticking, and Favs and Snacky know exactly that, as they already have an elimination. They already have a good amount of damage done. But will it be enough, right? They're pretty close to the mid zone here. They're looking all right. Arkham and Epic, I mean, you can see it with the blue beam coming from their players here. They're in the first place spot. They're feeling good, 118 points. And not only that, I mean, they almost have a perfect loadout, right? You've got the ammunition, you've got the shields, chug splashes, mobility with the launch pad. I mean, if they're in a good zone position right now, there's not much more you could ask for.
It's like Reet and Rex here. They have a portion of the high ground towards Daily Bugle, but it's almost like guaranteed, unless they get that pull towards the north, that they're going to have to try to move forward here in a moment's time. But they know that they have so much time here in terms of being able to push forward even after the storm moves. It's not going to be a worry. But Evo and On1 find that elimination on Leo, and that's going to be a big 3 points here, as Shades and Clucks also putting that damage, and that was a fight that we saw early on. That's what took Poyo down.
Took him down from afar. I mean, that's why you gotta cover up your open spots, right? You gotta make sure nobody has an angle on you, but it can be difficult, especially if you're going for Storm Surge. You don't have a lot of time. You gotta pop the big. You didn't build, and if you stop popping the big, Storm Surge eliminates you. I mean, you've really gotta stay calm, collected, and focused in these, I mean, stressful situations, you could say. But Mekton and Chicken here, they're feeling pretty good. 5th place on the leaderboard currently, have a decent position. I think they're a little more edge zone though, and yeah, you can even see at the bottom right on the minimap, they've got to rotate as the zone closes closer to the Daily Bugle. So curious to see how they're gonna do that.
Yeah, even though they're sitting in the center of center zone, Ranky and Rexies, they don't have much to worry about. They have 5 big pots, 3 minis on 1 player. They have the IO car, so no matter where this one pulls, up, down, left, or right, they're going to have a great rotation. They just can't go too early. That's something that you taught me. Once you have that car, you need to go and rotate while everybody else is also forced to rotate. That way, nobody's really shooting at you. You have a safe travel towards the zone or wherever you need to go next.
Caleb and Solution, both crouched. I'm wondering if this is not their... I don't think this is their box, Jacob. Trying to see if they can get a sneaky little play onto their opponents, but little they know their opponents are going to be Arkham and Epic Whale that are already rotating into the zone. So they might actually be able to recycle the tarp that Ark and Epic has made. So it actually could turn out pretty well from them. They might not even have to use too many builds here, and they can make it in pretty safely, hopefully.
Yep. 1 splash for Caleb. And I like the way he's conserving it. He can easily have used that and picked up the med kit to try to keep things going, get himself to about 190, but he's waiting for Solution to take some damage as well, so that way they both get use out of it. But Arkham and Epic, in a spot that we haven't seen them too often, 135 below the damage threshold, even with 2 eliminations. That goes to show how active this entire lobby is. You see them looking left, right, center, trying to get the damage that they need so they don't have to worry about the pressure of Storm Surge.
Convict here with his duo Slick Nick 13 below, but not as below as Arkham and Epic are right now, even with those eliminations. I mean, just like you're saying, they've got to do something more here as Reet takes down an opponent. That's an elimination for Reet, even another elimination for Notch there. So these players, I mean, they know they have to do damage, and a good way to do that is get those eliminations, put yourself into that risky situation. That's exactly what Convict just did. Now over 100 above Storm Surge, but it's up to Epic Whale and Arkham now to see what they can do. They're getting ticked. They're losing shield here. They have the Chug Splashes to tank it, but will they have enough?
Last time we saw 135, 65 more damage below the threshold, and now it's being activated with the backs up against the wall. This is something similar to them that happened in game number 1. Forced to make a play. The decision is no longer theirs because they honestly don't have enough resources and heals to out-heal it, but they found a player. They get the damage, they get the siphon, everything that they need, but it's actually going to be Slick Nick that's trying to stay alive. Forced to leave Convict down and out of the game, and he's now left as a solo, but the damage is in. Epic Well and Arpic did just enough to get them above the damage threshold, but it's only 155. That's not much at all.
Although 4 players, 3 now have to be eliminated, and Storm Surge won't be active anymore. So if just one more duo goes down, these players who are getting ticked will have a bit of that miracle coming into place as just one more player has to get eliminated. Favs and Snacky, though, they're not worried about Storm Surge 413 above. Now we've reached 50 players alive, so Storm Surge is no longer active, but at what cost? How many duos have just been eliminated trying to get that damage? Snacky Favs, though, I believe they might not even fully be in zone here. If they are, they're just on the edge, so they've got to be careful.
Gotta be careful indeed, as so many teams just building above them, taking away the option to go up to where they have no other choice to go forward on that same layer, drop down a few here, and where the next one pulls is going to be important because look at where it is at now. It's towards Daily Bugle on the mountain. That can pull down across into the actual Daily Bugle through buildings. It can pull down or even north, not only through Daily Bugle, back up the mountain. They're going to go on a roller coaster ride like never before.
I cannot wait to see what happens here, Jacob. I was talking about the ground rotates on first moving in the previous match, but trying to do a ground rotate here through the Daily Bugle, I mean, that is going to be incredibly difficult. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of launch pads being used, a lot of launch pads being recycled for the players who don't currently have one in their loadout, and this is just going to be very chaotic.
See, I was thinking the same thing, and if our resident NA West Pro players thinking the same thing, our championship caliber players are thinking the same thing. With a zone like this, no other choice but to launch pad your way in. And honestly, that was a delicious play from Arkham and Epic because now they get front side of zone. And theirs is now for the taking with so many players also recycling those jump pads. They just could try to get above the threshold, but Favs goes down. Snacky Cito is going to have to do it all by himself.
87 points, coming back to see if he can do another solo clutch. We've seen so many today, and we might just be able to see one more here as Snacky cracks his opponent, not having to worry about Surge, but hungry for those eliminations. That 3-point per elim as Rex is still alive here with Reet, his duo partner. They're looking good, they're looking healthy, and Wheels and Batman Booga, they have the high ground, but right as they take it, Arc and Epic, they come from the back of Storm, and they take down Batman Booga. They want to secure the high ground for this match.
That's like the 3rd time in 4 games that they go for a high ground play towards 7 circle. But Defiable and Quinn, we haven't seen them in a long time, but this is their chance on the 4th game to get the points. And what a better duo to get those points on than the first place team. And they've done just enough. They're forcing Arkham and Epic down. The high ground goes to Quinn and Defiable. But look at their resources. They don't have a ton of light ammo on Defiable, not a ton of light ammo on Quinn. So they can only put a finite amount of pressure.
Snacky going down here. I believe we still have Reet down on the low ground. Lime once again playing it out as a solo. Is he going to be able to do just as much as he did in the last match as Arkham gets an elimination here? Rexy also taking down some players. High ground now being controlled still by the opposing duo. Rex, though, 3 eliminations. Reet has 2, 117 points, and they're both alive.
Somehow Wheels, even though Booga did go down, he's figuring out a way to survive and create some distance between Quinn and Defiable so he doesn't go down, but Lime not having that same luck. He gets dropped. Cripe is doing what he can. Bro Crows as well. Epic Well back to lobby. Arkham goes down as well. Their luck has definitely run out. And how long can they run out of first place here as there's still 10 duos remaining?
Rex is alive right now. I know Panda's smiling watching this. 122 points in the 2nd place spot. Will Rex be able to clutch it up again? again will be able to get enough points to take that #1 spot. But Quinn and Defiable, although they didn't have the materials, they've been able to hold height long enough. Looks like Zone might have even pulled kind of towards their side so they don't have to use too many materials here. Mexton, 2 eliminations, also looking to see if he can pick up some more. There's so many possibilities, so much action, and Rex is looking for some of it.
Oh, we've seen some big plays last game, looking to replicate those here, sitting in second place. 5 elims as a team, plenty of heals and resources to go, except for those masks. That's the thing that's looking a little thin, or at least thinner than he would hope, but you know how dangerous he can be. Gets the box, gets the piece on B-Dog's heels, and even trying to go underneath. Angles are his to claim, and even an armor wall getting thrown down to alleviate that pressure. Reload the gums, get the HP and shield back on up, so he has another chance at this.
Already in the 6th place spot, he's racking up placements and eliminations. Look at that too. The Zone pulls back towards Rex, and he drops down an opponent in his box, but he's not able to do enough damage to get that elimination. B-Dog barely coming out on top. Defiable though, and Quinn, they're out of materials, but they're both standing here. Will they be able to get the refresh needed? Defiable getting cracked here. They're in this engagement. It's looking messy, it's looking scary, but Quinn takes down Baka. Now they have that player advantage, but there's a whole other duo on the low ground.
Yeah, but that was an absolutely needed refresh, because the biggest thing wasn't only the Siphon and the mats, but he gets the light ammo as well, so he can switch from the Striker shotgun into the combat, and there goes that Lima ammo being put to use. They get a knock onto one player. Quinn loses his teammate, but he gets flanked towards the side, coming down to a 1v1. Delta versus Zooks for the game right here, and this is going to boost them up the leaderboard. 20th or 13th place, absolutely needed, but the builds go to the high ground. He's creating the necessary separation to prolong this game. Does he have the ammunition to put down the pressure? It doesn't look like so, as he only has the Striker out, but he actually has so much combat ammo, he can continue to put that pressure, but he's dropping down low with the shotgun, making sure to use it wisely and end the game here, followed up by the pressure of the combat. It's definitely Zooks for the taking, dropping down low to equal level. The final blow is in. Delta goes down. Zook rises up. Victory Royale for game 4.
Zooks taking the high ground at the perfect time there. Quinn and Defiable just didn't have the materials to hold it, and with that high ground retake, managed to secure that Victory Royale, not just for him, but also for his duo with a good amount of elims. I mean, that's what you got to do to start a comeback, Jacob.
Yep, we saw 1st place go down, we saw 2nd place go down, we saw 3rd place go down with about 15 to 18 duos left in the game. So you got to imagine what that is going to do to the leaderboards overall, as you see Quinn and Defiable really rise to the occasion here and claim the high ground, even though they didn't claim the victory.
I mean, we saw that match happen live, and I'm not even sure it went down. Arkham and Epic had height at one point. Quinn had height. I think even Rex and Ree were thinking about battling it there. I mean, so much happened. I'm going to need to throw it to the desk. Kelly Panda Clay, please tell me what we just saw.
I mean, Takata, Jacob, thank you guys so much once again. And I think we're going to have to look at the highlights, because I completely agree with you guys. There was a moment where 3, maybe even 4 teams were fighting for height, and it was so pivotal to the rest of the game that we got to see right there. Speaking of which, congratulations to Zooks. I love it when it comes down to a 1v1. And with it being 2 kind of relatively unknown teams right there, Zooks versus Delta. But of course, Zooks' team with Bacon coming out on top, Panda.
Yeah, coming out on top indeed. Zooks did a really good job here of playing with his teammate as long as they could, staying alive here through these crucial moments, and then inevitably taking high ground. Despite all these other players wanting it, being able to hold it is crucial, and that's what Zooks was able to do in these final moments, Clay.
Yeah, and it seems like ultimately when you get into one of these zones that's moving off of a high ground position, right, off of that elevated incline, everyone forgets about who's on high ground, and that's the perfect opportunity for that solo to take it. And Zooks was aware of that, which was a beautiful play by their part, because you saw nobody worried about them. They were all trying to fight their own battles, and that's the best possible outcome for someone on high ground that's a solo.
Well, with that being said, teams taking height, we have to talk about Quinn and Defiable, because there was a moment where Batman, Booga, and Wheels had height. Arkram and Whale tried to steal it, and then Defiable came up with Quinn to steal it as well, which we're watching right here, Clay.
Yeah, and I was worried. I didn't think they had enough materials to really make this through. You see Quinn on 1 here, but there's a lot of players fighting nearby because it was such a high ground that they were able to get a lot of different refreshes through and to make it into this final zone.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think The mistakes were made here in those final moments on the low ground, not necessarily having the awareness to understand that there was a player right there to the left and that you were out of build. You saw Quinn attempt to build the wall there to defend himself, but just didn't realize he had none left. So unfortunately, he ends up going down there. But regardless, still a great game from them. This is what we want to see from these knowledgeable players, but they're going to need some more of that action if they want to continue to climb that leaderboard, which Kelly, I believe, is almost ready.
Yeah, let's see how well they performed and if that's going to put them into our top 10 leaderboard right now. And it looks like I'm looking for Zooks' name and I don't see it, unfortunately. But what I do see is Arkram and Epic Whale on top with 151 points, 25 eliminations, 7 more than the next leading team, which is Rexy and Ranky. But Rex and Reet Panda, second place.
Right there behind. Hey, listen, that just speaks to our ability to pick teams, right? First and second place, I'll take it.
Yeah,
right?
give us the shout out, not the players.
No, honestly, though, these players have been showing up and doing a really, really good job. Despite Arkram Epic Whale having a tough start on the day, being able to get huge elimination games has been vital to their game plan, Clay.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at team number 6 right now. We've got Krypos and Thoric, who moved up 7th places with that game into contention for the top 5. 93 points, so it's well within their grasp. Again, there's a lot of shifts to happen here. A victory route with 10 elims, 62 points. So that's definitely something a lot of these players can achieve. We've seen it. So that's where we'll start to look as we get into the latter half of these games.
I love that you point that out because Krypos and Thoric, we had a shorter show open. We have 15-20 minutes to talk about them. And this was one of the underdog teams that I wanted to talk about because they didn't look like underdogs in round 3. They got second place out of round 3 right there. So to see them come up into 6th place right now, that is a big deal. But one more thing that I do want to mention is that that separation between 5th and 6th place is starting to get larger right now. NA West has always been notoriously a very top-heavy competition, and we're kind of seeing that now after game number 4. So game number 5 and 6, 2 more games for these teams to have an opportunity because, reminder chat, top 5 teams automatically move on to the finals. They don't have to go through qualifier 2. They don't have to fight next week in qualifier 3. And more importantly, they don't have to go through the gauntlet that is the 3-day semifinals competition, everyone. It is brutal. It is exhausting. So a lot of these teams right now are hoping to make it into the top 5. But which teams will it be? Well, game number 5 might give us an answer because we only have 2 more games to go for NA West. Everyone, it's FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2, and we still have Jacob and Takata calling all of the action. So let's head over to them.
Thank you so much. You guys heard the best desk in the West lay down the action and everything that is on the line here. Only 2 games left, and depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you're really going to have to make it all count. And for the top 5 right now, you're going to have to hold on to your spot. And for the team that's really trying to separate from the rest of the pack, Arkram and Epic Whale, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys are ending the curse today.
I mean, 2 games to go. Anything can happen, right, Jacob? You can get a comeback like Arkram and Epic did with an 11 elimination victory royale, which just shoots you up the leaderboard. You can even get some back-to-back decent games. So it's really up to what these players do, how they learn from the mistakes in these previous matches, and how they make the best of their abilities, right? Their rotates, their decision-making. So I'm really excited to see which duos are going to excel here in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and as this one comes down, even if you don't find yourself getting that auto qualification spot to the finals, you need to remember where you place gives you series points, and those series points are going to be what gets you into the semifinals. And on here to game number 5 for more of these teams to collect those series points.
Heading into game 5, just 2 more games to go. This is your chance to kind of make a switch up, right? If you're not playing too hot right now and you want to get into that top 5, go straight to the finals, it's time to make something happen. Do you change your rotates? Do you change your drop spot? Do you just play the same and try and do something else in the late game? It's all these questions that these players are asking themselves. What do we do to qualify?
Be a big question, and this is going to be a rough start for some of these guys. Pars and Rays, that 50-50 here against Caleb and Solution is really telling about where you're at, and you can see sitting in 7th and 10th, whoever wins this spot ends up having a good game overall. Caleb, they get the slurp truck, taking down Pars because of it, and that's going to leave Raze by himself, trying to figure out a plan here, and he gets just a little bit of those shields from the barrels. It's not going to be a ton here to fight this 2v1, so he's going to have a trick up his sleeve, and there goes the trick. Down goes Solution, down goes Raze, though. Back to the lobby as Caleb and Solution stand tall and bump themselves into 6th place.
That was just back and forth from Caleb, almost getting eliminated from that drum shotgun to hitting the one bump with the striker pump shotgun to then going over to Pars, who had the disadvantage, takes down Solution, having less HP, but then Caleb coming in, saving the day. I mean, I had no idea who was going to take the early game fight, right? So it's been back and forth. It's just so difficult to come out on top consistently, but so far it's going very well for Caleb and his duo partner, though. Kika here in the Daily Bugle have 6 points, so they're gonna have to make something happen here, right? Play for that consistency in these next 2 matches, rack up as many series points as they can, hopefully even get a reboot on his duo partner here, but it looks like he might have to get some eliminations before doing so.
And that's Quinn and Defiable, who just came off of a good game, boosting themselves up the leaderboards, not as high as they wanted here, but definitely going to be a boost of confidence coming into the last 2 games as Kika just trying to go for the reboot. With Quinn and Defiable hot on his heels, he's going to have no choice but to try to back up. But with the damage being dealt, it makes me wonder, are they going to try to chase down this elimination? Because they're one of those teams who have to have a good number of eliminations mixed in with a good placing game as well.
Quinn and Defiable, you can see that they want it, Jacob. They want that elimination. They have the player advantage, and they have the effective HP advantage after hitting that shot. So now it's all about finishing it quickly, right? Can you find the angle? Can you connect the shots as Quinn using that Stinger SMG to get a good amount of damage done? Now with the drum shotgun to finish it off, and there it is. 2 eliminations for Quinn, 6 points added to the 75 they now have, but be careful as a third party might be coming in.
I'm getting that feeling of deja vu here, because even though it wasn't with Defiable, it was literally last season in qualifier number 1. Quinn changed up his strategy, I think it was with Cool, overall from a passive game to getting a little bit more aggressive, and that made it to where he was able to qualify through placing in the top placements, skipping through the semifinals, going directly into the actual finals, looking to take notes and replicate that. As Solution and Caleb's job are not done just yet. They realize where they sit on the leaderboard, 2 eliminations already, and they're looking for more because they want to try to boost themselves as high up on the leaderboard going into game number 6 as possible.
Trying to see where their opponents are, where is safe to go, where has a bit of danger, as Caleb's actually split up with Solutions, but quickly moving over to some engagement here on the corner of the map. We have Monkey and Clone, 23 points here. Looking to see if they can rack up some more, as they already have 1 elimination, make that 2 possibly if they can get this elim on the 1 versus 2, but it's not going to be easy as their opponent has the high ground.
Yeah, it's Josh just trying to stay alive, losing his teammate, like you said. Ooh. Shots are there, goes on a full-on 50-50 spray battle. He doesn't have a teammate there to alleviate the pressure and allow him to heal, so he's going to have to do something here, and he gets taken down. Nothing's going to be garnered. Josh goes back to the lobby, and honestly, he is going to be tested coming into this last and final game number 6. He's going to have the choice. Do I try to get the points, claim that top 5 spot, or do I simply play to get as many series points under my belt as possible?
Play for that consistency or play for that victory, right? I mean, you can do both, but it's going to be a decision they have to make here. As Solution and Caleb just got some eliminations here. Let's see how they did it.
Still over towards command. Oh, easy. That one looked easy. It looked like it was going against me there for a moment.
I mean, I love to see it, right? Quick little elim on the knockdown opponent, but be careful from going from such a peaceful place, securing the elimination, to 2 opponents trying to get into your box with SMG's. Solution got a little scared there, I'm sure, but now has gotten out of the box, gonna use those chug splashes to heal up, and I think I might have got more scared than Solution there.
All I can do is think about that meme of, well, that escalated quickly. He almost gets taken down. For him to be able to survive there, he's got to be thanking not God, but his teammate to kind of alleviate that pressure and keep him in it. And this is where Caleb and Solution, this is where the loadout comes into question. When we talked about it in a content video, what is your preferred loadout? And it looks like they're going to get aggressive to try to hold on to the spot. The CQC with the Striker and the Stinger, but they also have that Striker burst to get the surge from far away.
I mean, an interesting thing I would also bring up is that your preferred loadout can change over time, right? In the early game, you're going to be getting into more engagements, right? You're going to be battling off spawn, so you can go for the more aggressive loadout. But when you've already got those elims and you're going to start rotating, it might be a good idea to drop that SMG and maybe pick up some floppers like Reet did here, having the 6 chug splashes and the 4 floppers. So your loadouts don't have to be the same for the whole game. You can change it up depending on what zone it is, what your plans are for the future rotates, and it's really just situational. But I like there that Reed looked for some tags, decided it wouldn't be a good engagement, and just kept rotating. But Kidden here and B-Dog, they're going against the #1 team here, Arc and Epic. I mean, maybe they don't want to battle it out, but they might want to just get some tags because that Storm Surge has been very strong these past matches.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing. Arkham and Epic, we've seen them in this position at least 2, maybe even 3 games so far. They take as much of the high ground as possible, a good mountain, so that way they can get the surge. And if a team is below them, they're not really worried about them because their plan isn't to fight. It's to get surge, to play later on in the game. And the team below them has to be taking what they can get. They realize they're not going to try to have an early game battle for the high ground, so they too are just following suit, going for surge. And they'll worry about that rotation later because right now they got a good spot in zone.
Good spot in zone, but the vehicle isn't looking too good. I mean, I see sparks coming out of it. I mean, might have even seen a flame down there, Jacob. I don't know if I'd feel too safe having one of those close to my wood builds, but Snacky Favs, they know what they're doing. They're feeling happy, feeling confident, seeing what they can do in these last 2 games. They still have a chance to get into that top 5 and get into that qualifying threshold, currently in the 8th place spot. So if they can get a big game here, that would be huge.
Another team that's just kind of going for those surge tags. Reet and Rex, they got a good spot boxed up, going for recycle on the mats, leaving them there on over for Reeks. And you see him shooting into the bush, just making sure nobody is hiding. But oh my gosh, Rex just got a beamer right there, looking like a laser, the way he's just taking out players from afar. Now, man, I got to put on my glasses because I didn't even see him.
Yeah, I looked like he was, I mean, shooting it at the door or something. I mean, I don't know what happened, but he got a good amount of tags from it. So, I mean, great job there. As Mekton, though, here on a hill by the Shifty Shafts alongside Chicken, they're doing great right now. 3rd place spot, getting an incredible knockdown onto an opponent, and that knock just might be enough for them to want to get a bit aggressive here as they close in that gap on their opponents. Going to use the zip line and see if they can even cancel this revive.
And you got to imagine with the high ground that they had, they must feel confident in the information that no duos are there or not too many teams are around in close proximity to be able to interrupt this fight. But the revive is going to go on regardless. They have to know that one was going to come through, but they're playing on the fact that they know he's going to get revived with very little HP and shield. Mekton with a big shot, 114. Armor wall is going to be laid down to alleviate that pressure, but it doesn't mean it's going to stop him from getting aggressive because he continues on, allowing Chicken to move forward and claim that ground as he's hunting down this target because they not want one, they want both of those eliminations.
Both of those elims, and now it's all up to Squid here, who has no shield, trying to pop as many minis as he can before Chicken gets close by, but Chicken connecting a nice 100 damage shot, just has to blow on him now to get that elim, and that's exactly what he does. 3 eliminations for Chicken, goes up to 4 with that final elim for a total now of 12 points just off the early game. Epic Whale and Arc, though, looks like they want a bit of those elims too.
Yeah, you can see it as soon as the zone pulls them off of the hill and there's no more just sitting at the top to get the surge, they're immediately being proactive, whether they're just trying to intimidate the team and not make them peek as they rotate on out and get their eyes onto that next spot. But Mekton and Chicken close by. This could be a heated exchange between 1st and 2nd place.
We do have Rexy and his duo here, though, on a nice position, and Tilted Towers has a high ground, so they're going to be able to get the tags, right? They can get the damage done from afar without putting themselves in too much of a risky situation. But 4th place here. Oh no. Okay, got a little scared there, Jacob. I definitely got a bit scared, but they're feeling good, right? 119 points, have a vehicle to make the rotate, have the shield kegs, and in the top 5, I mean 4th place, they really just have to play consistent, right? Get to the late game, get a few elims here and there, and just get a decent placement these last 2 games, and they'll be getting that golden ticket to the finals.
Yeah, I'm pleased. I pray, please, everybody take note of what they just did. Instead of using the blimp to kind of travel that way and risking getting shot out of the sky, they immediately drop down low. They know exactly where their IO was, and if they didn't, there's another IO car waiting there, and they're using this to rotate because they're not sitting ducks flying through the sky. Easy targets. So please, if you guys are at home trying to up your game, ready for the next FNCS, take note of things like that.
Great calls there, Jacob. I'm liking that analogy. I mean, you're right. It's very dangerous to do some rotates here. Even sometimes a launch pad can be too dangerous if you're launch padding into a full mountain of duos that are already boxed up. So you really got to think about what you're going to do before making a rotate like that. But taking a look here at Buzo, even B-Dog here, and Kidden, they're playing aggressive. They're looking for that aggression. They want those eliminations as they're 73 below the Storm Surge threshold.
E-Dog just playing with those covers, and just a big shot's gonna be landed on him. Rethinking it. Luckily for him, he does have the shields to get back up, but it's the white heals that worries me a little bit. Sitting on 69 HP, and you can already see Buzzo and Solgoman, they're just separated. That could be just enough for B-Dog and Kitten to go, but Buzzo, him landing that good shot, alleviated that pressure, knowing that they had to heal. That was his moment to get out alive, and that was a moment he took and ran, but B-Dog and his teammate making that same mistake. Getting separated here could be the cause for destruction, but Kitten is hot on his heels, not wanting his teammate to go and fight this one alone.
Ooh, still 38 below, but he gets a huge striker pump shot onto his opponent there, getting straight into the box, straight into the action. But be careful, there's more duos looking at you, B-Dog. There's more players that are hunting for those eliminations as the 3rd party comes in from Sweet and his duo partner, who just cleaned up those 2 players, but they might even look for more.
I'm just kind of looking, where is Rex at through all of this? Because it wasn't them who got both. Rex landed a burst AR shot and somehow stolen away that elimination, stealing away 3 points, and he's sitting in 2nd. It's them versus Arkham and Epic, the battle for 1st and 2nd place, but I do believe now there might be another team fighting and trying to interrupt that calm, cool, collected water. Yeah, that's Becton and Chicken sitting close by in 3rd place as well.
I mean, so many of these top teams, they're close by. Just one early game engagement, one versus the other, could be the end of it. But so far, they know they want to play for that consistency. If you're already in that top 5 spot, it's all about just staying alive, getting to that end game, getting those placements, and getting eliminations when you can. Wow, look at that, Jacob. You asked for it, and you got it. That's how Rex and Reed ended up securing those 3 extra points. I want to know how many meters that was away, right? They are incredibly far. They still picked up that elim.
I know I made a joke about glasses before when they were shooting that long range, but I need to up my prescription. I need to get the Rex prescription to see how he's seeing these players from long range distances. And it's not even in just little moments. Those are big moments to get eliminations, big moments to get damage, to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge. He knows exactly what to do at every turn of the game, just like Caleb and Solution still here towards Command Cavern, trying to get even more eliminations. They're sitting on 6 so far, sitting in 6th place as well. Just a huge combination, and they're looking to add to that.
Caleb here trying to see if he can find an angle onto that opponent. Already have 6 eliminations, and we're just getting started in game 5. But Caleb quickly going to decide, maybe we shouldn't take this engagement, right? We have mobility, we have shields, we have materials, ammunition, we have everything we really need to play this out. So maybe going for that extra elimination might not be worth it, but take a look at Epic Whale on the right side of the screen here alongside Arkham. They're getting some shots fired onto them. They've got to be careful, because going down now would be one of the worst things that could happen.
Yep, great usage of the armored wall. Just one angle they don't have to worry about, as Evo and On1 are just hot on their heels. That's the targets. They were separated early on, but I do believe they also did get an early elimination. But for Epic and Arkham, Gotta imagine what does their surge look like. They're sitting at the edge of zone, so not many rotations are going to be needed unless they just simply want a better spot in the zone. Clux and Shade sitting in 37th place, simply just trying to get themselves a spot in the zone. Everybody right now, I do feel like Storm Surge isn't necessarily that worry. It's about getting themselves a great spot.
Renki here and Rexy looking for those tags. They're in a pretty good spot here, and now it's all about that aim, right? Can they land those crucial shots to not have to worry about the Storm Surge? Meanwhile, you have other duos that instead of going from shots from afar, they're going for those elims, going for those engagements close by as Epic Whale gets the wall, looking for the ramp, looking to get into the box of his opponent here. But be careful, there's another duo close by. This engagement can get messy very quickly. Needs to recuperate a bit of those materials. You can see there's only 22 builds onto Epic Whale. I mean, their corner of zone, this is just a very scary situation.
Yeah, they're gonna be forced in. Not too much to go, especially with Floppers there. He's gonna drop his long-range weapon, knowing he's not going to need it for too much longer here as the zone closes. Everybody's going to be having that CQC, the close quarters exchanges, as Chicken is going to take down Ton. The high ground is not going to get away as they find that elimination yet again. That's going to go in way of Arkham and that Siphon that we were talking about. Look at their mats now.
That is such a huge refresh for this duo. I mean, you know they're smiling now. The problem is if you saw the zone at the bottom right, Jacob, they've got to make a rotate, and there's a lot of duos who are looking at them. They just picked up that elim and they know that they have to make a rotate. So it's gonna be difficult, but you know, Arkham Epic Whale, they have the experience. They know how it should be done. So pretty confident that they'll be able to make it. Favs and Snacky though here do have an elimination already inside of the zone. I'm pretty sure, at least at the edge of it. So now they're just gonna look for some damage as these duos rotate in.
Yeah, every single person that has to go past them is going to become a potential target of their fire here. And Chicken and Mecton, they got themselves a good spot towards the edge of zone as well. A little bit of hype, but not too much, as multiple teams are around and above them, as you see them picking and choosing which shots they're trying to take. As Arkham and Epic, no shields to their name, getting pressured back down outside of zone with some travel that they need to do, but it's all about surviving here. Almost even boxes his teammate in. Arkham has to get the heals, but him and Epic Whale go down. Everybody else in the lobby is going to rejoice because this is their chance to get to the top.
I mean, that's what I was saying. That rotate just looked so difficult, and that's exactly what ended up happening. There was duos waiting. There was duos taking shots from afar, and it was just very difficult to get into the zone. But now, 1,476 above Storm Surge. Chicken with 5 eliminations alongside Mecton here. They're feeling very good on the damage done this match.
Definitely do 1,500 above, only peeking because they want to, knowing it's not because they have to. Look at the backside of zone. They see all the chaos that's still going down. Fresh builds being laid as they know multiple players have a chance to go down. Even if they don't pick up the eliminations, it's just making everybody's lives as hard as possible. You see about 3, maybe even 4 duos in that direction.
Rexy here down below. We have Nate who made it into the zone after getting Arkham and Epic Whale there eliminated. We have Rexy though. Looks like he's trying to make a move, trying to find an angle onto some of these opponents that are close by, and this could be it. Nate getting knocked down. LeBron now has to make it into zone as a solo, while Rexy and these other players just rain from the sides, from above, from every angle possible, and there it is. That's one quick elimination for Rexy. Gonna recuperate some materials, or recuperate some shields, and they're just gonna keep it going.
Yeah, they're at the edge of zone, so they can really recycle all of this, drop all their mats, drop all their resources, put it in the box, go back for more, and really give themselves the best chance to take this game, just like Caleb and Solution are doing. You see them splitting the loot, making sure that one person has all the medium ammo, the other player has all the light ammo, and then sharing the shotgun ammo that they do have right down the middle to have a good sound game. Sitting in 6th place, still on the bubble. Need to continue to have a big game number 5 and follow it up a big game number 6 as well if they want to advance directly to the finals.
6 eliminations still, so they did decide to take it a bit slow after coming out of the command cavern there. Didn't want to get into any more engagements, but they're going to be landing right onto Snacky and Fav's box. I mean, not a box I would be wanting to land on top of, but maybe they don't want to play too aggressive. We are in the 5th zone, half and half, so taking engagements here can be very dangerous. Caleb, though, and Solutions, they're in a great position here. Might even be able to pick up some eliminations on the duos that are going to be rotating in.
I see both Defiable and Quinn making an appearance as well. A big elimination, aggressive start to their game. They got the Storm Surge, so they're not focused on that. They're just trying to make it to the end game. Quinn IGL Mind is now in play and being tested as Solution finds elimination. Zooks goes down. Zora as well as Krypos trying to put the shots down and letting Thor clean those up as Monkey does look like he's going to be a target as he does fall. There goes another elimination in the books, or at least looks like could be the first as long as they can pick it up, which right now he's still just down.
46 players alive, 24 duos now. There is players that have given their all to get that damage to be alive right now, and they are going to see if they can make it count here as Krypos actually going to get a nice little bit of loot there, but at what cost as he almost gets cracked there, losing some shield. I mean, you can see all these duos positioned. Going to have to rotate south, as you can see on the bottom right in the minimap, and it's all about how they're going to do it, right? Fav Snacky switching up a launch pad, most likely going to use it to rotate here. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, everybody getting that max pull, at least the majority of the lobby, spotting out that first launch pad. Looking to kind of make it use of their own. 441 above the damage threshold for them. It's just get the front side of zone. Hold on to that front side of zone as long as possible. Snacky gets into the box with his teammate. Now looking back, Clone is there. He lost his teammate early on, forcing out the armored wall to alleviate that pressure. And you see everybody trying to get and recycle those jump pads to get to the front side of zone. But it's Fabs and Snacky. They're trying to put the pressure on the high ground players.
Look at the high ground, though. We have Rexy, we have Ranky, and then even Wheels down below. Looks like there's multiple players here which won it, but currently Rexy and his duo in the 4th place spot. They have the high ground. They're feeling good, but they're actually below Storm Surge, so they're gonna have to do some damage. But be careful as a player landing right into Ranky's box, taking him down to 4 HP. This is very dangerous. One shot and he's gonna get knocked down.
Yeah, it looked like a homing missile the way he targeted him as Ranky's with those splashes with the med miss, trying to get those shields and HP back up. They're going to find just enough time to stabilize and rebuild what they've lost a few moments ago as Fabs and Snacky now hold on to the high ground pretty convincingly as well in 7th moving zone. This is the perfect time to take it. If you have the resources to hold on to it, this is a recipe for success.
This could be it. This could be Snacky and Fabs take it to the finals. 2 games left, and they have the high ground currently in 8th place. They just need that top 5 as Mekton here on the low ground has Chicken with his 6 eliminations. Mekton with 1, that's 7 elims already, but now playing as a solo, has to clutch it up, has to get through this maze to get into the zone. Will he have enough time as he has Etzel in front of him? Just one shot to take him down. Will he be able to connect it? No. Gets stuck on the wall here, has to get out of the box. Will he be able to survive? Bobs the med miss at just the last moment, but it is not enough.
Not going to be enough. And you see Mekton going down as well. Fabs and Snacky still holding on to that high ground. Caleb, too, has to do it as a solo, but they picked up a few more eliminations. 8 total to their name. That's a total of 24 points off straight eliminations alone. You got to imagine what he can do, picking up more placements as Quinn goes down. That's another elimination, another 3 points in the book. But look at the high ground. Calm, cool, collected. Not much to worry about. Fabs and Snacky. Vanished Leo, Reed and Rex, though, hold on to that first place. They're in the mid ground, but they're staying in front of the Storm, which is absolutely perfect for them.
They are feeling good. They've taken that #1 spot, but Snacky Fabs, they want to take that top 5. They want to be in that qualifying range, and with the high ground, they have the chance to do so. You can see, though, Caleb, Rexy, they're playing here at the low ground by the mid ground, trying to find any placement, any elimination points they can get. Defiable also seems to be playing as a solo. There's so many opportunities, so many chances for these solos, for these duos, but Caleb getting tagged, getting shot, has no more chug splashes left, but he makes it to zone.
Yeah, you can see 5th through 8th place, or 5th through 10th place even, going back and forth. Everybody's sharing a piece. Lime trying to out-heal towards backside of zone. Caleb goes down. That gives Lime a convincing share of that first place, but Reed and Rex hold on to the front side of zone. First place convincingly, and you got to imagine if they have the resources and they're dodging all of this chaos, they could be one of the last teams standing.
Krypos, though, here trying to find an angle to zone. You see Landjock, too, on the side, but Rex and Reed, they're just holding that first place spot, getting Elim after Elim. I know Banda's feeling happy about this one. 166 points, already at 6 eliminations here. They just want to get more. Top 6 right now in the duos. Not sure how many players. 9 players alive. Snacky Fabs are still in it, too. There's so many Titans alive right now.
He looks snacky. He knows Landjock's weak. He's on his heels. Has some help from Fabs. They're going to clean up that elimination as well. 7th place, 122 points, but still more to go with Reet and Rex still alive as well. I do believe there's only one solo player. The rest are going to be duos, and that one solo player is going to be Ranky.
Ranky, 2 eliminations, 155 points, has a med miss, but with only 1 taking it. 2 minis. Will he be able to stay alive longer than these duos? The duos are battling out. It's Rex and Reet versus Fabs and Snacky. The battle of titans. Who's going to be able to come out on top here? As Snacky tries to find an angle, but he runs out of materials, getting knocked down to fall damage. Now it's all up to Fabs playing as a solo, but Rex is going to take him out. Now Rex and Reet, they have that player advantage. They're both in it, but actually Remy and his duo are here too. It's the high ground versus low ground, 2 versus 2 that we love to see.
And this is a chance to really build them that cushion for first place. More than enough ammo of all the varieties to continue putting that pressure on from above. But the only thing that they lack is resources, but that's neither here nor there as they're slowly but surely dropping down layer by layer, taking piece by piece, even forcing players who are trying to go for the shots. The battle is going to start outside of zone. 2 floppers on Reed's back, so he could out-heal it, and he gets the victory royale. No heal, straight eliminations as they claim that top spot for sure.
I loved that. From winning the high ground against Fabs and Snacky to playing together as a duo, hunting down that solo, trying to heal off in Storm like it was their prey, securing that elimination, and with that securing the victory royale, putting them in the first place spot. I mean, you know, Rex and Reet, they're feeling good.
This is almost a battle of champions, because you gotta imagine we've done 5 games. 3 of them are won by former FNCS champions, and they all want to get that first place at the end of the day. And we know Reet and Rex, with a big game like that, they have their share of that first place, but it only makes me wonder, where are else of the rest of the top competitors at?
That's what I'm saying, Jacob. Arkham and Epic Whale, they were first place going into that match. Fabs and Snacky, they almost secured a victory around that game. That's going to bump them up. Rex and Reet, we know they're first place, but I mean, how's that top 5 looking? There's only 3 people that can let us know. It's Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Take it away.
You know, at this point in the show is when I would talk and do some kind of intro and talk about the end of the game. But you know what, Panda? I'm just going to let you take that.
All right, listen, I came into this pretty confident in this team. They told me in 4 games they were going to qual. They had a great amount of points in 4 games, but they showed up in game number 5 and just blew it out of the water. Close to 10 eliminations, victory royale. I mean, literally everything you could ask for in a powerhouse game, and it was presented to you by Rex and Reet. Honestly, shout out to them. Incredible performance. But Clay, man, this has been just an eye-opening experience for this team. They came prepared. This is not what we saw in Chapter 3 Season 1 by any means, Clay.
No, not at all. You could just tell. Look at that. They're tactical sprinting into zone. Something that we don't see in Fortnite. You don't go into zone in the last moments unless you're by yourself, right? To try to heal off. You maybe send one player. You don't both go into the zone. That's just not advisable. Yet they both did it, giving themselves an opportunity of losing. But they wanted that elim. They wanted that victory out, and they wanted it with convincing fashion. So I gotta say, congrats to them on that win. It should put them pretty high up. I mean, we know they're first, but that lead's gotta be big.
I have to agree with you right there. We never see the tactical sprint in such an aggressive way like what we saw from Rex and Reet right there. But where does that put them in our leaderboard right now? Well, it'll put them in first place. Oh no, by so many points. Oh my God, 33 points above the rest of the competition. And of course, Arkham and Epic Whale in second place right now. They have more elims, but Rex and Reet are going for the placement points right now. Just below Arkham and Epic Whale, we have Rexy and Ranky. They had a great performance in that last game right there. Actually tied for Arkham and Epic Whale in second place. Chicken and Mechton also doing a great job with those placement points, and Elims getting that 4th place spot. Lime and Chip, of course, you know it. The placement is where they are going for with 138 points. But Panda, what I'm looking at right now is that 1 point separation between 5th and 6th place.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. Caleb's solution just on the tails of Lime and Chip. So it all comes down to this final game. This final game of the day is going to define who obviously who qualifies on, but not only that, it's going to be a close one. Not only is it that close matchup between predictions, it's so close from 4th to 7th. These teams really need a solid game and a solid performance if they want to qualify on, especially a team like Snacky and Favs, who had a great start to the day, but they're just not picking up that same momentum here going into the end.
I would say even beyond that, beyond 7th place, Krypus, a team that got 2nd place out of round 3. We saw them in the end game in that last game right there, just below 6th place as well. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of possibilities going into this next game, the final game of Qualifier 1. Now, chat, the top 5 teams from our leaderboard are going to automatically qualify into the finals in 3 weeks. Now, you might be saying, well, that's not my favorite team. I want them to make it. Well, they're going to have another opportunity in 2 days. That's this Sunday for Qualifier 2, and then we've added another qualifier in 1 week. So we're gonna have 3 qualifiers, 3 chances for these teams to automatically make it into the finals. But if your favorite team still hasn't qualified after round 3 or after Qualifier 3, don't worry, because then we're going to have the semifinals. The best teams through placement points, elimination points are going to be able to fight once again in our semifinals for that chance, that coveted spot in our finals competition, everyone. And speaking of the finals, this is the final game, everyone. The final opportunity for Qualifier 1 for our top 5 teams to claim their spot at the top. Who's it going to be? Well, Jacob and Takata are going to find that out for us.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Clay. Great breakdown from the desk as always. But Jacob, just like Kelly was saying, we're on to game 6. We're on to the last match of the day. I mean, it all comes down to this. From the solo clutches we've seen, Snacky and Favs taking home the first victory royale from Epic Whale and Arco, making the comeback to now Reet and Rex being in that #1 spot coming into this last game. I mean, there's so much that has happened and so much that could happen in this last match. It's really just who plays their best Fortnite.
Yeah, and it's really proving to show that anything is actually possible when it comes to Fortnite. All the way down to 9th place is up for grabs in a realistic manner. Everybody else hoping for a miracle, playing for those series points. But honestly, if you look at Reet and Rex, you gotta believe anything is possible yet again, just like game number 6 being possible, that it's going to start right now.
The Battle Bus has had a long day from Europe to NA East to now NA West in the last match here. There's been so many players, so many people competing here, trying to get into that final qualifier or just get as many series points as they can